Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 3185 to Chapter 3236. A pleasant surprise. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Little Cranegrass didn't expect Iron Dragon to be a magic plant. He also didn't think that Iron Dragon would follow him. Little Cranegrass looked at Iron Dragon and said, "Iron Dragon, are you telling the truth? You should know that if you follow me, then you'll be submitting to me. Are you really willing to follow me?" Iron Dragon replied, "I'm willing. I've been living here for many years. I want to see the outside world, even if I have to submit to you. Actually, I've thought about submitting to other plant masters, but those plant masters have a hard time communicating with me. I don't even know what they're talking about. They also don't know what I'm thinking. Rather than following those plant masters, I might as well follow you." Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "All right, if you're willing to follow me, then I'll be happy. Let's go." Taichio said in a deep voice, "All right, then keep me in your soul object space now." Little Cranegrass nodded. Then he touched Iron Dragon with his hand. With an intention, Iron Dragon was taken into the space. When Iron Cho entered Little Cranegrass's space, he was immediately surrounded by natural energy. At this time, Little Cranegrass also received the Iron Thread Grass and the Stone Hammer Tree into the space. Then Little Cranegrass's spiritual force entered the space. Little Cranegrass looked at Iron Cho and said, "Iron Cho, how do you feel here?" Iron Dragon nodded and said, "It feels good. It's very comfortable here." No wonder the Iron Thread Grass and the Stone Hammer Tree didn't want to go out. This place is very comfortable, nobody wants to go out. Little Cranegrass smiled faintly and said, "It's good that you like it. You can stay here in peace." "Right, there are a lot of things inside the space, don't move around." Then Little Cranegrass withdrew his spiritual force from the space. After withdrawing his spiritual force, Little Cranegrass looked at the place where the Iron Dragon Tree was. The place that the Iron Dragon Tree was in had completely changed. There was nothing there, it was just an empty space. Little Cranegrass glanced at it, but didn't care. Instead, it used its mental strength to communicate with the animals. Then, it returned to the cave to pack up its things, then turned and walked into the forest. Along the way, the Little Cranegrass kept collecting all kinds of animals and plants. When it was hungry, it would eat some wild fruits. If it was really hungry, it would take out a baobab tree seed and let it grow quickly. Then, it would collect a batch of baobabs and eat them slowly. As for salt, it wasn't a problem. The animals in the forest also needed to eat salt. Therefore, these animals had their own ability to find salt, especially Little Mao. It was very good at finding salt. It found everything accurately, and almost all of them were salt mines. The Little Cranegrass was now surrounded by a lot of moving animals. These animals didn't need to eat, they were moving around the Little Cranegrass. The Little Cranegrass could transmit natural energy to them through plants, and they could provide vigilance for the Little Cranegrass. On the other hand, Little Mao was the most loyal bodyguard. It would always be around the Little Cranegrass to protect him. Actually, with the Little Cranegrass's current strength, there was no need for it to protect him. However, Little Mao was always by the Little Cranegrass's side. After another month, Little Cranegrass collected a lot of things. Today, Little Cranegrass came to a strange place. It was a valley. Little Cranegrass just passed by a mountain and saw this valley. However, this valley was a bit strange because there were green clouds of smoke in the valley. It looked a bit scary. Little Cranegrass didn't know what to do. Little Cranegrass looked at Little Cranegrass. When the Little Cranegrass arrived outside the valley, he didn't dare to enter it. This was because the green smoke was really scary. The Little Cranegrass was very clear that green smoke in the wild was definitely abnormal. Usually, it meant that there was poison. Although the Little Cranegrass wasn't afraid of plant poison because he had plants to protect him, he was still afraid of animal poison. He didn't want to risk his life. The Little Cranegrass stopped at the valley and looked at it with a frown. This valley was the only way to go to the depths of the mountain. If he couldn't pass through this valley, then he wouldn't be able to go to the depths of the mountain. However, the appearance of this valley made the Little Cranegrass worried. In the end, the Little Cranegrass decided to rest outside the valley for a while and get a good understanding of it. Then he would go through the valley. Little Cranegrass walked around the outside of the valley and finally found a small cave. Little Cranegrass first let a little bug crawl into the cave to see if there was any danger in the cave. After the insect entered the cave, it told the little Cranegrass that there wasn't any danger inside. Moreover, the cave was very dry and very suitable for living. The little Cranegrass trusted these animals very much. He directly entered the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, the little Cranegrass was startled. This was because there was a skeleton inside the cave. The skeleton was wearing a warrior's uniform and was lying flat on the ground. Next to the skeleton were two things. One was a long sword, while the other was a book. The little Cranegrass looked at the skeleton. The skeleton seemed to have been dead for a long time. Its bones had already turned pale white. Looking at its appearance, it seemed like it fell on the ground by itself. Since there were no people or beasts in this cave, the skeleton was still very well preserved. It was exactly the same as when it died. Little Cranegrass went up to take a closer look at the skeleton. With one look, he really found a problem. He realized that although the skeleton had already turned pale, there was still a faint hint of green in the bones. This meant that the skeleton had been poisoned when it was alive. When he thought of the color of the fog in the valley, Little Cranegrass was very sure that the skeleton had been poisoned by the valley's poison. The little Cranegrass looked at the sword and book on the side. He carefully examined these two things. Then he discovered that the sword was a weapon used by a soul soldier. In other words, this person was a soul soldier when he was alive. As for the book, it was made of high-quality beast skin. It could be preserved for many years without any damage. Little Cranegrass didn't even think and directly put the sword into his soul object space. Once the sword entered his soul object space, Little Cranegrass felt a wave of fluctuation in his soul object space. Then, Little Cranegrass felt that the sword was crazily absorbing natural energy. Fortunately, he had enough natural energy. After the sword absorbed 1/10 of Little Cranegrass' natural energy, it finally calmed down. Like other weapons, it quietly stayed in his soul object space. Although the sword absorbed a lot of nature energy, the Little Cranegrass was still very happy. This was because he knew that the more nature energy that the sword absorbed, the better the sword was in the past. It also meant that the person who used the sword was stronger. Because of this, the Little Cranegrass wasn't afraid of the sword absorbing nature energy at all. On the contrary, the more nature energy that the sword absorbed, the happier he was. After putting away the sword, the Little Cranegrass looked at the book. Then he took the book and placed it to the side. Then he turned to the skeleton and bowed, "Senior, although I don't know who you are, you have already died here. I believe that you left these two things for me. I won't be polite and will give you a proper burial." Then with a thought, a seed appeared in Little Cranegrass's hand. Then he threw the seed on the ground. The seed immediately took root and sprouted, growing into a tree guard. The tree guard stretched out its branches and wrapped the skeleton. Then it walked outside the cave. Then Little Cranegrass dug a hole on the ground. Then he used stones to pile up the hole. After that, the tree guard placed the skeleton inside the hole. Then he laid a slate on top of the hole and buried the slate to build a new grave. After the new grave was built, Little Cranegrass went to the tree guard and carefully looked at it. The tree guard didn't seem to be poisoned or corroded. Little Cranegrass let out a sigh of relief. After collecting the tree guard, Little Cranegrass returned to the cave. The cave wasn't very big, but it wasn't a problem for Little Cranegrass to live inside. However, Little Cranegrass didn't like living inside the cave. Because of this, Little Cranegrass let Little Cranegrass live outside the cave. Then he had the other animals find a place to rest. Then he entered the cave and picked up the beast skin book. When he opened the book, a line of words appeared in Little Cranegrass's eyes. It said, "I have run amok in the world for many years, but I didn't want to die in the Green Smoke Valley. What a pity." Below the book were the words, "Sword Demon Hidden Wind Absolute Brush." But when he saw these words, Little Cranegrass was greatly shocked. He knew of this Sword Demon Hidden Wind. Sword Demon Hidden Wind was very famous in the continent. He had become famous very early, and was a very famous blade master 100 years ago. This person's conduct was both righteous and evil. He didn't belong to any organization, nor did he establish his own clan. He only had the spirit snake flexible sword in his hand, and was known to be a difficult character to deal with. Hidden Wind's most famous battle was against the Feng family. The Feng family was a famous mid-level family in the Sword Spirit country. Their strength wasn't any weaker than Lu Renli's family. It could be said that they were the overlords of a city. In such a large family, it was inevitable that there would be some hedonistic sons. One of the sons of the Feng family had taken a fancy to a girl in their city and wanted to take her as his concubine. However, the girl had her own lover, so she refused to comply. Unexpectedly, the son of the Feng family directly snatched her back and brought her back to the family. 5 days later, he brought back a corpse that had been tortured beyond recognition. The family went crazy at that time. They wanted to fight the Feng family to the death, but the Feng family casually accused them of a crime and executed the whole family. After the girl's lover knew about this, he wanted revenge. In the end, he took out all of his family's property and asked someone to avenge him. But everyone knew about the Feng family's strength. No one would go against the Feng family for such a small amount of money. Coincidentally, Hidden Wind was passing by. After hearing about this matter, he was furious. He took the money from that person and then went to the Feng family with his sword. The Feng family didn't put him in their eyes at all. However, Hidden Wind killed his way into the Feng family's gate. In the end, the Feng family's 265 people were all killed by him. Even the maids and servants weren't spared. It was also in that battle that he received the name of Sword Demon. However, one should not assume that Sword Demon was a good person just because he had done something good. In fact, Sword Demon was definitely not a good person. He had once killed an entire family because of someone else's words. Such a person could only be said to be someone who acted according to his heart. He was not a good person, but he was not a bad person either. After Sword Demon went missing, many people from the Soul Realm searched for him, but they did not expect that he would actually die here. No wonder that sword could absorb so much natural energy. It turned out that it was Sword Demon's sword. Little Cranegrass sighed and flipped open the book. He took a look at the contents of the book. This book was actually a travelogue, but this travelogue was not very long. In fact, the content recorded in this travelogue was very little. From this book, Little Cranegrass knew that Sword Demon was feeling a little bored here in the soul world, so he wanted to do something big so that everyone would remember him forever. This was why he finally decided to directly enter the 10,000 hills from Jade Mountain. It was precisely because of this thought that Sword Demon had prepared this book. He wanted to record everything he had seen and heard along the way, and when he returned from the 10,000 hills, he planned to publish this travelogue. That way, others would forever remember him. However, Sword Demon did not expect that he would be poisoned the moment he arrived at this valley. In the end, he died in this cave. It was really sad that an expert of his generation would end up dying without a burial ground. This book was still useful to Little Cranegrass because this book recorded the entire process of Sword Demon being poisoned. It turned out that there was a kind of flying insect in that green fog. This kind of flying insect looked like a mosquito, but it was much bigger than a mosquito. Moreover, its flying speed was very fast. Adding to the fact that its entire body was green, it flew without a sound. Under such circumstances, Sword Demon was unable to escape death. He was chased by a large number of green mosquitoes and was poisoned. In the end, he could only retreat from the valley and run to this cave to wait for his death. Upon seeing this, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but be startled. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. This was because Yin Feng mentioned in the book that there was a type of grass in the valley. The poisonous fog in the valley came from that grass. It could be said that the poisonous fog in the valley was a type of plant poison, and Little Cranegrass wasn't afraid of plant poison. However, the truly frightening thing in the valley was not the green fog but the green mosquitoes. There were simply too many of them, and they had been living in the poisonous fog for a long time. Thus, the green mosquito's venom was extremely potent. Even an expert like Sword Demon could only wait for death after being poisoned, much less others. It could be said that the poison carried by the mosquitoes had already become animal poison, and the Little Cranegrass couldn't do anything about it. After reading the book, Little Cranegrass sat down and frowned. He kept thinking about what he should do next. If he wanted to go deep into the mountain, he would have to go through the valley. But at present, it seemed like it would be very difficult for him to go through the valley. Little Crane Grass carefully put away the animal skin book. There wasn't much content in the book, and there was still a lot of blank space inside. Little Crane Grass was preparing to record what he had seen and heard along the way. One must know that the animal skin book was much better than the paper he was using. After putting away the book, Little Crane Grass tidied up the cave. Lying in the cave, Little Crane Grass looked at the valley not far away. The green mist seemed to be confined by something and didn't run out. From Mean Fang's notes, Little Crane Grass knew that it wasn't something that was confining the mist, but it was because the grass in the valley only had so much mist. It could only move around in the valley and couldn't come out. Little Crane Grass wasn't afraid of the fog because it was plant poison. What he was worried about was the mosquitoes. If the mosquitoes bit him, he would definitely be poisoned. Suddenly, Little Crane Grass thought of an idea. He turned around and sat up. After carefully thinking about his idea, he felt that it was feasible. Thinking of this, Little Crane Grass immediately stood up. Then he called all the animals to his side and stored them in the soul item space. Then with a thought, he immediately merged with the iron thread grass. Then his body was wrapped in the leaves of the iron thread grass. The leaves formed an armor that wrapped him tightly. Then a leaf-like shield appeared on his body, protecting him inside. It was the plant protection. After looking at the things on his body, Little Crane Grass nodded in satisfaction. Then he carried the wooden chest and walked straight into the valley. The reason why Little Crane Grass was in such a hurry was because this was the best method he could think of. If this method didn't work, then even if he used other methods, he still wouldn't be able to pass through the valley. Little Crane Grass walked step by step into the valley. When he stepped into the valley, he was still a little nervous. But he quickly discovered that when he stepped into the valley, aside from the fog, he didn't feel any discomfort. Although he felt dizzy at the beginning, he circulated his natural energy and this feeling completely disappeared. Because of this, Little Crane Grass was able to relax. However, he was still very careful. This was because the green mosquitoes that Yin Feng described as terrifying had yet to appear. Little Crane Grass slowly walked forward step by step. He didn't dare to walk too fast because he was afraid of encountering other animals. Little Crane Grass didn't know how big the valley was. Moreover, he hadn't encountered any animals so far. However, he believed that the green mosquitoes weren't the only creatures here. If there were other creatures, then it would be troublesome if they walked too fast. After all, the visibility in the valley was too low. After walking for about a li, Little Crane Grass felt something hit his iron thread grass. Little Crane Grass looked over and saw a mosquito that was the size of a thumb. It had a long mouthpart and was constantly circling around him. Upon seeing this large green mosquito, Little Crane Grass knew that the green mosquitoes that Yin Feng mentioned had finally appeared. Little Crane Grass paid attention to the place where the mosquito attacked. There was a small hole in the plant protection, and the mosquito directly hit the iron thread grass's leaves. Little Crane Grass couldn't help but frown. One must know that his plant protection was very strong. Even if it was someone like Xianxia, it would be impossible to break his plant protection. But this mosquito was actually able to do so. The most frightening thing was that the mosquito's poison was very strong. Even the iron thread grass couldn't resist it. At this time, the sound of a horn was heard. Little Crane Grass looked over and saw a large number of mosquitoes hitting his plant protection. Some of the mosquitoes broke through his plant protection, while some didn't. But even if they broke through his plant protection, they still couldn't injure Little Crane Grass. This was because Little Crane Grass was still protected by the iron thread grass. Little Crane Grass knew that he couldn't go on like this. If he went on like this, he would only be attacked by more mosquitoes. When the time comes, the damage to the iron thread grass would be too great. At the thought of this, Little Crane Grass's body slowly sank into the ground. Then, he slowly dived forward from the ground. While he was moving forward, a huge green snake suddenly appeared in front of him. This green snake had a pair of white eyes as it coldly looked at Little Crane Grass. Then it opened its mouth and bit towards Little Crane Grass. Little Crane Grass was startled when he saw the green snake. He moved his hand as a long sword leaf appeared in his hand. Then he waved his hand and chopped towards the snake's head. However, he forgot that he was underground. Although he could move forward, fighting underground would still affect him. Moreover, his speed would be affected the most. If he was on the ground, his sword would be able to cut the snake's body before it bit him. But on the ground, his sword didn't hit the snake. The snake directly bit him. Fortunately, his body was protected by the leaves of the iron thread grass. Although his plant protection and several layers of the iron thread grass were bitten through, it still managed to block the bite of the poisonous snake. But at this time, little crane grass heard the snake's hissing sound. Then several green snakes crawled towards him. Seeing this situation, little crane grass couldn't help but feel his soul leave his body. His figure moved and directly drilled out of the ground. But when he drilled out, there were still several poisonous snakes hanging on his body. After drilled out of the ground, little crane grass discovered that he was standing on a grassland. This place was surrounded by green mist. But under his feet was a patch of green grass. These grasses weren't very tall. At most, they were less than 15 centimeters tall. However, there were a lot of them. When little crane grass saw these grasses, not only was he not afraid, he was instead relieved. He quickly said, "Grasses, grasses, can you hear me? Can you do me a favor? Hey, can you hear him? This person can actually talk to us. He even wants us to help him. But he feels pretty good. How about we help him? We can help him. I also feel that he's pretty good. Kid, tell us, what do you want us to help you with?" When the grasses heard little crane grass, they immediately opened their mouths. But after hearing these grasses, little crane grass felt cold sweat on his head. But he still immediately said, "Please help me. Don't let those snakes come out of the ground. Is that okay? So that's what you want. That's very simple. Don't worry, those snakes won't come out of the ground." Along with this voice, little crane grass felt the grass under his feet fluctuate. It blocked all the snake holes. It wouldn't be easy for those snakes to come out. Seeing the grasses helping him, little crane grass quickly thanked them and rushed forward. At this time, the mosquitoes rushed over. But little crane grass didn't get entangled with them. He ran forward with all his strength. At this time, he also felt that the mosquitoes had already targeted his eyes. Little crane grass had no choice but to block his eyes. Then he released his spiritual force and used it to explore the path. Although little crane grass's spiritual force was stronger than ordinary people, and with his own training, his spiritual force wasn't weak. However, when he released his spiritual force, he couldn't release it too far. Most importantly, although his spiritual force wasn't small, he couldn't use it for too long. If he released his spiritual force for a long time, then his spiritual force would only be able to last for about 2 hours. After 2 hours, his spiritual force would be exhausted. And if his spiritual force was exhausted, then it would affect his overall strength. If it was serious, then his head would become dizzy. Because of this, little crane grass didn't use his spiritual force to explore the path. Instead, he opened his eyes and moved forward. But the green mosquitoes seemed to be very smart. They actually targeted little crane grass's eyes. In order to not affect his speed, little crane grass had no choice but to block his eyes. Then he sped up. But there were too many green mosquitoes in the valley. After running for more than an hour, little crane grass was still surrounded by a large number of green mosquitoes. This made little crane grass very surprised. This was because his spiritual force couldn't support him for long. If he couldn't get rid of the green mosquitoes, then he would be in trouble. Thinking of this, little crane grass laid down on the ground. Then, the leaves of the iron thread grass on his abdomen all stood up. Then, those leaves began to move. Little crane grass seemed to have grown countless legs all of a sudden. His body rushed forward. Little crane grass's body suddenly became shorter and his speed suddenly increased. This made the mosquitoes unable to catch up with him. Little crane grass actually got rid of the mosquitoes in an instant. Seeing that he got rid of the mosquitoes, little crane grass was happy but also a little annoyed. In fact, he forgot to use this method before. Plus, he was worried about other animals, so he didn't use this method. If he knew that this method was so useful, he would have used it long ago. Just as little crane grass was secretly rejoicing, a huge force suddenly came from behind him. Little crane grass's figure suddenly stopped, and his entire body was even smashed into the ground. Little crane grass felt as if his back was hit by a sledgehammer. His internal organs were churning, and his whole body sank into the grass. Little crane grass couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, he used his spiritual force to feel. He found a huge mountain goat standing on his back. The mountain goat didn't even stand on his back. Instead, it stepped on his back with one of its hooves, causing him to be seriously injured. The goat's entire body was covered in long, green hair that was over a foot long. What surprised little crane grass even more was that there seemed to be a layer of scales growing in the goat's long hair. In addition to the curved goat horns on its head, the nearly 2-foot-long goatee below it, and the nearly 2-meter-tall goat, no matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like an ordinary goat. Little crane grass was lying on the ground, constantly circulating his natural energy. He wanted to heal his injuries as soon as possible. But at this time, the goat used its hoof to step on little crane grass's back. Little crane grass spurted out another mouthful of blood. At the same time, he felt a burst of dizziness. Little crane grass couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't think that he would fall into this situation. His hand grabbed the grass on the ground. He didn't notice that some of the grass had already been taken into the space. This was a habit that he had developed these past few days, a habit that he didn't realize. Then he felt an explosion in his soul object space. It was as if something had exploded. Xianxia woke up. He felt that his body wasn't in a good condition. At the same time, he felt a huge hoof stepping on his back. With a thought, Xianxia's body went straight through the hoof. Then he bounced up and landed on the goat's back. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on the goat's back. Then natural energy gushed out from his hands and poured into the goat's body. The goat screamed and fell to the ground. Xianxia's figure was thrown to the side, but he quickly returned to the mountain goat's side. He placed his hand on the mountain goat's body, and with a thought, the mountain goat was sent to his soul space. After seeing the goat disappear, Xianxia let out a long breath. Then he looked around and closed his eyes to slowly recover from his injuries. Xianxia knew that he was now in the soul realm. The original name of his body was Crane Field. The reason why it was the original name of this body and not the original owner was because, strictly speaking, he and Crane Field were the same person. When Xianxia was transcending the heavenly tribulation, he was hit by the strongest attack of the tribulation. But he managed to block it. But this last tribulation contained the law of heaven and earth. It was this law of heaven and earth that imprisoned Xianxia's soul. Then Crane Field was trapped in his soul object space. Xianxia's soul object space was the transparent sphere inside Crane Field's soul object space. It can be said that the reason why Crane Field's soul object space changed was because of Xianxia. Xianxia's strength was too strong. In fact, Xianxia's strongest point was his body. His soul force had always been his weakness. Because of this, even though Xianxia had transcended the heavenly tribulation, the law of heaven and earth still thought that he wasn't qualified to ascend. If he wanted to ascend, then he needed to improve his soul force. Therefore, the law of heaven and earth imprisoned Xianxia's soul and sent it to the soul realm to become Crane Field. Xianxia and Crane Field were originally one. The soul realm was a special realm. It was created by the law of heaven and earth. It was completely independent from other realms. In this realm, all the energy that you cultivate is soul force. Therefore, Xianxia entered this realm to cultivate his soul force. The situation of the people in the soul realm was different from Xianxia's. The people here were all natives of the soul realm. But Xianxia was sent here by the law of heaven and earth. As long as he reached the large success stage, he would be able to lead this realm. Then his soul force would be able to fully integrate with his body. But there was also a problem, and that was the problem of Xianxia's energy. Because his soul entered this realm, he couldn't use any of his abilities. The only thing he could use was his soul object space. To be honest, the bodies of all the people in the soul world weren't their real bodies, but their souls. Their real bodies were their soul objects. In other words, besides Xianxia, there were no real people in the soul realm. Their bodies were their soul objects. Some people's bodies were like trees, some people's bodies were like tables, some people's bodies were like swords, and some people's bodies were like wolves. It was just that the law of heaven and earth played a joke on them. Just like the Zhuanggong dream butterfly, he made everyone in the soul world unable to move their bodies, but their souls had all turned into the appearance of a human, and even turned into a physical body. It could be said that this was an extremely strange world, but the people in this world didn't know about it. However, Zhao Hai knew about it, but he had no way to change this situation. He knew what happened to him, but he couldn't contact the space, nor could he contact Laura and the others. He knew that his current body was a soul body, and he also knew that the energy he cultivated was soul energy. However, the law of heaven and earth made his soul body a physical body, and the energy he cultivated was natural energy. In other words, he could only cultivate his soul body to become incomparably powerful. Only by breaking through the laws of heaven and earth would he be able to return to his original body. Only then would he be the original Zhao Hai and be able to leave this place. Not only would he be able to leave this place, he would also be able to increase his soul force by a large margin. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. From the time little crane grass was born until he grew up, Zhao Hai had seen every step he took. However, Zhao Hai couldn't help him much, he could only make a move when necessary. This was the reason why little crane grass was different. He was a child, but he was able to calmly deal with enemies. He could easily communicate with plants, and his spiritual force was much stronger than ordinary people. All of this was because of Zhao Hai. Later on, Zhao Hai discovered that by collecting plants, he could actually loosen the seal. However, only when little crane grass collected enough plants and animals would he be able to fuse with little crane grass. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but slowly influence little crane grass. Little crane grass' recent interest in collecting things wasn't unrelated to Zhao Hai's influence. Finally, when little crane grass was in danger, he collected enough things. Therefore, his soul fused with Zhao Hai's soul, allowing Zhao Hai to descend to the soul realm. However, in the soul realm, Zhao Hai could only use little crane grass's current strength. His original strength couldn't be used at all, he couldn't even use the space. It can be said that this was a test given to him by the laws of heaven and earth. If he passes the test, then he can move forward. If he fails, then he would have to stay in the soul realm forever. Although Zhao Hai couldn't use any strength, his combat experience was a lot richer than little crane grass. Because of this, when he came out, he immediately dodged the goat's attack. At the same time, he poured natural energy into the goat's body. This infusion had an offensive nature. Although the goat's defense was very strong, it still couldn't block such an attack. When Zhao Hai poured natural energy into the goat's body, it immediately fainted. This allowed Zhao Hai to absorb the goat into the space. Looking at the goat's appearance, it should be the tyrant of this valley. It was impossible for there to be any other beasts nearby. Because of this, Zhao Hai dared to sit there and recover from his injuries. Fortunately, although little crane grass's combat experience wasn't very rich, its strength was still very good. And with the addition of natural energy, it didn't take long before Zhao Hai's injuries were completely healed. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he slowly opened his eyes. Then he sighed and muttered, "I can't feel the space right now. I don't know how Laura and the others are doing. I also don't know how my body is doing. It seems like I need to work hard and return early so that they won't be worried." After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately focused his spiritual force on the space. Upon seeing the things inside the space, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. There were a lot of things inside the space, but all of them were in a mess. There was simply no way to display the power of these things. It must be said that little crane grass had collected a lot of good things, but he didn't use them where they should be used. Moreover, although the space couldn't compare to Zhao Hai's space, it still had its own uses. The space could improve almost anything, this was enough for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the sober goat that had completely surrendered to him. With an intention, he released the goat from the space. Then he began to organize the space. After looking at the things inside the space, Zhao Hai finally decided that he would reorganize the space in this valley. In any case, with the goat guarding him, other things wouldn't disturb him. He might as well cultivate here. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai stood up. Then with an intention, his body slowly sunk into the ground. This time, he sunk to a depth of about 100 meters. Then he began to collect the soil, stones, and water into the space. After these things were collected into the space, Zhao Hai immediately used his spiritual force to spread them out in the space. Then the plants that little crane grass collected, as well as the seeds, were all planted in this field. Because little crane grass collected a lot of things inside the space, he was able to create a small world. Additionally, Zhao Hai's space had fused with little crane grass's space. Because of this, Zhao Hai's space had turned into a small world. There was even a sun on top of it. When these things entered the space, they immediately began to grow rapidly. Naturally, during this process, a large amount of natural energy was consumed. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. This was because he knew that as long as he transformed the space, his strength would make a qualitative leap. After an unknown amount of time, all the plants that were collected by little crane grass were planted in the ground by Zhao Hai. Moreover, they had grown taller and were beginning to bear fruit. As for the animals, they were naturally moving around in the woods. Moreover, looking at the animals, they seemed to be very happy. On the other hand, the natural energy didn't shrink. Instead, it grew a lot bigger. Moreover, it became lively and vigorous. It was unknown how much stronger it was compared to before. At this time, Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he slowly opened his eyes. He knew that he had made the right bet. Although the laws of heaven and earth sealed some of his power, he didn't lose his experience. Moreover, after his soul fused with little crane grass, his spiritual force was restored. This allowed him to communicate with almost anything. And with the uniqueness of his space, he was able to create the space. At this time, his strength was a lot stronger than little crane grass. Even some of the plants inside the space had turned into magic plants. Zhao Hai looked around. The surroundings were still covered in green mist. However, Zhao Hai felt as if he was reborn. He let out a long breath as he looked around and muttered, "Soul Realm, I, Zhao Hai, have arrived." If there was a difference between Zhao Hai and little crane grass, then it would be their experience. Their rich life experiences made Zhao Hai and little crane grass have a completely different understanding of natural energy. In little crane grass's view, natural energy was closely related to plants. However, in Zhao Hai's view, everything in the world had natural energy. Moreover, his spiritual force was different, allowing him to communicate with anything. Because of this, although he was standing in the valley, the poison in the valley wasn't something to be afraid of. On the contrary, the poison in the valley would become his tonic. Hu Yuan said that in the past, plant masters believed that everything in the world had their own energy, and that this energy was natural energy. Unfortunately, these people didn't know how to use this energy, nor did they absorb it. Because of this, people started to think that the energy in plants was natural energy. In fact, this wasn't the case. The world was filled with natural energy, and the natural energy in plants was only a small part of it. Others might not be able to absorb natural energy, but Zhao Hai could. Because of this, after Zhao Hai opened his eyes, he immediately tried to absorb the green poisonous gas. He wanted to see if he could absorb it into the soul space. Spiritual force slowly emerged from Zhao Hai's body. It wrapped around the green mist and pulled it into the soul space. The process was very smooth, the green mist was directly pulled into the soul space. As soon as the green mist entered the soul space, it immediately turned into natural energy and was absorbed by Zhao Hai's natural energy. Seeing that it was a success, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy. But at the same time, he was also worried. He wanted to know if his natural energy would be poisonous after absorbing the poisonous gas. If it was poisonous, then what would happen? Would he still be able to feed the animals with natural energy? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately began to experiment. He let the natural energy enter the animals' bodies. He wanted to see if anything would happen to them. Fortunately, the animals were still alive and kicking. It seems like nothing happened to them. Zhao Hai let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt that it was a pity. If this green mist was used by him, then his attack power would increase once again. Just as he had this thought, he felt the natural energy in his soul object space fluctuate. Then, a cloud of green gas separated from the natural energy. Looking at the appearance of the green gas, it was clearly the green poisonous fog. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Then he understood that this poisonous fog was indeed a type of natural energy. However, this natural energy could fuse with his natural energy, and it could also be separated from his natural energy. It seems like his soul space still had a lot of abilities that he didn't know about. Even the laws of heaven and earth weren't able to seal all of his natural energy. The escaping one, the laws of heaven and earth would always leave a way out for people. Zhao Hai was very strong, so it was impossible for the laws of heaven and earth to completely restrict all of Zhao Hai's abilities. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal for Zhao Hai to have some of his abilities. However, Zhao Hai didn't relax. While he was absorbing the poisonous fog, he was also thinking about whether or not he should absorb the green mosquitoes and green snakes into the space. There was no need to think about it, he would definitely absorb them. But before that, he would need to restore his strength. Moreover, Zhao Hai's idea was different from Little Crane Grass. Little Crane Grass originally wanted to see what he could absorb into the space. Because of this, he would only take one animal. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't do the same. Later on, he would certainly take a few more animals. Not for anything else, but to see if these animals could automatically reproduce in the space. Nobody knew better than Zhao Hai how terrifying things can be when they reach a certain number. Even ants, once they reach a certain number, would become invincible, not to mention other things. In this valley, outsiders couldn't enter, only the animals could stay here. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that the more dangerous the valley was, the stronger the animals would be. Animals that could survive here all had their own territories. Moreover, they would generally divide their territories very clearly. Just like the green mosquitoes, green snakes, and the giant goat. At this time, Zhao Hai was in the giant goat's territory, other animals wouldn't dare to enter. In fact, according to Little Crane Grass's strength, Zhao Hai had already recovered. He was even more powerful than before. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to make himself stronger. But this idea of his would soon become impossible. After absorbing the poisonous mist for less than 10 minutes, Zhao felt some discomfort in his meridians. He immediately used his spiritual force to scan his meridians and found that his meridians were faintly green. Seeing this, Zhao immediately stopped. He knew that his body couldn't stand it anymore. He wasn't afraid of the poison, but his body couldn't. If he absorbed too much, it would have an impact on his body. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He forgot that his current body wasn't his original body, but the body of the Little Crane Grass. This body wasn't as strong as before, moreover, it was only 13 years old. Zhao Hai stopped absorbing, then he called the giant goat. Then he followed the giant goat and slowly walked back. After walking for a short distance, he received the giant goat into the space. Then Zhao Hai laid on the ground and used the iron thread grass's speed to quickly move forward. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the place where he was killed by the mosquitoes. The mosquitoes also discovered him and immediately rushed towards him. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the mosquitoes. He was still lying on the ground. At the same time, he began to communicate with the grass on the ground. When the snakes rushed towards him, the grass on the ground suddenly grew like crazy. Then the grass turned into small ropes and wrapped around the mosquitoes. Naturally, the mosquitoes didn't want to be caught like this, so they immediately struggled. However, Zhao Hai didn't let this opportunity go. With an intention, natural energy rushed out from his body and directly knocked out the mosquitoes. Then he grabbed the mosquitoes and directly received them into the space. Zhao Hai didn't collect too many mosquitoes. After collecting a few hundred mosquitoes, his body moved as he slowly sank into the ground. Then he drilled towards the snake cave. Zhao Hai did all of this by relying on the Little Crane Grass's abilities. This was because he discovered that the techniques he learned before couldn't be used here. The only things he could use were his spiritual force and thought force. However, these two things weren't very useful right now. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only use the Little Crane Grass's abilities. However, these things were completely different in Zhao Hai's hands compared to the Little Crane Grass's. When the Little Crane Grass encountered the mosquitoes, it was attacked miserably. In the end, it had no choice but to escape. It also encountered the green snakes, making it look very distressed. However, when these things were in Zhao Hai's hands, they were completely different. Zhao Hai used them as if they were light weights. He easily caught a few hundred mosquitoes and then went underground. He didn't go underground to avoid the mosquitoes, but to catch the green snakes. Zhao Hai didn't want to destroy everything in the valley. The green mosquitoes were a barrier in the valley. If he collected all of them, then there would be one less barrier in the valley. If he really turned the valley into an ordinary valley, then it wouldn't be a good thing. Zhao Hai has already fused with the little crane grass's memories. Therefore, he was very clear that although the Jade Mountain could lead to the 100,000 mountains, it was precisely because of this valley that the people of the 100,000 mountains couldn't attack the Saber Spirit Country. If he really did remove all of these barriers, then the people of the Tiger Spirit Country might go through the Jade Mountain and kill their way to the Saber Spirit Country. And if they come out of the Jade Mountain, then the first to suffer would be the Tree Root Village. Zhao Hai didn't want to cause trouble for the Tree Root Village. Although he was now Zhao Hai, and not just Little Crane Grass, he knew everything that Little Crane Grass had experienced here. He also had feelings for the people of Tree Root Village, so he didn't want the people of Tree Root Village to be in danger because of his own matters. Zhao Hai didn't want Little Crane Grass to be in danger. At this time, Zhao Hai had already entered the ground. Before long, he arrived at the snake cave. At the same time, the green snakes in the cave also noticed Zhao Hai. One of the green snakes immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai's mind moved. The iron thread grass was like a spirit snake as it went straight towards the green snake. Because there was only iron thread grass, the speed of the iron thread grass was very fast. The iron thread grass immediately wrapped around the green snake. Then the iron thread grass retracted. Zhao Hai then punched the green snake's head. The green snake immediately fainted and stopped struggling. Then Zhao Hai immediately receded into the space. After using this method to subdue the snakes, Zhao Hai turned around and left the snake cave. When he returned to the ground, he quickly ran towards the mountain goat's territory. When he arrived at the mountain goat's territory, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he discovered that there were several other mountain goats in the area. It seems like these mountain goats were the same as the other mountain goats, they lived in groups. Before the mountain goats attacked, Zhao Hai immediately released the mountain goat that he had subdued. When the mountain goat came out, it immediately started to roar towards the other mountain goats. It seemed like it was communicating with the other mountain goats. The other mountain goats also stopped and looked at Zhao Hai suspiciously. Zhao Hai immediately said to the mountain goat that he had subdued, "Old goat, tell them that I'll send them natural energy. Let them absorb it and they'll know." The mountain goat nodded, then it roared towards the other mountain goats. The other mountain goats couldn't help but take a few steps back. They looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance. When Zhao Hai looked at the goats, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't think that these goats would be this smart. They were actually afraid that Zhao Hai would use nature energy to plot against them. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to plot against them. Fortunately, the goat that Zhao Hai had subdued began to cry out. After the mountain goat cried out a few times, the other mountain goats hesitantly stood there, waiting for Zhao Hai to transfer his nature energy to them. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't use his hands to transmit nature energy to them. That would only injure the goats. Instead, he borrowed Little Grass's energy to transmit nature energy to the goats. When the goats absorbed Zhao Hai's nature energy, they felt very comfortable. Each and every one of them closed their eyes and had a comfortable expression on their faces. When Zhao Hai saw the goats' expressions, he couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't think that a goat could make such an expression. However, Zhao Hai didn't transmit too much nature energy to them. Before long, Zhao Hai received his nature energy. Then he turned his head to look at the goat that he subdued. The goat was very smart, it immediately began to talk to the other goats. Obviously, it was trying to convince them. After receiving Zhao Hai's nature energy, the goats were very polite to Zhao Hai. They even looked at Zhao Hai with fervent and longing in their eyes. This caused Zhao Hai's heart to beat wildly. He wasn't used to seeing a group of goats looking at him like they were in heat. However, the goats were quickly convinced by the goat that Zhao Hai subdued. They surrounded Zhao Hai and bleated, causing Zhao Hai's hair to stand. He immediately placed his hand on the goats and received them into the soul object space. Only the goat that he subdued was left to accompany him. Then Zhao Hai looked around. Finally, his eyes fell on a pile of broken wood. This pile of broken wood was none other than the wooden box that Zhao Hai was carrying. The wooden box was trampled by the goat, so only a pile of broken wood was left. Zhao Hai sighed. Then he walked towards the wooden box and took out some things that could still be used. Then he put them on his back and followed the goat. After walking for about 3 li, the goat stopped and turned its head to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai immediately sent his spiritual force to the goat. Then he heard the goat say, "Master, we've entered someone else's territory. They are a group of fellows with bad tempers. You have to be careful." When Zhao Hai heard the goat, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "What are they?" The goat replied, "It's a cow. Master, we're approaching the territory of the ghost cows. Those fellows have very bad tempers, they'll attack anything that dares to enter their territory. Master must be careful." Zhao Hai looked at the goat and said, "Ghost bulls? Why do they have such a name?" The goat immediately replied, "Master, you'll know when you see them. Those fellows are too big. Their strength is extraordinary. We can't deal with them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the mountain goat and said, "How many kinds of animals are there in the valley? Although you're very strong, you still can't deal with the green mosquitoes. Do you have any special abilities that can deal with them?" Mountain goat replied, "Master, there are a total of 5 kinds of animals in this valley: green mosquitoes, green snakes, green sheep, and ghost cows. Aside from us, there's another kind of animal that has the least amount of people, but they're fighting. Strength is the most powerful. This is the green tiger monarch. We don't know where this green tiger monarch lives, but it only appears once every few days. Every time it appears, it would capture us, mountain goat, or ghost cows for food. What Master said is right, all the animals in this valley have their own unique methods. For example, the green mosquitoes are numerous and poisonous, the green snakes live underground and can shoot out venom from their fangs. As for us green sheep, our fur is not only poisonous, but it can also harden when necessary. Because of this, most people wouldn't dare to provoke us. As for the ghost cows, their strength is their strength, but in addition to their strength, they can also spit out poisonous gas from their noses. This poisonous gas isn't the same as the ones in the valley, it's much more poisonous than the ones in the valley. The green tiger monarch is the strongest, its most powerful ability is its roar. Even the powerful ghost cows would be shaken to death by its roar." Zhao Hai nodded. It must be said that although the animals in the valley had mutated, the mutation wasn't very serious. For Zhao Hai, this was a good thing. If the animals here were too strong, then it would be hard to deal with them. Zhao Hai received the goat and then slowly walked forward. Before he could walk far, he heard a loud moo, followed by a rumbling sound of hooves. Zhao Hai knew that the ghost cow must have discovered him, so it rushed over. With an intention, the grass on the ground began to move without any wind. The grass tangled together and formed a grass ring. Then the sound of the hooves became softer and softer, until it couldn't be heard at all. However, the moo sound was getting louder and louder. There were even some heavy breathing and snorting sounds. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he slowly walked over. In front of him was a group of green cows. Upon seeing these cows, Zhao Hai finally understood why the goat called them ghost cows, and why he said that these cows were big. These cows were really big. Each and every one of these cows were about 5 meters tall, they were even taller than Xiao Mao. Most importantly, these guys' muscles were too developed. When Zhao Hai saw these cows, he couldn't help but think of a bodybuilding champion, or another term, devil muscle cows. The muscles of these cows were too strong, their skin was bulging, making them look very scary. At this time, each and every one of these cows had red eyes and green gas coming out of their nostrils as they stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that the green gas was poisonous, so he immediately activated his plant guardian. At the same time, he passed nature's energy to the cows through the little grass. When the cows first received the nature's energy, they were puzzled. Each and every one of them stood there with their eyes wide open, looking very funny. However, they quickly reacted, they knew that all of this had something to do with Zhao Hai. Because of this, the cows stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai slowly passed his spiritual force over. He wanted to say a few words to the cows. His spiritual force slowly passed to the cows, slowly communicating with them. Although the cows looked dull, they weren't stupid at all. They also discovered Zhao Hai's spiritual force. The spiritual force of one of the cows slowly made contact with Zhao Hai's spiritual force. When Zhao Hai's spiritual force made contact with the other party, he immediately heard a deep voice, "Who are you? Where did you learn this method of communicating with us?" When Zhao Hai heard the cow, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the cow and said, "Hello, I'm a plant master. I'm just passing by, I came up with this method myself." The cow stared at Zhao Hai. After some time, its voice was heard again, "What's the matter with the power you just passed to us? What kind of power is that?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's nature's energy. Because of this, animals that absorb nature's energy can grow quickly. Moreover, they would become stronger and stronger, they wouldn't need to eat anything else." The cow looked at Zhao Hai. After some time, it said, "Kid, who are you? What does Senior Demon Cow have to do with you?" When Zhao Hai heard the cow, he couldn't help but stare. Then he shook his head and said, "I'm called Crane Grass, Crane Grass. I'm really a plant master. As for Senior Demon Cow, I don't know him. If you've been in contact with people, then you should know that we humans have a soul on our heads. You can see my plants, I'm a plant master." The cow looked at the soul on Zhao Hai's head and discovered that it was a small blade of grass. It believed Zhao Hai's words. Then it looked at Zhao Hai and pondered for a moment before it said, "Tell me, do you just want to pass by and not do anything else? If that's the case, then why did you use these grasses to trap us?" Then the cow lowered its head and looked at Zhao Hai's legs. His legs were currently tied up by the grasses. Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "I'm just passing by. But I also want to ask you to come with me and see the outside world. I can provide you with nature's energy as well as a good place for you to rest. But if I'm in danger in the future, then I hope that you can help me." The cow looked at Zhao Hai, but it didn't say anything. After some time, it opened its mouth and said, "Do you really want to take us out of the valley?" For some reason, Zhao Hai could hear the seriousness in the cow's voice. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, I really want to take you out of the valley. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" The cow looked at Zhao Hai, then it shook its head and said, "If you agree to one of our conditions, then we can leave the valley with you. If you don't agree, then we won't leave the valley with you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, as long as it's within my capabilities, then I'll agree. Naturally, you can't make me commit murder or arson, or do things that go against my principles. If it's those conditions, then I won't agree." The cow nodded, then it said, "Come with me." Then it turned around and walked forward. Zhao Hai quickly followed behind it. Before long, the cow led Zhao Hai to a cave. The cave was very big, even if the cows went in, there wouldn't be any problem. Moreover, the cave was very deep, it was dark inside, making it impossible to see how deep it was. Zhao Hai didn't use his spiritual force to explore, he was afraid that the cow would discover him and cause a misunderstanding. If the cows misunderstood him and attacked him, then it would be troublesome. The bull turned its head to Zhao Hai and said, "Come with me." Then it led Zhao Hai into the cave. A man and a cow entered the cave and walked for about 100 meters before the cow finally stopped. Zhao Hai also felt a faint red light in front of him. When he looked from behind the cow, he was stunned. This was a huge cave, and there was actually a skeleton inside. However, this skeleton was very different from Sword Demon's skeleton. This skeleton looked very tall, while Sword Demon's skeleton looked very normal. Judging from the size of the skeleton, Sword Demon's body was around 1.75 to 1.8 meters when he was alive, which was not considered a standard height. However, the skeleton in this cave was completely different. The skeleton in this cave was leaning against the wall. It was wearing a full set of heavy armor. This armor was plate armor, and on the chest of the plate armor was a huge cow's head armor. It looked very impressive. Of course, the most important thing was the size of the armor. This armor was very big. Just the height of the half armor was more than a meter. If the armor skirt and iron shoes were added, then it would be even taller. Zhao Hai estimated that if this skeleton could wear this armor, then its height would be at least 2.5 meters. This was definitely the height of a giant. Next to this helmet was a cow's horn helmet. And next to the cow's horn helmet was a huge weapon that was more than 5 meters tall. This weapon was made of steel. Just by thinking about its weight, Zhao Hai knew that this was definitely a heavy weapon. This weapon was also a rare cow's head drill. Besides the skeleton, Zhao Hai's gaze was also attracted by another thing in the cave. To be exact, it wasn't an object, but a pool. The pool's water was blood red, and it was constantly bubbling. It seemed like the temperature was very high. At this time, the cow's spiritual force was transmitted. This is Senior Demon Ox. My ancestor was Senior Demon Ox's mount. When Senior Demon Ox came here, he found this pool. He wanted to use this pool to cultivate, but in the end, he didn't succeed and died here. Before he died, Senior Demon Ox asked my ancestor to find a suitable successor for him. Moreover, this person must be a plant master. This is because Senior Demon Ox discovered that his cultivation method required the use of this pool. And if you don't want to be poisoned by the pool, then you must be a plant master. If you want to take us out of here, then you must inherit Senior Demon Ox's legacy. As long as you can cultivate the technique, as long as you can wear Senior Demon Ox's armor, as long as you can pick up Senior Demon Ox's weapon, then we can leave with you. When Zhao Hai heard the cow, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he looked at the cow and said, "Inherit Senior Demon Ox's legacy?" I think Senior Demon Ox was either a weapon soul or a beast soul. Would a plant master be able to cultivate the cultivation method that he cultivated? What's more, I don't even know what his cultivation method is. How am I supposed to inherit his legacy? The bull looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Rest assured, how could Sir Demon Bull make such a mistake? Sir Demon Bull obtained a cultivation method that was passed down from ancient times. It's a body tempering method. This method is very strange. It's not like the people of the continent who cultivate natural energy, craftsmanship, battle chi, or beast spirit chi. This cultivation method simply cultivates your body. It's to enhance your physical strength." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Sir Demon Bull, you can rest assured that Sir Demon Bull wouldn't make such a mistake." Speaking up to here, the bull paused for a moment before it continued, "Don't underestimate this method. Not only can it be practiced by humans, even animals can practice it. If it weren't for this method, our Ghost Ox clan wouldn't have been able to survive in this valley." Lord Demon Ox left behind a message. He said that the human body is very mysterious. Even without relying on those things, one can still reach a terrifying degree. However, this method is very difficult to practice. Because of this, Lord Demon Ox came here to practice. At that time, his body was very strong, but he still couldn't block the poison in the demon blood pond. In the end, he was poisoned to death. But before his death, Lord Demon Ox thought that the natural energy of a plant master can nourish the human body. If he could learn the natural energy of a plant master, then he wouldn't be poisoned. Unfortunately, he was a beast soul, so he couldn't learn natural energy. Because of this, he believed that this method was made for a plant master. No one knew better than Zhao Hai how strong a human body can be. If his body wasn't too strong, then his soul wouldn't be able to keep up with his body's strength. He wouldn't be here right now, he would be hugging his wife and enjoying himself inside the space. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. Because of his strong body, his body would become stronger in the outside world. In fact, Zhao Hai already knew that this was his soul. He didn't know what kind of strange realm this was, but his soul was able to materialize here. In other words, no matter how strong Zhao Hai's body was, his body wouldn't change, only his soul would change. Whether it was his body or natural energy, it was his soul that was getting stronger, not his body. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't disgusted by the bull's words. On the contrary, he was very happy. He knew what a good body cultivation method meant for a person. Zhao Hai turned his head to the bull and said, "I accept. I want to take a look at the body cultivation method left behind by Sir Demon Bull. Then I'll immediately start cultivating." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the bull stared for a moment, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't regret your words. The cultivation method is on Lord Demon Bull's weapon. You can take a look at it yourself. I'll be guarding the entrance. Either you leave the cave or I'll be boiled by the demon blood pond." There won't be any other choice. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." Then the bull turned around and walked out. Zhao Hai looked at the bull and said, "I want to stay here and cultivate. Shouldn't you give me something to eat? I can't just not eat." The bull didn't turn his head. Instead, he said, "The cultivation method is best to use the demon blood pond to cultivate. As long as you enter the demon blood pond, you won't need to eat." Along with the bull's voice, the bull went outside and stood guard in front of the door. Zhao Hai looked at the bull and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "Interesting. I didn't expect a bull to play mind games. Hee hee. But if it's a good cultivation method, then I'll have made a profit this time." Then Zhao Hai walked towards the bull's head drum and looked at it. The bull's head drum was about 5 meters long, and it had a rod that was thicker than a goose's egg. Additionally, the front of the drum was as large as a sword, as well as the horns on both sides of the drum. One could see that it was incomparably heavy. Zhao Hai could imagine a 2.5-meter-tall giant wielding such a heavy weapon. At the same time, he was riding a bull that looked like a ghost. His imposing manner was something that even an army wouldn't be able to resist. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and calmed his mind. Then he slowly walked towards the bull's head drum. Since the bull said that the cultivation method was on the drum, Zhao Hai naturally had to take a careful look. But when he looked at it, Zhao Hai frowned. There were indeed words on the drum, but Zhao Hai didn't recognize them. The words were too strange. They didn't look like words, but more like patterns. They looked like anti-skid patterns that were specially engraved on the rod. They didn't look like words at all. When Zhao Hai saw those patterns, he immediately understood what was going on. He was very clear that those patterns were indeed words. However, those patterns weren't words of the current era. They might be words from a long time ago, and the demon bull was also a person from a long time ago. The reason why Zhao Hai made such a judgment was because of this set of equipment. One must know that this set of armor and weapons were rarely used by warriors nowadays. As for the name Demon Bull, Zhao Hai had never heard of it. One must know that he had all of Little Crane Grass memories, and Little Crane Grass had seen a lot of information about him in the Hu family. In this case, it can be said that there weren't any famous people in the soul world in the past 300 years that he didn't know. However, among these people that Little Crane Grass knew, none of them had the name Demon Bull. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai thought that the Demon Bull must be an expert from a long time ago. As for how long ago it was really hard to say. If it was someone else, then they would be at a loss when faced with a cultivation method that they didn't recognize at all. Even if this cultivation method was very good, it was impossible for them to learn it. However, Zhao Hai was different. He was different from everyone in the soul world. This was because he had a power that people in the soul world didn't have, the power of thought. The power of thought was the best learning tool. Zhao Hai used the power of thought to learn countless cultivation methods. And as long as he used the power of thought to learn these cultivation methods, he would be able to learn them more perfectly than others who had been learning them for decades. This was the most terrifying thing about the power of thought. It can be said that the reason why the Little Crane Grass had a photographic memory and an auditory memory had a lot to do with the power of thought. Now that Zhao Hai saw the words on the boring rod that he didn't recognize, he didn't look depressed at all. He slowly sat down and then slowly released his power of thought. Then he slowly extended his power of thought towards the bullhead boring rod. After a while, Zhao Hai's power of thought and the bullhead boring rod's power of thought fused together. Just as their powers of thought fused together, a huge figure appeared in Zhao Hai's power of thought. This person was wearing the huge armor that Zhao Hai saw before. He was holding a bullhead boring rod in his hand and a bull helmet on his head. He looked very tall, as if he could support the sky and the earth. After that, the figure of this person slowly disappeared. Then, the content of the cultivation method was revealed. The name of this cultivation method was called the demonic bull body refining technique. It was a cultivation method derived from observing the movements of the demonic bull. As for what the demonic bull was, no one could clearly say. The core content of this cultivation method was actually very simple. It was to slowly stimulate the body through various kinds of extreme training, making the body stronger and stronger. This was because the main purpose of this cultivation method was to develop the body. Zhao Hai carefully studied the demonic bull body refining technique. He had to admit that the person who created this cultivation method was a madman. This was because every cultivation method of this cultivation method was built on extreme pain. Take the first cultivation method for example. It was to put people in boiling medicinal liquid to absorb the medicinal properties. It was almost like boiling water. What would happen if a person were to go in? Even with this cultivation method, the pain of being boiled alive wasn't something that ordinary people could bear. Later on, the practice would become more and more difficult, and it would also become more and more painful. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of torture, but the effect of this technique was very powerful. Even if you were originally a skinny person, if you persevered, then you would eventually become a big man like a demon ox. Moreover, your strength, defense, flexibility, and other aspects would make great progress. Even this technique clearly stated that once the technique reached the large success stage, your defensive ability would be equivalent to a demon ox. Just the defensive ability of your skin would be much better than steel armor. When Zhao Hai's power of thought slowly separated from the demonic ox body refining technique's power of thought, he let out a long breath. To be honest, he had seen countless cultivation methods. However, this was the first time that he had seen a method like this. The body cultivation methods that he had seen in the cultivation realm were nothing compared to this method. One was like honey, while the other was like Chinese gold thread. The difference was too far. Zhao Hai had seen a lot of cultivation methods before, but compared to this method, one was like honey while the other was like Chinese gold thread. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about not practicing this cultivation method. This was because the reason why he appeared in the soul realm was because his soul force was too weak. As long as he practiced this cultivation method, then his soul force would be greatly improved. Therefore, he must practice this cultivation method. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the demonic blood pond. To be honest, Zhao Hai had seen a lot of blood ponds in the space. However, this demonic blood pond looked like it was boiling. This was something that he had never seen before. He had seen the demonic bull in his power of thought. Although it was just a small image, it wasn't difficult to see the demonic bull's majestic appearance. Even such a person was poisoned to death by the demonic blood pond. With his current physical condition, wouldn't entering the demonic blood pond be courting death? Zhao Hai didn't have much confidence. But then he remembered what the bull said before. The bull said that natural energy can repair the body, and that this was the only way to use the demonic blood pond. Although this method was just a speculation, Zhao Hai thought that it was worth it. Moreover, to be honest, Zhao Hai believed that he could rely on his spiritual force to defeat the demonic blood pond and successfully practice the demonic bull body refining technique. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he took off his clothes and slowly walked towards the demonic blood pond, preparing to start his cultivation. Standing at the edge of the demon blood pool, Zhao Hai seriously looked at the pool. He finally discovered something different about the demon blood pool. This demon blood pool was like a huge frying pan. Its bottom was flat, and it was filled with a translucent blood-red liquid. The closer one got to the center of the pool, the denser the blood-red liquid became. By the time one reached the center of the pool, the liquid was already as thick as blood. Zhao Hai looked at the demon blood pool and didn't know what to say. This demon blood pool was too special. But in the end, he clenched his teeth and jumped into the demon blood pool. Just as he jumped into the demon blood pool, he immediately felt as if he had jumped into boiling water. At the same time, he felt as if his body was being pierced by countless steel needles. Of course, this wasn't the end of it. He felt as if his skin was smeared with sulfuric acid. It was incomparably painful. Although he felt incomparable pain, Zhao Hai didn't jump out of the demon blood pool. Instead, he just stood there quietly. Then his body began to move, making all kinds of movements. His movements looked like an old bull, slow, steady, and powerful. These were the moves of the demon ox body refining technique. The demon ox body refining technique didn't have a specific cultivation method, it only had these movements. Although these movements were slow, they could temper the entire body, allowing every part of the body to be tempered. Zhao Hai did these movements little by little. At the same time, he was also slowly walking towards the demon blood pool. Just as he took 3 steps, the demon blood pool had already submerged him. However, he didn't feel suffocated at all. It was as if he was outside and could breathe freely. This feeling was very strange, but it really existed. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He closed his eyes and did these movements over and over again. At the same time, he also slowly walked forward. However, this time, he didn't go towards the center of the demon blood pool. Instead, he used the center of the demon blood pool as a circle and walked in circles. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't go deeper into the demon blood pool was because the deeper he went, the stronger the corrosive feeling would be. If he went deeper, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Therefore, he could only walk in circles. Zhao Hai now understood why the bull said that as long as he entered the demon blood pool, he wouldn't need to worry about food. At this moment, every time he moved, he could feel a trace of energy entering his body. However, this energy didn't make him feel hungry. Zhao Hai has been cultivating in the demon blood pool. He forgot about time, forgot about everything. He only knew how to do these movements. Slowly, these movements turned into a bull in his mind. This bull kept walking forward, 1 step at a time. It was slow but firm, as if nothing could disrupt its pace. 1 day passed, 10 days passed, 1 month passed. Zhao Hai still hadn't come out of the pool. However, at this moment, Zhao Hai was very close to the center of the demon blood pool. At the same time, Zhao Hai's current appearance had undergone a complete transformation compared to the little crane grass. At this moment, Zhao Hai was about 2.5 meters tall. His muscles were as solid as copper. However, his appearance didn't change much. One could still see a trace of childishness on his face. During this month, Zhao Hai hasn't stopped. He has been cultivating in the demon blood pool. He didn't take a single step, nor did he enter the blood pool. But now, he was only 1 step away from the blood pool. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He knew that his body could only adapt to his current position. If he forced himself to move forward, then the consequences would be very dangerous. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that while he was cultivating, the bull outside also came to the cave to look at him several times. When the bull saw Zhao Hai cultivating in the demon blood pool, it couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. It was rare to see a cow with a shocked expression on its face. This also showed how smart the cow was. After the shock, the cow's eyes flashed with ecstasy. Then it immediately ran outside the cave and called all of its clansmen to guard the entrance. Every day, they would take turns to go out and eat. There would always be people at the entrance of the cave. Another month passed. On this day, Zhao Hai felt that he could adapt to his current position. He took another step into the demon blood pool. This time, he directly entered the blood pool. An unprecedented sense of corrosion completely surrounded Zhao Hai. Zhao felt an unprecedented pain surrounding him, but he didn't stop. His spiritual force and natural energy were operating at full strength. His spiritual force was fighting against the pain, while his natural energy was repairing his body as much as possible. Zhao's spiritual force was fighting against the pain, while his natural energy was repairing his body as much as possible. Along with Zhao Hai's movements, the blood-like liquid slowly entered his body. His body was also undergoing inexplicable changes. His skin looked like it was covered in bronze. At the same time, his head became taller and his hair became longer. However, Zhao Hai didn't know any of this. He was still moving, doing all kinds of movements. Finally, the blood-red liquid completely disappeared into his body. After the liquid completely disappeared from his body, the entire pool slowly calmed down. In the end, the pool turned into a pool of clear water. There was nothing strange about it. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He was still moving. Moreover, his movements were getting faster and faster. In the end, he suddenly stopped and stood there motionless. At the same time, the demon blood pool began to move. In the end, the water in the demon blood pool condensed into the shape of a cow. After a while, it slowly returned to its original shape. At this time, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. Although he was in the water, his eyes weren't affected at all. He stopped and looked at his feet. He was now standing in the middle of the demon blood pool. In the middle of the demon blood pool was a bowl-sized spring. Spring water was gushing out from this spring. However, this wasn't the reason why Zhao Hai paid attention to this place. What he was thinking about right now was what the blood-red liquid was. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's mind moved. The iron thread grass wrapped around him once again. Then his body slowly sank down. After sinking about 100 meters underground, Zhao Hai finally stopped. This was because he entered an underground river, and the spring was right next to him. Naturally, this wasn't the reason why Zhao Hai stopped. He stopped because he saw a skeleton in this underground river. This skeleton wasn't in human form. It looked like the bones of a huge fish. This fish wasn't smaller than the whales that Zhao Hai knew. However, this skeleton had turned into stone. Zhao Hai didn't know how long this fish had been dead. At this time, Zhao Hai also understood what the liquid was. This liquid was condensed from the blood essence of this giant fish. But now, it was absorbed by him. Zhao Hai looked at the bones of the giant fish and then gently knocked on them. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the bones of the giant fish would scatter. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. However, among the scattered bones, Zhao Hai found a round stone. This stone had a diameter of about 1 meter. It was oval-shaped and was as white as jade. It was very beautiful. Zhao Hai curiously picked up the stone. It felt heavy in his hand. Zhao Hai was very clear about the strength of his body. With his current strength, he could still feel the weight of the stone. This stone was probably about 10,000 jin. A 1 meter diameter stone weighing 10,000 jin. This was really amazing. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the stone. However, he didn't find anything special about it. With an intention, he received the stone into the space. As soon as the stone entered the space, the natural energy immediately wrapped around it. And when the natural energy wrapped around the stone began to change. The stone slowly melted before it completely disappeared from the space. When the stone disappeared, Zhao Hai felt a vibration in his soul object space. Then his soul object space expanded once again. At the same time, everything inside the space changed. The natural energy became bigger and floated above the space. It looked like a huge green cloud. At the same time, the green poisonous mist became smaller and finally turned into a green liquid that floated in the air. The other things inside the space, whether it was the plants, the soil, or the stones, all of them changed at this moment. The ordinary plants turned into magic plants while the animals became bigger. These changes surprised Zhao Hai. He didn't know what was going on. How could the stone cause such a change in the space? Now that the space had changed, what about the iron thread grass, the stone hammer tree, and the iron warp tree? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately turned his attention to the 3 magic plants. Upon seeing the 3 magic plants, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. In a short period of time, the iron thread grass had grown by nearly a kilometer. At this time, the length of the iron thread grass had already exceeded a kilometer. It looked like a huge black tree. However, its thickness didn't change much. However, the leaves and stems of the iron thread grass were now exuding a metallic luster. The stone hammer tree had also changed. Although the tree trunk didn't grow taller, the tree trunk was no longer the ordinary stone gray color. It looked like the color of jade, as if it was carved out of a huge piece of white jade. The changes of the iron tree were even more unexpected. The iron tree now only had 1 trunk, which was as thick as a goose egg. At the top of the trunk, there was a dragon-like thing. It looked very floating, and it was about 4 meters long. It didn't seem to have changed much, but the iron tree now gave off an incomparably heavy feeling, which was very strange. This change in the soul object space made Zhao Hai very surprised. But at the same time, he also knew that this change was a good thing for him. Zhao Hai's face was calm as he slowly withdrew his spiritual force. Then he looked at the broken fish bone and slowly returned to the ground. After coming out of the ground, Zhao Hai was no longer in the demon blood pond. At this time, the demon blood pond was no longer special. It was just an ordinary pond with nothing special about it. This was because all of the energy in the demon blood pond had been absorbed by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood at the side of the pond naked. He looked at the clothes on the ground with worry. At this time, he was about 2.5 meters tall. His body was very muscular. Although there were some changes to his face, people could still recognize that he was Little Crane Grass. The sole object on his head was still a grass, but his body had undergone an earth-shattering change. Naturally, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the clothes that he brought before couldn't be used anymore. Those clothes were suitable for him, but now, he couldn't wear them at all. Looking at the clothes on the ground, Zhao Hai was worried. In the end, he clenched his teeth and decided to change his clothes. He took out the things that he packed before and found a needle and thread. These things were necessary for a plant master. Because plant masters were always out in the wild, if their clothes were torn, they would need to be sewn. Therefore, needles and thread were necessary for a plant master. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was worried. He didn't have any experience in making clothes before. But fortunately, he was much older than Little Crane Grass. Although he couldn't make any decent clothes, he could still make some clothes that could be worn. Zhao Hai couldn't change the clothes according to his body shape. After changing a few clothes, he put them on. Finally, he went to the armor and picked up the bullhead drum. The seemingly heavy bullhead drum was as light as a wooden stick in his hand. After waving it a few times, Zhao Hai put the bullhead drum back into the sole object space. Then he picked up the armor and tried it on himself. After finding that it was very suitable, Zhao Hai put the armor away. Then he buried the demon bull's corpse. After that, he took the pile of things and slowly walked out of the cave. As soon as Zhao Hai arrived at the entrance of the cave, he heard a tiger's roar coming from outside. This tiger's roar was very loud. It made Zhao Hai feel uncomfortable. Zhao Hai couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he muttered, "I was just about to look for you, but you came looking for me. Good." Then he quickly walked out of the cave. As soon as Zhao Hai arrived outside the cave, he saw the demon bull that brought him in. It was leading dozens of bulls at the entrance, ready to charge at any time. In front of them, there was a tiger. This tiger had green and black stripes on its body. On its forehead, there was a black king character. Most importantly, this tiger's body was nearly 8 meters long, not including its tail. Moreover, its height was nearly 4 meters. Although this tiger's body was still lacking compared to the demon bull, Zhao Hai was very clear that this tiger's strength was very high. At this time, the tiger was slowly stomping its feet. From time to time, its eyes would sweep across the herd of bulls, as if it was looking for a place to eat. At this time, the tiger's eyes suddenly focused, then it stopped. The bulls also felt a sound coming from behind them. The leader of the bulls turned its head and saw Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, its eyes couldn't help but light up. It immediately used its spiritual force to talk to Zhao Hai, "Master, you've come out." Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he understood. It seems like these oxen have really submitted to him. He didn't say anything and just nodded. Then he took a few steps outside and looked at the tiger in front of him. The tiger also looked at him. Zhao Hai's current appearance wasn't very good. His lower body was wearing shorts, while his upper body was wearing loose clothes. These clothes were obviously sewn together by several pieces of cloth. One could only see the appearance of the clothes. His feet were bare. After all, Zhao Hai didn't know how to make shoes. However, these couldn't hide his majestic body, as well as his imposing aura. When the tiger looked at Zhao Hai, its eyes couldn't help but shrink. It felt a trace of danger from Zhao Hai. Looking at the tiger, Zhao couldn't help but smile faintly. "Submit to me, or die," Zhao said. The tiger looked at Zhao and smiled. "Submit to me, or die." Zhao Hai's words were sent through spiritual force, so he wasn't afraid that the tiger wouldn't understand. This was also the difference between Zhao Hai and Little Crane Grass. Little Crane Grass had always been a plant master. Plant masters were the most gentle group, so they wouldn't be overbearing. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was different. He commanded an army of hundreds of billions, so how could he not be domineering? Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to say that if the tiger didn't submit, it would die. When the tiger heard Zhao Hai's words, its eyes flashed with anger. Then it roared and sent a message to Zhao Hai through spiritual force, "You want me to submit? Dream on." Then it roared at Zhao Hai before it rushed towards Zhao Hai. At this time, the bull behind Zhao Hai wanted to rush over. However, it was blocked by Zhao Hai. When the tiger roared, Zhao Hai felt a force rushing towards him. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. His spiritual force was very strong. It was impossible for the tiger to make him faint with its roar. Seeing the tiger rushing towards him, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the tiger's neck. The tiger struggled with all its might as it tried to claw at Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't move at all. He just coldly looked at the tiger and said, "Submit to me or die." The tiger's eyes flashed with fear. It was truly afraid. It could feel Zhao Hai's strength. It knew that it wasn't a match for Zhao Hai. In the end, the tiger gave up on struggling and stopped. Zhao Hai looked at the green tiger monarch and knew that it had completely submitted to him. With an intention, Zhao Hai received the green tiger monarch into the space. Then he went to the front of the cows. When the leader of the bulls saw Zhao Hai, it immediately stopped and said, "Master." The other bulls also lowered their heads. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he received the bulls back into the space, leaving only one behind. Then he turned around and sat on the back of the bull. The bull carried Zhao Hai out of the valley. Zhao Hai's speed wasn't fast, but it was very stable. Every step he took was calm and composed. Sitting on the bull's back, it didn't take long for Zhao Hai to leave the valley. After leaving the valley, Zhao Hai discovered that he was at the foot of a mountain. This mountain was very high. Looking down from the foot of the mountain, one could only see the top of the mountain covered in fog. Zhao Hai was sure that there was snow on the top of the mountain. Zhao Hai got down from the bull's back and returned the bull to the space. Then he released Xiao Mao and the others. Although Xiao Mao saw that Zhao Hai's figure had changed, he wasn't too surprised. This was because Xiao Mao's figure had also undergone a huge change. Xiao Mao's height was now almost 15 meters. His 4 legs were like pillars. The black fur on his body had also grown longer. His 2 huge tusks looked very scary. Zhao Hai chatted with Xiao Mao for a while before he started to climb the mountain. After a few steps, he entered a dense forest. Zhao Hai observed as he walked. He was very clear that in the soul realm, he could only rely on the power of a plant master. Although his physical strength was very strong, he still couldn't give up on the power of a plant master. After all, in his opinion, the natural energy of a plant master had infinite uses. Observing plants was one of the things that a plant master needed to do. As he walked up the mountain and observed, Zhao Hai saw a big tree that had fallen to the ground. This tree was very big, but now it had fallen to the ground. It was dead. Zhao Hai looked at the big tree. Finally, he took out the plant master's multifunctional shovel from the space and began to knock on it. After a long time, he finally made a wooden box. This wooden box was very similar to the one that Xiao Mao carried on his back, but it was much bigger than that one. After making the wooden box, Zhao Hai put the things that he carried on his back and wrapped in his clothes back into the box. Then he took out a pen and paper and began to record what he saw and heard in the past few days. He also wrote about the demonic bull body refining technique, but he didn't write down the specific cultivation method. After writing down these things, Zhao Hai put them away. Then he carried the box and went up the mountain. At the same time, he began to collect some plants and animals that he didn't have in his space. Zhao Hai's collection of plants and animals was different from Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao only collected one animal, but Zhao Hai didn't just collect one. He wanted to see if these animals could reproduce in the space. Even the animals that Xiao Mao collected before, Zhao Hai also collected some of them and put them in his space. In fact, Zhao Hai was somewhat unconvinced. The laws of the world had thrown him into the soul realm, making him unable to contact the space. Zhao Hai was very unconvinced. He wanted to establish an independent space in his space, one that was similar to the outside world. Actually, Zhao Hai was afraid. The space was a great help to his growth. He was afraid that one day, he would lose the space. If he couldn't leave the soul realm, then he wouldn't be able to contact the space. He wouldn't be able to see Laura and the others. For Zhao Hai, this was worse than death. It was precisely because of this fear that Zhao Hai wanted to turn his soul space into another space. This could be considered as a way to comfort himself. Along the way, Zhao Hai collected a lot of things. At the same time, there were also a lot of animals around him. These animals came out of the space to breathe. This included the Green King Tiger. However, the Green King Tiger had been renamed by Zhao Hai to the Tiger King. Along the way, Zhao Hai was also cultivating. At this time, there were a lot of plants inside the space that had turned into magic plants. Naturally, Zhao Hai wanted to try them out. After becoming one with the plants, he wanted to see what characteristics the plants had. However, he only wanted to try it out. What he really wanted to use were the iron thread grass, the stone hammer tree, and the iron warp tree. It must be said that after the stone hammer tree and the iron thread grass fused with Zhao Hai, his fighting strength had increased. However, Zhao Hai felt that it was a waste. After all, the stone hammer tree and the iron thread grass were very powerful. Combining them with him was a waste. On the other hand, the iron warp tree was different. The iron warp tree's movement was very slow. However, looking at the iron warp tree, one could see that it was very heavy. At the same time, the iron warp tree looked like a rod. It was very suitable to be used as a weapon. Zhao Hai also tried to combine with the iron warp tree. In the end, he discovered that after combining with the iron warp tree, his body's defensive ability became stronger. However, his speed became slower. Moreover, his body's defensive ability wasn't like the iron thread grass and the stone hammer tree. Instead, his skin color changed. Other than that, he looked no different from the normal Zhao Hai. It can be said that the iron warp tree was the most suitable plant to combine with Zhao Hai. However, there was a problem. This was because the iron warp tree seemed to be similar to the demon bull's armor and the bull head drum. However, Zhao Hai still hasn't found a way to solve this problem. Along the way, Zhao Hai casually looked for a place to rest at night. At the same time, he was constantly exchanging energy with the plants as well as chatting with them. To be honest, Zhao Hai wouldn't have done this before. Although he had a way to communicate with the plants, he had never done this before. Although he had been watching the little crane grass doing this, now that he was doing it himself, it gave him a very special feeling. Especially after he treated the plants, he could feel the gratitude of the plants. This made him feel very comfortable in his heart. Zhao Hai didn't have this feeling before, but now he did. This made Zhao Hai reflect on what he did in the past. He discovered that he didn't pay attention to the plants and animals in the past. This was because he had the space. Any plant or animal that enters the space would become stronger and wouldn't get sick. This made Zhao Hai unconsciously ignore the plants and animals. In fact, there were a lot of times when he completely ignored them. For example, when he was fighting against the extraterritorial devils, he released the xenomorphs and had the xenomorphs destroy the realms. Because of this, all the plants and animals were eaten up. This allowed the xenomorphs to become stronger in a short period of time, increasing the number of xenomorphs. But for the plants and animals, this kind of destruction was too terrifying and cruel. If the little crane grass was in Zhao Hai's position, then he definitely wouldn't do this. This was because he truly loved the plants. How could he destroy them like this? At the same time, the little crane grass truly loved the plants. The plants also gave him the most generous rewards. Whether it was the nature's protection or the energy exchange, the plants trusted the little crane grass. This made Zhao Hai reflect on his previous actions. Emotions were something that cultivators didn't want to touch. This was because once you have emotions, you would be tied down. And with ties, you would be in a lot of danger during your tribulation. Because of this, many cultivators wanted to be as heartless as possible. Of course, not everyone could be emotionless. Cultivators were also humans, and they couldn't be absolutely emotionless. Only stones and robots could be absolutely emotionless. All cultivators could do was try their best to avoid being tainted by emotions. On the other hand, little crane grass wasn't a cultivator in the past. The way of cultivation in the soul realm was completely different compared to the outside world. Because of this, little crane grass had feelings for plants. And now that Zhao Hai had inherited this, he also had feelings for plants. Zhao Hai was the same as other cultivators. He was a very sentimental person. It was just that he didn't have much feelings for plants before. Just like other people, they only treated plants as plants and never treated them as people. Because of this, Zhao Hai's feelings for plants were just ordinary. Compared to little crane grass, who treated plants as friends and family, it was completely different. Zhao Hai was very clear that he was different from other cultivators. Other cultivators needed to be as heartless as possible, but he didn't need to. His cultivation mainly relied on the space, so he didn't need to control his feelings. But after arriving in the Soul Realm, Zhao Hai discovered that he had made a mistake. This mistake was that he had neglected the feelings of plants and animals. Little crane grass had feelings for plants, and the plants reciprocated. If he had feelings for plants and animals, then wouldn't he also receive a corresponding reciprocation? One must know that the flora and fauna of the space were much more numerous and powerful compared to the flora and fauna of the space. If Zhao Hai could obtain the support of all the creatures in the space, then his strength would certainly become even more formidable. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect that I would miss the best thing. It seems that the law of heaven and earth sent me to the soul world not only because my soul energy is too low, but also to let me understand a lot of things. Well, I can't miss this opportunity." Afterwards, Zhao Hai took care of the plants even more seriously. While taking care of the plants, he also observed them and understood them. At the same time, he also thought of ways to improve them. Of course, the easiest way to improve the plants was to put them into the soul item space and let the natural energy slowly improve them. This was also the method that Zhao Hai didn't want to use the most. This method of improving plants was very fast, but at the same time, there was a problem. There was no way to popularize it. The improvement of plants in the soul object space relied entirely on natural energy, but natural energy wasn't something that ordinary people could have. Only plant masters could have natural energy, but how many plant masters were there in the entire soul world? If a plant was improved and popularized, would there be so many plant masters to take care of it? So if you want a plant to be popularized after improvement and not be a decoration, you can't just use natural energy to improve it. That wouldn't work. In fact, the best way to improve plants was genetic improvement, but it was impossible to do it here. So you can only use another method. For example, trees could be improved by grafting. As for other plants, it was more troublesome to improve. It could be improved by cross-pollination of the same crop in different places. But no matter what method was used, you must have a good understanding of the plant. You must be able to keep the improved plant and not degenerate within a few generations and so on. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to understand the plants, understand the characteristics of these plants, and then find out the similarities between the plants that could be mutually improved. This was a long-term work, it couldn't be done in a day or two. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was very patient. Anyway, his body in the soul world was just 13 years old, and the age of the professionals in the soul world was much older than ordinary people. After walking for 3 days, Zhao Hai finally reached the mountainside. The wind here was completely different from the wind at the foot of the mountain. The climate at the foot of the mountain was very warm, so there were more broad-leaved plants. But the mountainside was relatively cold, so there were more leafy plants here, or coniferous plants like pine trees. The little crane grass itself had the pine tree's heart, so Zhao Hai could naturally use it. So when he reached the mountainside, he felt very familiar, as if he was at home. The pine trees were also very familiar to Zhao Hai. They could feel the protection of the plants on Zhao Hai's body, as well as the pine tree's heart. Because of this, they had already regarded Zhao Hai as their own family. Zhao Hai felt very comfortable in such an environment. In the past, he only felt this way when he was with Laura and the others inside the space. He didn't expect to feel this way here as well. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised, but also somewhat emotional. After resting for a day in the pine forest, Zhao Hai received 2 tigers and a few moose into the soul object space. Then he left the pine forest and went up the mountain. After walking up the mountain for 2 days, Zhao Hai came out of the pine forest. But this time, what he saw was pure white snow. Naturally, during these 2 days, Zhao Hai didn't stay idle. He observed the pine trees and also received some animals inside the space. There were squirrels, wild boars, and black bears. Looking at the white snow in front of him, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He looked at his body and saw that he was still wearing a thin layer of clothing. He was still barefoot, but he didn't feel cold at all. This was very normal, after all, he practiced the demonic ox body refining technique. If the demonic ox body refining technique couldn't even protect him from the cold and heat, then Xiao Hai's torture would have been in vain. Although his body felt somewhat cold, he didn't feel cold at all. On the contrary, this cool feeling made Xiao Hai feel very comfortable. While Xiao Hai was walking forward step by step, he suddenly felt an aura locking onto him. He couldn't help but stare. Then he spread his spiritual force in all directions and immediately found his target. About 10 meters away from him, there was a snow leopard lurking there. It seems like it was ready to attack him at any time. This snow leopard was very good at hiding. Xiao Hai didn't hear its voice, nor did he feel its aura. And with its snow-white fur, Xiao Hai didn't notice it before. If he didn't feel the snow leopard's aura locking onto him, then he wouldn't have been able to find it. Xiao Hai turned his head to look at the snow leopard. It must be said that the snow leopard was very beautiful. Xiao Hai wanted to immediately receive the snow leopard into the space. The snow leopard also felt that Xiao Hai had discovered it. At the same time, the snow leopard also felt that Xiao Hai was in danger. Therefore, it didn't attack Xiao Hai. Instead, it turned around and ran away. If tigers were the kings of animals, and lions were the royalty of animals, then leopards were the assassins of animals. In general, they wouldn't fight with their enemies. They would lurk and then suddenly attack, killing their enemies in one strike. If they find that the enemy was too strong, then they would turn around and run away. This was very similar to an assassin. Xiao Hai didn't think that the snow leopard would turn around and run away. Therefore, when he saw the snow leopard run away, Xiao Hai stared. Then he smiled and waved his hand. Iron thread grass flew out of the space and chased after the snow leopard. The speed of the iron thread grass was very strange. In the blink of an eye, it had already caught up with the snow leopard. Then the iron thread grass directly wrapped around the snow leopard and brought it back to Xiao Hai's side. Xiao Hai directly knocked the snow leopard unconscious and received it into the space. But after receiving the snow leopard into the space, Xiao Hai discovered a problem. The iron thread grass movement was a lot slower than before. When Xiao Hai discovered this problem, he immediately called out the iron thread grass. Sure enough, when the iron thread grass was outside, its movement speed wasn't slow. But after a while, its movement speed slowed down. Seeing this, Xiao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what was going on. Temperature. Temperature has always been the biggest enemy of plant growth, especially on the top of a mountain. The temperature was very low and the environment was very harsh. Ordinary plants wouldn't be able to grow there. Although the iron thread grass was a magic creature, its vitality was much stronger than ordinary plants. In such an environment, although it wouldn't freeze to death, it would still affect its movement. After discovering this, Xiao Hai's expression changed. He immediately took out the plants that he collected from the space one by one. He wanted to see how these plants would perform in such an environment. The result made Xiao Hai disappointed. Most of the plants in the space weren't suitable in such an environment. Although they wouldn't freeze to death, their fighting strength had decreased a lot. In such an environment, the best plant was the iron warp tree. Even the stone hammer tree was uncomfortable. Only the iron warp tree didn't show any obvious changes. It was still the same as before, which was an unexpected surprise for Xiao. Actually, Xiao Hai's understanding of the iron thread trees was still too little. The iron thread trees themselves were very suitable to grow in harsh environments. The iron thread trees that Xiao Hai saw were magic creatures. They could move on their own, so they grew in forests. On the other hand, ordinary iron thread trees would grow in harsh environments like mountaintops. It was precisely because of this harsh environment that the iron thread trees became so sturdy. A greenhouse can only grow beautiful flowers, but it can never grow an iron thread tree. The iron thread tree was a plant that had the most backbone. It had steel branches and iron leaves. It stood proudly against the sun and the snow. This was the most adorable part of the iron thread tree. After Xiao Hai collected all the plants, he slowly walked up the mountain. He estimated that he was at least 5,000 meters above sea level. In such an environment, very few plants could survive. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that he was able to pick a few snow lotuses. This could be considered an unexpected surprise. Zhao calmly walked up to the top of the mountain. In fact, if he wanted to cross the mountain, he didn't necessarily have to do it from the top. When he was halfway up the mountain, he could go around the mountainside and cross the mountain. Naturally, this would take more time. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Therefore, he could go from the mountainside, which was more suitable for plant masters. There were many environments that were most unsuitable for plant masters to fight. For example, extreme cold environments and deserts. These environments would have a lot of negative effects on the offensive and defensive plants in the hands of plant masters. For example, the temperature at the top of the mountain was very low. It was very difficult to resupply, and it wasn't suitable for plant masters to fight. In this case, Zhao Hai's best choice was to go around the mountainside. However, Zhao Hai didn't do this. He was very clear that the more extreme the environment, the more likely it was to produce some strange creatures. And these creatures often had a name, they were called heavenly treasures. Zhao Hai walked all the way to the top of the mountain. The environment here was indeed very bad. Zhao Hai didn't see any plants along the way, even animals were very rare. Zhao Hai was walking forward when something suddenly caught his attention. Zhao Hai immediately stopped and looked in that direction. There was a snow cave, a very big snow cave. The reason why it attracted Zhao Hai wasn't because of what was inside, but because of the shape of the snow cave. The snow cave was circular, the entrance was small, and the inside was big. Such a snow cave certainly wasn't formed naturally. It must have been built by someone. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately sent his spiritual force into the snow cave. There were no people or animals inside the cave. This made Zhao Hai even more curious. He directly went into the snow cave. After entering the snow cave, Zhao Hai was even more certain of his thoughts. The snow around the cave was very solid. There were even some claw marks on the snow. However, looking at the claw marks, Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of animal's claw was. The claw marks were very big. Zhao Hai was now a 2-meter-tall giant. However, the claw marks were much bigger than his hand. The shape of the claw marks looked like a human hand, but it wasn't as big as a human's hand. Therefore, Zhao Hai thought that they were claw marks. Besides the claw marks, Zhao Hai also found something else. It was animal fur. The fur was white, very long. It was more than 10 centimeters long, but it was very soft. Zhao Hai looked at these things and pondered for a moment. Then he made a decision in his heart. He walked out of the cave and went all the way up. From afar, he could hear roars coming from the cave. The roars were very loud, but they were filled with joy. It was as if a child was happily playing. Zhao Hai smiled and walked forward. Then he suddenly stopped. Then he looked at the snow, ice, and cold stones everywhere. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai took out the bull's head drum and began to collect the snow and ice. Then he touched these things with his hand and stored them into the soul object space. When Zhao Hai stopped, he thought of a problem. If he can store things in a normal environment, then can he store the ice and snow in the soul object space as well? If he can really do this, then wouldn't he be able to create a low-temperature environment in his soul object space? Then he can use this environment to cultivate other plants and improve those plants. Because of this idea, Zhao Hai decided to store the ice, snow, and stones inside the soul object space. He succeeded. These things were easily stored inside his soul object space. And when these things entered his soul object space became bigger. At the same time, the ice, snow, and stones also formed a separate area in the soul object space. This area's temperature was much lower than other places. After discovering this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shine. Then he placed the seeds of some plants in the lower temperature area. Then he used nature's energy to nourish them. This way, the seeds wouldn't be frozen to death. At the same time, it was also necessary for the seeds to adapt to the low-temperature environment. After taking care of these things, Zhao Hai went up the mountain. Before long, Zhao Hai heard a rumbling sound. Zhao Hai's expression changed as he looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a 3 mango stone rolling down from the top of the mountain. However, it was still some distance away from him, so it wouldn't pose a threat to him. Zhao Hai didn't care about it and continued to walk up the mountain. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he stopped. This was because Zhao Hai saw a group of monsters. These monsters were all 5 meters tall and had long white hair. They all stood upright, looking like giants wearing white leather clothes. Upon seeing these things, Zhao Hai's mind immediately flashed with 2 words, snowman. This was the legendary snowman. At this time, these snowmen also saw Zhao Hai. When the snowmen saw Zhao Hai, not only were they not afraid, they seemed to have found something fun and went straight to surround Zhao Hai. At this time, a loud roar came from the top of the mountain. Zhao Hai looked in the direction of the roar and saw a huge white figure, nearly 10 meters tall, running quickly from the top of the mountain. Upon seeing this huge figure, Zhao Hai stared for a moment. Then he understood that these snowmen were all children, and this one was an adult. After hearing the roar, the little snowmen stopped and looked at Zhao Hai from afar. They didn't approach Zhao Hai. At this time, the big snowman also arrived in front of the little snowman. Its pair of big eyes coldly looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the big snowman and immediately smiled. Then he tried to transmit his spiritual force. At the same time, his spiritual force contained a trace of goodwill. The big snowman seemed to have felt Zhao Hai's change. A look of shock appeared on its face. Then it couldn't help but look curious. Then Zhao Hai felt a spiritual force coming in contact with his own. Then a deep voice was transmitted to his mind, "Who are you? Why did you come here?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Hello, I'm a plant master. I came here to cultivate. I didn't mean to disturb you." The snowman looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Plant master? What does a plant master do?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "A plant master treats plants. If a plant is sick, then we'll help it." When the snowman heard Zhao Hai, its eyes lit up. Then it said, "Can you really treat plants? Can you treat any plant?" Upon hearing the snowman, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he understood what the snowman meant. Looking at the snowman's appearance, it seems like the snowman wanted him to treat a plant that was sick. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can treat most plant masters. Is there anything I can help you with?" The snowman looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Come with me." Then it turned around and walked towards the top of the mountain. Zhao Hai quickly followed behind. The little snowmen looked at Zhao Hai curiously as they followed Zhao Hai. Before long, Zhao Hai followed the snowman to the top of the mountain. However, they didn't stop there. Instead, they went straight to the other side of the mountain. When they arrived at the other side of the mountain, Zhao Hai was stunned. This was because the other side of the mountain was completely different from what Zhao Hai imagined. The other side of the mountain was actually full of plants. Moreover, the climate was very warm. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. But at this time, the snowman had already gone down the mountain. Zhao Hai had no choice but to quickly follow. From the top of the mountain, within 500 meters of altitude, there were no plants. The temperature wasn't very high either. However, there were plants growing down the mountain, making the temperature very warm. Zhao Hai followed the snowman into the forest. Upon entering the forest, Zhao Hai saw a lot of snowmen walking around. These snowmen were very tall, but the trees here weren't very tall. Therefore, most of the snowmen were standing under the trees and playing in the forest. Before long, the snowmen saw Zhao Hai. All of them surrounded him. Zhao Hai counted the number of snowmen here. There were nearly 100 of them. It seems like they were a group. While Zhao Hai was looking at these snowmen, a particularly majestic snowman came over. This snowman was more than 12 meters tall. Its palm was bigger than Zhao Hai's palm. This majestic snowman looked at Zhao Hai. Then it roared at the snowman that led Zhao Hai here. The snowman roared back. The two snowmen seemed to be communicating. Before long, the tall snowman turned its head and looked at Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai felt a spiritual force probing his body. He quickly sent his own spiritual force over. As soon as his spiritual force probed, a voice was heard, "Human, can you really cure plants?" Zhao Hai replied, "Yes, I can cure plants. I'm a human plant master. I specialize in curing plants." The snowman leader nodded and said, "Human, come with me. our snowman tribe's sacred tree is sick. It needs treatment. If you can cure our sacred tree, then our snowman tribe will repay you. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he followed the snowman leader. Before long, Zhao Hai and the snowman leader arrived in front of a tree. This tree wasn't very tall. Zhao Hai looked at the tree and saw that it was at most 20 mago. Compared to the snowman that had more than 10 mago, this tree wasn't very tall. However, the tree's trunk was very thick. Zhao Hai calculated that even if 10 of him were to join hands, he would only be able to hug the tree. This tree was really too tall. What made Zhao Hai curious was the fruits on the tree. These fruits were still green, but they weren't small. However, it was clear that the tree's situation wasn't very good. Some of the leaves had already turned yellow. There were also some fruits on the ground. It was clear that the tree was sick. The snowman leader stood under the tree, then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "This is the sacred tree of our snowman race. In the past, when our race was facing an unprecedented crisis, we relied on the sacred tree's sacred fruit to continue our race. Every year, the sacred tree would bear sacred fruit, which is very important to us. But today, the sacred tree began to shed its leaves. Moreover, the sacred fruit that it bore would also fall to the ground before it matured. The sacred tree is sick, but our snowman race doesn't treat the sacred tree. I hope that you can treat the sacred tree." Zhao nodded. "I will try my best. But judging from my experience, the holy tree may be old. Plants also have a lifespan. If it really is because it is old, then my method may not necessarily work." Zhao nodded. "I will try my best. But according to my experience, the holy tree may be old." When the snowman leader heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "If it's really because of the sacred tree's age, then what should we do?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "I'll try to communicate with the sacred tree. If I really can't do anything, then I hope that you can provide me with some sacred tree seeds. I can help you cultivate a new sacred tree." The snowman leader let out a breath. He could accept Zhao Hai's situation. After all, the continuation of a race couldn't be completed by immortality, but by reproduction. If they could cultivate a new sacred tree, then it would be a good thing for them. Zhao Hai reached out his hand and gently touched the sacred tree, then he whispered, "Hello, can you hear me?" The reason why Zhao Hai touched the sacred tree was because when he was talking to the snowman leader, the sacred tree didn't speak. Therefore, Zhao Hai couldn't help but touch the sacred tree's voice. Just as Zhao Hai's voice was transmitted, an old voice was heard, "Young man, I didn't expect you to be able to communicate with me. It seems like you should be a plant master, right? I met a plant master a long time ago. He could also communicate with me, but he couldn't do what you did. Were you invited by these snowmen to treat my illness? Don't waste your energy, it's because I'm old, my lifespan is up." The holy tree's voice was very weak, like a seriously ill old man. Zhao Hai replied, "Every living being has a limited lifespan. However, there's a situation where you can extend your lifespan. If you have too much natural energy in your body that you can't absorb, then we can exchange energy. I can turn the natural energy that you can't absorb into natural energy that you can easily absorb. This way, you might be able to extend your lifespan. Is that okay?" When the sacred tree heard Zhao Hai, he seemed to be in a daze. Then he said, "All right, let's give it a try. To be honest, I really don't want to part with these snowmen." Then Zhao Hai felt a surge of natural energy rushing into his body before it entered his soul object space. This natural energy was too powerful. Even if Zhao Hai exchanged natural energy with 10,000 trees, he still wouldn't be able to match this amount of natural energy. Moreover, this wasn't the end. The natural energy seemed to be endless as it continuously entered Zhao Hai's body. If it was any other plant master, then they might have already exploded from this amount of natural energy. After more than an hour, the sacred tree stopped emitting natural energy. At the same time, the natural energy inside Zhao Hai's body had doubled compared to before. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. One must know that he didn't stop cultivating and was constantly exchanging energy with the plants. The natural energy inside his body was already a lot. But in this case, it doubled. This was too astonishing. The sacred tree actually gave Zhao Hai so much natural energy. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. After absorbing the natural energy, Zhao Hai returned it to the sacred tree. Naturally, the natural energy returned to the sacred tree was easier to absorb. At the same time, the Yeti leader was looking at Zhao Hai from the side. When Zhao Hai's hand touched the sacred tree, Zhao Hai's body was surrounded by a layer of green energy. Although the Yeti leader didn't understand what was going on, he didn't dare to disturb Zhao Hai. He was afraid that disturbing Zhao Hai would affect the sacred tree. After more than an hour, the green light on Zhao Hai's body finally disappeared. However, Zhao Hai didn't open his eyes. His hand was still on the sacred tree. This made the Yeti leader even more surprised. But soon after, the yellow leaves on the sacred tree fell down and were replaced by new leaves. Moreover, these leaves were black. It was obvious that they were very strong. Moreover, the fruits on the sacred tree also turned from green to yellow in a short period of time. Moreover, they were exuding a fragrance. It was clear that they had matured. This change made the Yeti leader startled. One must know that the sacred fruit should still take 1 or 2 months to mature. But now, the sacred fruit had already matured. This was too shocking. After another hour, Zhao Hai opened his eyes. He turned to the Yeti leader and smiled faintly. Fortunately, the problem isn't too serious. The sacred tree has recovered. The Yeti leader looked at Zhao Hai with excitement. Zhao Hai's actions were very good. This was beyond his expectations. At this time, a branch on the sacred tree suddenly broke off. There were still 2 sacred fruits on it. Zhao Hai already knew that the branch would fall down. He reached out his hand and caught it. Then he turned to the Yeti leader and said, "I helped the sacred tree recover. This is a gift from the sacred tree." The Yeti leader nodded. He didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. This was because the branch broke off in the right place. It was right in front of Zhao Hai. Moreover, the place where it fell was very close to Zhao Hai. As long as Zhao Hai reached out his hand, he would be able to catch it. If someone were to say that this wasn't a gift from the sacred tree to Zhao Hai, then the Yeti leader wouldn't believe it. The Yeti leader was very clear that one shouldn't look at the sacred tree's fruits. The sacred tree's branches were very hard. A branch as thick as Zhao Hai's arm could allow an adult Yeti to swing on it. This kind of toughness and strength couldn't be compared to ordinary plants. Because of this, it was impossible for the sacred tree's branches to break for no reason. Because of this, the Yeti leader didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. The Yeti leader looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. "Human, thank you for helping our Yeti tribe. You are our eternal friend. Friend, please come with me." Then the Yeti leader turned around and led Zhao Hai forward. Before long, they arrived at the place where the Yetis lived. The Yeti leader stood there and roared a few times. Then all the Yetis followed suit. Their voices were filled with joy. The Yeti leader turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Come, please sit here." Then the Yeti leader extended his giant hand towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared, then he understood the Yeti leader's intention. He jumped onto the Yeti leader's hand. The Yeti leader then placed Zhao Hai on the branch of a nearby tree. After the Yeti leader placed Zhao Hai on the branch, he pointed at the tree hole next to Zhao Hai and said, "There's sacred fruit wine in the tree hole next to you. Have a taste." Then the Yeti leader took out a large bowl and gave it to Zhao Hai. The bowl looked like a small wine cup in the Yeti leader's hand. But in Zhao Hai's hand, it looked like a large bowl. However, Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He received the large bowl and went to the tree hole next to him. The tree hole was very large and deep. There was a lot of golden liquid inside the tree hole, exuding the fragrance of wine. Zhao Hai took a large bowl of wine and poured it into his mouth. The alcohol content of the wine wasn't very high, but the taste was very good. When the wine entered his mouth, Zhao Hai felt a heat spreading from his stomach to his entire body. It was as if his body was being cleansed from the inside out. It was an indescribable comfort. At the same time, he felt that his strength had increased. This made Zhao Hai surprised. When the Yeti leader saw Zhao Hai drinking a large bowl of sacred fruit wine, he didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. The Yetis liked people like Zhao Hai. The more Zhao Hai drank, the happier they were. After Zhao Hai digested the heat, he turned his head to the Yeti leader and expressed his gratitude. The Yeti leader waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be polite. You've helped our Yeti tribe a lot. It's only right that we repay you. Now, please accept our Yeti tribe's gift. Zhao Hai thought that the sacred fruit wine was a gift from the Yeti tribe, but he didn't expect that it wasn't. This made him surprised. He wanted to see what the Yeti tribe's gift was. Then Zhao Hai saw the Yeti leader call all the Yetis to his side. Then the Yeti leader roared a few times, and all the Yetis roared back. Then the Yeti leader took out a large wooden bowl and placed it on the ground. Then he extended his left arm and used his right claw to stab his left arm. A wound appeared on his arm, and then a drop of blood fell into the bowl. Then the other Yetis did the same. Zhao Hai didn't understand what the Yetis were doing. He didn't know what the Yetis wanted to do. Did they want him to drink the blood? Looking at the bowl, the blood was almost full. If the Yetis really wanted him to drink the blood, then what should he do? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but have a headache. After all the Yetis dripped their blood into the bowl, the Yeti leader stopped. Then he took out a small bone from a nearby tree. This bone wasn't small, but it looked very small in the Yeti leader's hand. The shape of the bone was strange, it looked like a large cone. The front was very sharp, but the back was getting thicker and thicker. Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of bone it was made of. After the Yeti leader took out the bone, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Friend, come down from the tree and lie down on the ground. Accept the friendship of our Yeti tribe." Although Zhao Hai didn't know what the Yeti leader wanted to do, he still jumped down from the tree and then directly lay down on the ground. The Yeti leader took the bone and then poured the blood from the wooden bowl into the bone. The middle of the bone was actually hollow. The blood in the bowl didn't seem to have any reaction. It seems like the capacity of the bone wasn't small. Zhao Hai now knew what the Yeti leader wanted to do, it was a tattoo. The Yeti leader actually wanted to give him a tattoo. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't think that there would be a day when he would get a tattoo. Moreover, the one who gave him the tattoo was a 10-meter-tall Yeti. To be honest, if it was someone else, they wouldn't have the courage to do so. Looking at the Yeti leader's height and the huge bone needle, the first thought that would come to people's minds when they see it would be nailed to the ground. Using this thing to get a tattoo was too dangerous. Zhao Hai didn't refuse. Although Zhao Hai hadn't come in contact with Yetis before, he knew that Yetis liked to be straightforward. If you don't accept their kindness, then they might think that you're looking down on them. In that case, friends might turn into enemies. This wasn't impossible, it was very possible. Zhao Hai believed that since the Yeti leader dared to do this, then it must be because he was confident. The Yeti tribe owed him a great favor, so the Yeti leader wouldn't harm him. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very relieved as he laid down on the ground and took off his shirt, revealing his back. The Yeti leader let out a roar. Then Zhao Hai felt a pain on his back, but it wasn't too painful. Zhao Hai knew that the tattoo had finally begun. He didn't know what the Yeti leader was going to tattoo on him. Strictly speaking, Yetis were also beasts, just like apes. However, they were a variant of apes. Zhao Hai wasn't worried that the Yeti leader would stab him to death, he was worried that the Yeti leader's tattoo would be too poor. However, when the Yeti leader stabbed Zhao Hai's back with the bone needle, Zhao Hai could feel energy entering his body along with the bone needle. After this energy entered his body, it slowly fused with his body. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was very strong, he could clearly feel that the energy was fusing with his body. After fusing with the energy, his body became more powerful, his muscles became more solid, and even his skin's defensive capabilities became stronger. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to carefully feel the energy. In the end, he discovered that the energy was actually blood. Zhao Hai understood that the Yeti leader was using the tattoo to inject the blood of the Yeti tribe into his body. Zhao Hai was completely relieved. He laid there motionless as the Yeti leader continued to tattoo his body. Not only was his upper body tattooed, but his legs, arms, and chest were also tattooed by the Yeti leader. Besides his face, his entire body was tattooed. However, Zhao Hai didn't know what the tattoos were. This time, the tattoos took a long time. Zhao Hai almost fell asleep. Aside from his head, every part of his body was tattooed. However, Zhao Hai didn't know what the tattoos were. When the Yeti leader finally stopped, Zhao Hai also stood up. Although the tattoos were a little painful, Zhao Hai's body was very strong. Compared to the pain he felt in the demon blood pool, this pain was nothing. After Xiao Hai stood up, he looked at his arm. There were no traces of tattoos on it, it seems like there was nothing there. This made Xiao Hai stare, he didn't know what was going on. At this time, the Yeti leader's voice sounded, "You can feel it when you use your strength. Remember, use the strength you use in battle." Xiao Hai nodded, then he clenched his fist. When he clenched his fist, a layer of tattoos appeared on his arm. This layer of tattoos was very beautiful. It was a blood-red tattoo, it looked like the Yeti's arm. Then Xiao Hai looked at his chest and saw the same thing. Xiao Hai now knew that the Yeti leader had tattooed a huge Yeti on his body. At the same time, Xiao Hai also felt the surging strength in his body. This strength was much stronger compared to when he learned the demon ox body refining technique. Moreover, Xiao Hai can feel that this was because he still hasn't used all of his strength. In other words, he still has a lot of potential. Xiao Hai let go of his hand and the tattoos on his body slowly disappeared. Xiao Hai looked at the Yeti leader and said, "Thank you, this is the best gift." The Yeti chief laughed and said, "Of course, this is the best gift. Now that you have the power of the Yeti, I'm not bragging, we Yetis are definitely the strongest race in the world. You should use this power well. As long as you practice well, you won't be any weaker than us Yetis." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Thank you, I will use this strength well." The Yeti leader nodded and said, "My friend, let's go and have a drink. I can see that you are a traveler. You won't be staying here for a long time. Before you leave, let us Yetis treat you well." In the following 3 days, Xiao Hai stayed with the Yeti tribe. From time to time, he would communicate with the divine tree. The divine tree wasn't a demonic plant, but its strength wasn't any weaker than one. Xiao Hai learned a lot from the divine tree. After all, the divine tree had been around for a long time. It was very familiar with the changes of the world. Therefore, it knew a lot of things. Besides communicating with the divine tree, Xiao Hai also drank with the Yeti leader. They were drinking holy fruit wine. This wine was called holy fruit wine, but it wasn't entirely made from holy fruit. The Yeti tribe couldn't be so wasteful. There were only a few holy fruits on the divine tree. If they were to use holy fruits to make wine, then they wouldn't be able to make much. Most of the holy fruit wine's raw materials were other fruits. The holy fruit wine was only added at the end. However, the holy fruit wine was the finishing touch. The reason why the holy fruit wine tasted so good and could increase one's strength was all because of the holy fruit wine. Xiao Hai now understood why the snowmen called the tree the sacred tree. The biggest use of the tree wasn't in fighting, but in healing and increasing one's strength. This was the biggest use of the tree. After thinking about this, Zhao carefully planted the branch of the holy tree in the ground of his spiritual space. As for the 2 holy fruits, he plucked them from the ground. After 3 days, Xiao Hai finally left the Yeti territory. The Yeti tribe sent Xiao Hai far away before returning to their own territory. To be honest, Xiao Hai was reluctant to part with the Yeti tribe. He really wanted to receive the Yeti tribe into the space, but he didn't do so. The Yeti tribe were currently very free. Although receiving them into the space would be more beneficial to the Yeti tribe would also lose their freedom. After all, although Xiao Hai's space was very big, the land inside wasn't that big. The Yeti tribe wouldn't be able to get used to it. Additionally, Xiao Hai now considered the Yeti tribe as his friends. Therefore, he didn't forcibly receive the Yeti tribe into the space. After leaving the Yeti territory, Xiao Hai returned to his previous state. He observed the plants, collected the animals, and cultivated. Naturally, he now had one more thing to do, and that was to train his strength. After practicing the demonic ox body refining technique, Xiao Hai's strength had become very formidable. The 1,000-gene bull head drum was like a straw in his hand. Now that he had the Yeti blood in his body, the strength of the Yeti tribe wasn't just for show. Just like what the Yeti leader said, the Yeti tribe was one of the strongest creatures in the world. Now that Xiao Hai had the Yeti blood in his body, his strength had naturally increased. The bullhead drum in Xiao Hai's hand didn't feel any weight at all. Xiao Hai had already decided to make a heavier weapon for himself. However, an unintentional action changed Xiao Hai's mind. After practicing for a while, he placed a sword next to the iron tree. At that time, he didn't think too much about it. After all, the space had a lot of weapons, and all of them were high-quality weapons. He wasn't willing to throw them away, so he kept them inside the space. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that this unintentional action would allow him to discover an important characteristic of the iron tree. It was that the iron tree could absorb steel. After Zhao Hai placed the sword next to the iron tree, the sword actually stuck to the iron tree. Then under Zhao Hai's gaze, the iron tree only took 2 hours for the sword to completely disappear. When Zhao Hai took out the iron tree again, he discovered that the iron tree that he didn't feel before had the weight of a sword. This discovery made Zhao Hai very surprised. After that, Zhao Hai placed the other weapons inside the iron tree. The iron tree didn't hesitate and absorbed all of the weapons. Even the bullhead drum and the bullhead drum weren't spared. However, after the iron tree absorbed the bullhead drum and the bullhead drum, a change occurred to the iron tree. In the iron tree's original position, a bullhead drum grew out. It was exactly the same as the bullhead drum that Zhao Hai obtained from the magic bull. After that, Zhao Hai communicated with the iron tree. The iron tree told Zhao Hai that it would look like this in the future. Not only that, it didn't absorb the weapons for nothing. The iron tree still had a lot of small branches. These small branches were only absorbed by its main body so that it wouldn't affect its movements. However, as long as Zhao Hai needed it, these small branches could reappear at any time. These small branches could also transform into the weapons that it had absorbed. If Zhao Hai needed them, Zhao Hai could even create a bullhead armor on Zhao Hai's body when he was in one with Zhao Hai. Moreover, if Zhao Hai allowed the iron tree to absorb other weapons in the future, its small branches could also transform into other weapons. In other words, with the iron tree, Zhao Hai had a mobile armory. Zhao felt that the iron dragon was a bit like liquid silver, but it was different from liquid silver. Liquid silver was a spatial weapon, so it could transform into anything it wanted. The iron dragon, on the other hand, was a magic plant, so it was impossible for it to transform into anything Zhao gave it. If it didn't absorb a weapon, then it wouldn't be able to transform into anything it wanted. However, this wasn't important. With the iron tree, Zhao Hai wouldn't have to worry about his weapons in the future. Moreover, he also asked the iron tree how much steel it could absorb. However, the answer that the iron tree gave to Zhao Hai was somewhat unexpected. The iron tree could absorb steel, but it had to be refined steel. It would be best if it was a weapon. If it was ordinary steel, then it wouldn't be of much use. It didn't need to absorb steel to increase its hardness because it wasn't necessary. The iron tree itself was a magic plant. It was already very tough and resilient. During battle, Zhao Hai could also inject nature energy into the iron tree. Therefore, the iron tree couldn't increase its hardness at all. It could be said that the iron tree was the most suitable weapon for a plant master. This was because it could be turned into an armory, allowing the plant master to have more weapons. At this time, Zhao Hai's space didn't have any steel left. Aside from the plant master's multi-purpose shovel, all the other steel had been absorbed by the iron tree. Naturally, the steel in Zhao Hai's space were also weapons, so they were suitable for the iron tree to absorb. However, the iron tree also told Zhao Hai that if Zhao Hai didn't have enough strength, then it would be best to not let him absorb too much steel. This was because after absorbing the steel, the iron tree's weight would increase. Even if Zhao Hai used the iron tree, it wouldn't be the same as before. The more steel it absorbed, the heavier it would be. Therefore, if Zhao Hai didn't have enough strength, then it would be best to not let him absorb any more steel. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about this at all. He didn't have much strength right now. Although the iron tree had absorbed a lot of steel, it didn't affect Zhao Hai at all. On the contrary, he felt that the iron tree's weight was a little lighter. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't deliberately increase the iron tree's weight. Zhao Hai was very clear that sometimes, on the battlefield, a lighter weapon could be used for a longer period of time. Sometimes, time could decide the outcome of a battle. In addition to the iron warp tree, there were also new changes in Zhao Hai's spiritual object space. This change was very important to Zhao Hai. That meant that the plants in the soul object space could grow on their own. This was very important to Zhao Hai. Previously, the plants in his space could only mutate and demonize, but they couldn't grow. Now that they could grow on their own, this was definitely a pleasant surprise for Xiao Hai. The plants in Xiao Hai's space can grow on their own. For Xiao Hai, this was a very good thing. This was because he wouldn't have to worry about supplies in the future. Although he still couldn't put salt into the space, the baobab trees and fruit trees could grow on their own. Moreover, they could mature. In the future, Xiao Hai wouldn't have to worry about food. Good things happened one after another. For Xiao Hai, this was really good news. Xiao Hai finally had some confidence. Even if he left the Jade Mountain, he could still be considered an expert. However, Xiao Hai also knew where all of this came from. It was the ability of a plant master. All of this was given to him by the plant master. Because of this, he was very grateful to the plants. Every day, he would spend a lot of time observing them. Unknowingly, Xiao Hai had already passed through several mountains. During this time, he collected some plants and animals into the space. However, he didn't encounter any demonic plants. On this day, Xiao Hai was walking forward while chatting with the plants. Suddenly, Little Grass told Xiao Hai that there were people in front. When Xiao Hai heard Little Grass, he couldn't help but stare. One must know that he was still deep in the mountains. People who could come here were generally experts. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to come here. Xiao Hai's figure flashed as he hid to the side. Then he immediately communicated with the plants and used the plant eyes. He wanted to see who was running into the mountains. One couldn't blame Xiao Hai for being so careful. One must know that when meeting people in the wilderness, one shouldn't casually come into contact with them. This was because one wouldn't know if the other party had good intentions or bad intentions. One must know that in the wilderness, besides plant masters, there were a lot of people who were wanted by various countries. These people weren't easy to provoke. If they saw you, they wouldn't care who you are and would just kill you first. Xiao Hai didn't want to cause any trouble. Although he had the strength, he estimated that he would soon enter the 100,000 mountains. This was the territory of the Tiger Soul Country. The Tiger Soul Country and the Saber Soul Country were neighbors. The relationship between the two countries was still good on the surface, but it was only good on the surface. Everyone knew that the two countries had a deep conflict. Because of this, Xiao Hai naturally became more careful. He didn't want to be chased in the Tiger Soul Country. Being chased in others' territory wasn't a good thing. Xiao Hai calculated that there were a total of 8 people there. These 8 people all used something called a body concealment artifact to hide themselves. It must be said that this body concealment artifact wasn't anything special. This body concealment artifact was made by a craftsman in the continent. This body concealment artifact sounded very impressive, but to put it bluntly, it was just a hat with a tool inside. Aside from making the hat look bigger, there was nothing special about this body concealment artifact. This body concealment artifact had a very important function. It could completely hide a person's soul and aura. However, this body concealment artifact wasn't allowed to be used in any city in the continent. If you use this body concealment artifact, then you wouldn't be able to enter any city in the continent. You wouldn't even be able to enter some of the bigger towns. Even if you enter an ordinary village, you would still be on guard. This was because people in the continent generally believed that people with body concealment artifacts weren't good people. You might be a wanted criminal, but in a remote place, nobody would know who you are. Therefore, even if you have a soul, nobody would be able to recognize you. On the contrary, if you were a professional, then the locals would still respect you. However, if you hide your soul, then even if you were a good person, they would still think that you were a bad person. Because of this, after the body concealment artifact was made, it had never been used on a large scale. Only some people in the wild would use it. Now that Xiao Hai met several people, all of them had body concealment artifacts on their bodies. Moreover, they were hiding themselves. This didn't mean that they wanted to ambush someone. On the contrary, they were very scattered. It was as if they were waiting for someone. When Xiao Hai saw the other party's formation, he thought that the other party might be here because of him. The spear soul that he fought with before was most likely someone from the Tiger Soul Country. It was impossible for the other party to not pay attention to him. Later on, they discovered that the Hu clan was very important to him and had already sent people to protect his family. However, the other party didn't take any action. However, they should have some understanding of his whereabouts. After knowing that Zhao Hai entered the Jade Mountain and discovered that Zhao Hai hadn't left the mountain for a long time, the other party thought that Zhao Hai might be heading towards the 100,000 mountains. Therefore, they prepared an ambush in advance. The other party's ambush here was to wait for Zhao Hai. If they found him, then they would kill him. If they didn't, then Zhao Hai might have already died in the Jade Mountain. Naturally, this was what the other party wanted to see the most. The Spear Soul was most likely an expert from the Tiger Soul country. And behind the Spear Soul was the entire Tiger Soul country. In this case, if Zhao Hai wanted to enter the 100,000 mountains, then the other party wouldn't let go of this opportunity to kill him. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but flash with a cold light. Then he had the plant master slowly pay attention to the other party. He wanted to find out how many plant masters they had. The other party knew that he was a plant master, so it was impossible for the people sent to deal with him to have no plant masters. In this case, Zhao Hai needed to know that these people were plant masters before dealing with them one by one. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about how to deal with these people, they suddenly moved. Several people moved almost at the same time as they rushed towards him. Upon seeing the other party's movements, Zhao Hai immediately knew that the other party had discovered him. As for how they discovered him, Zhao Hai already had an idea. The other party must have discovered him through animals. The other party knew that he was a powerful plant master, so they sent animals to monitor him. In such a dense forest, there were a lot of small animals. There were a lot of small animals that were commonly seen in dense forests. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to receive all of them into the space, and it was also impossible for him to suspect all of them. In this case, it was normal for him to be discovered by these small animals. Seeing that he was discovered, Zhao Hai didn't want to hide anymore. He wanted to see what the other party wanted to do with him. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of the other party. Zhao Hai came out of his hiding place and stood there, waiting for the other party to arrive. The other party didn't disappoint him. Zhao Hai only waited for 10 minutes before the other party appeared in front of him. 8 people had surrounded him. These 8 people didn't have their faces covered. Several of them had sturdy bodies, and their bodies were emitting a murderous aura. One could see that they weren't easy to deal with. However, when they saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai was currently 2.5 meters tall, and his muscles were very strong. He looked like a bodybuilder. This was very different from Little Crane's image. The leader of the group looked at Zhao and said, "You are crane grasses." Zhao Hai looked at the other party, then he smiled faintly and said, "Right, I am crane grass." "Haha, you've been waiting for me for a long time. It must have been hard for you to wait for me here." When the other party heard Zhao Hai admit his identity, they relaxed. The leader looked at Zhao Hai's figure, his eyes flashed with confusion. However, he still said, "Crane grass, I didn't think that you would be able to reach this place. It seems like you're very strong. But unfortunately, you must die today." Zhao Hai laughed, then with a wave of his hand, a long saber appeared in his hand. This long saber was Blood Drinker, but it was now a branch of the Iron Warp Tree. Zhao Hai didn't use the bullhead drum. In this kind of dense forest, the bullhead drum wasn't very suitable. When the other party saw Zhao Hai take out his saber, they coldly snorted. Then all of them took out their weapons. Seeing their weapons, Zhao Hai knew that they were all soul soldiers. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just coldly looked at the other party and said, "Ever since I made my debut, I haven't offended anyone. If there's anyone who is my enemy, then it would be the group that attacked the Saber Guard army back in the Saber Spirit country. Only one of them managed to escape. It seems like you're all in the same group, am I right?" The leader holding a long sword sneered and said, "Right, you're right. You're a smart person. Unfortunately, you offended someone you shouldn't have offended." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "In this world, there's no one that you shouldn't offend. They already put a saber on my neck, so what can I do if I don't kill them? Do I just wait for them to kill me? I knew that I wouldn't be able to kill the Spear Soul soldier. To be honest, you came later than I thought. Let's start." The Sword Soul soldier looked at Zhao Hai, Then he suddenly laughed and said, "Good, I appreciate you now. Unfortunately, you're my enemy. I never show mercy to my enemies." Then the Sword Soul Soldier waved his sword, causing the others to attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai roared, the long saber in his hand slashed towards the person on his right. This attack carried an indomitable aura. Coupled with Zhao Hai's tall stature, this attack was like a charge of thousands of soldiers and horses. At the same time, a lot of plants appeared around Zhao Hai. These plants seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. As soon as they appeared, they attacked the people. The cultivator who was attacked by Zhao Hai was a dual saber user. When he saw Zhao Hai's attack, he felt that he couldn't dodge. The cultivator's mind shook, he knew that his aura was affected by Zhao Hai's attack. But at the same time, he also knew that it was impossible for him to dodge this attack. This was because although Zhao Hai's attack looked like an ordinary slash, the saber's blade had already sealed all his escape routes. The cultivator felt strange. Zhao Hai was clearly a plant master, so why was his saber technique so brilliant? He didn't seem like a plant master at all. Even among the Sword Soul soldiers, there weren't many who could use Zhao Hai's attack. The dual-blade spirit soldier roared as he unsheathed his blades. He didn't retreat but instead rushed straight towards Zhao Hai. Both of his hands formed a circle of blades, attacking while defending. Zhao Hai acted as if he didn't see the spirit soldier's movements, he still slashed with his blade. Because the blade in Zhao Hai's hand was a branch of the iron tree, the blade's body was black and didn't reflect light. It also didn't look sharp, it looked like a wooden blade. However, this wooden blade in the hands of a 2-meter-tall spirit soldier was able to bring boundless pressure. Zhao Hai's blade slashed towards the spirit soldier's blade. A clanging sound was heard as the spirit soldier's blades were swept away by Zhao Hai. Moreover, the spirit soldier couldn't block Zhao Hai's attack. Zhao Hai's blade cleaved the spirit soldier into two halves, too violent. The spirit soldiers who were blocked by the plants released by Zhao Hai didn't expect that the dual-blade spirit soldier couldn't even block one move from Zhao Hai. They were stunned. While they were in a daze, two pitiful screams were heard. They looked towards the source of the screams and saw a headless corpse and another corpse that was sent flying. Everyone was stunned. They looked at the headless corpse but didn't see any plants beside it. They didn't even know how the spirit soldier died. Next to the other corpse was a strange tree. This tree wasn't very tall, but it was emitting a jade-like radiance. It was clear that the dead spirit soldier was killed by this tree. These people didn't understand what was going on. They were the elites of the Tiger Soul country. How could 3 of them die? This was too strange. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He roared and rushed towards the spirit soldier. When the spirit soldier saw Zhao Hai rushing towards him, he couldn't help but snort. Then he waved his sword and sent a sword energy towards Zhao Hai. Zhao didn't dare to block the sword chi. The sword chi was very sharp. Although he was confident in his defensive ability, he didn't dare to block the sword chi. So he turned around and let the sword chi pass him. When the spirit soldier saw that Zhao Hai avoided the sword energy, he snorted and stabbed his sword towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, the tip of his sword trembled. In the blink of an eye, the sword in his hand seemed to have disappeared. Then a rain of sword light attacked Zhao Hai. This sword light wasn't sword energy. When the sword moved at high speed, the sword tip would produce light. It can be said that each sword light was a solid sword tip. When Zhao Hai saw the spirit soldier's attack, he suddenly smiled. Then he waved his saber and chopped down. Zhao Hai's attack was very simple. There were no tricks, it was just a straight chop. It didn't look gorgeous, but the style of this attack wasn't any worse than the spirit soldier. When the spirit soldier saw Zhao Hai's attack, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He finally understood why the spirit soldier couldn't block Zhao Hai's attack. However, there was still a gap between the spirit soldier and the spirit soldier. The spirit soldier dodged to the side, but the sword in his hand didn't stop. The sword light directly covered Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't seem to feel anything. Then he swept his saber. The spirit soldier's sword light stabbed Zhao Hai more than a dozen times. However, it didn't even pierce through Zhao Hai's skin. While the spirit soldier was stunned, Zhao Hai's saber swept over. The spirit soldier was startled. he desperately leaned back and dodged Zhao Hai's saber. At the same time, his figure also retreated and escaped from Zhao Hai's attack range. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to let the spirit soldier go. Most people believed that having strong muscles wasn't a good thing. It would affect one's movements. In other words, it would reduce one's speed. However, Zhao Hai's speed wasn't slow at all. When the spirit soldier retreated, Zhao Hai had already rushed forward and slashed his saber towards the spirit soldier. The spirit soldier's sword couldn't break through Zhao Hai's defense. First, it was because Zhao Hai's defense was very strong. Second, the power of the spirit soldier's sword was too scattered. The spirit soldier's sword was a sword light, and each sword light was an attack point. In other words, his sword speed was very fast. However, this also brought about a problem. The spirit soldier's sword was very fast, but the attack power of each sword light wasn't very strong. This was because he had to prepare for the next sword strike. Therefore, he couldn't concentrate all his strength in one sword strike. And this kind of attack was exactly what Zhao Hai was least afraid of. Zhao Hai's defense was very strong. The magic ox body refining technique and the snowman tattoo made Zhao Hai's defense reach a very terrifying degree. If the spirit soldier attacked him with all his strength, then Zhao Hai might not be able to block it. But now, the spirit soldier didn't use all his strength, he only used 60% of his strength. This kind of attack could be a disaster for those with weak defense. This was because the spirit soldier wasn't as fast as the spirit soldier. If the spirit soldier attacked you with all his strength, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to block the spirit soldier's attack. But now, the spirit soldier only used 60% of his strength. This kind of attack could be a disaster for those with weak defense. However, this kind of attack was useless against Zhao Hai. The spirit soldier's sword was fast, but his strength wasn't enough. The spirit soldier stabbed Zhao Hai, but he couldn't even pierce through Zhao Hai's skin. In other words, the spirit soldier's attack was ineffective. In this case, the spirit soldier could only retreat. While the spirit soldier was retreating, Zhao Hai had already chased after him. At the same time, Zhao Hai's saber slashed towards the spirit soldier. The spirit soldier's body rolled to the side several times, avoiding Zhao Hai's attack. But at this time, a black vine suddenly drilled out from under the spirit soldier's body. The spirit soldier didn't even have time to react before his head was cut off. When the spirit soldier's head fell to the ground, the vine also disappeared. Needless to say, the vine was naturally iron thread grass. Iron thread grass was able to kill the spirit soldier when he focused all of his attention on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't look at the spirit soldier as he turned around and attacked the other spirit soldiers. At this time, only 3 of the 8 spirit soldiers were left. Of the 5, 1 died in Zhao Hai's hands, 2 died in iron thread grass's hands, and 2 died in stone hammer tree's hands. The remaining 3 were also injured. Zhao didn't show any mercy. He brandished his sword and killed the 3 men in a few moves. After killing the 3 men, Zhao rummaged through their bodies and took their gold coins as well as their weapons. Then he got up and left. After leaving the battlefield, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. To be honest, he hadn't killed anyone for a long time. Before, his soul was trapped in the spiritual space, so he could only watch little crane grass experience. He simply didn't have the opportunity to kill. Although he wasn't a bloodthirsty person, the feeling of killing wasn't unfamiliar to him. Now that he killed someone, this feeling was very familiar. This made his heart somewhat emotional. However, Zhao Hai quickly calmed down and walked forward. At the same time, Zhao Hai became more careful. He was very clear that if the Tiger Soul country wanted to deal with him, then they wouldn't just send a small team. They would certainly send a lot of people. Now that he killed this team, it wouldn't take long for the other teams to know about it. When the time comes, the other teams would know that he was here, and he would be in even more danger. Logically speaking, Zhao Hai's best choice at this time was to turn back. However, Zhao Hai didn't do so. He was very clear that he still hadn't entered the 100,000 mountains. If he turned back now, then his trial would be considered a failure. He didn't want to give up halfway. If he really counted, then it would be almost a year since he came out. It was clear that his trial could only be carried out in the 100,000 mountains. If he went back now, then his trial wouldn't have any meaning. The Hu clan's trial was very cruel, but at the same time, the Hu clan's trial was the best opportunity for people to temper themselves. It wasn't just tempering one's strength, it was also tempering one's heart. Although Zhao Hai's heart didn't need to be tempered, the trial still needed to be carried out. Moreover, it wouldn't be Zhao Hai's style to give up just like that. Moreover, Zhao Hai also wanted to use this trial to understand his current strength. Previously, Little Crane Grass didn't have a clear understanding of his strength. Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen. Therefore, he wanted to use this trial to fully understand his strength. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you won't be defeated. In 100 battles. Zhao Hai now needed to understand his own strength before he could deal with the enemy better. After all, his current body wasn't his original body. If he didn't understand his strength well, then he might really be in danger. Zhao Hai was very clear that he wouldn't come to the Soul Realm for no reason. In addition to the trial, there must be something else. For example, the Soul Realm's biggest enemy, the Destroyer. What was the Destroyer? How strong was it? Zhao Hai wasn't very clear about it. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to understand his strength as soon as possible so that he could prepare himself for the Destroyer in the future. Along the way, Zhao Hai carefully moved forward. At night, he would find a relatively safe place to rest. At the same time, he would also make the plants around him alert him. After walking for 3 days, he didn't encounter any enemies. However, Zhao Hai didn't relax. Although he did what he needed to do, he was always vigilant. Today, Zhao Hai was resting. It was already noon. Zhao Hai ate a baobao fruit while he rested. At the same time, he also maintained communication with the plants around him. However, his current position was very disadvantageous for a plant master. This was because he was now on a barren mountain. But this barren mountain was somewhat strange. It was because there were stones everywhere and not many plants. This kind of environment was the most disadvantageous for a plant master. But for Zhao Hai, it didn't matter. He could maintain a strong fighting strength in any environment. Therefore, he chose to rest here at noon. After eating a baobao fruit, Zhao Hai stood up and looked at the woods not far away. The birds in the woods were startled and flew away. Moreover, the plants also told Zhao Hai that someone was approaching him. Zhao Hai looked up at the sky. There was a small black dot hovering in the sky. Zhao Hai knew that he was being watched by a beast soul. Moreover, the other party had a hawk soul that was very good at tracking. Since he was in a barren mountain, it was easy for the hawk to track him. Through the plants, Zhao Hai learned that the other party had a total of 20 people. Moreover, they were rushing towards him at full speed. It would only take a few minutes for them to arrive. If Zhao Hai wanted to run now, he could still enter the woods and deal with them. At that time, even if he didn't make a move, he could still use the plants to eliminate them. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do this. He wanted to know how strong he was right now. Zhao Hai believed that he would encounter all kinds of enemies in the future. He would also have to fight in all kinds of environments. If he were to fight in water, or in the desert, or in very cold conditions, then other than the iron tree, other plants wouldn't be able to help him. In this case, he could only rely on his own strength. Therefore, he wanted to know how strong he was. Zhao Hai's hand moved as the bullhead drum appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai held the bullhead drum as he calmly stood on the barren mountain, waiting for the other party to arrive. Not long after, the forest shook, and a group of people came out of the forest. When these people saw Zhao Hai holding the bullhead drum, they couldn't help but stare blankly. Then they couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai's head. When they saw the small grass soul on top of Zhao Hai's head, they couldn't help but stare. Then a person with an elephant soul on top of his head slowly walked out. This person's stature was very tall, about 2 meters tall. His stature was also very majestic. However, compared to Zhao Hai, he was still lacking. On his back was a large saber. The saber's shape was very strange. The saber had a large arc on its body, making it look like an elephant's trunk. The person looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane field grass." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Why did you come so late? I've been waiting for you for a long time. What happened? Did you find the corpses of the 8 people? But you're really slow." If I didn't want to use you to test my strength, then I would have already left. You wouldn't have been able to find me. But it's not too late now. Let's do it. The elephant's soul looked at Zhao Hai, who was even more majestic than himself. His eyes flashed with suspicion. One must know that Zhao Hai's stature wasn't like this. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Hai's soul was a small grass, then he wouldn't have thought that Zhao Hai was the crane field grass he was looking for. Even if Zhao Hai admitted his identity, he still couldn't understand why Zhao Hai became like this. But no matter what, they have already discovered Zhao Hai. Naturally, they would go all out to kill Zhao Hai. This was the order they received. When the elephant's soul waved his hand, everyone took out their weapons and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also waved the bullhead drum to meet them. Both sides clashed. Zhao Hai's current strength was extraordinary. Moreover, his defense was amazing. Moreover, his speed wasn't a problem. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of a group battle. Among the opponents, there were beast soul beasts, soldier soul beasts, and plant soul beasts. These people had all kinds of moves and weapons. Some of them were very strong. There were also plant masters. However, these plant masters didn't use their seeds. They just used their own plant weapons to attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai now understood why Hu Yuan said that most plant masters would use vine-type weapons. The plant masters that he encountered were mostly using vine-type weapons. Only a few of them used other weapons. These people knew that Zhao Hai was a plant master. Therefore, they thought that Zhao Hai's weapon was also an ordinary plant weapon. However, when they fought, they found out that the weapon in Zhao Hai's hand was an ordinary plant weapon. It was filled with killing intent. Although it was incomparably heavy, Zhao Hai's moves were also very powerful. As long as one was hit by the bullhead drum, then they would either die or be injured. The elephant soul leader also participated in the attack. His sword was also very heavy. However, his sword wasn't enough in front of Zhao Hai's bullhead drum. His sword collided with the bullhead drum once and almost fell out of his hand. Therefore, he didn't dare to use his sword against Zhao Hai's bullhead drum again. The two sides only fought for an hour before half of the 20 people were eliminated by Zhao Hai. Of the remaining 10 people, 5 of them were injured. Upon seeing this, the leader of the group, the elephant soul, immediately ordered, "Retreat." Then he prepared to lead his people to retreat. However, Zhao Hai didn't give him the opportunity. Seeing that they were about to leave, Zhao Hai's mind moved as he released a batch of demonic plants from his soul object space, blocking all of them. Just as Zhao Hai was about to go forward and deal with these people, he suddenly felt a gust of wind above his head. Zhao Hai stared, then he moved to the side and dodged the attack. Then he turned his head and saw that it was a large eagle that attacked him. The eagle didn't stop attacking, it flapped its wings and wanted to fly away. How could Zhao Hai let go of this opportunity? He waved his hand as the iron thread grass appeared in his hand and entangled the eagle. The eagle let out a few sorrowful cries and tried to struggle. Zhao quickly walked over and flicked his finger on the eagle's head. The eagle immediately fainted. After the eagle fainted, Zhao Hai wanted to take it back to the space. However, he discovered that he couldn't. This caused Zhao Hai to stare. Then he reacted. This eagle should be the battle pet of one of the remaining people. Since that person wasn't dead, then the eagle must have an owner. It was impossible for him to take it back to the space. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai didn't hold back. He waved the bullhead drum in his hand and attacked the remaining people. Before long, all of them were slaughtered. After collecting the spoils of war from those people, Zhao Hai tried to take the eagle back to the space. After taking care of everything, Zhao Hai left the barren mountain and headed towards the 100,000 mountains. He was currently in the mountains, there were no landmarks here. Therefore, he didn't know if he was in the 100,000 mountains or not. He didn't have the mood to care about that, he just wanted to move forward. He believed that he would be able to enter the 100,000 mountains. He didn't know if it was because the 20 people didn't have time to report their disappearance, or if there were no pursuers at all. In the next few days, Zhao Hai didn't encounter any enemies. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised. However, the fact that the enemy didn't pursue him was also a good thing. Zhao Hai returned to his previous state, he focused on cultivating and observing the plants. After walking for about 10 days, Zhao Hai was finally certain that he had entered the 100,000 mountains. This was because he saw several special plants that could only be found in the 100,000 mountains. The 100,000 mountains could be said to be a paradise for plant masters. This was because there were many mountains and vegetation here. Relatively speaking, there were also more magic plants here compared to other places. Unfortunately, the people of the 100,000 mountains didn't pay much attention to plant masters. They even suppressed plant masters to a certain extent. The Tiger Soul country was a country established by Beast Soul masters. In this country, Beast Soul masters had the highest status, followed by Soldier Soul masters, craftsmen, and finally, plant masters. The people of the Tiger Soul country suppressed plant masters for a reason. They were afraid that plant masters would become stronger. This was because there were too many plants in the 100,000 mountains. If the number of plant masters in the Tiger Soul country reached a certain level, and if there were too many experts, then it would be very difficult for Beast Soul masters to dominate the country. In fact, this could be seen when Zhao Hai was attacked by the Spear Soul master in the Blade Soul country. The Spear Soul master didn't pay much attention to plant masters. The plant masters that he brought were all transferred from the Tiger Soul country. To be honest, the Tiger Soul country didn't have any good plant masters. When Zhao Hai saw the plants that were unique to the 100,000 mountains, he was very happy. Not only because he finally entered the 100,000 mountains, but also because he could see more plants. Zhao liked to stay with plants more and more. This feeling was really good, very good. So now, like the little crane grass, he began to pay more attention to the plants. After walking for 7 days in the 100,000 mountains, Zhao Hai was observing a small tree. This tree wasn't very big, nor was it a rare species. The reason why Zhao Hai paid attention to it was because it was sick. It seems like there were small insects growing on it. Zhao Hai was cleaning the small tree of the insects, and at the same time eliminating the insect eggs. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly heard the sound of a wild boar. The sound was filled with boundless anger. This made Zhao Hai curious. He really wanted to know what angered the wild boar. One must know that in the forest, ordinary animals wouldn't dare to provoke a wild boar. This was because the wild boar's fighting strength wasn't weak. The wild boar's skin was thick, and with its fangs, as well as its strength, it was like a small tank living in the forest. Even tigers, black dogs, and other animals wouldn't easily provoke a wild boar. However, Zhao Hai didn't look at it. Instead, he first dealt with the insects on the small tree. Then he went to look at the nearby trees. He wanted to see if those trees were also affected by the insects. Fortunately, those trees were very ordinary, they weren't affected by the insects. After communicating with the plants, Zhao Hai understood the situation in front of him. But after knowing the situation, Zhao Hai was stunned. This was because he heard from the plants that there were people hunting wild boars in front of him. This made Zhao Hai very curious. He decided to go and take a look. The reason why Zhao Hai made this decision was because the other party couldn't be the people chasing him. It was impossible for the people chasing him to make such a big movement. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to go and take a look. After walking for about 10 minutes, Zhao Hai heard a noise. Zhao Hai immediately activated the plant's eyes. Sure enough, he saw that not far in front of him, some people were surrounding several wild boars. Among the wild boars, there were 3 big boars and 4 small boars. The 3 big boars were panting as they charged towards the people surrounding them. The people surrounding them were all experienced hunters. They were in groups of several people. Some of them were holding nets while others were holding bows and arrows. They dealt with the wild boars together without any injuries. Of course, the most important thing was that these people were all soul bearers. Their clothes were also coarse linen. It was obvious that they were nearby villagers. It was impossible for them to be the people chasing him. Zhao Hai directly walked over. Before long, he arrived at the periphery of the battlefield. At this time, one of the big wild boars was killed. The other 2 were also injured. However, wild boars were still wild boars. Not only did the injured wild boars not run away, they were even more ferocious. The 2 wild boars charged towards the same direction. In that direction, there were 4 people holding a large net waiting for them. Upon seeing the 2 wild boars rushing over, the 4 people holding the net immediately separated. At the same time, they opened the net and covered the 2 wild boars. At this time, an old voice said, "Quickly let go. The 4 of you won't be able to hold the net." As soon as the old man spoke, the 2 wild boars rushed into the net. The 4 people felt a huge force coming from the net, causing them to fall to the ground. But at the same time, they heard the old man's words, so they didn't let go. The 2 wild boars carried the net and rushed forward. At this time, the hunters were stunned. This was because they didn't know when, but a sturdy man appeared behind the 4 people holding the net. When the 2 wild boars rushed past him, the sturdy man stepped on the net. It was as if the 2 wild boars hit a cliff. Everyone was stunned. These hunters knew how terrifying the wild boars were. The 4 of them weren't able to stop the 2 wild boars. But now, a single person was able to stop the 2 wild boars. How much strength did this person have? One must know that he used the strength of 1 foot to stop the wild boars. This was much more difficult than using one's hand to stop the wild boars. After Zhao Hai forced the 2 wild boars to stop, he directly raised his fist and punched the 2 wild boars in the head, knocking them out. Then he turned to the hunters and smiled faintly, "Hello everyone, may I ask where this place is?" These people were also pulled back from their daze by Zhao Hai's words. But at the same time, they couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Zhao Hai, who was 2.5 meters tall and had a body full of muscles, was standing in front of a group of people who were less than 180 centimeters tall. The group looked at Zhao Hai in horror. At the same time, they quickly gathered together, each and every one of them had a vigilant expression on their faces. At this time, an old man came out of the crowd. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Respected sir, this is Mount Endless Mountain. We are all villagers of Mount Endless Mountain." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled at the old man and said, "Hello sir, I'm a plant master. This time, I came out to train. I've been wandering around the mountain for a long time, so I didn't know where this place is. I just heard the sound of wild boars, so I came to take a look. Can you let me go to your village to get some supplies?" When the old man heard Zhao Hai, he looked at the grass knoll above Zhao Hai's head and immediately said, "Welcome, welcome. Being able to provide assistance to Sir is our Shen family's pride." Although plant masters were suppressed to a certain extent in the Tiger Soul country, this was only relative to the higher-ups. For ordinary people, plant masters were still existences that they had to respect. For them, whether it was plant masters or craftsmen, they were all nobles. When Zhao Hai heard the old man, he smiled and said, "Thank you, elder. Elder, these 2 boars haven't been killed yet, I just knocked them unconscious. You can take care of them." The old man nodded. When the old man heard Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai wanted to give the 2 wild boars to them. One must know that there was a rule in the wilderness that whoever hunts the prey gets to keep it. Because of this, even if Zhao Hai used their net, the 2 wild boars were indeed knocked down by Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai doesn't give them the 2 wild boars, then they can't say anything. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you sir." "Sir, please." Zhao Hai nodded and followed the old man. At the same time, the old man called someone over and told him to deal with the 2 wild boars. In addition to the 3 big wild boars, the small wild boars were also dealt with by these people. They didn't kill the small wild boars. Instead, they planned to bring them back to the village and raise them for a period of time. They would kill them when they were a little bigger. This hunting trip could be considered a fruitful one, but the old man didn't care so much. He kept leading Zhao Hai forward, and Zhao Hai kept talking to the old man while paying attention to the surrounding plants. From the old man, Zhao Hai knew that Mount Lingshan was a very ordinary mountain in the 100,000 mountains. The Xianxia Valley was located in a small valley below Mount Lingshan. It could be said that this place was isolated from the rest of the world. From here to the nearest city, they had to climb 3 mountains and walk for about 5 days before they could reach the official road. From the official road, they had to walk for about 3 days before they could reach the city. In other words, it would take them at least 8 days to go from their village to the city. This round trip would take more than half a month. However, Zhao Hai could now be considered to have entered the 100,000 mountains. The situation in the 100,000 mountains was like this: there were more mountains than flat land. There were more places without roads, and less places with roads. This was the reason why other people couldn't attack the Tiger Soul country. This was because there were too few roads in the 100,000 mountains. If the Tiger Soul country were to be invaded, then they could destroy the roads in the shortest time possible and then attack the enemy from the woods. This was because the people of the Tiger Soul country lived here for a long time. It was common for them to climb over mountains. Because of this, their offensive power was the strongest in mountain warfare. The Xianxia Valley was not far from where they were hunting. After walking for more than an hour, they came out of the forest. Not far from the forest was a valley. This valley was not very big. A small village was located in the valley. This small village had at most a few dozen households. All of them were wooden. They were scattered in the valley. Some of the gentle slopes of the valley were planted with grains. All the flat lands in the valley that could be planted were also planted with grains. Looking at this small village in the mountains, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. This person's ability to survive was really strong. A place like this wasn't suitable for people to live in. There was very little land that could be cultivated, and transportation was also very inconvenient. In such a place, even if people were to work non-stop for a year, they would only be able to eat and wear at most. Zhao Hai was led by the old man into the Xianxia Valley. When the people of the valley saw a stranger come back with the hunting team, they were very curious. When they saw Zhao Hai's height, they were very scared. The women and children even hid in their houses, not daring to come out. Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about this situation. His current body wasn't his original body. With his current height and muscles, he was like a giant to ordinary people. He was as scary as a monster, so it was normal for them to avoid him. The old man looked at Zhao Hai with some worry. He was really afraid that Zhao Hai would be unhappy. When he saw that Zhao Hai wasn't unhappy, he felt relieved. He said to Zhao Hai, "Sir, please come with me. Can you rest in our house today?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go." The old man led Zhao Hai forward. Before long, they arrived in front of a big wooden house. This wooden house had a total of 3 rooms. It looked very imposing. When the old man arrived in front of the wooden house, an old woman came out of the house. When the old woman saw Zhao Hai, she was startled. She turned her head to the old man. The old man looked at her and said, "Sir Plant Master, he was training in the mountains and just happened to pass by here. He wanted to rest here for the night and prepare some food for Sir." The old woman nodded and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai turned his head to the old man and said, "Old man, I've chatted with you for a long time, but I still don't know your surname?" The old man smiled and said, "Sir is too polite." This old man's surname is Shin. Everyone in the Xianxia Valley has the surname Shin. "Sir, please come in and have a seat." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed the old man into the room. Upon entering the room, one could see that it was a small living room. Actually, it wasn't really a living room. There was only a square table inside. There wasn't anything special. The old man invited Zhao Hai to sit down and then personally poured tea for Zhao Hai. In a place like this, it was impossible to have tea at home. For people like them, tea was a luxury. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only drink plain water. However, Zhao Hai wasn't used to it. When he was in the wilderness, he drank plain water. Therefore, he didn't care about it at all. After drinking a bowl of water, Zhao Hai looked at Old Shen and said, "Old Shen, are you and your wife the only ones in your family? Are your children at home?" Old Shen smiled and said, "I won't hide it from Sir. When this old man was young, I was a small manager in a caravan outside the mountain. Later on, when I got older, I returned to the Xianxia Valley. However, the boss took a liking to this old man, so he let my 2 sons enter his caravan. Now, my 2 children are managers in the caravan." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's like this. Then I must congratulate Old Shen." Old Shen smiled and said that he didn't dare. However, his expression was very proud. Zhao Hai looked at Old Shen's appearance and couldn't help but smile. However, he didn't care about it and just casually chatted with Old Shen. Before long, Old Shen finished preparing the meal. Although there wasn't anything good in the mountains, because they were hunters, there was still a lot of meat. However, there was a lot of cured meat here, there was very little fresh meat. Although the hunting team came back from hunting today, the game hadn't been divided yet. Therefore, there wasn't any fresh meat to eat. Zhao Hai didn't care about it, he ate a lot of things. Although he received a lot of animals into the space, he still ate a lot of game along the way. Now that he was able to eat the unique flavor of cured meat, it was very much to his taste. After eating, Old Shen tidied up Zhao Hai's room and let Zhao Hai rest. Zhao Hai also wanted to have a good sleep, so he thanked Old Shen and went to his room to sleep. Zhao Hai slept until the sky turned dark. When he came out of his room, he saw Old Shen processing a piece of meat. This piece of meat was fresh pork, it seems to be the meat of the wild boar that was hunted today. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Old Shen quickly stood up and said, "My lord, you're awake. Please drink some water, dinner will be ready soon." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Old Shen, you don't need to be polite. Right, I want to ask, is there anything in the village that I can help with? Especially regarding plants?" When Old Shen heard Zhao Hai, he thought for a moment and said, "There really isn't anything. Our village has very little crops, and we don't have any diseases. It's just that because of the problem of the land, the yield isn't high. This isn't a matter of plants, it's because the land in the village is mostly mountainous. Therefore, it's impossible for the yield to be high." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's for the best. If there's anything that the village needs my help with, please don't hesitate to ask. I'm already very sorry to disturb the village this time. If I can do something for the village, then I'll be very happy." Old Shen quickly expressed his thanks. Dinner was quickly prepared. After eating, Zhao Hai went to rest. He originally wanted to buy some salt in the village. Although he still had some, he didn't have much. At most, he could only use it for a month or so. But when he saw the situation in the village, Zhao Hai was too embarrassed to buy salt in the village. Xianxia was too far from the city. If they went out to buy things, then the village would have to go to the city to buy salt. A round trip would take half a month. This was too troublesome. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't mention the matter of buying salt. He just planned to rest for a night and leave Xianxia tomorrow. Zhao Hai had been in the mountains for a long time. Although there were animals that kept watch for him when he slept, it wasn't every day that he could find a good place to sleep. Today, he finally arrived at the village. Although the bed was a bit small, Zhao Hai still felt very comfortable. Therefore, he went to sleep early. In the middle of the night, Zhao Hai was suddenly awakened. This was because the insects that he released sent him a signal saying that the village was on fire. Zhao Hai jumped up from the bed and opened the window to look outside. He found that the entire village was in a sea of fire. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but sink. The reason why Zhao Hai's heart sank wasn't because of the fire. It was because the fire was deliberately set by someone. Another reason was that he smelled something in the air. Don't forget that besides being a plant master, Zhao Hai was also a pharmacist. He had a good understanding of herbs and medicines. Naturally, he also knew about knockout drugs. When he woke up, he smelled a faint smell of knockout drugs. This was also the reason why he slept so soundly. Now, the situation in the village was even worse. There were fires everywhere, but no one came out to put out the fire. It was clear that everyone was under the influence of the knockout drugs. Looking at the intensity of the fire, it was clear that it was set by someone. Otherwise, the fire wouldn't have spread everywhere. Moreover, the fire almost surrounded the entire village. This was definitely abnormal. Zhao Hai quickly tidied up his belongings. Then he picked up a quilt and went outside. He wet the quilt with water and then rushed into Old Shen's room. Old Shen and old Madam Shen were sleeping soundly. They didn't know what was happening outside. Zhao Hai knew that the two were under the influence of the knockout drugs. He immediately poured some water on their faces. The two groaned and woke up. When Zhao Hai saw that the two had woken up, he immediately said, "Old Shen, old Madam Shen, get up quickly. The village is on fire." When the two heard Zhao Hai, they immediately woke up. They sat up and saw the light coming through the window. Old Shen's face paled. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Darren, what's going on?" Zhao Hai replied, "From the looks of it, someone set the fire." Old Madam Shen, you should immediately go to the village to save people. Everyone seems to be under the influence of the knockout drugs. Soak them with water and then cover them with the quilt. Then think of a way to escape from the village. Be quick. Old Shen was also a person who had seen the world. At this time, he also woke up. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, I'll go now." After saying that, she stood up and quickly put on her clothes. Then, she hugged the quilt and ran out. Aunt Shen did the same. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and didn't say anything. He wrapped the wet blanket around his wooden chest. Then, with a move of his hand, the bullhead drum appeared in his hand, and he rushed out. As soon as Zhao Hai stepped out of the Shen family's house, he heard two blood-curdling screams. Zhao Hai was shocked. He looked outside and saw that old Shen and Aunt Shen had collapsed in the courtyard. 2 arrows as thick as eggs had pierced through their bodies. Blood was spilling out of their mouths. It was obvious that they wouldn't survive. Zhao Hai's eyes turned red. He could see that the arrows weren't ordinary arrows. They were arrows shot from a ballista. These arrows were very lethal to professions. This was because the range of these arrows was about 1,000 steps. Moreover, even if it was 1,000 steps away, it could still pierce through an iron shield. It was definitely an incomparably powerful weapon. But now that these arrows appeared here, there was only one possibility. This place was surrounded by the army, and the ones who set the fire were the army. And in the Tiger Soul Nation, the only ones who could do this were the Tiger Soul Nation's army. At this time, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. It was as if the air was being torn apart. Zhao Hai didn't dare to be negligent. He brandished the bullhead drum in his hand and protected his body. After a few clanging sounds, Zhao Hai felt his arm shake a few times. Several arrows were blocked by him. However, this also allowed Zhao Hai to find the position of the other party. They were on a mountain not far from him. Zhao Hai knew that it was impossible to save the people in the village. He immediately released the iron thread grass and went straight towards the mountain. At the same time, he took the bullhead drum and rushed towards the mountain. Zhao Hai was very clear that the other party had a lot of people. Moreover, it was very likely that they had already surrounded the village. If he didn't go up the mountain as soon as possible, then he would become a target. Then it would be even more troublesome. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. Then his figure flashed to the side. Several arrows were shot at the place where he was standing. When Zhao Hai saw that this wasn't going to work, he immediately called the iron thread grass back. Then he used the man-plant fusion technique to fuse himself with the iron thread grass. After that, his body slowly sank into the ground. Zhao Hai's move was something that the other party didn't expect. When Zhao Hai disappeared, they really didn't know what to do. Now that the village was on fire, it was impossible for them to rush into the village to find Zhao Hai. At the same time, they also had to be careful. They couldn't let Zhao Hai come out from under their feet and attack them. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately attack them. When he went underground, he immediately thought that he could use this method to save people. However, he could only wake the villagers up and let them find a way to escape. As for whether the villagers would be shot to death by the enemy's arrows, Zhao Hai really couldn't do anything about it. The other party even used military arrows. Moreover, they surrounded the entire village with fire. It was obvious that they didn't want the villagers to live. In this case, it was hard to say how many people would survive. Fortunately, the village wasn't big. Excluding the houses that were burned to ashes, there weren't many houses that Zhao Hai could ask for. There were only 20 or so houses. After Zhao Hai woke the villagers up, he told them to find a way to escape. However, they had to pay attention to the people outside who would attack them with arrows. In this case, the villagers panicked. They didn't care about Zhao Hai's words and ran out in panic. However, they were quickly killed by the arrows. After Zhao Hai called a few families, the results were all like this. This made Zhao Hai very disappointed. At the same time, he felt boundless anger. He wasn't a soft-hearted person, but the enemy used such methods to deal with these innocent villagers. This made Zhao Hai very angry. At the same time, he was angry at his own powerlessness. However, Zhao Hai calmed down. He knew that there was no point in calling the villagers at this time. After the villagers woke up, they wouldn't listen to him. They would definitely run out. The villagers were ordinary people. It was impossible for them to remain calm. Therefore, what he needed to do now wasn't to find those people as soon as possible. It was best if he could kill those people surrounding the village. Otherwise, the villagers wouldn't be able to survive. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's figure once again went underground. Then, he dived in the direction where the arrows came from. Just when he was halfway up the mountain where the arrows came from, Zhao Hai suddenly felt something digging in front of him. Zhao Hai was startled. Then, he immediately understood. It seemed that the enemy had sent out battle pets to find him. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sneer. Although those battle pets could also drill into the ground, for Zhao Hai, those battle pets couldn't be that useful. This was because he dived deeper than those battle pets. This time, Zhao Hai dived to a depth of about 20 meters. Although it wasn't the deepest, this depth wasn't something that those battle pets could compare to. Not many battle pets could sneak into the ground. At most, there were some rats, pangolins, snakes, or ants. Under such circumstances, the most likely ones to sneak into the ground were the rats or pangolins, which were very good at digging holes. Those battle pets were generally only used for vigilance or surveillance, and they were not good at fighting. Also, those battle pets couldn't dig holes very fast, and they couldn't go that deep into the ground. However, Zhao Hai believed that the enemy must have other ways to guard against him. But he wasn't worried. Instead, he went straight up the mountain. After a while, he reached the mountain. However, he didn't immediately go underground. Instead, he moved his hand and the iron thread grass appeared in his hand. Then, the iron thread grass emerged from the ground. Sure enough, when the iron thread grass was about 3 meters above the ground, it encountered a lot of rats and ants. Seeing this, Zhao Hua understood the enemy's plan. They wanted to use this method to find him so that they could make preparations in advance. However, this also reminded Zhao Hai. He thought of something and made the iron thread grass make a bigger noise when it drilled outside. Then, he slowly went to the ground from another direction. On this hillside, there was an army of 1,000. There were 10 ballistas in the entire army. All the soldiers wore light leather armor and held weapons in their hands. In this army of 1,000, there were many ordinary soul-bearers, about 700 of them. As for other professions, there were about 300 of them. Among these 300, there were 100 beast soul-bearers, 50 plant masters, 100 craftsmen, and 50 soldier soul-bearers. It could be said that their strength was absolutely incomparable. At this time, the beast soul-bearers in the army closed their eyes and felt something. Suddenly, 2 beast soul-bearers opened their eyes at the same time and said, "They're coming. Everyone, be careful. They're near the 5th ballista. Get out of the way." Following the words of the 2 soul-bearers, the entire army moved in an instant. They immediately made way for the 5th ballista. At the same time, they formed a larger encirclement around the 5th ballista. As for the ballista, they didn't move it away. One must know that the ballista was very heavy. It wasn't easy to move it. Everyone stared at the 5th ballista nervously. Before long, they could hear a slight rustling sound. Everyone became nervous. The ordinary soldiers were holding their weapons so tightly that their knuckles turned white. Suddenly, the ground moved. Then a black shadow drilled out of the ground. Upon seeing this shadow, everyone was stunned. This was because this wasn't Zhao Hai, but a black blade of grass. When a plant master saw this blade of grass, his expression changed as he said, "Not good. It's iron thread grass. Everyone, be careful." Just as he finished speaking, not far behind him, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the ground. As soon as this black shadow came out, the iron thread grass also rushed out. At the same time, the black shadow had a huge bullhead drum in his hand. Then, a large number of plants appeared in the middle of the group. This army of 1,000 was caught unprepared by this sudden change. However, they seemed to be elites. When they felt this change, the professions among them immediately moved. Several soul-bearers and soul-bearers who were closest to Zhao Hai immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai roared. At the same time, he swept the bullhead drum in his hand. those who rushed towards him were swept away. Then Zhao Hai killed his way into the crowd. When Zhao Hai entered the crowd, he was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Nobody was his opponent. Those who were swept away by the bullhead drum, whether they were professions or not, were all swept away. What was different was that the professions that were swept away by Zhao Hai wouldn't be harmed. On the other hand, if ordinary soul-bearers were swept away by Zhao Hai, they would only have their bones broken. At the same time, the demonic plants that Zhao Hai released also began to show their might. These plants were all demonic plants. Each of them had their own characteristics. However, these demonic plants weren't easy to deal with. Not to mention these demonic plants that were being nourished by Zhao Hai's natural energy. At this time, the mountaintop was in chaos. At the same time, the changes on the mountaintop also alarmed the people on the other mountains. In order to deal with Zhao Hai, the Tiger Soul country sent a total of 5,000 people. These 5,000 people occupied the mountains around the Xianxia. Now, the mountain where Zhao Hai was at suddenly had a huge battle. When they thought about how Zhao Hai suddenly disappeared, the people on the other mountains understood what was going on. Therefore, they immediately surrounded the mountain, wanting to kill Zhao Hai. Actually, the reason why the Tiger Soul country sent so many people to deal with Zhao Hai was because they thought that Zhao Hai wasn't alone. In their opinion, it was impossible for a plant master to kill 8 of their rough soldiers and then wipe out 20 of their elites. Moreover, in their opinion, many of those who were killed by heavy weapons. In this case, they suspected that the Blade Soul country had sent an elite team to infiltrate the Tiger Soul country in order to wreak havoc. In the end, when they found out that Zhao Hai had entered the Xianxia, they thought of a way to set fire to force Zhao Hai and the others out. While setting the fire, they also used knockout powder. Even if they couldn't kill everyone, they could at least burn a few people to death. At the same time, after forcing them out, they would attack with arrows. As for whether the people in the Xianxia were dead or alive, they didn't care at all. For them, the death of a few hundred people in a small cave wasn't a big deal. After these people died, they could even announce that it was the Blade Soul country's team that did it. They could even use this as an excuse to attack the Blade Soul country and splash dirty water on them. Even if they couldn't get any benefits from the Blade Soul country, they could still disgust the Blade Soul country. Although the people in Xianxia were all people of the Tiger Soul Nation, the lives of these ordinary people were nothing in the eyes of the Tiger Soul Nation's higher-ups. They didn't care about the lives of these people. In their opinion, killing the enemy was the most important thing. The death of a few ordinary people wasn't a big deal. In any case, if these ordinary people died, no one would know who did it, and no one would investigate. Because of this, the higher-ups felt relieved and dared to do this. The attitude of the Tiger Soul country's higher-ups towards the common people was just like their country's name. They were like wolves and tigers. In their eyes, the common people were no different than pigs and sheep. Compared to the Tiger Soul country, the Blade Soul country's attitude towards the common people was much gentler. This can be seen from the living standards of the people of the two countries. In the Tiger Soul country, the common people were on the verge of starvation. Not having enough to eat was a common occurrence. First, it was because the Tiger Soul country didn't have much land. Second, it wasn't because the country didn't have a lot of plant masters. Moreover, the level of plant masters was very low. Because of this, the country's grain production couldn't increase. Third, it was because the Tiger Soul country's taxes were very heavy. The Tiger Soul country didn't have much land, so its grain production was very low. However, there were a lot of mountains and a small population. In this case, the beasts in the mountains were enough to feed the people of the country. Additionally, there were a lot of medicinal herbs in the mountains. In this case, the common people of the Tiger Soul country should have a good life. However, it was a pity that the Tiger Soul country's taxes were too high. The taxes that the common people had to pay were almost twice the amount of taxes that the common people of the Blade Soul country had to pay. In this case, it was already good that the common people didn't starve to death. As the saying goes, subordinates follow the example of their superiors. If the Tiger Soul country's higher-ups had such an attitude towards the common people, then there was no need to count on the people below. Because of this, the common people of the Tiger Soul country were no different than pigs and sheep. In order to deal with Zhao Hai, the people of the Tiger Soul country didn't hesitate to burn the Xianxia to ashes. When Zhao Hai discovered that there was a group of 1,000 people on the mountain, he knew that he wouldn't be able to save the common people today. Moreover, it was impossible for him to destroy this group of people. After Zhao Hai arrived on the mountain, he immediately communicated with the plants on the mountain. He also knew that there were people on the other mountains. Moreover, the number of people wasn't less than this mountain. He knew that if he didn't leave this place as soon as possible, then he would be in danger. Although his current strength wasn't weak, Zhao Hai was very clear that the difference between his current strength and his original strength was like heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, it was better for him to leave. However, even though he was about to leave, Zhao Hai didn't show any signs of retreating. The bullhead drum in his hand was still dancing so fast that no one could get close to him. However, nobody noticed that there was an iron thread grass under Zhao Hai's feet. Zhao Hai attacked for a while before the iron thread grass wrapped around Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai disappeared from the top of the mountain along with the magic plants. After that, Zhao Hai never appeared again. When the people on the top of the mountain counted the results of the battle, they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. After the battle with Zhao Hai, they had 1,000 people. Now, they only had 500 people left. Among them, they had lost nearly 100 people in terms of professions. This loss was too terrible. One must know that Zhao Hai was only one person. Although he had a lot of magic plants to help him, this loss was still very shocking. While these people didn't understand why Zhao Hai retreated at this time, they suddenly heard footsteps. They immediately understood that their reinforcements had arrived. No wonder Zhao Hai ran away. One must know that with the strength that Zhao Hai had shown, he had the ability to wipe out 1,000 people. The leader of this 1,000 people team was a wolf spirit warrior. His face was pale and he had some injuries on his body. This injury was caused by the iron thread grass, it almost cut off his arm. At this time, another 1,000 people team arrived at the top of the mountain. From this team, a big man walked out. This big man was very tall and his soul was a bear soul. When the bear soul looked at the battlefield, his expression changed. Then he turned his head to the wolf spirit warrior and said, "Old wolf, what's wrong? Did you suffer a loss this time? Just one person?" The wolf spirit snorted and said, "We suffered a loss, it's just one person." Damn, that person isn't an ordinary plant master. Now we can be sure that it's not a team from the Blade Spirit Nation, it's just one person, a plant master with a grass-type soul. But damn, this plant master's strength is even greater than yours. He has dozens of magical plants in his hands, we were careless and suffered a big loss. Damn, this is too suffocating. When the bear spirit warrior heard the wolf spirit warrior, his expression changed and he said, "Just one person? A plant master's strength is greater than mine? Is that possible?" The wolf spirit warrior coldly snorted and didn't say anything. Another wolf spirit warrior beside him said, "Captain Bear, it's true. That guy is about 5 meters tall and he's holding a huge bullhead drum. I think that bullhead drum weighs more than 2,000 kilograms. With a wave of his hand, anyone who touches it will have their bones broken. Moreover, he can also escape underground. Even if we wanted to chase him, we wouldn't be able to catch him. Moreover, he also has a lot of magical plants around him. Not just one or two, but dozens of them. I think that he might be a combat plant master specially trained by the Saber Spirit Nation. Coming to our Tiger Spirit Nation this time, he must have some unspeakable secret." The bear spirit warrior looked at the person who spoke. He knew this person, he was the vice captain of the wolf team. He was also the younger brother of the wolf team's captain. The two brothers' temperament was similar to wolves, they were very proud. They wouldn't lie about this matter. The bear spirit warrior thought for a moment and said, "That kid should be the crane field grass." However, his situation is somewhat different from what the information said. What do you think about this matter? Did that kid hide his strength when he was in the Saber Spirit country? Or did he have a fortuitous encounter that increased his strength? The leader of the wolf spirit warriors said in a deep voice, "No matter what gave him such strength, we have to kill him. He is a dangerous person. If we let him return to the Blade Spirit country alive, he will be a great threat to us. The bear's soul nodded and said, when they arrive, we'll discuss it together. He can escape underground, but I don't think he can stay underground for too long. The only problem is that he's a plant master. We can't track him down no matter where he goes. Our Tiger Soul country has a lot of forests. Once he enters the forest, it would be very difficult for us to deal with him. The bear soul warrior nodded and said, all right. The wolf spirit said in a deep voice, he has already entered the forest. Do you think that he will come out of the forest? After all, the people in this village aren't his relatives. He doesn't need to take revenge for them. If we want to deal with him, I'm afraid it would be very difficult. Moreover, if we want to deal with him, it would be useless even if we have more people. I think we should ask the higher-ups to send a hunting squad. When the bear spirit warrior heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, send a hunting squad? Is it necessary? Is he really that strong? The wolf spirit warrior's captain said, it's absolutely necessary. If we don't send a hunting squad, then with our current strength, we wouldn't be able to deal with him. The bear spirit warrior didn't say anything. He just looked at the battlefield and nodded. The hunting squad that the two spoke of was a secret force of the Tiger Spirit Country. Just like the Saber Spirit Country's Saber Guard army, these hunting squads generally wouldn't appear on the battlefield. However, their strength was very formidable. Hunting squads were generally composed of professions. Each squad had 10 to 50 people. Moreover, the composition of each squad was very reasonable. There were plant masters, craftsmen, soldier soul, and beast soul. Moreover, these people must have their own unique skills. In other words, any one of these hunting squads would be an expert. Naturally, hunting squads weren't easily dispatched. Hunting squads generally carried out the most dangerous tasks. For example, entering other countries to carry out assassinations, protecting the country's top officials, chasing down powerful prisoners, and so on. In short, they were the most dangerous tasks. Now that the wolf spirit warrior said that he would send a hunting squad, the bear spirit warrior was naturally surprised. However, when he saw the destruction of the battlefield, he felt that it wasn't impossible to send a hunting squad. One must know that there was 1,000 people here before. 1,000 people, and yet half of them were destroyed by a single person. If such a person wasn't worth sending a hunting squad, then no one was worth sending a hunting squad. Zhao Hai still didn't know that the other side was preparing to send their most elite troops to deal with him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. However, he wasn't too far away from the battlefield. He just went to the forest behind the hill before he drilled out from the ground. Although Zhao Hai can use the iron thread grass to drill into the ground, he can't stay underground for too long. He also can't go too deep. About 100 meters underground should be his limit. This was also because his body was very strong. If his body wasn't strong enough, then he wouldn't be able to go that deep. Moreover, if he stayed underground for a long time, then there would be a big problem, and that was breathing. If he stayed underground for too long, then he wouldn't be able to absorb. Even the iron thread grass couldn't stay underground for a long time. After all, plants also need to breathe. Zhao Hai drilled out from the ground and monitored every movement on the hill. But at this time, the bear spirit warrior and the wolf spirit warrior already talked about the hunting squad. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know about this matter. He just wanted to see what these people would do next. Not long after Zhao Hai drilled out from the ground, the captains of the other 3 teams also arrived at the hill. After several discussions, they decided to withdraw their troops. When they were discussing, they naturally mentioned the hunting squad. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any idea about the Tiger Soul country's hunting squad. As for what he was afraid of, he naturally didn't know. The main reason why Zhao Hai monitored these guys was because he wanted to take their lives. Although they killed the people of the Tiger Soul country, strictly speaking, they didn't have much to do with Zhao Hai. However, the people of the Shen family were still good to Zhao Hai. And since they died because of Zhao Hai naturally wanted to take revenge for them. Cultivators paid attention to karma. If he didn't take revenge for those people, then the karma between Zhao Hai and the people of the Shen family would be formed. This would be very detrimental to his future development. A team of nearly 5,000 people was moving forward on the mountain path. Although there were a lot of people and they were carrying a lot of things, it was clear that these people were used to the mountain path. Throughout the entire process, they didn't feel any discomfort. After hearing the sound of footsteps and orders, you couldn't hear anything else. From this point, it can be seen that this team was an elite. Zhao Hai stood on top of a mountain and quietly looked at the team below. This army was definitely an elite. Although they were only marching, the front, rear, and middle troops were all in contact with each other. Moreover, their formation wasn't messed up at all. When they encountered an attack, they could react in the shortest time possible. There was no problem with this kind of march. However, the problem was their path. Their path was a mountain path and wasn't very wide. Therefore, their speed wasn't very fast. However, attacking them wasn't an easy thing. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and pondered for a moment before he finally decided to attack. The mountain path was very narrow. If he attacked them from the back, they wouldn't be able to send too many people to attack him. Even if they send experts to attack him, they wouldn't be able to send too many people at once. This way, Zhao Hai can guarantee that he can leave calmly. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's hand moved as the bullhead drum appeared in his hand. Then he jumped down from the mountain and went straight to the back of the army. When Zhao Hai jumped down from the mountain, the people in the army had already noticed him. They immediately shouted and prepared themselves. The professionals in the team took out their weapons and were ready to attack Zhao Hai. Boom! Zhao Hai directly jumped into the army. The soldiers all held their weapons and stabbed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai swung the bullhead drum in his hand. The soldiers who were attacking him with weapons were all swept to the side. There was no chance for them to get close. Just as Zhao Hai was attacking the soldiers, a loud shout was heard. Then a huge figure jumped from behind the soldiers and rushed towards Zhao Hai. He was holding 2 sledgehammers in his hands. These sledgehammers were the size of watermelons and looked very heavy. Zhao Hai looked at the person and discovered that the soul on his head was actually a bear soul. He knew that this person was a professional, so he also shouted and stabbed the bullhead drum in his hand. The bear soul roared and swept his hammer towards Zhao Hai's bullhead drum. Dang! Zhao Hai felt the bullhead drum in his hand shake. Then the bullhead drum bent and bounced back. Although the bear soul managed to bend the bullhead drill's rod, he was also affected by the recoil force of the bullhead drill. His body fell to the side, and he managed to avoid the bullhead drill's recoil attack. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good, you have some strength." When he said this, the surrounding soldiers raised their weapons and attacked him. Zhao Hai's body was suddenly covered in armor and blocked the attacks. Then Zhao Hai took back his bullhead drum and swept the soldiers away. At this time, the soldiers parted to the sides and several soul soldiers came over. These soul soldiers were all holding long spears. They stabbed towards Zhao Hai. Their spears were white. It was clear that they were using battle chi. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good." Then he swept his bullhead drum towards the soul soldier's long spear. When the soul soldier saw the huge bullhead drum in Zhao Hai's hand, his spear slightly trembled. He wanted to dodge the bullhead drum in Zhao Hai's hand. However, Zhao Hai just smiled faintly and turned his bullhead drum into a smash. His figure flashed to the side and dodged Zhao Hai's smash. However, the soul soldier's spear couldn't reach Zhao Hai. Then the other soul soldiers also rushed over. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai laughed and said, "This young master will be leaving today. This young master will be back on that day." After he said that, his figure moved and rushed towards the cliff. Everyone who blocked his path was swept away by his bullhead drum. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and ran down the cliff. When the others saw Zhao Hai jump down the cliff, they naturally couldn't chase after him. However, the expressions of the soul soldiers weren't good. The soul soldier who attacked Zhao Hai with his twin hammers was the bear captain. He didn't manage to kill Zhao Hai and instead almost fell down the cliff. This made his expression even uglier. At the same time, he had a clear understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. The bear soul put away his weapon, then he turned to the wolf soul and said, "Old wolf, it seems like we're in trouble this time. That guy seems to be entangled with us. Damn, I've never seen such a strong plant master before." The bear soul put away his weapon, then he turned to the wolf soul and said, "Old wolf, it seems like we're in trouble this time. The wolf spirit cultivator frowned and said in a deep voice, I keep feeling that this isn't his original strength, but what kind of plant master cultivation method in this world can allow a plant master to have such great strength? This is too strange. The bear soul soldier thought for a moment and said, I really don't know. Forget it, don't worry about it. Let's be more careful in the future. We don't have any other good methods right now. Once the hunting team arrives, we'll be able to relax. The wolf spirit didn't say anything, he just nodded. Then the two began to reorganize the team and calculate their losses. After calculating the losses, both of them were surprised. Zhao's attack had only lasted for about half an hour, but in the end, they had lost hundreds of people. These hundreds of people weren't all dead, but all of them were seriously injured. It was certain that they wouldn't be able to fight anymore. In the end, it was hard to say if these people would still be able to fight, they might even end up as disabled soldiers. At this time, Zhao Hai used the iron thread grass to return to a nearby mountain. This attack on the team could be said to have succeeded by half. At the same time, Zhao Hai knew that there were a lot of experts in this team. It was impossible for him to destroy this team alone. Zhao Hai sighed. He knew that his strength was still too small. If he was a bit stronger, then it wouldn't be as troublesome to deal with these people. Strength, he still needed to improve his strength. Thinking of this, Zhao no longer thought about dealing with those people. He still wanted to go to the depths of the mountains to improve his strength, and also to avoid the brunt of the attack. Zhao Hai had heard the name hunting squad from these people more than once. Although he didn't know what this hunting squad was, Zhao Hai knew that the people in this hunting squad were definitely not weak. He didn't want to have a conflict with them in their territory. As long as he entered the jungle, then with his strength, it wouldn't be easy for the other party to find him. He could then smoothly complete his training. After making up his mind, Zhao Hai carried his box and directly entered the jungle. He didn't look at the hunting squad anymore. Being able to pick up and let go, this was the state of mind that a cultivator should have. For a period of time, Zhao Hai had been practicing in the jungle. At the same time, he was also observing the plants. However, the places that he went through were all cleaned up, leaving no traces behind. Even if the other party wanted to find him through the plants, they wouldn't be able to find him. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't know that this had unknowingly allowed him to escape a fatal disaster. The Tiger Soul Country's hunting squad was very famous in various countries. In the Blade Soul Country, a lot of politicians were killed by the hunting squad. The hunting squad's strength was definitely stronger than the Blade Soul Country's Blade Guard Army. In fact, the Blade Soul Country's Blade Guard Army was modeled after the hunting squad. However, the strength of the Blade Soul Country's Blade Guard Army was still a lot worse than the hunting squad. If Zhao Hai entered the jungle carefully, then the hunting squad wouldn't be able to track him. Although the hunting squad had a lot of strange people, some of them could even communicate with animals. However, communicating with animals was similar to communicating with plants. The information they received was very vague. Insects and small animals couldn't be communicated with at all. Therefore, it was impossible to track Zhao Hai through animals. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about these things. He wasn't thinking about looking for magic plants right now. Instead, he was concentrating on observing the ordinary plants. Then he made notes and strictly recorded the growth process of each plant. Of course, there were some plants that had a longer growth cycle, so Zhao would try to plant them himself. For example, pine trees. How did a pine seed germinate and slowly grow into a small sapling? It was very difficult for him to observe how a wild pine tree grew. In this case, Zhao Hai had to plant a few pine seeds and then observe them slowly germinate and grow into small seedlings. This process alone would take a long time. Zhao Hai's supplies had already been used up. All the salt he ate was the mineral salt that Xiaomao and the others grew. If it weren't for Xiaomao and the others, then he wouldn't have any salt to eat at all. In this way, Zhao Hai cultivated in the mountains for more than a year. If it was little crane grass from before, then he wouldn't have been able to persist for such a long time. This was because little crane grass was old. Although his previous living environment was relatively closed, there were always people accompanying him. If he were to stay in the jungle for such a long time, then little crane grass wouldn't be able to stand it. However, Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai was a cultivator, and cultivators weren't afraid of seclusion. Therefore, when Zhao Hai cultivated alone in the jungle, he didn't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, he chatted with the plants and animals. These days were very comfortable. Time passed day by day. One day, after Zhao Hai finished observing the germination process of a plant, he couldn't help but calculate the time. He discovered that it had been 2 years since he left the Hu clan. And now, he was still in the 100,000 mountains. If he were to go back now, then it would be 3 years before he reached the Hu clan. By then, his trial would be over. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai decided that it was time to go back. On the way back, Zhao Hai wanted to go through the Jade Mountain. This way, he would be able to return to the root village and see if his parents were still there. If his parents were gone, would those people still cause trouble for the root village? Zhao Hai's journey back was a lot faster and more relaxed. After all, there was nothing that could threaten them. However, he didn't stay idle along the way. He would observe the plants when he needed to. Moreover, the things he observed this time were different. He was observing the plants that had lost their life. He wanted to see how these plants would react when they were sick. Along the way, Zhao Hai saw a lot of sick plants. Naturally, after observing the situation of these plants, Zhao Hai was able to cure them. When Zhao Hai passed by the Snowman's Mountain, he stayed there for 2 more days. After drinking some holy fruit wine with the snowman, he left. On the way through the Green Poison Valley, Zhao Hai was once again attacked by mosquitoes. However, these mosquitoes didn't even enter Zhao Hai's eyes. Although these mosquitoes attacked Zhao Hai, they couldn't even break his skin. The current Zhao Hai was completely different from the little crane grass. In the past, these mosquitoes were able to attack the little crane grass, but now, these attacks were nothing in Zhao Hai's eyes. After passing through the Green Poison Valley, Zhao Hai didn't go in the same direction as before. He circled around the forest before heading towards the root village. By the time Zhao Hai came out of the Jade Mountain, it had been 3 years since he left the Hu clan. This was a lot later than he expected. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. The duration of the trial was 3 years. 3 years was the minimum standard. There were some people from the Hu clan who went out for 4 or 5 years. The reason why Zhao Hai was in a hurry to return to the Hu clan was because Hu Yuan told him not to return too late. He still had other tasks to complete. Therefore, Zhao Hai had no choice but to return. When Zhao Hai arrived at the root village, he discovered that the village was still very peaceful. There were still people talking inside the village. When Zhao Hai saw this, he felt relieved. He slowly came out of the forest and walked towards the village. Just as he arrived at the village's entrance, a person came out of the village. This person had a bow on his back. It was obvious that he was going to hunt in the mountains. Zhao Hai knew who this person was. He was called Xianxia. He was an old hunter in the village. Although he was an old hunter, he wasn't very old. He was only around 30 years old, about the same age as Tianzhuang. However, when he was 10 years old, he followed his father to hunt in the mountains. Therefore, he was called an old hunter. When Tianzhuang saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he showed a puzzled expression. At the same time, he was also on guard. However, when he saw the grass sole on Zhao Hai's head, he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen Sir. May I know why Sir has come to our root village? What do you need us to do?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then Zhao Hai didn't understand where the problem was. When he left, he was only 1.7 meters tall. But now, he was 2.5 meters tall. Therefore, it was normal for Tianzhuang to not recognize him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly at Tianzhuang and said, "Uncle Shun, it's me. I'm Crane Grass. You don't recognize me?" When Tianzhuang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he carefully looked at Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai's body was taller, his face didn't change much. Because of this, Tianzhuang was able to recognize him. However, he still couldn't help but ask, "Are you really little Crane Grass? But how did you become like this?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I can't help it. When I was in the forest, I had a fortuitous encounter and practiced a strange technique. In the end, I became like this." Hearing this, Xianxia nodded, then happily said, "Good, it's good that you're back. Crane grass, you don't know, but ever since your parents moved away from Tree Root Village 3 years ago, we thought that you would never come back. Good, now that you're back, let's go to Uncle's house. Uncle has hunted a lot of game these past few days, so let Auntie cook some for you. You can have a good meal. Look at your long hair, how long has it been since you came out of the woods? How long have you been out of the forest?" Zhao Hai touched his hair, then he embarrassedly said, "It's been a long time." "Forget it, don't worry about him. I'm craving Auntie's game." "Right, Uncle Shun, how's the village? Is the cooperation with the Lu family going smoothly?" Tianshan nodded and said, "It's good, it's good. The cooperation with the Lu family is also very smooth. No matter what, Tian Niu is now in charge of Green City. And with your face, the Lu family has been taking good care of the village." "Right, Crane Grass, why did your family move?" What Tianshan wanted to ask was also what everyone in the village wanted to know. Zhao Hai looked at Tianshan, then he smiled bitterly and said, "At that time, my family had no choice but to move. Uncle Shun, you don't know, but at that time, I provoked a powerful enemy. The enemy was chasing after me, so I was afraid that they would harm my parents. Moreover, if my parents stayed in the village, then it was very likely that they would implicate the villagers. Therefore, I had people take my parents away and let them go to a safe place. Once they left, the village would be safe." Tianshan nodded and said, "So it's like this. The villagers didn't know why your family moved, but they're still taking care of your family's old house. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded. When the two walked into the village, the villagers also saw them. However, the villagers didn't recognize Zhao Hai, so they all looked at Zhao Hai curiously. Tianshan looked at the villagers and knew what they were thinking. He laughed and then said loudly, "Villagers, don't look. This is Little Crane Grass. He came back to see us. How is it? Can't you recognize it?" Hearing Tianshan's words, the people in the village were stunned. Suddenly, someone opened his mouth and said, "Shanzi, don't talk nonsense. How could this lord be Crane Grass?" Zhao Hai looked at the person, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, I'm really Little Crane Grass. I became like this because I was cultivating. Can you see my soul?" The person who spoke was the village chief. When he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but carefully size up Zhao Hai. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "Oh, it's really Little Crane Grass. Little Crane Grass, how did you get it? How did it become like this? Oh, you're making us go and recognize it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, I also don't want to be like this. However, there's a problem with cultivating. I also don't want to be like this. Look at my body now, I need to use a few feet of cloth to make clothes." At this time, the villagers also knew Zhao's identity. Now that they heard what he said, they couldn't help but laugh. The people in the village liked the Little Crane Grass very much. Because of its intelligence, the village had become the wealthiest village in the area. The villagers were very grateful to him. Now that they saw that Zhao Hai had returned, the villagers were naturally very happy. Because of this, they came forward and wanted to get closer to Zhao Hai. Then the village chief gave an order for everyone to go home and prepare delicious food. Today, the village would hold a big banquet. Nobody objected. They all nodded and then turned around to go home. Zhao Hai wanted to stop them, but he didn't stop them. After arriving at Tianshan's home, Tianshan immediately had his wife prepare food. At the same time, Zhao Hai used this time to ask the village chief about the village's current situation. From the village chief, Zhao Hai knew that the village's current situation was very good. The cooperation with the Lu family was still ongoing. Moreover, the Lu family didn't have any problems. Now, the village had become a famous rich village. Young men and women from other villages wanted to marry into the village. Because of this, the village's population had increased a lot compared to before. Knowing this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He immediately told the village chief that he wouldn't be able to stay in the village for too long. Before he left, he wanted to give the villagers a physical examination. The village chief didn't object. In the past, Little Crane Grass always did these things. He was already used to it. Therefore, he directly nodded and told Zhao Hai to rest for a day before giving the villagers a physical examination. There was no need to rush. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He nodded and then told the village chief why their family moved away. When the village chief heard that Zhao Hai had provoked a powerful enemy, he felt relieved. In fact, even if their family didn't provoke a powerful enemy, it didn't matter. In the village chief's opinion, Zhao Hai was already a plant master. With his high status, it was naturally impossible for him to return to this small village. He would certainly settle down in a big city. Then naturally, he would bring his parents to live a comfortable life. If he didn't take his parents away, then it would be strange. Then the villagers set up a big banquet. After Zhao Hai had a big meal, he returned to Tian Shun's house. Zhao Hai knew that he didn't need to be polite with the villagers. This was because the villagers had watched him grow up and had always treated him as their own child. If he was too polite with them, then the villagers would be angry. They might even ignore Zhao Hai in the future. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't hold back. When he returned to the village, he ate and drank as he pleased. This made the villagers like him even more. The next day, Zhao Hai gave the villagers a body check. He didn't find any major problems. Then Zhao Hai carried the wooden box and left the village, heading towards Emerald City. After arriving at Emerald City, Zhao Hai stayed at Tian Niu's house for 2 days. When Tian Niu and the others saw Zhao Hai, they were shocked. After all, Zhao Hai's physique had changed too much. When little Yu first saw Zhao Hai, she was scared. After recognizing Zhao Hai, she kept pestering him. But now that little Yu was a big girl, Zhao Hai treated her as his own sister. Moreover, little Yu also regarded Zhao Hai as her brother, not her lover. Therefore, the two got along very well. Moreover, he heard that little Yu was already engaged. The person she was engaged to was a child of the Lu family. He was very capable and had a good family background. However, Zhao Hai still decided to meet this person when he had time. After all, little Yu was like his own sister. If that person wasn't good, then Zhao Hai wouldn't agree to this marriage. After staying at Tian Niu's house for 2 days, Zhao Hai left Emerald City and headed towards Jiyun Mountain. He wanted to see his old gate and also take a look at little Yu's fiancée. However, he didn't take a boat and was prepared to walk. After all, he still hadn't finished his training. Now that he was in the Saber Spirit Nation, it was impossible for the Spear Spirit who had a conflict with him to keep watching him. The Saber Guard Captain, Iron Hammer, also couldn't keep targeting him. After all, his identity was there. He was a core disciple of the Hu family, not just anyone could provoke him. Iron Hammer could do some small tricks behind his back, but he didn't have the courage to keep targeting Zhao Hai. Even if he did some small tricks, he was still warned by the Hu family. Therefore, he didn't dare to target Zhao Hai now. At least, before he saw Zhao Hai, he wouldn't target Zhao Hai. The journey was very safe. However, Zhao Hai spent most of his time in the woods. He cultivated along the way and observed the plants along the way. He was now really interested in the profession of a plant master. After walking for nearly a month, he finally arrived at Jiyun City. After arriving, he went straight to the Lu family. This wasn't the first time that Zhao Hai came to the Lu family. Naturally, he wouldn't go the wrong way. After a while, he arrived at the Lu family's gate. There were 2 servants standing in front of the gate. Zhao Hai didn't know who these 2 servants were. However, it was also impossible for him to know everyone in the Lu family. Therefore, he went straight to the Lu family's gate. The 2 servants had already noticed Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai was currently in the Lu family's territory. People who didn't come to the Lu family wouldn't be able to sense his presence. And with his outstanding figure, it was hard for them not to notice him. When the servants saw Zhao Hai's figure, their stomachs began to spin. And when they saw the sole item on Zhao Hai's head, they didn't dare to be impolite to Zhao Hai. Therefore, when they saw Zhao Hai arrive in front of the Lu family's gate, the 2 servants immediately greeted him. They bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "We have seen Sir. May I know what business does Sir have with the Lu family?" The Lu family was a family of soul soldiers. Naturally, they didn't need to be polite to a plant master. However, with Zhao Hai's figure, as well as his imposing aura, the two servants didn't dare to neglect him. Zhao Hai looked at the two servants and smiled faintly. There's no need to be so polite. I'm here to look for someone. Excuse me, is the gate manager here? I'm his adopted grandson, I'm here to look for him. When the two servants heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Then they looked at Zhao Hai suspiciously. One of them asked, Sir, are you really the gate manager's adopted grandson? But sir, your figure? How come we've never heard the gate manager mention it before? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Oh, this. It's because I recently went out to train. I practiced a special technique that caused my figure to change. You can go and ask my adopted grandfather. He'll be able to recognize me when he comes out. The two naturally didn't dare to ask any more questions. One of them nodded and quickly ran into the mansion while the other invited Zhao Hai to the gate room to rest. Sounds of footsteps could be heard coming from the Lu mansion. When Zhao Hai heard the familiar footsteps, he knew that it was the old man. He immediately stood up and walked towards the door. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw the old man quickly walking over. When the old man saw Zhao Hai, he was startled. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's body would become like this. The old man looked at Zhao Hai with surprise. Then he carefully looked at Zhao Hai's face and was convinced that this strong man was indeed his adopted grandson, Little Crane Grass. The old man was startled and said, Bower, how did you become like this? When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. But he didn't say anything, he just said, Grandpa Men, it's because I practiced a special technique that my body became like this. I participated in the Hu clan's trial and just finished it. I was preparing to return to the Hu clan, so I came here to see you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Grandpa Men. I've been practicing a special technique. The old man nodded and said, All right, let's go. Come with me. I'll tell the master about your arrival. He will certainly be very happy. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything else. The two quickly arrived at the old man's courtyard. Inside the courtyard, Zhao Hai saw Men Qing, who had been studying with the old man. Men Qing was now a small steward of the Lu family, but he still took care of the old man. Moreover, he had always been very respectful. Today, he came to see the old man, but when he heard that Zhao Hai had arrived, he decided to stay. Men Qing also knew Little Crane Grass. Therefore, when he saw Zhao Hai, he was startled. After seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Men Qing was startled and said, Little Crane Grass, you're really amazing. You actually grew so tall and strong. This is too scary. I say, what did you eat in the end? How did you grow so tall? Zhao Hai laughed heartily and said, What I eat is all good stuff, all delicacies from the mountains and wild game, much better than what you eat. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Are you jealous? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Men Qing also laughed. Then he turned to the old man and said, Third Grandpa, I'll go arrange for them to prepare some delicious food for you. What do you think? The old man nodded and said, Go, but don't send it over yet. Go and tell the patriarch. The patriarch still doesn't know that Bower is here. The old man nodded and turned around to leave. After the old man had Zhao Hai sit down, he carefully asked about his life in the past few years. Zhao Hai also gave a simple explanation. He only said that he went to the Jadeite Mountain for training and then went to the 100,000 Mountains. As for the conflict with the Tiger Soul country, he didn't mention it. Even so, the old man was still startled. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this bold. He actually dared to go from the Jadeite Mountain to the 100,000 Mountains. One must know how many people wanted to do this, but in the end, they all died. Now that Zhao Hai was successful, the old man was very surprised. However, the old man was also a knowledgeable person. Seeing that Zhao Hai was fine, the old man didn't say anything. He just gave him some instructions. At this time, Men Qing came in from the outside and said, Third Grandpa, the patriarch has gone to see Crane Grass. The old man stood up and nodded, Bower, let's go. Come with me to see the patriarch. The patriarch has taken care of the tree root village these past few years. He also took care of me. Show some respect to the patriarch. Zhao Hai nodded and nodded. Then he followed the old man to the courtyard. When they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, they saw Lu Yunfei and Lu Runli walking out. When the two saw the tall figure of Zhao Hai, they stopped. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with their mouths wide open. Their faces were filled with fear. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled bitterly. Then he gave the two a salute and said, "I have seen Patriarch Lu and Brother Renli." Lu Yunfei looked at Zhao Hai. After a while, he recovered. He couldn't help but mutter, "My God, I didn't believe what they said. This change is too big. Crane grass, how did you do it?" Zhao explained with a wry smile. Lu Yunfei and Lu Renli didn't ask any more questions, because this was related to cultivation methods. If they asked, it would be tantamount to inquiring about other people's details, which they couldn't do. Lu Yunfei and Lu Renli didn't ask any more questions, because it involved cultivation methods. Lu Yunfei and Lu Renli immediately invited Zhao Hai to the living room. They chatted for a while before Lu Yunfei and Lu Renli discovered the changes in Zhao Hai. Although the crane grass was mature and stable, it was still somewhat immature. However, the current Zhao Hai was different. When Zhao Hai did things, it was absolutely watertight. This made the two feel that Zhao Hai had matured. Lu Yunfei and Lu Renli didn't dare to look down on Zhao Hai. The two now regarded Zhao Hai as a young master of a great clan. After chatting and eating, Zhao Hai followed the old man back to his courtyard. With Zhao Hai's current status, it was impossible for the Lu family to not arrange a guest room for him. However, Zhao Hai didn't stay there. Instead, he stayed in the old man's courtyard. In the evening, he accompanied the old man to drink 2 cups of wine. The old man and Zhao Hai chatted for a long time before the two went to rest. In the next few days, Zhao Hai stayed with the Lu family. He chatted with Lu Renli and accompanied the old man. His days were very relaxed. After staying for 5 days, Zhao Hai left Jiyun City and went to the Hu family. In fact, there was a shorter road from Greenwood City to the Hu family. If he went to Jiyun City and then went to the Hu family, he would have to take a long detour. However, Zhao Hai didn't have anything to do right now. He just happened to want to see the old man. The distance from Jiyun City to the Lu family wasn't very far. Zhao Hai traveled all the way and arrived at the Hu family in less than a month. When he arrived at the Hu family's botanical garden, Zhao Hai saw a lot of plant masters coming in and out of the garden. If Zhao Hai hadn't lived in the wild before, then he would feel that these plant masters were good. However, after living in the wild, Zhao Hai thought that these plant masters were a waste of time. Those plant masters who didn't want to go to the wild and only wanted to learn in the Hu family's botanical garden wouldn't have high achievements in the future. This was because the plants in the Hu family's botanical garden were very different compared to the wild. Although they could observe the growth process of the plants here, the growth process was incomplete. There were disasters and pests in the wild, but it was impossible to have them in the Hu family's botanical garden. Even if there were pests, they would be immediately cured. The plant data obtained here would certainly be incomplete. Naturally, in addition to those lazy plant masters, there were also a lot of plant masters who came here to exchange knowledge. These plant masters would also stroll around the botanical garden. These people were much better than the previous kind. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these people. However, those who saw Zhao Hai were surprised. Especially when they saw the grass plant soul on Zhao Hai's head, they were even more surprised. One must know that plant masters generally weren't very strong. Of course, this didn't mean that plant masters' bodies were necessarily bad. Plant masters' bodies were still quite good, especially those who lived in the wild. Their bodies were very good. But no matter how good a plant master's body was, it was impossible for them to reach Zhao Hai's height. It must be known that only special soul soldiers or soul beasts could reach Zhao Hai's height. For a plant master like Zhao Hai to be able to reach this height, he was definitely the first one. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these people. Instead, he went straight to the Hu family's fort. When he arrived at the fort's entrance, he was stopped by 2 people. These 2 were disciples of the Hu family. The 2 looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. Naturally, they didn't recognize Zhao Hai. They were just surprised by Zhao Hai's height. One of the 2 opened his mouth and said, "Hello, may I ask if you came to the Hu family to exchange knowledge or to study?" Zhao Hai looked at the 2 Hu family members and couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Dalong, Brother Erlong, it's you. What's wrong? You don't recognize me?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the two stared. Then they carefully sized up Zhao Hai. Their faces were filled with shock. Finally, they looked at Zhao Hai's grass plant soul and asked with uncertainty, "You're a crane grass?" Zhao Hai nodded, "You're a crane grass?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good, the two of you recognized me. Not bad, not bad." Daolong and Erlong were the children of the Hu family. However, the two of them were talented plant masters. Therefore, they studied together with the Hu family's disciples. The two of them were also familiar with crane grass. They even participated in the family's protection trial. However, because they weren't as strong as crane grass, they didn't participate in the coming-of-age trial. Daolong looked at Zhao Hai in shock and said, "Crane grass, how did you do it? How did you grow so tall? Does natural energy have the ability to increase one's height? I've never heard of it." "Erlong, have you heard of it?" Erlong shook his head and said, "I haven't." "Big brother, don't talk nonsense. If natural energy really has the ability to increase one's height, then wouldn't our Hu family be filled with giants? But look, besides him, is there anyone else in the Hu family who has this kind of physique?" Daolong nodded and said, "That's right, I said crane grass, tell me the truth. How did you get it?" "My goodness, I didn't dare to recognize you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I can't help it. I practiced a special cultivation method and then became like this. Alright, I just came back, so I have to go see grandfather. I'll chat with you later." Daolong nodded, then he said, "Then you should go. Young Miss Xian'er came back. I heard that she's studying with the third elder. If you go, you might be able to see young Miss Xian'er." When Zhao Hai heard this, he quickly said, "Really? That's great. Alright, see you later. I'll go first." After he said that, he turned around and strode towards the fort. Looking at Zhao Hai's tall back, Daolong turned to Erlong and said, "Why do I feel that crane grass has a different aura? It seems to be very powerful." Erlong also nodded and said, "I also felt it. Maybe it's because he suddenly grew taller." "Forget it, big brother," Crane Grass said that he practiced a special cultivation method. Maybe this is true? But does our Hu family have any cultivation method that can make people suddenly grow taller? Daolong shook his head and said, "I've never heard of this. There's no precedent. Forget it, let's just watch the gate." Hu Xian'er came back this time to learn from Hu Yuan. Although Hu Xian'er didn't know how to fight, she still needed to learn how to use natural energy. Therefore, she came back this time to learn the subtle application of natural energy from Hu Yuan. This was also one of the benefits of being in the body-bodied clan. It was impossible for an ordinary force to have such an elder who would teach you how to use the natural energy step by step. It must be known that the subtle application of natural energy was very important, whether it was in battle or in treatment, it was very important. However, Hu Xian'er was still somewhat disappointed. This was because Little Crane Grass went to participate in the coming-of-age trial and wasn't in the valley. Little Crane Grass was brought to the Hu clan by Hu Xian'er. Little Crane Grass didn't disgrace her. After coming to the Hu clan, his reputation as a genius was one of the topics that the Hu clan took delight in talking about. Since Little Crane Grass performed well, Hu Xian'er naturally felt proud. Therefore, she was very fond of Little Crane Grass. Unfortunately, she had been studying at the Saber Sage Pavilion for many years. Therefore, she only saw Little Crane Grass a few times a year. This time, she came back with great difficulty, but Little Crane Grass wasn't at home. Therefore, when she was studying in the valley, she was somewhat absent-minded. Hu Yuan looked at Hu Xian'er's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Xian'er, what are you thinking about? How are your studies at the Saber Sage Pavilion?" Hu Xian'er shook her head and said, "To be honest, my studies there are quite good. Unfortunately, most of my attention is on other things. Moreover, there are always flies following me. It's very boring." Hu Yuan looked at Hu Xian'er's appearance, then he frowned and said, "Oh, so I made the right decision this time. Xian'er, you should stay at home for a while. I think Little Crane Grass will be back soon. I'm going to let Little Crane Grass go with you to the Saber Sage Pavilion. This way, you can take care of him." When Hu Xian'er heard Hu Yuan, she couldn't help but stare. Then she looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Third grandfather, let little crane grass go with me? Is this appropriate? The Saber Sovereign Pavilion has a few enemies of our Hu clan. Isn't it too dangerous for little crane grass to go?" Hu Yuan smiled faintly and said, "You're underestimating crane grass's strength. Before crane grass went to the trial, he wasn't weak. After this trial, his strength will only get stronger. There won't be a problem for him to go with you. Recently, the various forces in the country have become restless. Some people even dared to reach out to the Hu clan. I want crane grass to go to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion and suppress the situation. Once he goes to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, the Hu clan will take care of him. It's time to let those people know how powerful the Hu clan is." When Hu Xian'er heard Hu Yuan, she nodded and said, "So that's how it is. That's good. Third grandfather, you can rest assured. If little crane grass goes to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, I won't let him suffer a loss." Hu Yuan smiled faintly but didn't say anything. He wanted to send little crane grass to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion for two reasons. First, he wanted little crane grass to go there to learn and accumulate some connections. Second, he wanted to protect Hu Xian'er. Now that the Hu clan was in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, there wasn't anyone with strong combat strength. Only Hu Xian'er was there. Hu Yuan was a little worried. He wanted little crane grass to go to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion and protect Hu Xian'er. Zhao Hai walked all the way to the valley. He had an identity card, a Hu clan identity card. However, he had changed a lot compared to before. Because of this, every time he reached an intersection, his identity would be confirmed. This took a lot of time. When he finally arrived at the front of the valley, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Zhao Hai knew that this should be little crane grass's emotion. He took a deep breath and carried the wooden box as he walked towards the valley. Along the way, he communicated with the plants in the valley. He wanted to let them know that he was back. While Hu Yuan was talking to Hu Xian'er, he suddenly felt an aura coming from outside the valley. Hu Yuan's expression changed. He suddenly stood up and turned to Hu Xian'er and said, "Xian'er, be careful. An expert is coming. I'll go out and take a look." When Hu Xian'er heard Hu Yuan, her expression couldn't help but change. She quickly said, "Third grandfather, what's going on? Could it be that someone has sneaked into the valley?" Hu Yuan shook his head and said, "It doesn't seem like it. Although the other party's aura is like that of a tiger, it has a trace of vitality. Moreover, it doesn't have any killing intent. I think that his aura might be related to his cultivation method. He doesn't have any hostility, but he's definitely an expert." As soon as Hu Xian'er heard Hu Yuan's words, she felt relieved. However, she still stood behind Hu Yuan and looked in the direction that Hu Yuan was looking at. Not long after, a tall figure came over from the distance. Upon seeing this figure, Hu Xian'er couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Growing up, she had never seen such a tall person. This was clearly a giant. At this time, she suddenly heard Hu Yuan's surprised voice. Hu Xian'er stared blankly. She also looked at the figure. When she noticed the soul on top of the person's head, she was startled. This was because this person was actually a grass-planted soul. When Zhao Hai saw Hu Yuan and Hu Xian'er from afar, he couldn't help but smile. Then he quickly ran towards them. He was tall and had long legs, so in just a few steps, he arrived in front of Hu Yuan. Then he knelt down in front of Hu Yuan and loudly said, "Grandfather, crane grass has returned." Hu Yuan and Hu Xian'er looked at Zhao Hai blankly. The two of them didn't react for a while. Hu Yuan carefully sized up Zhao Hai. After a while, he confirmed Zhao Hai's identity. Hu Yuan quickly said, "It's really crane grass. Crane grass, what happened to you? How did you become like this? Get up, get up." While speaking, Hu Yuan helped Hu Yuan up. Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, what happened to you? How did your body change so much in just 3 years? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Hu Xian'er also looked at Zhao Hai with a worried expression. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandfather, you can rest assured. I'm fine. Grandfather, Sister Xian'er, let's go inside and talk." Hu Yuan nodded and then led the two back to the wooden house. After entering the wooden house, the three of them sat down. Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai. He wanted Zhao Hai to speak quickly. Zhao Hai smiled and then opened the wooden box on his back. At this time, there was almost nothing inside the wooden box. Inside the wooden box were some large leaves and some papers. There was no doubt that the leaves were full of words. Zhao Hai didn't have a spatial storage space. So every time he went out, although he brought a lot of paper, the paper was not enough. Moreover, the animal skin book was also not enough. Therefore, Zhao Hai found some large and sturdy leaves in the forest and then wrote down the contents that he wanted to record. Zhao Hai took out the paper and leaves, as well as the animal skin book. Then he placed the animal skin book in front of Hu Yuan and said, "Grandfather, this book contains some important contents. The rest are written on the paper and the leaves. Because I've been in the mountains for a long time, I need to write a lot of things. I don't have enough paper, so I wrote it on the leaves." Hu Yuan nodded with a gratified expression and said, "Good, very good. Kid, you're acting like a plant master. A plant master should be like this. Alright, I won't look at these things for now. I want to know what happened to your body." When Zhao Hai heard Hu Yuan, he took a deep breath and said, "Grandfather, you should know that after I left the house, I immediately returned to the village. But when I was on the tree, I encountered a problem. I helped the Blade Guard army, and the people who dealt with the Blade Guard army might be from the Tiger Soul country. Later on, I also offended a squad leader of the Blade Guard army. I was worried about my family, so I decided to return to the village. After that, I told grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother to move to our place. After leaving the house, I went to Green Jade Mountain and then went to the 100,000 Mountains." When Hu Yuan heard Zhao Hai say that he went to the 100,000 Mountains, he couldn't help but be startled. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, you're too bold. That road hasn't been taken yet, you still have the guts to go? Do you know how many people died on that road?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know, grandfather. I just wanted to take a look. If I can't get through, then I'll come back. But I didn't expect that on the way to the 100,000 Mountains, I would encounter a demonic plant called iron thread grass. It took a lot of effort and my communication ability to get the iron thread grass to become my weapon." When he heard Zhao Hai say that he got the iron thread grass as a weapon, Hu Yuan's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, iron thread grass is very good. It's one of the most suitable demonic plants to be made into weapons. Kid, your luck is really good. You actually got the iron thread grass to make a weapon. Good, good." Zhao smiled bitterly and said, "Grandpa, listen to me. After I collected the iron thread grass, I went deeper into the Jade Mountain and came across a valley filled with green fog. I didn't dare to go in directly, so I planned to rest for a day before going in. Later, when I was resting, I found a cave with a skeleton inside. Beside the skeleton were two things. One was this book, and the other was a sword, but the sword could no longer be used. After I buried the man, I read the book and found out that his name was Sword Demon, and that the green fog in the valley was poisonous." "Sword Ghost? You said that person was Sword Ghost? I didn't think that such an expert like Sword Ghosting Feng would die in that place. Then what happened?" Zhao Hai continued, "Later on, I thought of a way to pass through the valley. The valley's poison came from a type of grass, so it wasn't very dangerous. However, there were poisonous animals in the valley that were very dangerous. The iron thread grass could dig underground, so I wanted to use it to dig a hole underground. But I didn't expect that halfway through, I would encounter a nest of poisonous snakes. It took me a lot of effort to escape to the surface, but I didn't expect to be attacked by poisonous mosquitoes. I resisted them on the side of the road and finally drilled into a cave. The cave didn't have any poisonous gas or poisonous beasts, but there was a skeleton inside." "There's more." Hu Yuan and Hu Xian'er felt that Zhao Hai was telling a story. But looking at Zhao Hai's serious expression, the two knew that it might be true. Zhao Hai nodded, then he continued, "In that cave, there was a huge skeleton, about the same height as me. At first, I thought that it was a giant, but later on, I discovered that it wasn't. Next to the skeleton was an iron tree with many words engraved on it. That person was called Demon Ox. He seems to be from the 100,000 Mountains. He inadvertently discovered a body refining technique called the Demon Ox Body Refining Technique. It's very powerful, and it was because of this body refining technique that he became this tall. This time, he came to Green Poison Valley because he discovered that there was a pond in the valley. The pond's water was highly toxic, but it just happened to be used to cultivate the demon ox body refining technique. He practiced there, but he discovered that in order to cultivate the demon ox body refining technique to Desheng, there was a condition, and this condition was that he had to be a plant master. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, the reason why he came to Green Poison Valley this time was because he discovered a pond in the valley. The pond's water was highly toxic, but it was just right for him to cultivate the demon ox body refining technique. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Hu Yuan couldn't help but stare. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Plant master? Why? Zhao Hai replied, the demon ox said that he was a beast soul. When he practiced in the pool, he couldn't block the poison in the pool. The poison was too destructive to his body. In the end, he was poisoned to death. He said that if he was a plant master, then he would have natural energy in his body. He can circulate natural energy while practicing the demon ox body refining technique. Practicing in the pool might be successful because natural energy can repair one's body. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Hu Yuan nodded. Then his eyes shone as he said, You practiced it? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I practiced it. At that time I was trapped in the cave and didn't have many supplies on me. If I didn't practice it, then it wouldn't take long for me to be trapped to death. Even if I didn't die, I would still be bitten to death by those poisonous mosquitoes and snakes. Therefore, I clenched my teeth and practiced the demon ox body refining technique. Moreover, I practiced it in the pool. The process was too painful. For 3 months, I stayed in the pool and didn't come out. During those 3 months, my body changed from what it was at the beginning to what it is now. After saying this, Zhao Hai bitterly smiled. Then he pointed at the book in front of Hu Yuan and said, The demon ox body refining technique was written in the book. But grandfather, I don't think that many people in the family can practice it. The process was too painful. After practicing the demon ox body refining technique, I discovered that the iron ring tree beside the demon ox's corpse was also a demonic plant. Naturally, I wouldn't let it go. So I stored the iron ring tree in my soul and then rushed out of the valley. Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, That iron ring tree is also a demonic plant. Really? What kind of demonic plant is it? Zhao Hai replied, It's true. It looks like a bull's head drum. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the bull's head drum appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. He held it horizontally, otherwise, the thick bull's head drum would have pierced through the roof. Hu Yuan carefully looked at the bull's head drum in Zhao Hai's hand and then nodded, It's true. This really is an iron ring tree. I didn't think that there would be such a tree. Alright, continue. Zhao nodded. After coming out of the valley, I was calm for a while. I didn't encounter anything. But when I passed through a snowy mountain, I encountered a few snow lotuses. I observed them for a while, but on the top of the mountain, I met a group of snowmen. Zhao nodded, then continued, but after a while, I met a group of snowmen. When Hu Yuan heard Zhao Hai, he knit his brows and said, Snowmen? You actually met a snowman? Those things aren't easy to deal with. Their fighting strength is very strong, and they are also very territorial. They love to attack people. When you met a snowman, did they make things difficult for you? Zhao Hai chuckled and said, That's not the case. They also asked me for a favor. There's a big tree in the snowman tribe that was sick. The snowmen might have seen me observing the snow lotus, so they wanted me to treat the tree. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, That's not the case. Hu Yuan nodded and said, That's good. Although there are some legends and records about the snowmen in the continent, there aren't many who actually saw a snowman. A lot of people thought that the snowmen were just legends. They didn't think that you would encounter one. Good, your luck is really good. Zhao smiled. Not only that, after I helped the snowman heal the tree, the snowmen invited me to drink their own wine. Later, they filled a large bowl with their own blood and used a huge bone needle to tattoo my body. After the tattoo, my body became as strong as the snowman's. Zhao smiled. Not only that, after I helped the snowman heal the tree, the snowman even invited me to drink some wine. Hu Yuan stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You had them tattoo you. Aren't you afraid that they would slap you to death?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "How could I dare not agree? There were hundreds of snowmen there. If I didn't agree, I was afraid that they would slap me to death on the spot. But fortunately, they succeeded." Then he stretched out his hand and exerted his strength. A layer of tattoos immediately appeared on his hand. These tattoos were blood red and looked very scary. Hu Xian'er covered her mouth as she looked at the tattoos. She couldn't help but feel a burst of heartache. She was thinking about how much pain Zhao Hai had suffered this time. Just the tattoos alone were enough to cause him pain, and there was also the body refining technique. Hu Yuan nodded, then he said, "Legend has it that the snowmen are all very strong. So your strength shouldn't be small as well? This is also good, you're even stronger now." "What happened after that?" Zhao Hai said, "Later on, I arrived at the 100,000 mountains. When I arrived, I met a group of people who seemed to be waiting for me. When they saw me, they asked me if I was called crane grass. I said yes, so they immediately attacked me. But maybe they didn't know that my strength had increased, so they were killed by me. Then I met another group of people who seemed to be with the group that attacked me before. They also attacked me and were killed by me. After that, I didn't meet anyone else, but I met a hunting village. The people in the village saw that I was a plant master, so they were very enthusiastic and invited me to rest in their place. But I didn't expect that something would happen to me on my first night in the village." Zhao Hai paused here, then he looked at Hu Yuan and Hu Xian and said, "When I arrived there at night, I suddenly felt a trace of danger. But I don't know what happened that day, but I kept wanting to sleep. Later on, I forced myself to get up and found that the village was on fire. Moreover, I also smelled a fragrance in the air. I crawled out of the house and went to the house of the family that welcomed me. When I saw that the old couple was still sleeping, I woke them up and told them to run away. This was because I saw that the fire was set by someone. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the village to be on fire." At this point, Zhao Hai paused. Hu Yuan's expression was very ugly. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then what happened?" Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Later on, when the old couple came out of the house, they were immediately shot dead by military arrows. When I came out of the house, they also attacked me with arrows. However, I still wanted to wake up the people in the village. Unfortunately, when I woke them up, they were too scared and only knew how to run outside. But as soon as they went out, they were shot dead by military arrows. Later on, I braved their arrows and killed my way to a small hill. Only then did I find out that it was a well-equipped team of 1,000 people. They were led by nearly 300 professions. They were definitely regular troops, elite troops." Hu Yuan coldly snorted and said, "Sure enough, it's the Tiger Soul Nation. The ones who attacked the Saber Guards were from the Tiger Soul Nation. No wonder a year ago, the Tiger Soul Nation suddenly sent out a message saying that our Saber Soul Nation had sent an elite squad to their country. In the end, they were discovered by a village and killed all the people in that village. They even set the village on fire. At that time, the king didn't admit it and even fought a lawsuit for a long time. So it turns out that the fire was set by themselves to deal with you, hateful, too hateful. It was really despicable." Zhao Hai stared and said, "So there's such a thing. Shameless, too shameless. They killed people from their own country and still blamed others. Too shameless." Hu Yuan took a deep breath and said, "Forget it, don't be angry. You can't be angry all the time. Tell me, what happened after that? How did you escape?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Escape? At that time, my eyes were red, how could I escape? I rushed over and fought with those people. Fortunately, my strength increased greatly and I killed a lot of them. Later on, the plants around me told me that they had reinforcements. Only then did I escape. Later on, I found out that they had sent 5,000 people and surrounded the village. They really thought that an elite team had arrived and wanted to burn everyone inside. After knowing that I was alone, they decided to retreat. However, they asked their country's hunting team to deal with me." "Hunting team? Did they really send a hunting team to deal with you? Then how did you escape?" When Hu Yuan heard about the hunting team, his complexion changed as he quickly asked. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I didn't encounter a hunting team. After I rushed out, I tried to attack them and found out that they were experts. It wasn't easy to attack them. So I directly entered the dense forest of the 100,000 mountains and observed the plants there. Moreover, I hid all my traces. Maybe because of this, the other party didn't find me. I didn't know how long I stayed in the mountains. Later on, I calculated that it was about time to come back, so I came back from the Jade Mountain and went straight home. When Hu Yuan heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, so it's like this, no wonder. Crane Grass, remember, if you encounter a hunting squad from the Tiger Soul Country, you must join them. Hunting squads from the Tiger Soul Country aren't easy to deal with. Each one of them is incomparably strong, moreover, they are also very ruthless. If you encounter them, kill them if you can, don't hold back. Do you understand? Hu Yuan nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes. Grandpa, rest assured, I won't hold back. Grandpa, my grandpa, grandma, dad, mom, and dad have arrived. I want to go see them. Hu Yuan nodded and said, they've arrived. They're in the fort. Hee hee. You can go see them. Also, your little brother. When he was a year old, I went to see him once. He's very cute. But unfortunately, he's only a soul seeker, not a soul plant seeker. Zhao Hai smiled and said, isn't that better? After becoming a soul plant seeker, they know how dangerous it is. As long as they can live their lives peacefully and happily, they'll be fine. Grandpa, I'll be going. Hu Yuan nodded. Zhao Hai stood up and gave a salute to the two. Then he turned around and left. When Zhao Hai left, Hu Xian'er turned to Hu Yuan and said, Grandpa, do you think what He Chao said is true? Why does it sound so mysterious? Hu Yuan replied, it's certainly true. I know He Chao quite well. Even if he's hiding something from us, it wouldn't be a big matter. You can rest assured. Come, take a look. What did this kid do in the past 3 years? If I'm not wrong, he must have done a lot of things in the past 3 years. Hu Xian'er smiled, then she looked at the little crane grass with Hu Yuan. The first thing Hu Yuan looked at was the leather book. Zhao Hai didn't get rid of the words written by Sword Demon Yin Feng, but instead kept them. Naturally, Hu Yuan saw everything. When he saw the words and the ink, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't lying, and that it really was written by Sword Demon Yin Feng. Hu Yuan looked at the book and saw the ink, so he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't lying. The latter part was written by Zhao Hai. It was a very detailed record of the cultivation method of the demonic ox body refining technique, as well as his thoughts after cultivating it. When Hu Yuan saw the demonic ox body refining technique, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. He now knew why Zhao Hai said that only a few people could cultivate the demonic ox body refining technique. Hu Yuan sighed and put the leather book on the table. His face showed a happy expression. From the records, he could see that Zhao Hai had indeed suffered a lot. However, he had matured a lot, and his strength had improved a lot. This was what made Hu Yuan the happiest. In Hu Yuan's opinion, if a disciple of the Hu clan didn't suffer such hardships, then they wouldn't be qualified to call themselves a disciple of the Hu clan. And for Zhao Hai to come back alive, this was already a victory. Hu Xian'er looked at Hu Yuan and suddenly stopped. She was puzzled as she picked up the leather book and looked at it. After looking at the cultivation method of the demonic ox body refining technique, Hu Xian'er couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Then she turned to Hu Yuan and said, Third Grandpa, can these methods really be cultivated? Isn't this too torturous? Why do I feel that this doesn't look like a cultivation method? Hu Yuan smiled faintly and said, this cultivation technique is definitely real, but this cultivation technique is definitely not a modern one. In the past, there was a kind of profession in the soul realm called body cultivator. This kind of body cultivator was mostly ordinary soul bearers. They used all kinds of bitter cultivation to make their bodies reach a very terrifying degree. But in the last war with the destroyer, most of these body cultivators died in battle. The cultivation technique they practiced wasn't passed down. I think this is a body cultivator's cultivation technique. Crane Grass was lucky enough to obtain it. Hu Xian'er looked at Hu Yuan and said, Third Grandpa, do you think that Crane Grass was really lucky? Practicing this technique, if you make a mistake, you'll die without a burial place. This technique is too terrifying. Hu Yuan sighed and said, his luck is really good. He actually managed to cultivate this cultivation method. Crane grass's strength has exceeded my imagination. However, his existence has also attracted the attention of the Tiger Soul Country. The people of the Tiger Soul Country must know about what he did in the Tiger Soul Country. I think we should send him to the Saber Sage Pavilion as soon as possible. Hu Xian'er nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, she said, it's good to let him go to the Sovereign Saber Pavilion for a while. However, everyone who goes to the Sovereign Saber Pavilion will be noticed by the other countries. The other countries will do everything they can to kill the people in the Sovereign Saber Pavilion, especially the combat professions. If Crane Grass enters the Sovereign Saber Pavilion, then he might be attacked. Is that okay? Hu Yuan smiled faintly and said, there's nothing wrong with that. Actually, with little Crane Grass's strength, he doesn't need our protection. It's time for him to fly alone. Although he's my disciple and my adopted grandson, he's not surnamed Hu. I'm afraid that he'll have his own ideas. Therefore, we should let him fly alone for a while. Hu Xian'er nodded and didn't speak. She just looked at the things that Zhao Hai recorded. The things that Zhao Hai recorded were really useful. This was because he didn't just record the growth process of plants, he also recorded the growth process of plants in other environments. He even recorded the process of the plant's diseases, the treatment, and so on. He recorded everything in detail. While looking at the things that Zhao Hai recorded, Hu Xian'er was amazed. After a while, she turned to Hu Yuan and said, Third Grandpa, look at the things that Crane Grass recorded. These things are really useful. How did he think of them? How can he record these things? It seems that no one in our family has made such records before. Hu Yuan took the things in Hu Xian'er's hand and looked at them carefully. Then he nodded and said, Good, the records are very good. This kid is very considerate. Hu Xian'er also nodded. It was actually very easy to distinguish if a person was doing something diligently or not. The things that Zhao Hai recorded made people know that he was really diligent. At this time, Zhao Hai was with his family. He also saw his younger brother. Naturally, when his family saw him, they were also surprised. But when they found out that he became like this because of his cultivation, they were relieved. As for his younger brother, he was also very cute. Zhao Hai liked him very much. After chatting with him for a while and having a meal together, Zhao Hai returned to the valley. When Zhao Hai returned to the valley, Hu Yuan and Hu Xian'er were still there. After Zhao Hai saluted the two, he sat down. Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, I have something to tell you. You're going to follow Xian'er to the Sovereign Saber Pavilion to study for a while. What do you think? When Zhao Hai heard Hu Yuan, he stared. Then he looked at Hu Yuan and said, Grandpa, what's wrong? Is Sister Xian'er in danger at the Sovereign Saber Pavilion? Hu Yuan smiled and said, That's not the case. Xian'er is our Hu clan's representative in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion. Who dares to disrespect her? But He Chao, some of the big clans in the Saber Spirit Nation are expanding their influence very quickly. Some of them have even begun to challenge our Hu clan. These fights have even been brought to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion. Xian'er is the only person from our Hu clan in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion. She doesn't know how to fight, so although nobody dares to provoke her, outsiders will think that our Hu clan is weak. Therefore, I want you to go to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion for a period of time to stabilize the situation and let them know how powerful our Hu clan is. Don't worry, although you can't kill in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, you can still kill a few people without any problems. If someone is blind and wants to fight with you, then even if you kill them, they will die in vain. With our Hu clan's current strength, we really don't need to fear anyone. Do you understand what I mean? Do you understand? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Yes, Grandpa. I understand. You can rest assured. I'll go to the Sovereign Saber Pavilion. I want to see how strong those people are. Hu Yuan smiled faintly and said, Rest at home for a while and accompany your family. Xian'er also needs to study for a while. When she goes to the Sovereign Saber Pavilion, you can go with her. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, I'll listen to Grandpa. Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Alright, go take a rest. If you want to go home and rest, then you can. At your current level, you don't need to learn anything. As long as you work hard and improve your natural energy, then you'll be fine." Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Alright." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he stood up and bowed to Hu Yuan before turning around and leaving. He wanted to go home and accompany his family. Although he wasn't the original little crane grass, he had seen and experienced the process of little crane grass growing up. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't feel any disgust or discomfort towards little crane grass. He felt that little crane grass was his family. He also liked to stay with his family. The news of Zhao Hai's return to Ji Fort didn't spread. Just like when he went out for training, not many people in the Saber Spirit country knew about it. Many people didn't even know who he was, let alone his identity. It can be said that little crane grass hasn't caused any commotion in the Saber Spirit country yet. In the following period of time, Zhao Hai stayed in Ji Fort with little crane grass. He spent time with little crane grass, his grandparents, his parents, and his 3-year-old brother. Zhao Hai's family lived a good life. They have their own courtyard in Ji Fort. They can plant things in the courtyard as well as do things for the Hu clan. Every month, they would receive a monthly allowance. Their life was carefree. When little crane grass's brother grows up, he can also study with the Hu clan's children. Although he wasn't a soul plant master, as long as he learns well, he would have a bright future. Moreover, the Tian family lived a happy life here. Although they left the village, they still made a lot of friends. After those people knew that they were Zhao Hai's family, they were very polite to them and deliberately made friends with them. However, they didn't have any bad intentions, so Zhao Hai was relieved. For half a month, aside from reporting to Hu Yuan every day, Zhao Hai spent most of his time with his family. In this half a month, Hu Yuan has been looking at the things that Zhao Hai wrote down. There were a lot of things that Zhao Hai wrote down that were useless to the Hu clan. Although he wrote it down in detail, the Hu clan had at least a few thousand copies of it. Therefore, it wasn't very useful. But among the things that Zhao had written down, there were 2 things that were very useful. One was a record of the growth process of some unique plants in the 100,000 mountains, which was very useful. Because of the conflict between the Saber Spirit country and the Tiger Spirit country, the Hu clan rarely went to the 100,000 mountains for training. Additionally, the people of the Tiger Spirit country didn't respect plant masters. Because of this, the growth characteristics of some plants in the 100,000 mountains weren't completely recorded. Zhao Hai's information could be said to have filled in the blanks of the information. The other information was about the research of plants' cold resistance. Zhao Hai's space had an extremely cold area. In that area, he could conduct experiments on the cold resistance of seeds. Then these seeds would be tested in some cold areas and ripened. After the second generation of seeds were produced, Zhao Hai would conduct experiments on the second generation of seeds. Then after ripening the seeds, he would record the entire process. Naturally, in the process of recording, Zhao Hai didn't say that these experiments were done in his space. Instead, he said that these experiments were done in the snow mountain. The cold resistance experiment this time was very important to the Hu family. One must know that in the soul world, there were too few plants that could still grow under the low temperature. It could be said that there was almost none. For some ordinary people, this might not be a big deal. At most, they would just not go to such a place to live. But for a plant master, it had a different meaning. A plant master's battle was heavily influenced by the environment. Some plants would only be able to display 50% of their strength when fighting in a low temperature or in a harsh environment like a desert. For a plant master, it was impossible for them to fight in a forest forever. What would they do if they were to fight in a harsh environment? Could it be that they were just going to wait for death in that harsh environment? Therefore, how to solve the problem of plant masters' battle strength in a harsh environment had always been a difficult problem for plant masters. And this time, Zhao Hai's experiment in the cold environment seemed to have opened a window for plant masters. The natural energy of plant masters had the characteristics of improving plants, ripening plants, helping plants grow and so on. If this method could be used to improve the cold resistance of plants, then plant masters would be able to make plants that could grow normally in a low temperature environment. This method could also be used in other places, such as desert environment, high-temperature environment and so on. These two pieces of information were what Hu Yuan wanted to hear the most. For this reason, Hu Yuan specially went to the cold cave with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also took out the 5th-generation seeds that he had preserved and improved in the environment of the extreme block. These seeds were able to grow normally in an environment of -20 degrees Celsius. Moreover, they grew very well. This made Hu Yuan very surprised, but at the same time, he was very happy. In a harsh environment, it wasn't that plants didn't grow. It was just that those plants generally didn't try to fight. Unlike the ice grass, they could grow in a low-temperature environment but were not suitable for fighting. This was very normal. So if the Hu clan could really cultivate a kind of plant that could fight in a harsh environment, it would be a good thing for the Hu clan and the entire plant master world. This could also raise the Hu clan's status in the plant master world. There was a long line of carriages. The entire convoy was composed of 10 carriages. 3 of the carriages were used to carry people while the other 7 carriages were used to carry things. Of the 3 carriages, the 2 in front had a driver and a steward. The carriages of the 2 carriages were very large, and the decorations were very gorgeous. They looked very beautiful. As for the carriage at the back, its carriage wasn't as big and wasn't as luxurious. It looked very plain. Aside from the 7 carriages at the back, there were no other people besides the driver. Instead, there were 20 cavalrymen on both sides of the carriages. The carriages weren't fast. Among the cavalrymen, 5 of them were professionals. They were all soul beasts while the rest were all soul beasts. This didn't seem too excessive. While the carriages were moving forward, 2 horses suddenly appeared in front of them with 2 people riding on them. However, the people on the carriages weren't surprised and didn't stop. After the 2 people riding the horses arrived at the side of the carriages, they gave a salute to the 2 leading cavalrymen and said, "Captain, 5 miles ahead is safe. About 4 miles ahead, there's a tea shop. We can rest there." The leading cavalryman nodded, then he looked down at the first carriage and said, "Young lady, it's almost noon. Do you want to rest in the tea shop in front?" In the car, a pleasant voice said, "Sure, go and tell Crane Grass." The cavalryman responded and pulled the carriage to the front of the second carriage. He said to the carriage in a deep voice, "Young Master Crane Grass, there is a tea shop about 4 miles ahead. It is now noon and the young lady has decided to rest in the tea shop." A deep voice replied, "All right, we'll listen to Sister Xianxia. Go arrange it." The captain nodded and then rode his horse to arrange it. Before long, the carriages arrived in front of the tea shop. Because the tea shop was on the side of the road, its business was very good. There were several carriages and horses parked outside the tea shop. Moreover, the tea shop seemed to be full of people. After the carriages stopped, a person immediately ran out of the tea house. This person was wearing a green robe and a small hat. He bowed to the knight on the horse and said, "Sir, may I ask if you want to have a meal in my tea house? Our shop provides accommodation, tea, and all kinds of food. If sir wants to have a meal in the shop, then this one will immediately arrange it." The cavalryman directly took out a silver coin and threw it to the waiter and said, "Go arrange it. We need a quiet place. Prepare tea and food. Bring out the best things in the shop." The waiter immediately nodded, then he called people to help him settle these people down. Of course, this group was Zhao Hai's group. He was now going to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion to study. The Saber Sovereign Pavilion was in the capital of the Saber Spirit Nation, the Saber City. From the Hu clan's fort to the Saber City, one would need to take a boat for a while and then walk for half a month. This time, Zhao Hai was going to follow Hu Xian'er to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion. Therefore, the Hu clan prepared a lot of things. These 10 carriages were prepared for them. Hu Xian'er was in the first carriage while Zhao Hai was in the second. The difference was that in the first carriage, Ling and Hu Xian'er were sitting together, while in the second carriage, there was only Zhao Hai. The reason for this was because the Saber Sovereign Pavilion had a rule that non-combat professions like Hu Xian'er could bring servants with her. However, combat professions like Zhao Hai couldn't bring servants with them. Because of this, the Hu clan didn't arrange servants for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai felt that this was better. He would be more relaxed this way. If he had a servant by his side every day, then it would be more inconvenient. The group quickly arrived at the tea shop's backyard. The backyard of the tea shop wasn't small, but there weren't many places to park the animals. The backyard was filled with small courtyards. These small courtyards were relatively independent to make it convenient for people to rest. After the carriage stopped in the backyard, Zhao Hai and Xianxia got off. When Zhao Hai got off, the waiter who led them sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never seen such a tall and strong person before. However, the waiter didn't say anything. He invited the group to a courtyard and arranged for tea and food before withdrawing. This was because they were now in the Saber Spirit Nation. The Saber Spirit Nation's territory was relatively safe. Even those who were hostile to the Hu clan wouldn't make a move against Xianxia. Xianxia didn't have any combat strength. Moreover, she was an alchemist who saved people. If they made a move against Xianxia, not only would they anger the Hu clan, they would also be hunted down by many people. After all, Xianxia had saved a lot of people. Therefore, their journey should be very safe. The group was relatively relaxed. Zhao Hai and the others sat in the courtyard, drinking tea and eating snacks. They were very relaxed. After eating, the group rested in the courtyard for a while. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, we'll be resting in Yang'an City tonight. The journey should be very safe. Moreover, Yang'an City isn't very far from here. Also, our carriage carries the Hu clan's banner. Nobody should dare to make a move against us. Why don't you rest in the carriage?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Elder sister Xianxia doesn't need to worry about me. Rest assured, I'll take care of myself." Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and nodded, "All right, then I won't care about you. Take care of yourself. We need to be careful in Yang'an City, that is the domain of the Yang family. The Yang family and our Hu family have some friction, but they shouldn't publicly embarrass us. After all, the Yang family's strength is still lacking compared to our Hu family." Zhao Hai nodded, "All right, then I'll leave you to take care of yourself." Zhao Hai nodded, but he was secretly paying attention in his heart. At this time, the sound of a horse's neighing could be heard from outside the courtyard. When the guard captain heard this, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then his complexion changed as he rushed out of the courtyard. When Zhao Hai saw this, he turned his head to the others and said, "5 people, follow Captain Hu. The rest stay in the courtyard." Everyone complied, then 5 people immediately followed Captain Hu out. Before long, Captain Hu's voice could be heard, "Friends, where do you come from?" "I'm the Hu clan's guard captain, Hu Wanli. May I ask why you want to touch our horses?" A frivolous voice could be heard, "Hu clan? I haven't heard of it. What does the Hu clan do?" "This uncle took a fancy to your horses, sell them to this uncle. If you don't sell them, then this big brother can guarantee that you won't be able to leave Yang'an City." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai suddenly stood up and strode outside. While walking, he said, "Leave 10 people in the courtyard, the rest come with me." Zhao Hai walked out of the courtyard in a few steps. When he arrived outside, he saw more than 20 cavalrymen surrounding their convoy. Hu Wanli and the others were standing beside their horses, looking at these people with ugly expressions. Zhao Hai looked at these cavalrymen. The one leading them was a young man. Although this young man wore leather armor and had a long sword as his soul, he gave off a frivolous feeling. His complexion was very pale, and his eyes were filled with an evil light. One could see that he wasn't a good person. Zhao Hai stood at the entrance of the courtyard and said, "Who hasn't heard of the Hu clan? You want to sell my Hu clan's horses? Let me take a look." When the group heard Zhao Hai's voice, they couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. When they looked at him, they couldn't help but be startled. Several of the cavalrymen behind them showed an expression of alertness as they moved closer to the young man. When the young man saw Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed with a trace of fear. However, this fear was soon replaced by an angry expression. He looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "I said that I haven't heard of the Hu clan. What about it?" Zhao Hai looked at the young man. He didn't look angry at all. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "You said that? Good, then do you dare to tell me your name? Which clan are you from? Are you speaking on behalf of your family? If you're representing your clan, then does your clan want to start a war with my Hu clan? Start a war. The young man obviously wanted to say that he wanted to start a war, but the cavalryman beside him pulled him back and covered his mouth. At the same time, the cavalryman looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Who is Mr.? Who are you to talk to me?" Zhao Hai looked at the cavalryman and coldly snorted, "Who am I? Is it up to you to ask? I'm asking you right now, who are you? If you don't dare to tell me your clan's name, then you're just a cat or a dog on the side of the road. My Hu clan isn't something that any cat or dog can casually insult. If you don't dare to tell me your clan's name, then don't even think about leaving today. Captain Hu, get ready to fight." Captain Hu had already had enough. Now that he heard Zhao Hai's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he drew his weapon, and the others did the same. When the cavalryman heard Zhao Hai, his expression changed. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. If they didn't tell him their identity, then Zhao Hai would really make a move. When the time comes, even if their clans asked, Zhao Hai could just say that he didn't know their identity. If they told him their clan's name, then Zhao Hai would make things difficult for them. The cavalryman looked at Zhao Hai. Although he was surprised by Zhao Hai's figure and imposing manner, he was even more surprised by Zhao Hai's performance. Compared to Zhao Hai, their young master was no different than an idiot. If they really let their young master say those words, then they would really be finished. They're afraid that none of them would be able to leave today. The cavalryman looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, today's matter is completely a misunderstanding. Mister, can you let us go? The mountains don't move, the waters do. If Mister lets us go today, then we'll definitely repay you in the future." Zhao Hai looked at the cavalryman, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Do you think your words have any weight? Who are you to speak to me in such a manner? You're just someone's dog. You think you're qualified to bargain with me? If you don't tell me your clan's name within 3 breaths, then I'll kill you." The knight didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so overbearing. However, he also knew that Zhao Hai was right. He was just a guard, he didn't have the ability to represent his family. When the knight saw that Zhao Hai was about to make a move, he couldn't help but panic. In fact, this provocation was deliberately arranged by his family. However, he was also very clear that his family only wanted to make the Hu clan lose face. They didn't dare to make a move against the Hu clan. If they really went against the Hu clan, then they would be the ones to die. Zhao Hai looked at the knight and said, 1, 2. Just as Zhao Hai was about to say 3, the knight suddenly released the struggling young master and said, "Mister, please wait. I think this is really a misunderstanding. We are from Yang City's Yang clan. This is our Yang clan's 7th young master." When the 7th young master was released, he immediately looked at the knight and cursed, "Yang Xiong, you actually dare to cover my mouth. I think you don't want to live anymore. And you actually dared to shout at this young master. Do you want to die? Do you believe that this young master won't let you leave Yang City alive?" The 7th young master's last words were directed at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the 7th young master and smiled faintly, "I don't believe you. On the contrary, I want to go to the Yang clan and ask them why they didn't recognize my Hu clan's banner. Seeing my Hu clan's banner, you still came forward to provoke me. This is equal to provoking the Hu clan. I want to ask you, does your Yang clan really not put my Hu clan in your eyes? Do you really want to go to war with my Hu clan?" Zhao Hai's words were calm, there wasn't a trace of anger, but the Yang family knights had cold sweat dripping down their faces. They knew that although they were ordered by their family to provoke the Hu clan, if the Hu clan really went to their door and punished them, then they would immediately become the family's sacrificial lambs. Receiving a light punishment would only be a light punishment. Before these people came, they thought that this trip would be a good one. After all, the Hu clan had always been known for their gentleness. Sometimes, even if they were provoked, they would not react too violently. But who would have thought that such a domineering character would suddenly appear in the Hu clan? Every word he said was reasonable and hit the nail on the head. This time, they were really unlucky. But perhaps the heavens didn't see enough of their bad luck. When the idiot 7th master heard Zhao, he laughed and said, "So what if I provoke you? So what if I start a war? Do you dare to touch me? Don't forget, this is Yang City, and this young master's surname is Yang. Zhao Hai looked at the seventh young master, then he gently shook his head and said, Captain Hu, surround them and bring everyone down from their carriages. We'll go to the Yang clan and punish them. If anyone dares to run, then kill them. When Captain Hu heard what Zhao said, he didn't say anything. He waved his hand and the people behind him immediately attacked. The Yang family didn't think that Zhao would actually dare to attack. This time, they didn't know whether to fight back or not. But they also didn't know whether to fight back or not. If they fight back, then the matter would become even bigger. If they don't fight back, then they wouldn't be able to bear the pain. When the seventh young master saw Captain Hu rushing over, he was very surprised. His complexion changed as he screamed, Come, come, protect me. Kill these guys, kill them all. Although the Yang clan's knights shouted, they weren't idiots like him. None of them dared to move, all of them jumped down from their horses and didn't resist. Seeing this situation, Captain Hu didn't dare to make a move. He just gathered the Yang clan's knights and collected their weapons. In fact, among the Yang clan's knights, there were a few experts. Among the 20 people, there were a total of 7 professions, and all of them were soul soldiers. However, they were very clear that they couldn't clash with Zhao Hai at this time. Otherwise, things would get out of hand. When the time comes, the Yang clan's knights wouldn't just be punishing them. The 7th young master was still shouting, but he was pulled down from his horse by Captain Hu's blade. The 7th young master was now lying on the ground, crying. The Yang clan's knight stood in front of the 7th young master, his eyes were spitting fire as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Enough, does Mr. really want to provoke a war between the 2 clans? Zhao Hai slowly walked towards the Yang clan's knight. His tall stature gave people an invisible pressure. When he stood in front of the Yang clan's knight felt the terror of Zhao Hai. Although he was a soul soldier, he was still scared by Zhao Hai's aura. Zhao Hai looked at the knight, then he smiled faintly and said, Who provoked who? You should know better than me. But seeing that you still have some backbone, I won't make things difficult for you. However, this young master's mouth is too foul. Moreover, he admitted that he provoked my Hu clan. I need to give him some punishment. Captain Hu, bring me a rope. Although Captain Hu didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, he still quickly fetched a bundle of rope and stood in front of Zhao Hai. His eyes flashed with excitement and worship as he looked at Zhao Hai. Captain Hu had been a guard of the Hu clan for a long time. However, the Hu clan had never been this overbearing before. Even if they were occasionally provoked, they wouldn't react too violently. They would just inform the clan, and then the clan would send someone to warn the other party. After that, the matter would be considered over. Although the other party would admit defeat to the clan, the parties involved would still feel suffocated. But today, Zhao Hai's actions made them feel incomparably carefree. It was like drinking a big bowl of sugar water in the summer. This kind of overbearing method really made them feel very excited. Zhao Hai looked at Captain Hu, then he pointed to the 7th young master who was hiding behind the knight and said, Tie him up and tie the rope to the saddle. Make him follow us all the way to Yang'an City. When the knight heard Zhao Hai, his expression changed. He straightened his body as he stood in front of Zhao Hai and said, Does Mr. really want to do this? Then don't blame me for being impolite. If Mr. really wants to do this, then you'll have to step over my dead body. As soon as he spoke, Zhao Hai stretched out his hand and grabbed the knight's neck. Then he lifted the knight up like a chicken. Zhao Hai sneered as he looked at the knight and said, Why are you trying to act tough in front of me? If Mr. is humiliated, then Mr. will die? When you provoked my Hu clan, you should have thought that you might die. What's the use of saying this now? Do you want to show your loyalty to your master? Let me tell you, if you dare to provoke me again, then do you believe that I won't kill your 7th young master? Letting him follow me to Yang'an City is already very polite. Just based on the fact that he dared to challenge my Hu clan, I have 10,000 reasons to kill him. You'd better stand aside and watch. Otherwise, I don't mind killing all of you. Then, like throwing a rag bag, Zhao Hai waved his hand and threw the knight more than 10 meters away. Then he waved his hand to Captain Hu and said, Tie him up. Captain Hu complied, then he ignored the 7th young master's cries and directly tied the 7th young master's hands. Then he tied the rope to the saddle. Although the Yang clan's people clenched their fists and wanted to go forward, they were stopped by the Hu clan's guards who were holding their weapons. No one dared to come forward. The leader of the Yang clan's guards, on the other hand, was heavily injured by Zhao and had yet to climb up. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these people. He looked at the time and then turned to another guard and said, "Go and ask Sister Xianxia to come out. We need to hurry." The guard nodded and went to ask Sister Xianxia to come out. Before long, Hu Xianxia came out of the courtyard. She looked at the Yang family's seventh young master and didn't say anything. Instead, she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, I'll leave this matter to you. Father said that your decision is the Hu clan's decision. Don't be afraid and act boldly." Then he turned around and got into his carriage. Zhao smiled faintly as he looked at the knight captain who had just gotten up. Then he turned around and walked towards his own carriage. "Let's go," Zhao said as he walked. After Zhao Hai boarded the carriage set off. Naturally, the Yang family's knights couldn't ride horses, so they all followed the convoy. The Yang family's seventh young master had never suffered like this before, so he cried and cursed from time to time. However, Captain Hu acted as if she didn't hear him and continued to ride the carriage. This made the seventh young master suffer. Although he was a sole soldier, he didn't cultivate diligently. In the beginning, he still had the strength to cry and threaten, but later on, he was out of breath. Not to mention crying and cursing, it was already good that he could breathe. Fortunately, the place where they were resting wasn't far from Yang'an City. In less than 2 hours, they arrived outside the city. Along the way, all the people they met were looking at them. Some of the people who knew the Yang family's seventh young master saw that he was tied up and was running behind a horse. Each and every one of them turned pale and turned away. They knew the status of the Yang family in Yang'an City. Now that they saw the most arrogant Yang family's seventh young master being pulled forward like a dog, they didn't dare to watch the fun. If they offended the Yang family because of this, then they wouldn't be able to stay in Yang'an City anymore. Before Zhao Hai's group arrived at Yang'an City, the people in the city had already received the news. A group of 500 cavalry directly rushed towards them from Yang'an City. Upon seeing this situation, Captain Hu immediately ordered the convoy to stop. At the same time, he transferred everyone to protect Zhao Hai and Hu Xian'er's carriage. Zhao Hai didn't sit in his carriage. Instead, he came out and walked to the front of the convoy. He looked at the cavalry that was slowly approaching. The cavalry was getting closer and closer. Moreover, they were in an attacking formation. This made Captain Hu nervous. Their hands were tightly holding on to their weapons, but they didn't take them out. They were waiting for Zhao Hai's orders. Zhao Hai stood in front of the convoy with a calm appearance. It seems like he didn't take the other party seriously. The cavalry was only 500 meters away from Zhao Hai. However, the cavalry didn't slow down. Instead, they rushed towards Zhao Hai at high speed. It seems like they didn't intend to stop at all. Captain Hu was sweating nervously. However, his eyes were fixed on Zhao Hai, who was standing in front of everyone. Zhao Hai was still standing there, he didn't move at all. Captain Hu was even more nervous. He was afraid that the other party would really charge. If Zhao Hai was injured, then they would be punished. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Just when the cavalry was 10 meters away from Zhao Hai suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "Bastards, you dare!" His voice was very loud. The cavalry wanted to rush 5 meters away from Zhao Hai. They wanted to pull their horses and make them stand on their hind legs. They wanted to scare Zhao Hai and at the same time, they wanted to splash the dust on his body. However, they didn't expect that when they were 10 meters away, Zhao Hai would suddenly open his mouth. Moreover, his voice was very loud. It carried a trace of majesty and domineering aura. It was like a tiger roaring at a mountain. The cavalry's mounts were so scared that their front legs went soft and they knelt on the ground. The rider didn't pay attention and was thrown off. However, the rider's skill was good. He somersaulted in the air and stood firmly on the ground. But when the rider stood on the ground, he felt his neck tighten. A big hand lifted him up. He wanted to struggle, but the big hand was like cast iron. It didn't move at all. When he struggled, the big hand tightened. He felt that his neck was about to be broken. He knew that the other party was warning him, so he didn't dare to move. He was like a dead fish hanging in Zhao Hai's hand. Zhao Hai looked at the writer in his hand. He coldly snorted and said, "What's wrong? Does the Yang family really want to go to war with our Hu family? You want to provoke us twice? Who do you think our Hu family is? You dared to charge at our Hu family's convoy in an attack formation and didn't even slow down within 10 meters. I now have reason to suspect that you want to rob our Hu family's convoy. Captain Hu, detain them all and have them send someone back to the Yang family to deliver a message. Tell him to come and give me a reasonable explanation. If the Yang family's patriarch doesn't come, I will kill one person every 10 minutes. If anyone dares to run, kill." After Zhao Hai said this, he waved his hand and sprinkled a handful of seeds. These seeds fell on the periphery of the cavalry and then began to grow crazily. In a blink of an eye, they turned into mutant plants. These mutant plants waved their branches as if they were ready to attack the cavalry at any time. When the cavalry saw their captain being strangled by Zhao Hai, they didn't know what to do. When they saw so many mutant plants, they were even more confused. At the same time, they took out their weapons. But just as they did, they felt a pain in their hands. It was as if they were hit by something. Their weapons fell to the ground and then disappeared. These changes happened too quickly. 500 aggressive cavalry were subdued in a blink of an eye. This was too strange. While the cavalry and captain who were still in a daze, Zhao Hai suddenly had a pile of weapons beside him. These weapons belonged to the cavalry. Zhao Hai didn't even look at the weapons as he turned to Captain Hu and said, "Take everyone under control. Pick one person and give him a horse. Have him return to the city and inform the Yang family's patriarch. Have him come to see me and give me a reasonable explanation. From now on, if the Yang family's patriarch doesn't appear in front of me within half an hour, then kill one person every 10 minutes. If anyone dares to resist, then kill them." Captain Hu sobered up. Although he was excited, he was still worried. He felt that Zhao Hai's method was too overbearing, it might cause the Yang family to act in desperation. However, he also knew that Zhao Hai was the one in charge here. Therefore, he didn't say anything and directly picked one person from the cavalry and gave him a horse before sending them away. When the other cavalry saw that their weapons were taken away, there were still a few people who wanted to cause trouble. However, all of them were beaten half to death by the mutant plants. Nobody dared to cause trouble anymore. When the cavalry appeared, the Yang family's 7th young master was already shouting. But now, he was completely obedient. His face was pale as he looked at Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai's hand was still holding on to the cavalry captain's neck. The cavalry captain was about to be strangled to death by Zhao Hai. His face was red and looked very scary. Zhao Hai looked at the cavalry captain and coldly snorted before throwing him to the ground. Then he turned to Captain Hu and said, "Tie him up. Daring to show off in front of me, he doesn't know the difference between life and death." After being relaxed by Zhao Hai, the man began to gasp for breath. He had completely lost the will to resist. Captain Hu naturally wouldn't be polite and directly tied the man up. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, but the Yang family's patriarch still hadn't arrived. Zhao Hai didn't seem to care at all, and just stood there quietly, waiting for another 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the head of the Yang family still hadn't arrived. Zhao Hai turned to Captain Hu and said, "Take that captain out and kill him. From now on, kill one person every 10 minutes. Kill them all." Captain Hu thought that Zhao Hai was just scaring them. He didn't expect that what he said was true. However, he also knew that the one who made the decision was Zhao Hai, so he could only follow Zhao Hai's instructions. Because of this, he wasn't polite as he directly took the tied-up cavalry captain and cut off his head with a blade. At this time, the expressions of the cavalry changed. Just like Captain Hu, they thought that Zhao Hai was just scaring them. They thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to kill them in front of the Yang family. But now, they saw that Zhao Hai really did make a move and killed the captain. If he dared to kill a captain, then these small soldiers wouldn't be able to do anything. At this time, the originally quiet 500 people were in an uproar. But at this time, the surrounding plants also moved. The branches of the plants waved and hit the people in front of them, making them obedient. After 10 minutes of chaos, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Find their vice captain and kill him." Captain who wasn't polite this time. He found the vice captain of the cavalry and cut him down. The vice captain wanted to resist, but he was knocked down by the mutant plants around him. Then captain who pulled him out and cut him down with his sword. Yang'an City was a medium-sized city. There were a lot of people coming and going. Zhao Hai and the others weren't far from Yang'an City. Moreover, they were on the main road. With so many people standing on the main road, it was natural for the road to be blocked. Because of this, there were still a few people who were watching the show from the outside. However, when the people who were watching the show saw Zhao Hai kill 2 people in a row, they were all frightened. The people in front wanted to retreat while the people behind wanted to come forward. But in the end, no one could move. Zhao Hai didn't care about the commotion. He just stood there with a calm face. On the other hand, the cavalry soldiers in front of him were secretly calculating the time. When Zhao Hai killed the 6th person, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from Yang'an City. However, the sound of horse hooves wasn't very urgent. It was accompanied by the sound of horse wheels. It sounded like the riders weren't in a hurry at all. It was as if they were out for an outing. Zhao Hai didn't seem to hear the sound. He was still standing there with a calm face. On the other hand, Captain whose eyes were already red. He looked at the cavalry soldiers and only paid attention to their necks. It seems like he was thinking about where to cut them. Before long, the people in Yang'an City dispersed. Then a group of people slowly came over. Zhao Hai didn't seem to see them. Instead, he said, "Time's up." When Captain who heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything. He rushed towards the cavalry soldiers and grabbed one of them. Then he pressed him on the ground and chopped off his head. The group of people suddenly stopped. Then a dignified voice said, "Kid, do you know your crime? You dared to kill my Yang family's cavalry. Do you want to die?" Zhao Hai didn't seem to hear anything. He just stood there calmly. He didn't even look at the people in front of him. He treated them as air. When the dignified voice heard Zhao Hai's silence, he immediately said, "Kid, who are you to the Hu family? Let the Hu family's leader talk to this old man." Zhao Hai looked at the place where the voice came from. It was a carriage, a very big carriage. This carriage had a very big box. Inside the box was a very big chair. A middle-aged man was sitting on the chair. This middle-aged man looked very imposing. Although his body was slightly fat, it made him look even more dignified. At this time, he was looking at Zhao Hai with cold eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Who are you?" When the middle-aged man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "This old man is the Yang family's patriarch, Yang Tianfeng. Who are you? Who are you to talk to this old man?" Zhao Hai looked at Yang Tianfeng, then he smiled faintly and said, "Me? I'm a disciple of the Hu family. My name is Tian Cranegrass. I'm in charge of this matter. The Yang family's patriarch is really calm. I've already killed 7 people, yet the Yang family's patriarch only appeared. How does the patriarch want to settle today's matter?" The 500 cavalrymen were already under Zhao Hai's command. Because of this, the Yang family's patriarch could clearly see the people that Zhao Hai killed. To be honest, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would really dare to kill people. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, Yang Tianfeng's face turned pale. He looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, "You can represent the Hu family? That's good. This old man wants to ask, why did your Hu family detain this old man's son and kill my Yang family's cavalrymen? Why? Does your Hu family want to use your status as a great family to bully us?" Zhao Hai looked at Yang Tianfeng and slightly raised his eyebrows. Then he laughed and said, "Bully you? You really think too highly of your family. Also, don't you know what happened today? Your Yang family sent a young master to provoke my Hu family. When he saw my Hu family's banner, not only did he pretend not to know, he even sent people to steal my horse. When I announced my identity as a member of the Hu family, what did your 7th young master say? He actually said that he didn't know the Hu family. He said that if the Hu family wants to start a war with the Yang family, then he would accept it. I was just giving him a light punishment, but your Yang family actually sent 500 cavalrymen to attack us. Yang family's patriarch, do you really want to start a war with my Hu family? If you really want to start a war with my Hu family, then that's fine. My Hu family will accept it. When Yang Tianfeng heard Zhao Hai's words, his expression changed. Then he coldly snorted and said, "That's just what you said. How do I know that you didn't provoke my son and frame my Yang family? Ha 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 ha, your Yang family is really shameless. You have the guts to do it, but you don't have the guts to admit it. Why would my Hu family frame you? Don't you think too highly of your Yang family? What does your Yang family have to be framed by my Hu family? Yang Tianfeng, I'll make it clear today. If your Yang family doesn't give my Hu family a reasonable explanation, then I'm sorry. From today onwards, my Hu family will officially start a war with your Yang family. We won't rest until one of us is dead." Zhao Hai's words were powerful and resonant, causing Yang Tianfeng's expression to change greatly. The Yang family wasn't a great family. On the contrary, they were just a newly risen middle-class family. They didn't have a deep foundation. In the Saber Spirit Nation, many great families didn't take them seriously. In the eyes of these great families, the Yang family was just a nouveau riche. However, the more this was the case, the more the Yang family wanted to become a great family. They wanted everyone to look up to them. This was also one of the reasons why they provoked the Hu family. The Hu family was one of the biggest great families in the Saber Spirit Nation. However, because the Hu family was a family of botanists, even though they had a lot of business and influence, they had always been kind to others. They would never take the initiative to provoke others. Even if someone did provoke them, they would only give them a warning. They wouldn't really take action. It was because of this gentle attitude that the Yang family saw the Hu family as an easy target to bully. Naturally, they didn't dare to go too far. They just wanted to provoke the Hu family and let others know that the Yang family wasn't afraid of the Hu family. The Hu family could only endure their provocation and use this opportunity to raise their family's status in the Saber Spirit Nation. Unfortunately, the one they met this time was Zhao Hai. Moreover, the Hu family also discovered that there were a lot of people provoking the Hu family recently. They wanted to find someone to make an example out of. This time, the Yang family bumped into the muzzle of the spear. Now that Zhao Hai said such tough words, Yang Tianfeng felt the seriousness of the matter. The Yang family's strength was very clear to the Yang family. After all, the Yang family was a new family. Compared to the old families, their strength was a lot worse. If they really went to war with the Hu family, then the Yang family would disappear in a blink of an eye. However, Yang Tianfeng wasn't willing to bow his head to the Hu family. For a while, he was caught in a dilemma. The main reason why the Yang family provoked the Hu family was to raise their status in the Saber Spirit Nation. The reason why the Yang family chose the Hu family was because the Hu family had always been very gentle and didn't show any domineering attitude. Therefore, the Yang family chose to provoke the Hu family. But now that the Hu family had retaliated, if the Yang family were to lower their heads to the Hu family, then everything that the Yang family had done would be in vain. The Yang family's reputation would become even worse than before. This was also the reason why Yang Tianfeng didn't want to lower his head to the Hu family. However, if the Yang family didn't lower their heads to the Hu family, then it would be even more troublesome. This was because the Hu family might really start a war with the Yang family. With the Yang family's current strength, if they really started a war with the Hu family, then the Yang family would certainly die. Yang Tianfeng didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so overbearing. If he didn't show any mercy, then the higher-ups would force him into a dead end. Whether he lowers his head to the Hu family or starts a war with the Hu family, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Yang family. It could even be said that the Yang family would be finished. Yang Tianfeng looked at Zhao Hai, then at the people beside Zhao Hai as well as the carriage behind Zhao Hai. He suddenly remembered that Hu Xian'er was still in the carriage. This thought made Yang Tianfeng's eyes light up. In Yang Tianfeng's opinion, Zhao Hai's surname was Tian, not Hu. In other words, it was impossible for him to be the head of the Hu family. For the Hu family, the most important thing was the Hu family's disciple, Hu Xian'er. And now, Hu Xian'er was in the carriage behind them. If they could control Hu Xian'er, then the Hu family wouldn't attack them. At that time, they might even have the capital to negotiate with the Hu family. After thinking about this, Yang Tianfeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he stood up and walked out of the carriage. Standing on the platform in front of the carriage, he looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Kid, your surname Tian, not Hu. Since when did you become the head of the Hu family? I suspect that you're using the Hu family's name to provoke a conflict between our two families. Today, I'll capture you and then go to the Hu family and ask them if you're really a member of the Hu family." After he said that, Yang Tianfeng didn't wait for Zhao Hai's reply and said, "Capture them. If they dare to use the seventh young master to threaten us, then we don't care about them." When they heard Yang Tianfeng, the Yang family members behind him immediately responded. They held their weapons and rushed forward. However, the first thing they had to face was the Yang family's cavalrymen and the mutated plants. When Zhao Hai heard Yang Tianfeng's words, he knew what Yang Tianfeng was thinking. He couldn't help but smile coldly. Then he waved his hand and the mutated plants surrounding the cavalrymen turned into seeds. After that, Zhao Hai turned to Captain Hu and said, "Captain Hu, kill the seventh young master. You guys protect Sister Xianxia." Captain Hu nodded and without saying anything, he went forward and chopped the seventh young master to death. Then the 20 people following the seventh young master were all killed by Captain Hu and the others. After that, Captain Hu and the others held their weapons and surrounded Hu Xian'er's carriage. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a row of mutated plants appeared behind him, separating him from Hu Xian and the others. Then he took out the bullhead drum and stood there. Zhao Hai pointed the bullhead drum at Yang Tianfeng and said, "Yang Tianfeng, since you want to start a war with my Hu family, then I won't be polite. Today, I'll let you know how powerful this young master is." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved the bullhead drum and charged forward. When the cavalrymen who were disarmed by Zhao Hai saw Zhao Hai take back the mutated plants, they immediately ran to the sides and made way for the Yang family's army. This time, the Yang family's cavalry arrived in front of Zhao Hai in a blink of an eye. However, Zhao Hai simply didn't care. He swept the bullhead drum in his hand and the horse's neck was broken by Zhao Hai's attack. The cavalryman immediately jumped down from the dead horse. However, the spear in his hand was still thrust towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's bullhead drum was a lot longer than the cavalryman's spear. When the bullhead drum swept across the cavalryman's body was sent flying like a baseball. When the cavalryman fell to the ground, his body was already deformed. It seems like he wouldn't be able to survive. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. The bullhead drum in his hand continued to sweep. However, not a single horse was able to reach Zhao Hai. There was even one time where Zhao Hai swept a cavalryman and his horse away. When the Yang family soldiers saw that the cavalrymen were useless against Zhao Hai, they knew that the cavalrymen had already fallen in front of Zhao Hai. The cavalrymen simply couldn't charge. Because of this, the cavalrymen immediately jumped down from their horses and took out their weapons to attack Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw them dismount, he couldn't help but laugh. He held the bullhead drum in his hand and pointed it forward. Then he bent his body and fiercely rushed forward. The Yang family soldier in front of Zhao Hai was also using a spear. When he saw Zhao Hai rushing towards him, he knew that Zhao Hai's strength was great. He didn't want to meet the attack head-on. Instead, he dodged to the side. Behind him was a soldier who was holding a large shield. He wanted to block Zhao Hai's charge. However, they still underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. The bullhead drum in Zhao Hai's hand pierced the shield. The shield was made of pure iron, but in front of the bullhead drum, it was like a piece of paper. The shield was shattered by the bullhead drum. Then the person holding the shield was directly killed by the bullhead drum. Zhao Hai did not stop. He continued to charge forward. His target was Yang Tianfeng. Yang Tianfeng has been observing the situation on the battlefield. He wasn't far from Zhao Hai, so he thought that he wouldn't be in any danger. But when he saw Zhao Hai rushing towards him, Yang Tianfeng finally realized that Zhao Hai wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, Yang Tianfeng wasn't a weakling either. He was the patriarch of the Yang family. His skills were very powerful. Moreover, he was a sole weapon user. His sole weapon was a long sword. Now that he saw Zhao Hai rushing towards him, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he coldly snorted and looked at Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai was rushing forward, his gaze was fixed on Yang Tianfeng. When their gazes met, sparks flew. Zhao Hai roared and suddenly accelerated his speed. All the Yang family members in front of him were knocked to the ground by his charge. Nobody could stop him. Zhao Hai was getting closer and closer to Yang Tianfeng's carriage. At this time, a soul weapon suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This soul weapon was holding a large sword. Although the handle of this sword was longer than an ordinary sword, it wasn't a long sword. However, the blade was very heavy. One could see that this weapon was very heavy. This soul weapon was also very strong. The soul weapon stood in front of Zhao Hai and brandished his sword towards Zhao Hai's bull head, but Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. Instead, he laughed and said, "Good. To be able to block my attack, you can be considered an expert. It's a pity that you met me today." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Good. To be able to block my attack, you can be considered an expert. Unfortunately, you met me today." After he said that, Zhao Hai roared. His body seemed to have grown a bit bigger. Then he swung the bullhead drum in his hand, sweeping away all the weapons that were attacking him. After that, he took large strides forward. The soul weapon holding the large sword had just recovered. When he saw Zhao Hai rushing towards him, he roared and raised his sword as he rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai laughed as he swung his bull head. The soul weapon had no choice but to use his sword to block. However, the soul weapon was swept away in an instant. Then Zhao Hai rushed towards Yang Tianfeng. At this time, the Yang family's soldiers were attacking Zhao Hai as if they didn't care about their lives. The bull head in Zhao Hai's hand was very big and heavy. When he swung it, it flew away from people and broke weapons. Nobody was able to stop him. If there were two people fighting, then the other party could use their speed to dodge Zhao Hai's attack and then attack Zhao Hai. But now that they were on the battlefield, other than Zhao Hai himself, he didn't have any comrades. Everyone was an enemy. Therefore, Zhao Hai could freely attack. He didn't need to worry about injuring his own people. This allowed Zhao Hai to display his battle prowess to the extreme. Yang Tianfeng's expression became very ugly. This time, he didn't bring a lot of soldiers with him, only 500. But now, these 500 soldiers couldn't stop Zhao Hai's charge. How could his expression be good? Zhao Hai was only 5 meters away from Yang Tianfeng. Yang Tianfeng didn't dare to be arrogant. He waved his hand as a long sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, he stared at Zhao Hai, waiting to see what Zhao Hai would do next. Zhao Hai looked at Yang Tianfeng and suddenly shouted. Then he rushed forward. Yang Tianfeng became even more nervous as he stared at Zhao Hai. At this time, Yang Tianfeng suddenly felt a movement behind him. He was startled as he turned around and saw a vine behind him. Yang Tianfeng immediately slashed his sword towards the vine. His sword glowed with white light. It was clear that he had used his battle chi. However, he didn't have the chance to do so. Just as he was about to deal with the vine, another vine appeared behind him and wrapped around his neck. Yang Tianfeng felt a sharp pain in his neck, then he didn't dare to move anymore. At this time, Zhao Hai also saw Yang Tianfeng's situation. He swung his ox head drum and blocked the attacks of the Yang family soldiers as he shouted, "Stop! If you don't stop, I'll kill Yang Tianfeng." When the Yang family soldiers heard Zhao Hai, they turned their heads to look at Yang Tianfeng. They didn't know when Yang Tianfeng's neck was wrapped by a black vine. When they saw this, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They couldn't understand when the vine came out and wrapped itself around Yang Tianfeng's neck. Yang Tianfeng's expression changed. He looked at Yang Tianfeng and said, "All right." Zhao Hai stood in place, surrounded by the corpses of the Yang family soldiers. Some of these people were soul beasts while some were soul soldiers. But now, they were all dead, killed by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't even look at the corpses. Instead, he turned his head to look at Yang Tianfeng. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as Yang Tianfeng's body left the ground. Then a vine wrapped around Yang Tianfeng like a snake and brought him in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Yang Tianfeng's red face and smiled faintly. "Patriarch Yang, do you have any thoughts?" Yang Tianfeng looked at Zhao Hai with bloodshot eyes. It was as if he wanted to eat Zhao Hai alive. Zhao Hai looked at Yang Tianfeng's eyes and smiled faintly. It seems like Patriarch Yang isn't convinced. Do you think that you lost unjustly? Do you think that I defeated you through a sneak attack? After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Yang Tianfeng felt the pressure on his neck lighten. However, he could still feel a cold leaf on his neck. He could feel that the leaf was extremely sharp and could take his life at any time. However, Yang Tianfeng's eyes were still spitting fire as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, you dare to sneak attack me? If you have the ability, then fight me fair and square." When Zhao Hai saw Yang Tianfeng's expression, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he pointed at Yang Tianfeng and said, "Surnamed Yang, don't you feel embarrassed saying that? A few hundred of you besieged me, how can you not say that I'm shameless? Now you want to fight me fair and square? Do you know how to write the words open and above board? You sent people to provoke my Hu clan, but you don't want to admit it? Is this what you call fair and square? Just now, you saw that my Hu clan only had one army, so you wanted to capture us. You think you're above board? Yang, don't forget that you are the one who started all of this. My Hu clan and your Yang clan have never interfered with each other. You should know better than anyone about my Hu clan's reputation in the spirit of saber boundary. My Hu clan has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. We don't want to follow any rules. Most of our businesses are related to plant masters. We don't have any conflicts of interest with your clans. Moreover, my Hu clan is a plant master clan. We have always been gentle to outsiders. However, my Hu clan's gentleness doesn't mean that we are weak. Today, I alone have already captured you. Do you think that your Yang clan has the ability to fight with our Hu clan? Yang, don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Yang Tianfeng was rendered speechless by Zhao Hai's words. He really didn't know how to refute Zhao Hai, because what Zhao Hai said was right. Although the Hu clan did business, most of their businesses were medicinal herbs. However, some businesses related to plant masters had no conflicts of interest with the Yang clan. Moreover, because the Hu clan always saved people on the continent, their reputation in the entire Soul world was very good. Even countries like the Tiger Soul country, which didn't treat plant masters very well, still maintained a superficial respect for the Hu clan. Moreover, Zhao Hai was right. Just Zhao Hai alone could capture him easily. Under such circumstances, what qualifications did the Yang clan have to fight with the Hu clan? Thinking of this, Yang Tianfeng's face couldn't help but turn ashen. He realized that some time ago, he was really obsessed with the Hu clan. He wholeheartedly thought that the Hu clan was easy to bully, but he never thought that the Hu clan, as a family of plant masters, could stand in the Soul world for so many years. How could they be so easy to bully? Zhao Hai looked at Yang Tianfeng and said coldly, "Yang, I'll let you go today. Our Hu clan will also not fight with your Yang clan. The Hu clan and the Yang clan are both clans in the Saber Spirit country, so we'll always see each other. Moreover, my Hu clan has always been unwilling to fight with outsiders. Moreover, the things that your Yang clan did didn't harm the lives of my people, so I'll let you go. But remember, this is the only time, just this once. If you dare to provoke my Hu clan again, I, Tian Crane Grass, will raise your Yang clan to the ground." Yang Tianfeng looked at Zhao Hai, as if he wanted to engrave Zhao Hai's face in his mind. Then he turned around and walked towards his carriage. He didn't know when the leaf on his neck had disappeared. Yang Tianfeng looked at Zhao Hai, then he turned around and walked towards his carriage. Yang Tianfeng returned to his carriage, and without saying a word, he commanded the carriage to turn around and head straight towards Yang'an City. The Yang clan members who came with the Yang clan saw this and immediately understood what he meant. They all left with their tails between their legs. When they left, they even took the corpses with them. They didn't make much noise throughout the entire process. It was as if they were performing a mime show. Seeing that those people had left, Zhao Hai put away the bullhead drum and the mutated plants. Then he went to Hu Xian'er's carriage and said, "Sister Xian'er, the matter has been dealt with. I believe that the Yang clan will behave for a while. If they dare to mess around, I'll make sure that the Yang clan won't be spared." The door of Hu Xian'er's carriage opened as Hu Xian'er walked out. She looked at the bloodstains on the road before she turned to Zhao Hai and sighed. It won't take long for the entire Saber Spirit country to know about today's matter. For our Hu clan, this isn't necessarily a good thing. Also, will the Yang clan really be obedient? You humiliated them so ruthlessly, how could they let you go? A clan's face is more important than their lives. In the future, our enmity with the Yang clan will be irreconcilable. However, you've done well. Right now, our Hu clan needs to make an example out of the Yang clan. We need to let those people know that our Hu clan isn't that easy to bully. Although we have become enemies with the Yang clan, we can also make those who want to provoke our clan behave. From this point of view, what you've done is right, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. However, Cranegrass, don't be so impulsive in the future. If the Yang clan really wants to fight to the death, then you might be in danger. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Elder Sister Xianxia, rest assured. The Yang clan won't have the opportunity. Moreover, they don't have the qualifications to fight to the death with me. In the end, they will certainly die. Hu Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, don't talk nonsense. You were busy fighting with those people. Have you ever thought that if an expert suddenly attacked me and distracted you, would you still be able to subdue Yang Tianfeng? Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't talk nonsense. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Elder Sister Xianxia, don't worry. They won't have such an opportunity. Hee. Did you really think that I didn't send people to protect you? I can guarantee that even if they send experts to attack you, they wouldn't be able to hurt you. You can rest assured. When Hu Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, she stared. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, what's wrong? You sent people to protect me? That's impossible. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you don't need to worry about that. In any case, you just need to know that even if I didn't protect you, you would still be fine. Hu Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and saw that he didn't seem to be lying. Therefore, she didn't ask any more questions. She nodded and looked at Yang'an City. Then she said, it's already quite late. What should we do? Should we stay in the wilderness? Zhao Hai looked at Yang'an City and smiled faintly. Why would we stay in the wilderness if we don't live in such a big city? Let's go to the city. I want to see if Yang Tianfeng has the guts to deal with us tonight. If he really has the guts, then I'll admire him. Then he turned his head to Captain Hu and said, get ready, we're going to rest in Yang'an City today. Send people to find a quiet inn in the city. Captain Hu was now full of admiration for Zhao Hai. When he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately nodded and sent 2 people to the city in advance to make the arrangements. Then he began to organize the team. Before long, the convoy slowly entered Yang'an City. At this time, Yang Tianfeng had already returned to the Yang family. He was sitting in his study room with several people. These people were all influential figures of the Yang family. However, all of them had a murderous expression on their faces. One of them said, Patriarch, we can't let them go. I'll immediately arrange for people to kill them on the way. Another person said, that's right, Patriarch. Let's immediately contact the other families and declare war on the Hu clan. I don't believe that the Hu clan can fight against so many of our families by themselves. We'll directly destroy the Hu clan. Let's see if they still dare to be so arrogant. The other people also started to shout. They all said the same thing. They wanted to kill Zhao Hai and the others. After that, they would unite with the other families and declare war on the Hu family. Yang Tianfeng looked at them and let out a long breath. All right, shut up. What are you shouting for? Yang Tianfeng's words were very effective in the Yang family. When he said this, the other people immediately shut their mouths. Then they looked at Yang Tianfeng, waiting for his decision. Yang Tianfeng looked at their expressions and said, do you think that I don't want to go to war with the Hu family? But do we have the strength to do so? Cranegrass was right. The Hu family only sent Cranegrass and he already has such strength. How strong would the other members of the Hu family be? Have you thought about it? If we go to war with the Hu family now, let's not talk about the other families. Even if they do you think that the Hu family doesn't have any other allies? With our current strength, we don't have the qualifications to challenge those old families. Do you really think that Cranegrass let me go today out of kindness or because the Hu family doesn't want to destroy us? No, that's not it. Cranegrass let me go today because he doesn't want the Hu family to be in the limelight. The Hu family is a great family of the Saber Spirit country. Our Yang family is also a great family of the Saber Spirit country. If they destroy us without the permission of the Imperial family, what would the Imperial family think? The Imperial family and the Hu family have been cooperating very well. If this matter causes a grudge, then the losses would outweigh the gains. Therefore, Cranegrass didn't make a move. But if we go to war with the Hu family, then they would be able to destroy us openly. The Imperial family wouldn't say anything because we were the ones who started it. So, don't say such stupid things in the future. The Yang family members didn't say anything. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door. Then a person's voice was heard, "Patriarch, there's news from the Hu family. The Hu family's convoy has entered the city. They're staying in the Fortune Inn." Upon hearing this voice, a Yang family member suddenly stood up and shouted, "The Hu family is too arrogant. They just had a conflict with our Yang family, and now they're staying in Yang'an City. They don't put the Yang family in their eyes. Patriarch, give the order, I'll go out and teach them a lesson." Yang Tianfeng laughed and said, "Good, Crane Tian, you're really something, daring to stay in Yang'an City at this time. There aren't many people with such courage. Third brother, go and inform Foreign Elder Wu to stop Crane Tian and challenge him. As long as he can defeat him, he can injure him, but he can't take his life. At the same time, pass down the order that no one from the Yang family is allowed to disturb the Hu family. Whoever disobeys will be punished according to the family's rules." Although the Yang family members were still very angry, they didn't dare to disobey Yang Tianfeng's order. Moreover, when they heard that Yang Tianfeng wanted Foreign Elder Wu to challenge Zhao Hai, they felt relieved. Foreign Elder Wu was a very powerful foreign elder of the Yang family. He wasn't a weapon soul, but a beast soul. His beast soul was very powerful, it was a bull, a very strong bull. He was also known for his strength. It can be said that he was the strongest among all the foreign elders of the Yang family. His weapon was the same as Zhao Hai's, it was a thick bull's head. Therefore, Yang Tianfeng wanted Foreign Elder Wu to challenge Zhao Hai. He wanted someone with the same weapon to defeat Zhao Hai and destroy Zhao Hai's prestige. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't know what Yang Tianfeng was thinking. They were now living in a separate courtyard of Fortune Inn. At night, Captain Hu wanted to arrange for someone to keep watch. However, Zhao Hai didn't allow it. Instead, he told them to go to sleep. The entire courtyard seemed to be empty. Zhao Hai's approach made Captain Hu very worried. However, he couldn't do anything about it. In the end, he had no choice but to take off his armor and rest. This way, he would be able to react immediately if something happened. The other guards were the same. They all placed their weapons in a place where they could easily reach them. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He had already arranged everything in the courtyard. He didn't need to worry about someone attacking them at night. Therefore, he slept very well. The night passed by peacefully. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others woke up early. After washing up and eating breakfast, they went to the city to replenish their supplies. After that, they slowly walked out of Yang'an City. A lot of people in Yang'an City already knew about the strength of this army. Therefore, when they saw the Hu clan's flag, they immediately ran away. Yesterday, Zhao Hai slaughtered hundreds of people from the Yang family. In the end, he even captured the Yang family's patriarch. In this case, he still dared to enter Yang'an City to rest. This made the people of Yang'an City deeply understand how terrifying this army was. Therefore, when they saw the army coming, they immediately ran away. No one dared to take a step forward. The convoy quickly left the city. When they were less than 2 miles away from the city, a tall figure was seen standing in the middle of the road. Seeing this, Captain Hu knew that the other party was coming for them. Captain Hu immediately stopped the carriage and went to the side of Zhao Hai's carriage. He whispered to Zhao Hai, "Young Master Cranegrass, someone is blocking the road ahead. It seems like he's an expert. What should we do?" Zhao Hai opened the door and walked out. He looked at the person. The person was very tall, about 2 meters tall. However, compared to Zhao Hai, he was still far behind. However, the weapon in his hand made Zhao Hai even more curious. It was also a bullhead drum. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This is interesting. He also uses a bullhead drum. It seems like he's here to challenge me." Then Zhao Hai walked to the front of the convoy. As he walked, he said to Captain Hu, go to the city and buy me a horse as well. I want one that's big, or I don't have a horse. Other animals are fine as long as they can carry me. It's really boring to sit in a carriage all the time. When Captain Hu heard Zhao Hai, he immediately nodded. Then he didn't care about the person in front of him. He just turned around and walked towards the city. Zhao Hai stood in front of the convoy and looked at the person who was blocking his way. He looked at the bison beast soul on the person's head and smiled. You're from the Yang family? You're here to challenge me? Officer Wu didn't think that Zhao Hai would reveal his identity. However, he didn't say anything else and just cupped his fist to Zhao Hai. Wu Yijiang is here to challenge Mr. Cranegrass. I heard that Mr. Cranegrass is very good at using a bullhead drum. I also use a bullhead drum, so I wanted to ask for some advice. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Yihong and nodded. Alright, if you lose, go back and tell that surnamed Yang that there shouldn't be a next time. My temper isn't very good. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, Zhao Hai's hand moved, and the bull drill appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai held the bull drill with both hands as he looked at Wu Yijiang and said, please. When Wu Yijiang saw the bullhead drill that Zhao Hai took out, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and say, plant soldiers? Interesting. The Hu clan is indeed a clan of plant cultivators. Please. Looking at Wu Yijiang's appearance, Zhao Hai faintly smiled. Then with a loud shout, he rushed straight towards Wu Yijiang. He swept the bullhead drum in his hand, aiming for Wu Yijiang. Wu Yijiang also roared as he swept the bullhead drum in his hand towards Zhao Hai's bullhead drum. The two actually wanted to go all out in their first exchange. A loud sound was heard as the two bullhead drums collided with the ground. Zhao Hai's bullhead drum bent, while Wu Yijiang's body turned. His bullhead drum was made of steel, so it was impossible for it to bend. This time, the two had tested each other's strength. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. This was because he had only used 60% of his strength. Moreover, it wasn't under the influence of the Yeti tattoo. On the other hand, even if Wu Yijiang didn't use his full strength, he still used at least 80%. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. He knew that Wu Yijiang's strength wasn't as good as his. Wu Yijiang also felt that his strength wasn't as good as Zhao Hai's. However, he wasn't worried at all. He was 45 years old this year. From his debut until now, he had experienced many battles. His combat experience was very rich. In his opinion, even if his strength wasn't as good as Zhao Hai's, his combat experience was much richer than Zhao Hai's. He could still use his experience to defeat Zhao Hai. If Wu Yijiang was facing the old Little Cranegrass, then he might be able to defeat Little Cranegrass in terms of experience. Unfortunately, he was facing Zhao Hai. He didn't know how many battles Zhao Hai had experienced. Compared to Zhao Hai, Wu Yijiang's combat experience was too far behind. Zhao Hai's mind moved. Natural energy came out of his hand and entered the bullhead drum. The power of the bullhead drum was neutralized by Zhao Hai's energy in a very short time. Then Zhao Hai roared as he rushed towards Wu Yijiang. Wu Yijiang's combat experience was very rich. While he was neutralizing the power of the bullhead drum, his entire body was rotating. The bullhead drum was placed horizontally on his waist. Along with his rotation, it was also constantly sweeping. Not only could he neutralize the power of the bullhead drum, he could also turn this power into an attack. If the bullhead drum swept past, then it would be equal to being hit by both Zhao Hai's and Zhao Hai's power at the same time. This wasn't a joke. However, his opponent today was Zhao Hai. How could this situation be difficult for Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai rushed forward. At the same time, he used the bullhead drum in his hand as a spear and stabbed towards Wu Yijiang. Although Wu Yijiang was neutralizing his power, he was still paying attention to Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai rushing over, he immediately reacted. The bullhead drum in his hand moved horizontally as he knocked upwards. A clang was heard as Wu Yijiang knocked on Zhao Hai's bullhead drum. However, he still underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. Although Zhao Hai's bullhead drum moved a few inches, it was only the bullhead drum that was bent, not Zhao Hai. The bullhead drum was still heading towards Wu Yijiang. At this critical moment, Wu Yijiang desperately tried to lie back. Zhao Hai's bullhead drum brushed past his nose, scaring him into a cold sweat. But it wasn't over yet. Just when he wanted to avoid the bullhead drum, Zhao Hai's bullhead drum turned fiercely, and a piece of the bullhead drum smashed into his chest. Logically speaking, this kind of attack wouldn't be too strong, and he wouldn't be hit with too much force. However, this time it was Zhao Hai who used it. The force was very different. Wu Yijiang felt his chest tighten, and he couldn't catch his breath. His whole body fell to the ground. Zhao Hai's bullhead drum roared as it looked at Wu Yijiang, who fell to the ground. After a while, Wu Yijiang got up from the ground. He looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he was so easily knocked down by Zhao Hai. This was beyond his expectations. The two of them had only exchanged 2 moves, and he was already defeated. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Yijiang and said, "Go back and tell Yang Tianfeng not to think about getting back his face. If he dares to act recklessly next time, I won't be polite." After that, he ignored Wu Yijiang. Wu Yijiang looked at Zhao Hai, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Then he turned around and left. He knew that it was useless to say anything at this time. His skills were inferior, and he could only bear the consequences. Not long after Wu Yijiang left, the sound of a horse's hooves could be heard from the city. Captain who was riding his horse back from Yang'an City. Behind his horse was another horse. However, this horse was a bit strange. It was much taller than Captain Hu's horse. This horse was about 2 meters long, and its height was about a stick. It was definitely a big horse. However, this horse was really ugly. Its body was covered with yellow and white fur, and it looked like a person with a scabby head. Most importantly, this ugly horse was chained up with an iron cage. It also didn't have a saddle on its back. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like a horse that could be ridden. Captain Hu pulled the horse towards Zhao Hai, then he jumped down and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. "Young Master Cranegrass, I'm really sorry. I couldn't find a suitable horse in the city, so I only found this one. Although this horse is ugly, it doesn't have any problems. The fur on its body was destroyed when it fought with other horses. This horse is very strong, but it is very difficult to tame. So far, no one has been able to tame it. But I thought that young Master Cranegrass wouldn't be able to do so, so I bought it." When Zhao Hai heard Captain Hu, he couldn't help but nod and said, "Right, leave it to me." Then Zhao Hai took the iron chain and walked towards the horse. The horse kept moving its front hooves, as if it was going to stand up and kick someone. Zhao Hai walked in front of the horse and reached out his hand to touch its nose. The horse suddenly stood up and kicked its 2 hooves towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care, he just coldly snorted and waved his hand, grabbing the horse's 2 hooves. The horse's 2 hooves were caught in Zhao Hai's hand, they couldn't fall down. Zhao Hai then used his strength to push the horse to the ground. The horse was thrown to the ground, but it immediately turned around and got up. Then it charged towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai slapped the horse's head to the side. Then he moved his body and got on the horse. His leg squeezed the horse's belly. The horse let out a long neigh and rushed forward. Moreover, it kept jumping, wanting to throw Zhao Hai off its back. However, Zhao Hai sat on the horse's back as steady as Mount Tai. His leg squeezed the horse's belly. At the same time, he used the 1,000-kilogram fall technique. His originally heavy weight increased once again. Zhao Hai thought that the horse would be obedient this time, but he didn't expect that the horse was really strong. It actually had the strength to run and jump. After tossing and turning for nearly an hour, it finally calmed down. When the horse was completely obedient, Zhao Hai jumped down from the horse's back. Then he walked in front of the horse and reached out his hand to touch its nose. This time, the horse didn't object. Instead, it snorted and looked like it was enjoying itself. When Zhao Hai saw the horse's appearance, he couldn't help but smile. Then he reached out and took the muzzle off the horse's mouth. Then he touched the horse and used his spiritual force to explore it. After a while, he heard a deep voice, "Master, is that you? You can actually communicate with me. That's great." The voice was very thick, it sounded like a burly man speaking. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course it's me. Rest assured, I can communicate with you. Just follow me from now on." Right, where did you come from? Why are you so strong? The horse's eyes showed a confused expression. Then it shook its head and said, Master, I came from the prairie. I don't know why I became so strong. Maybe it's because I ate a lot. Xiaohai nodded, then he said, Follow me from now on, I'll provide you with the best energy. Then he poured natural energy into the horse's body. The horse immediately showed a comfortable expression. When Xiaohai rode the strange horse back to the convoy, Captain Hu and the others couldn't help but worry. The strange horse ran away like a madman, running and jumping. It didn't take long for it to disappear and even carried Xiaohai away. Because they had to protect the convoy, they didn't follow. Although they were confident in Xiaohai's strength, they couldn't help but worry. Xiaohai had used his strength in the past few days to completely convince them. Captain Hu and the others were now completely convinced of Xiaohai's strength. So when they saw that Xiaohai was carried away by the crazy horse, they couldn't help but worry. Now that they saw that Xiaohai had returned, Captain Hu and the others felt relieved. Captain Hu immediately went to Xiaohai's side and said, Young Master Cranegrass, are you alright? Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, I'm fine. It's really a good horse. Not only is it fast and powerful, it's also very explosive. It's a good horse, not bad. Let's go. When Captain Hu heard Xiaohai's words, he felt completely relieved. The convoy moved forward. Xiaohai rode the strange horse at the front. The strange horse was given a name by Xiaohai. This name was very special, it was called Mottled Bamboo. Aside from Xiaohai, no one knew what the name Mottled Bamboo meant. Xiaohai saw that the horse looked very strange, so he came up with this name. Naturally, the horse didn't know what it meant. Instead, it happily accepted the name. Finally, they didn't have to sit in the carriage. To be honest, Xiaohai's carriage was originally a 4-person carriage. In other words, the carriage could seat 4 people. Even at night, the 4 of them could live in the carriage, although it was a bit crowded. However, Xiaohai's body was too big. Sitting in the carriage made him feel stuffy. That was why he wanted to ride a horse. They didn't encounter any trouble along the way. The Hu clan's reputation was there. No one dared to provoke the Hu clan. After all, there were very few people like the Yang clan. Of course, this also had a lot to do with the fact that Xiaohai had dealt with the Yang family. This time, the Hu clan decided to let Xiaohai escort Hu Xian'er to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion because the Hu clan found that the atmosphere in the Saber Spirit Nation was a bit strange. In the past, the Saber Spirit Nation was formed by 2 factions. One was the royal family. The royal family, the Dao clan, was the #1 clan in the Saber Spirit Nation. They controlled the Saber Spirit Nation's army and officials, as well as the nation's taxes. Logically speaking, such a clan was equivalent to completely controlling the Saber Spirit Nation. Actually, this wasn't the case. In the Saber Spirit Nation, there were some old and established great clans. These great clans had existed for as long as the Dao clan. Furthermore, they had a deep foundation. When the Dao clan was at its peak, they naturally wouldn't touch the Dao clan. They also wouldn't clash with the Dao clan. However, slowly, these great clans used all sorts of methods to arrange their clansmen in various cities and slowly controlled those cities. Although the Dao clan still controlled the majority of the army, the great clans also controlled some local troops. This made the Dao clan aware of the danger. Hence, the Dao clan started to make a move on these great clans. The Dao clan also knew that if they rashly made a move on these great clans, they would definitely cause all the great clans to retaliate. Now that these great clans were already established, if they worked together to retaliate, it wouldn't be beneficial to the Saber Spirit Nation at all. If things went wrong, the Saber Spirit Nation might be engulfed in flames and descend into chaos. Hence, the Dao clan thought of another method. That was to support some new factions and support some people who were loyal to the Dao clan. They would let these people establish their own clans and then let them fight with the old and established clans. Slowly, they would wear down the old and established clans. Finally, they would think of a way to get rid of the old and established clans. After the Dao clan's continuous efforts, this method really succeeded. They successfully nurtured a 3rd faction in the Saber Spirit Nation. These were the new clans. However, the Dao clans soon realized that these new clans that they had nurtured were slowly breaking away from their control. They had become a hidden danger in the Saber Spirit Nation. However, one couldn't say that the Dao clan's method was a failure. In fact, the Dao clan's method was very successful. Although the new clans were slowly breaking away from the Dao clan's control, their relationship with the Dao clan was still considered secret. What's more, they had already formed a feud with the old and established clans. Both sides were in constant conflict. This wasn't something that could be resolved so easily. However, these things basically had nothing to do with the Hu clan. The Hu clan was a family of botanists. They were on good terms with the Dao clan. Many of the Hu clan's disciples were serving in the army. Furthermore, the Hu clan wasn't as arrogant as the other clans. They controlled cities and nurtured armies. Logically speaking, the Hu clan shouldn't be provoked by others. However, the situation was a little different recently. Some of the new clans wanted to break away from the Dao clan. They wanted to mingle with the old and established clans. The reason why they had such thoughts was because they were very envious of the old and established clans. They wanted to be like the old and established clans. They wanted to be able to control their own cities and nurture their own armies. They wanted to be like the old and established clans. It was because of such thoughts that the new clans wanted to interact with the old and established clans. They wanted to enter that circle. However, this wasn't an easy task. In the eyes of the old and established clans, the new clans were just nouveau riche. They didn't even have the right to be compared to the old and established clans. The Hu clan, on the other hand, was a little different from the old and established clans. They were on good terms with the Dao clan. This had nothing to do with the old and established clans. However, the Hu clan wasn't as overbearing as the old and established clans. To the old and established clans, this was a little abnormal. Hence, although the old and established clans didn't isolate the Hu clan, there weren't many who were on good terms with the Hu clan. The new clans had always thought that they weren't accepted by the old and established clans because they hadn't shown their strength. Hence, they thought of a way. They wanted to use the Hu clan as a stepping stone. They wanted to use the Hu clan as a stepping stone to show their strength. They wanted the old and established clans to see that they dared to provoke the Hu clan, and yet the Hu clan couldn't do anything to them. This was something that the old and established clans had never done before. The reason why the old and established clans didn't provoke the Hu clan was that they knew how powerful the Hu clan was. Although the Hu clan was very close to the Dao clan, the Hu clan was just like the other great clans. They also had their own forces. However, the Hu clan wasn't very ostentatious. Although they controlled Lingshan City, they had always pretended to be the city lords sent by the Dao clan. Furthermore, they had never disobeyed the orders of the Dao clan. Most importantly, the Hu clan didn't raise their own army. Of course, no one doubted the Hu clan's battle strength. The new and established clans didn't know about this. They only felt that the Hu clan was very gentle to outsiders. However, this gentleness was seen as weakness in the eyes of some people. It was precisely because of this that the new and established clans wanted to use the Hu clan as a stepping stone. If it was just one or two clans provoking the Hu clan wouldn't really care. What kind of status did the Hu clan have now? The strength that they revealed to the outside world wasn't very strong. It could only be said that they had some weight in the Plant Masters Association. However, the Hu clan's hidden strength was far more powerful than what the other clans had imagined. Hence, the Hu clan didn't really care about ordinary provocations. They were like an old worm. Why would it care about a mosquito's provocation? However, the Hu clan didn't expect that their gentle attitude would make these little fellows think that the Hu clan was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They were very easy to bully. More and more people started to provoke the Hu clan. In this case, the Hu clan naturally couldn't hide. Because of this, the Hu clan sent out Zhao Hai and gave him authority. They wanted to let Zhao Hai show his strength to these people and let them know that the Hu clan wasn't easy to provoke. Zhao Hai was indeed very outstanding. He gave the Yang clan a scare. Not only did he kill the Yang clan's people, but he also captured the Yang clan's patriarch. In the end, the Yang clan didn't dare to say anything as they watched Zhao Hai leave. It was also because of Zhao Hai's performance that the small clans that were ready to cause trouble became well-behaved. They didn't dare to provoke the Hu clan. Since those small clans had become well-behaved, Zhao Hai and the others naturally didn't encounter any trouble on their way. After almost a month of traveling, they finally arrived at the capital of the Saber Spirit Nation, the Horizontal Saber City. The Horizontal Saber City was the largest city in the Saber Spirit Nation. It was located between 2 mountains and 2 rivers. The 2 mountains were the Saber Horse Mountain and the Saber Soldier Mountain, while the 2 rivers were the Min River and the Lan River. It was said that the clan head of the Saber clan had raised his army at the Saber Horse Mountain and fought for hegemony. In the end, he established the foundation of the Saber Spirit Nation. In the end, he grew old and didn't want to fight anymore. He stopped his army at the Saber Soldier Mountain and stopped fighting. Then, he built the Horizontal Saber City on the plains between the 2 mountains and 2 rivers. The city walls of the Horizontal Saber City were 500 miles long. The entire city was divided into 36 districts. Each district had its own independent administrative organization. Apart from that, there was also the Imperial City of the Saber Spirit Nation. The Imperial City was a city within a city that was independent of the 36 districts. The 36 districts surrounded the Imperial City. As for the Saber Spirit Nation's #1 comprehensive college, the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, it wasn't in the Horizontal Saber City. It was outside the Horizontal Saber City, on a small mountain near the Saber Soldier Mountain. No one remembered the original name of that small mountain. Now, it was called College Mountain. Zhao Hai stopped Mottled Bamboo and looked at the Horizontal Saber City in the distance, which was like a ferocious beast lying on the plains. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, he turned to Captain Hu and said, "Captain Hu, are we going directly to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion or the Horizontal Saber City?" Captain Hu said in a low voice, "Let's go to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion. After we report there, we will be free to move around. It won't be too late to go to the Horizontal Saber City then." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go then." After he finished speaking, he turned his horse around and headed towards College Mountain. The College Mountain wasn't very far from the Horizontal Saber City. This was also convenient for the students of the Saber Sovereign Pavilion to play in the Horizontal Saber City during their holidays. Those who could study in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion were either geniuses or had extraordinary family backgrounds. Even if those geniuses' family backgrounds weren't very good, the Saber Sovereign Pavilion would still provide them with high subsidies. As for those students with good family backgrounds, their spending power was not weak. Hence, the college didn't stop the students from entering the Horizontal Saber City. Students were a very large group of consumers. Perhaps no one in the Saber Spirit Nation had come to this conclusion, but they understood this principle. Especially for places like the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, which was filled with students with status. Their spending power was astonishing. Therefore, the Saber Sovereign Pavilion was very close to the Horizontal Saber City. Moreover, the closest city gate to the Horizontal Saber City was also the busiest one in the city. However, Zhao Hai didn't have the opportunity to enter the city yet. This was because he had to go to College Mountain first. Not only did he have to send Hu Xian'er to register, but he also had to register himself. The Hu clan had already paved the way for him in the Saber Sage Pavilion. He only needed to learn Dao. There would be no entrance exam or anything like that. Moreover, he would be directly assigned to the Plant Master Department, which was the same department as Hu Xian'er. In fact, the disciples of the great clans who came to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion didn't really want to study. Most of them came here to establish their connections. The Saber Sovereign Pavilion's graduation method was very strange. They didn't have a hard time. Students had to graduate within a few years. If you had the ability, you could study in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion for the rest of your life. However, you would have to pay a tuition fee every year. As long as you could afford it and couldn't leave, you could stay in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion forever. In the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, the teaching was very special. There were only a few public classes. You could attend these public classes. No one would care if you wanted to attend or not. The teachers would talk about themselves in the class. It was up to you whether you wanted to listen or not. However, there was a hard rule. As long as you attended a public class, you couldn't disturb others in the class. If you were a good student and really wanted to learn something, you could find time to consult the teachers. You could consult the teachers in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion at any time. As long as there was no one there, you could consult them. They would patiently answer your questions. If you wanted to graduate, it was very simple. You could apply to the pavilion. Then, the pavilion would give you questions according to your discipline. As long as you could answer the questions, you could graduate. Such a relaxed learning environment. It was because the people who studied here were all of high status. Therefore, the Saber Sovereign Pavilion adopted such a method. The convoy moved forward and soon arrived at the corner of the college hill. There was a mountain road that led up the mountain. This road was very wide and could accommodate 4 carriages side by side. At the foot of College Mountain, Xianxia looked up at the mountain. It wasn't very high, only a few hundred meters above sea level. At the top of the mountain, there was a castle-like building, which was very beautiful. Xianxia turned to Captain Hu and asked, "Can we ride up the mountain?" Captain Hu nodded and said, "Yes, the outer courtyard of the academy has a special place to park carriages and horses. There are also people who can help you take care of the horses. Even the servants of the various families can live there, but they need to pay a sum of money. We will also live there. Our families have already paid the money, so young Master Cranegrass doesn't need to worry." Xianxia nodded and said, "Then let's go. Let's go up the mountain and settle the matter between me and Sister Xianxia as soon as possible." Then he rode his horse up the mountain. Captain Hu and the others quickly followed behind. Just as they were about to go up the mountain, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from the top of the mountain. Following this sound, there were a lot of horses coming down. However, Xianxia didn't care. They were only occupying half of the road. The other half was left for the people coming down from the mountain. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. Before long, a group of cavalry rushed down from the top of the mountain. These people were very fast. Moreover, there were no less than 50 of them. Among these people, besides the ones in the front who were wearing silk clothes, the others were wearing light leather armor. They also carried weapons. One could see that they were the guards of the various families. These people also saw Xiaohai's group. At the same time, they also saw the Hu family's banner. Their speed slowed down, and before long, Xiaohai's carriage arrived. The 5 leading silk-clothed cavalry stopped and curiously looked at Xiaohai's group. These people didn't look very old. From their clothes, as well as the sole objects on their heads, one could see that they were people from large families. Moreover, their status in their families wasn't low. Xiaohai also looked at these people. Among them, 4 were soldier soul while 1 was a beast soul. All of them were main combat professions of the Saber Spirit Nation. Moreover, from the muscles on their bodies and the calluses on their hands, one could see that they weren't useless playboys. Xiaohai even smelled a trace of blood on 2 of them. The smell of blood meant that they had killed people. Although they didn't kill a lot of people, Xiaohai was very sensitive to killing intent. Therefore, he immediately smelled it. Because of this, he couldn't help but look at the 2 people. Of the 2 people, one was a saber soul while the other was a wolf soul. The saber soul was very handsome and had a gentle smile on his face. He gave people a very sunny feeling. He was riding a white horse, and with his white skin, he gave people the feeling of a prince on a white horse. As for the wolf soul, he was also very handsome. However, his temperament was very cold, giving people a very cold feeling. His eyes were like a wolf's, always vigilant. Sitting on a black horse, he seemed to be on the same level as everyone else. When the 2 people saw Xiaohai, their eyes flashed with surprise. However, besides surprise, they didn't show any hostility. Because of this, Xiaohai smiled and nodded to the 2 people. At this time, the saber soul cupped his fist towards Xiaohai and said, "Are you Mr. Tian Cranegrass from the Hu family? Mister's name is like thunder. Is Miss Xianxia in the carriage? My name is Dao Beiying." Xiaohai looked at this person. When he heard his surname, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He understood that this Dao Beiying was a member of the imperial family. Because of this, he politely cupped his fist and said, "I have seen Mr. Dao. I am Tian Cranegrass." This time, I came to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion to study. I hope Mr. Dao can take care of me in the future. When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly and said, Of course, of course. We will be classmates in the future. Naturally, we should take care of each other. Humph, ignorant child. You don't even know the seventh prince, yet you still call yourself Mr. Dao. You really don't know what you're talking about. A voice suddenly sounded. This voice was very rude. Zhao Hai looked towards the source of the voice and saw that it was a white-robed sword soul. He was wearing a white robe and looked very cultured and refined. However, his eyes were currently spitting fire as he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai carefully looked at him. Then he smiled faintly and said, If I'm not wrong, you should be from the Yang clan, right? What? Didn't your family tell you not to provoke me? Hee, interesting. You think that because I can't use force in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, I can't do anything to you? I just don't know if your Yang clan can bear the consequences of offending me. After confirming the other party's identity, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be polite. The reason why Zhao Hai was certain that this person was from the Yang clan, besides being a sword soul, was because this person looked very similar to Yang Tianfeng. Yang Tianfeng had a beard and his face had changed because of his weight. However, Zhao Hai was still able to see through his identity. He believed that his guess wasn't wrong. When the Yang clan member heard Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but turn pale. He looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, Crane Field, don't be so proud. This is the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, not your Hu clan. You can't do whatever you want here. Zhao Hai looked at the Yang clan member. He didn't seem angry at all. He just smiled faintly and said, Of course I know that this is the Saber Sovereign Pavilion. I don't want to do anything to you. However, you should know that provoking me has no benefits for you or the Yang clan. Do you think that I'm overbearing? Haha, this is all because of your Yang clan. Why do you keep provoking my Hu clan? I don't want to say too much. I just want to tell you that you shouldn't use others as tools and cause trouble for your own clan. Your Yang clan hasn't reached the point where you can bear those things. After he said that, Zhao Hai no longer paid attention to the Yang clan member. Instead, he turned to the seventh prince and cupped his fists and said, So it's the seventh prince. I apologize for my rudeness. There are too many things to do today. I still have to report to the pavilion. Once I've settled down, I'll invite the seventh prince for a drink as an apology. When the seventh prince heard the conversation between the two, his expression turned ugly. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, his face immediately showed a smile and said, Of course, of course. To be able to meet someone like Mr., it's my honor. In the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, there's only Dao Beiying, there's no seventh prince. Mr. can just call me Beiying. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Then I won't be polite. Brother Beiying can just call me Crane Grass. Although I'm tall, I'm only 16 years old. I should be younger than Brother Beiying. May I know who these people are? When Dao Beiying and the others heard Zhao Hai say that he was 16 years old, they stared blankly. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. They didn't think that Zhao Hai, who was 5 meters tall, was only 16 years old. This was too unexpected. Let me introduce you, this is the Lang family's Lang Shiping, this is the Zhou family's Zhou Feng, this is the Hai family's Hai Long, and this is the Yang family's Yang Defeng. Today, we were invited by Brother Yang to play in Cutting Blade City. Brother, do you want to come along? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, Brother Cranegrass, you really surprised me. I didn't expect you to be only 16 years old. You have such a good figure, I really envy you. Let me introduce you, this is the Lang family's Lang Shiping, this is the Zhou family's Zhou Feng, this is the Hai family's Hai Long, this is the Yang family's Yang Defeng. When Zhao Hai heard Dao Beiying's words, he understood. Dao Beiying was telling him that they were invited by Yang Defeng. In other words, this matter was planned by Yang Defeng. Dao Beiying was explaining to Zhao Hai that he and Yang Defeng weren't in cahoots. How could Zhao Hai not understand the meaning behind Dao Beiying's words? He smiled faintly and said, Brother Beiying is too polite. But today, I have to accompany my sister to report. After I settle down, we'll meet again. Everyone, have fun. Dao Beiying also cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai led the carriage towards the Sovereign Saber Pavilion. When Zhao Hai and the others were far away, Dao Beiying turned his head to look at Yang Defeng. Yang Defeng wasn't a fool. He invited Dao Beiying today because he knew that Zhao Hai and the others were going up the mountain today. This was also part of his plan. He wanted to use Dao Beiying's influence to suppress Zhao Hai. He wanted to insult Dao Beiying in front of Dao Beiying. In his opinion, this was the first time Zhao Hai met Dao Beiying, and he pointed out Dao Beiying's identity. No matter what he said, Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to not give him face. This way, he would be suppressing Zhao Hai. Moreover, this would make Zhao Hai think that Dao Beiying was on his side. When Zhao Hai enters the Sovereign Saber Pavilion, he wouldn't come in contact with Dao Beiying. Dao Beiying had always had a good relationship with the Hu clan. If Zhao Hai didn't come in contact with Dao Beiying, then it would be tantamount to offending Dao Beiying. This way, Dao Beiying would deal with Zhao Hai, and Yang Defeng would be able to reap the benefits. Unfortunately, Yang Defeng didn't expect that Zhao Hai wouldn't give him any face. In front of Dao Beiying, Yang Defeng directly refuted his words and even threatened him. Moreover, looking at the way Zhao Hai and Dao Beiying spoke, Yang Defeng knew that his plan had failed. At the same time, he also left a bad impression on Dao Beiying. Yang Defeng couldn't help but regret it. Yang Defeng had already sent a letter to Yang Defeng, telling him not to provoke the Hu family in the Saber Monarch Pavilion. However, Yang Defeng had always been proud and arrogant. In addition, the Yang family had provoked the Hu family before, but the Hu family didn't respond. This made Yang Defeng feel proud when facing the Hu family. It was as if his family's status was higher than the Hu family's. Therefore, he planned this operation. However, he didn't expect that his plan would go bankrupt and he would even offend Dao Beiying. Yang Defeng was very clear that people like Dao Beiying were very arrogant. Their desire to control was also very strong. What they hate the most was being used as a tool by others. They hate being treated as fools, and they hate being schemed against. And today, Yang Defeng had schemed against Dao Beiying. If Dao Beiying wasn't angry, then he would be seeing a ghost. Although Dao Beiying hadn't said a word to Yang Defeng, nor did he reprimand him. He didn't even show a trace of anger on his face. However, Yang Defeng was very clear that Dao Beiying had already remembered this matter. Yang Defeng had already offended Dao Beiying. When he thought of this, Yang Defeng couldn't help but secretly grit his teeth. The hatred in his heart towards Zhao Hai intensified. In his opinion, all of this was because of Zhao Hai and the Hu family. If it weren't for the Hu family and Zhao Hai, he wouldn't have fallen into this situation today. He had completely forgotten that it was the Yang family who provoked the Hu family first. It was also him who schemed against Dao Beiying. All of this was caused by them. Evil people had the ability to put all the blame on others. In their eyes, they were always right, and the wrong person was always the other person. This was a really big castle, maybe even bigger than Jizhou. Zhao Hai calculated that this castle could probably house about 100,000 people, and this was only the Saber Sage Pavilion, a school. Even back on Earth, Zhao hadn't seen such a big academy, so he didn't expect to see it here. Of course, Zhao Hai was also very clear that this castle was not only for the students to live in. In this castle, there were not many students and teachers, probably less than 10,000 people. The reason why this castle was built so big was that many students would bring a lot of servants with them. These servants also needed a place to live. Therefore, the most people in this castle were the students' servants. This castle only had one gate. This gate was the same as the mountain path. It could allow 4 carriages to enter side by side. It was a very big gate. There were a total of 20 soldiers standing on both sides of the door. These soldiers were all wearing fine steel armor. The soul objects above their heads were all soldier souls. Moreover, these 20 soldiers could not be commanded by ordinary people. These 20 soldiers were all drawn from the Imperial Guards. In the Sovereign Saber Pavilion, other than the pavilion master of the Sovereign Saber Pavilion who had the authority to command them, no one else had the authority to command them, even if the other party was a prince. These 20 soldiers were not only the guards of the school, they were also the inspectors of the Saber Sage Pavilion. In other words, if someone violated the school rules in the Saber Sage Pavilion, they had the authority to arrest this person. The Saber Sage Pavilion was called the Saber Sage Pavilion. The rules of the Saber Sage Pavilion were very simple. First, no one was allowed to use force in the school without permission. Second, no one was allowed to damage the school facilities. Third, no one was allowed to do anything that hurt others. Fourth, no one was allowed to disrespect the teachers. Sixth, no one was allowed to do anything that violated the Empire's constitution. These 6 rules were the school rules of the Saber Sage Pavilion. They were also jokingly called the Saber Sage 6 Precepts. The 20 soldiers were the disciplinary inspectors of the Saber Sage Pavilion. If someone violated the rules of the Saber Sage 6 Precepts in the school, they had the authority to arrest that person, even if that person was a prince. Of course, these were the rules of the Saber Sage Pavilion. After so many years, no prince had been arrested in the Saber Sage Pavilion. Even the disciples of the aristocratic families had not been arrested. Of course, this also had a lot to do with the princes and disciples of the aristocratic families being very obedient. Whether it was the princes or the disciples of the aristocratic families, they would not cause trouble in the Saber Sage Pavilion. Even if they wanted to deal with someone, they would only do so after appearing in the school. Therefore, they had never been arrested in the Saber Sage Pavilion. Xianxia and his group were now in front of the Saber Sage Pavilion's castle. Looking at the 20 soldiers. Do we need to dismount or something? Captain Hu shook his head and said, there's no need for that, young Master He Chao. We can go in directly, just like other cities. You'll find that the outer castle is where the guards and servants live. It's no different from other cities. The only difference is that there are fewer people here. The inner castle is where the students of the academy live. There are more rules there, but there aren't too many rules. You don't have to worry. In general, the students of the Saber Sage Pavilion are very free. Generally speaking, the students of the Saber Sage Pavilion are quite free. Xianxia nodded and said, that's good. Let's go in. After we enter, you should settle down first. Then, we will report to the school. Let's go. Captain Hu nodded. Then he followed Xianxia into the castle. When Xianxia passed by the soldiers, they glanced at him. There was no other way. With Xianxia's figure, it was hard for him not to attract attention. Soon, the group entered the castle. Upon entering the castle, Xianxia finally understood why Captain Hu said that this place was no different from any other city. There were a lot of shops in the castle. Moreover, there were all kinds of businesses. Almost all the shops outside were here. This was really beyond Xianxia's expectations. At this time, Captain Hu led Xianxia and the others into the castle. Before long, they arrived in front of a shop. The shop didn't look very big. There was a plaque hanging above it with the words Hu Clan's Pharmacy written on it. Upon seeing the words, Xianxia knew who this business belonged to. However, Xianxia didn't expect the Hu clan to have a business in the Saber Sage Pavilion. This was quite amazing. As soon as their carriage stopped, the shop's clerk ran out. This clerk wasn't very old. He was also a soul transplant. When he appeared, he immediately bowed to Xianxia and the others and said, I have seen young Master He Chao and Captain Hu. Please follow me. Xianxia nodded. Then he followed the clerk to the back door of the shop. When they arrived at the back door, the clerk opened the door for Xianxia and the others to enter. Although the shop in front wasn't big, the courtyard in the back wasn't. Moreover, it was mainly used for housing. Upon seeing this situation, Xianxia understood that the courtyard in the back was the key. The business in front was just to make some money and pass the time. Xianxia didn't care. He jumped down from the horse's back. At this time, Hu Xian'er also came out of the carriage. The other people in the shop also came out. The first person to greet them was the shopkeeper. This shopkeeper was very fat. He was a soul transplant. Unexpectedly, his soul transplant was a cup. When the shopkeeper arrived in front of Xianxia and Hu Xian'er, he bowed and said, Old servant Hu Zhong greets young Miss Xian'er and young Master He Chao. Xianxia nodded. Hu Xian'er smiled and said, Uncle Zhong, you're too polite. How is it? Have you arranged a place to stay? Let Captain Hu arrange it first. Hu Zhong quickly nodded. Then he directed the people to take the things from the carriage. Jiao Hai didn't help. He and Hu Xian'er were invited to a room by Hu Zhong. Then they sat down and were served tea. While drinking the tea, Jiao Hai looked at Hu Xian'er and said, "Sister Xian'er, we're going to report. Is there anything we need to prepare?" Hu Xian'er shook her head and said, "There's no need. There's nothing to prepare. But it's better to ride less in the city. We'll go to the inner city now. If you want to go to Horizontal Blade City, then you can come here and get your horse. Then you can go to the outer city." Jiao Hai nodded. This was understandable. In any city, riding a horse wasn't easy. It was easy to bump into people. Especially in the academy, there were almost no ordinary people living here. All of them were servants or guards of the great clans. If you were to ride your horse on the street, then it would be easy to bump into other people. And if you bump into someone you can't afford to offend, then you'll be in trouble. Hu Xian'er replied, "This time, you and I are from the same department, the botanist department. Speaking of which, the botanist department is really quite good. Our Hu Xian can be said to be the dominant faction in the Saber Spirit Nation's botanist field. In there, no matter who it is, they will give us some face. Moreover, we can also have some exchanges here. The botanist department's teachers are also quite good. Moreover, there are a lot of books in the academy's library. There are also many books on cultivation. If you have the time, you can go and take a look. That place is free for all students. As long as you have a student ID, you can borrow books and read them. It's very convenient." Jiao Hai nodded. This was good news for him. He likes to read books. Now that the academy has a huge library, he can borrow some books from the library. Through these books, he can understand the soul world. Hu Xian'er looked at Jiao Hai and said, "In the academy, you are not allowed to use force. If you want to use force, you can challenge others and then report it to the academy. After the academy approves, you can have a duel at a designated location. But without the academy's approval, you can't use force. If you want to use force without the academy's approval, then it's best to go outside the academy's mountain range." Jiao Hai smiled and said, "No wonder when we were on the mountain path, Yang Defeng didn't make a move even though he was angered by me. I think he wanted to provoke my anger and let me make the first move. This way, he wouldn't need to make a move and the academy would punish me. That kid's calculation is very good." Hu Xian'er said in a deep voice, "The situation in the academy is more complicated than the outside. Outside the academy, you can deal with the Yang clan, but inside the academy, people like Yang Defeng all have their own backings. In fact, Yang Defeng has been following the 7th prince for a long time. Today, you handled it very well, giving face to the 7th prince, but you also dealt with Yang Defeng. However, you still have to be careful. A villain like Yang Defeng will not let this matter go. You have to be careful. You have to be careful." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will." Hu Xian'er nodded and said in a deep voice, "In the academy, students of the same department don't live together or study together. The academy has a public class every 7 days. This time, the public class is divided into military class, beast class, plant class, and craftsmanship class. There are no restrictions on the number of students and occupation. Even if you are a plant master, you can also attend the military class. Of course, you can also choose not to attend. It's up to you whether you want to attend or not. The students also live together. If you are assigned to a dormitory, you can also stay there. If you want to ask a teacher for help, you can also go there at any time. As long as the teacher has time, they will answer your question. It is precisely because of this that many students in the academy are very idle. Therefore, all kinds of things will always happen." Jiao Hai nodded, then he looked at Hu Xian'er and said, "Sister Xian'er, does one person have a room here? There won't be a situation where several people share a room, right?" Hu Xian'er smiled and said, "That won't happen. In the academy, one person has a room. You don't have to worry. Moreover, your room shouldn't be too bad. After all, we are botany masters, we have to be close to plants. Therefore, our rooms are usually surrounded by plants. It's just that the rooms aren't very big, you have to adapt to it." Standing in front of the inner castle's gate, Jiao Hai was stunned. The inner castle's gate wasn't as imposing as the outer castle's gate. The inner castle's gate was very small, at most 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. It would take a lot of effort for a carriage to enter. Moreover, there weren't any guards here, and the gate was open, as if anyone could enter. However, when Zhao Hai looked around, he discovered that the people living in the outer castle simply didn't approach the gate. It was as if there was an invisible force separating them from the gate. Xianxia, who was standing beside Zhao Hai, saw Zhao Hai's appearance. She faintly smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you surprised?" "In fact, there's nothing strange about it. This is because the academy has a rule. If a servant or guard of a family enters the inner castle without permission, then the student will be severely punished. If a servant of a family enters the inner castle without permission 3 times, then the student will be expelled from the academy." Zhao Hai nodded, but he was somewhat puzzled as he looked at Ling who was standing beside Xianxia. Ling was also a servant, but now she was standing beside Xianxia, looking as if she wanted to go in with her. This made Zhao Hai very curious. Xianxia naturally saw Zhao Hai's expression. She faintly smiled and said, "Don't look at it. In the academy, there are young masters and young ladies of various families. Many of them don't even have to touch spring water. It's really difficult for them to live an independent life here. Therefore, the academy also stipulated that every student can bring 2 servants into the inner castle, but they must register in advance. Moreover, they can't be casually replaced. Once a year, they must register again. Therefore, Ling can go in with me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Then let's go in." Xianxia nodded, then she led Zhao Hai through the gate and entered the inner courtyard. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Zhao Hai was stunned. This was because the scenery of the inner courtyard was completely different from the outer courtyard. The outer courtyard looked like an ordinary city, and there were even people doing business there. However, the inner courtyard was completely different. In the inner courtyard, you simply couldn't see many buildings. Instead, it looked like a garden. There were neatly trimmed trees, grass, rockery, small bridges, and flowing water. Everything looked very beautiful. However, when Zhao Hai saw this situation, he frowned. Then he recovered. In his opinion, the trimming of the trees in the inner courtyard was only for aesthetic reasons. There was no consideration for the health of the trees. Moreover, the grass was the same. He didn't like this. He was a plant master. Although he would trim some trees, it was for the sake of the trees' health. He wouldn't trim the trees like the ones in the inner courtyard. Xianxia didn't care about what Zhao Hai was thinking. She just said, "There aren't many students in the inner courtyard. Moreover, all of the students have an extraordinary status. Therefore, everything is based on comfort. Let's go and register." Then she led Zhao Hai along the bluestone road. After walking for a few dozen meters, they saw a small building in the middle of a thicket. This building was made of bluestone bricks. It didn't look out of place as it stood in the middle of the thicket. It looked as if it had always been there. Xianxia led Zhao Hai to the small building. It wasn't very big, it only had 2 floors. There weren't a lot of rooms. Xianxia didn't stop and directly led Zhao Hai into the small building. As soon as the 2 entered the small building, they saw a lobby. There was a bar in the lobby. Behind the bar were several young girls. These girls weren't ordinary. Their souls were either soul plant masters or soul soldiers. There were only a few soul craftsmen and soul beasts. At this time, they were chatting with each other. As soon as they felt someone come in, the girls immediately turned their heads. Before long, they saw Zhao Hai and Xianxia. Xianxia walked in front while Zhao Hai followed behind her. When the girls saw Xianxia, their faces showed a trace of joy. Then when they saw Zhao Hai, they were all surprised. Looking at these young and beautiful girls, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Xianxia didn't care too much as she led Zhao Hai to the front of the bar. Then she looked at the girls and said, "What are you doing? Come and help me and my little brother register." "We're back to register." The girls immediately recovered. One of the soul plant masters immediately said to Xianxia, "Sister Xianxia, you're back. I missed you. Is this really your little brother? You're so tall." Xianxia looked at the girl and smiled faintly. "All right, little Ling, help us register a student card for my little brother. We'll talk when we get back. When the girl heard Xianxia, she immediately complied. Then she began to process Xianxia's paperwork. Xianxia's paperwork was very easy to handle. After all, she was already a student of the academy. As long as she registered, then her student card would be issued to her. But Zhao Hai was different. This was the first time he entered the academy. His student card needed to be registered. This was more troublesome because all of his information had to be verified. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. When the girls heard that Zhao Hai was only 16 years old, they couldn't help but exclaim. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this young, he was even younger than them. These girls were actually students of the academy. Most of them had studied in the academy for more than 2 years. They were paid to work here. Of course, the students who came to work here didn't have good family backgrounds. Zhao Hai's student card was quickly processed. When he received the card, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that there would be a picture of him on the card. Moreover, the picture looked like a sketch, but it was clear that it was him. Xianxia turned her head and looked at Zhao Hai's student card. Then she said, "Let's go. I'll take you to your place. Ling after you get off work, come find me in my room. We haven't seen each other for a long time." After that, Xianxia said goodbye to the others and led Zhao out of the small building. When they came out of the small building, Zhao realized how big the inner castle was. It seemed to be bigger than the outer castle. Xianxia introduced Zhao to everything in the inner castle. She explained to Zhao where each building was, where they could eat, where they could practice, where they could have lessons, and where they could have a library. Everything was clearly explained to Zhao. Along the way, the two met a lot of people. These people were all students of the academy. Some of these people took the initiative to greet Xianxia. They seemed to be very affectionate. There were also some people who ignored Xianxia and even showed some hostility. However, Xianxia didn't care about it. Those who took the initiative to greet her, she would return the greeting. Those who ignored her, she would also ignore them. However, no matter what kind of people they were all very curious about Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai's figure was too special. It was hard for these people to not pay attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also didn't care about it. However, he still remembered everyone in his mind. Whether they were affectionate, indifferent, or hostile, he remembered all of them. Then he prepared to have a very detailed understanding of these people in order to determine who was an enemy and who was a friend. The two walked for about half an hour before they arrived at a small building. This small building was on top of a small hill and was surrounded by tall trees. This small building was very strange. It wasn't like the other small buildings that were made of bricks. This small building was made of wood. It looked very special. Xianxia and Zhao Hai arrived in front of this small wooden building. Then Xianxia said to Zhao Hai, "This is where you'll be staying. Pine Forest Residence, 2nd floor, room 16. It should be the last room in this small building. You can go in and take a look. If there's anything you need, you can go outside and get it." Zhao Hai nodded and followed Xianxia into the small building. Upon entering the small building, Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that the first floor of this small building would be a living room. Moreover, the living room's decoration was very good. There were a lot of sofas and chairs. Even if 20 people were to sit in this living room, it wouldn't feel crowded. Next to the living room, there was actually another room. This room was a boiling room. You can boil water there, but you can't cook there. This was because there was a fixed dining hall in the academy. Naturally, there weren't many people who would go to the dining hall to eat. Just as the two entered the wooden building, the door to the side opened. A man came out of the room. When he saw Xianxia, he stared blankly. Then his gaze turned to Zhao Hai. His eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. When Xianxia saw this man, she couldn't help but smile and said, "So Senior Ma lives here. That's great. My little brother just reported to the academy today and was assigned to room 16. In the future, Senior Ma will have to take care of him." Xianxia thanks Senior Ma. When the man who Xianxia addressed as Senior Ma heard Xianxia, he quickly smiled and said, "Junior Xianxia is too polite. So it's your little brother. He's really tall. Looking at him, it's hard to say who will be taking care of who in the future. Xianxia smiled and said, he's just an idiot. He's only 16 years old. Because he's always been a troublemaker since he was young, it's hard for his family to take care of him. So he was sent here. In the future, I'll have to ask Senior Ma to help him. He doesn't know much about the academy. If Senior Ma has time, please talk to him, lest he offends people everywhere. When Zhao Hai heard Xianxia, he knew that Xianxia and Senior Ma weren't just being polite. Zhao Hai looked at Senior Ma. This Senior Ma's stature wasn't very tall, but he looked very strong. His eyes were very sharp. The sole item on his head was also very special, it was a mace. When Senior Ma heard Xianxia's words, he smiled and said, alright, since Junior Xianxia has already said it, there's no reason for me to decline. Don't worry, I'll definitely tell him about the things he should pay attention to in the academy. Are you guys going to his room? Come, I'll send you up. Xianxia quickly said, no need, we don't need to trouble Senior Ma. We can go up by ourselves. Crane Grass greets Senior Ma. Senior Ma is famous in the academy for his love of helping newcomers. In the future, you can ask him for advice. Don't mess around, understand? Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Xianxia upstairs. The two of them arrived at room 16. Xianxia pushed the door open and walked in. The room was really not big. It had 2 rooms, a small living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. There was nothing else. The living room was also relatively simple. There was a solid wood sofa and a coffee table. There was a tea set on the coffee table, and there was nothing else. The bedroom was even more simple. There was a pot of lantern flowers, a desk, a chair, and a bed. It was very clean, but also very simple. Xianxia looked at the room, then turned to Zhao Hai and said, most of the rooms in the school are like this. Crane Grass, take a look and see what else you need. If you need anything, then go find Uncle Zhong and have him prepare it for you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this place is good, as long as I add some things for study, then I'll find time to go to Uncle Zhong and get it. Sister Xianxia, you don't have to worry about it. Xianxia nodded and said, good, then you can do as you see fit. As for Senior Ma, he's called Ma Liang, he's the Ma clan's second young master. His talent is very good, the relationship between the Ma clan and our Hu clan is also very good. Moreover, he's a very enthusiastic person. If you need anything, then talk to him, I think he'll help you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Xianxia and said, Sister Xianxia, I'll send you to your room, so that you can get to know the place. Xianxia smiled and said, you can't enter my room, we girls live alone. Moreover, there are guards that don't allow men to enter. You can send me to the door and then leave, let's go. Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Xianxia outside. The place where Xianxia and the others lived was surrounded by a wall. There was a small gate in front of the gate, and there were 2 female soldiers guarding it. Men weren't allowed to enter. Seeing this, Zhao felt relieved. This way, Xianxia would be even safer. After sending Xianxia into the courtyard, Zhao Hai came out of the inner castle and went to Hu Zhong's place. After taking some things that he could use, he returned to the pine forest residence and decorated his room. After arranging the room, Zhao Hai came out of his room and went directly to Ma Liang's room. Then he gently knocked on the door. As soon as he knocked on the door, Ma Liang's voice sounded, who is it? Come in, the door isn't locked. Zhao Hai pushed open the door and walked in. Ma Liang was holding a book, and he turned to look at Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Ma Liang couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly stood up and said, Brother Crane Grass, why are you here? Come and take a seat. But what can I do for Brother Ma? Just tell me. Zhao looked at Ma Liang and smiled faintly. Brother Ma is too polite. I just arrived, so I don't have anything that I need Brother Ma's help with. Since it's almost time to eat, I want to invite Brother Ma to a meal. Right, I want to invite everyone to a meal so that we can get to know each other better. Ma Liang smiled and said, Brother Ma, you're too polite. I just arrived, so I want to invite everyone to a meal. Ma Liang stared when he heard Zhao Hai. Then he understood what Zhao Hai meant. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, good job. Crane grass, you're very good. Alright, I'll leave this matter to Brother Ma. I'll go and call the others. Then Ma Liang brought Zhao Hai out of the room. He had Zhao Hai sit down in the living room first. Then he loudly said, "Is there anyone who's out of breath? Come out, someone's treating you." Ma Liang's shout made the entire building come alive. Then the first and second floors immediately responded. Then the doors opened as people ran out of their rooms. Some of them had sleepy eyes while some looked very energetic. However, all of them had smiles on their faces. It seems like they weren't hard to get along with. While Zhao Hai was observing them, they were also observing Zhao Hai. When they saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they couldn't help but be startled. One of the sleepy people opened his eyes as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Wow, he's this tall? Who is this guy? Why does he seem to be taller than Tiger Wu? Brother Ma? Do you know this guy? Ah, he's actually a plant master. Heavens, what's going on? Could it be that plant masters have mutated? How can he be this tall? This isn't right. Did something go wrong with his soul?" Zhao Hai looked at the person who was chattering. He was a fatty who was less than 1.8 meters tall. However, he weighed more than 200 jin. He had a round face and small eyes, making him look very funny. Naturally, the funniest thing about him was his soul. His soul was actually a monkey, a skinny and small monkey. If one were to look at him alone, or at the sole object on his head, there wouldn't be anything special about him. But if one were to put him together with his sole object, it would be too funny. A man and a monkey, one fat and one skinny. The contrast was too great. Anyone who saw them would want to laugh. When Ma Liang heard this, he slapped the person's head and loudly said, "Fatty ho, when will you change this habit of yours? What are you shouting about? This is our new roommate. We'll be living under the same roof. He's from the Hu clan, Xian'er's younger brother. His name is Hu Cranegrass." When Zhao Hai heard Ma Liang, he immediately felt embarrassed and said, "Brother Ma, I'm surnamed Tian. I'm called Tian Cranegrass." When Ma Liang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're surnamed Tian? Then why did Xian'er say that you're her younger brother? What's going on?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm a foster relative of the Hu clan. My foster grandfather is from the same generation as Sister Xian'er's grandfather. Therefore, I can also be considered as a member of the Hu clan. Moreover, I've been studying in the Hu clan. Therefore, Sister Xian'er said that I'm her younger brother." When Ma Liang heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, "So it's like this. Then your younger brother's talent should be good. Forget it, I don't care. In any case, I know that you're a member of the Hu clan. Brothers, today is Cranegrass' first day at the academy. Moreover, he just moved in, so he wants to treat everyone to a meal. Does anyone have any objections?" When these people heard Ma Liang, they immediately responded and loudly applauded. Looking at their appearance, Zhao Hai's heart suddenly felt warm. This was because he felt that these people were the same as those people from his previous life. This feeling was very good. Zhao also saw that the people who lived in Pine Forest didn't seem to have high status. Even people like Ma Liang, who came from a large family, shouldn't be favored by his family. He didn't even have a single servant by his side, which can be seen from this point. Ma Liang looked at everyone and said, "Alright, don't be too happy. Cranegrass said that he wanted to treat us, but he didn't say where he wanted to treat us. Cranegrass, where do you want to treat us to a meal?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Brother Ma, I won't hide it from you. I just arrived at the academy today, so I don't know anything about the academy. Do you have any recommendations?" When Ma Liang heard Zhao Hai, he thought for a moment and then said, "Let's go to Horizontal Blade City's guest house. The food there is very good, and the price is very fair. What do you think, brothers?" Fatty Ho was the first to respond, "Alright, I've been to guest house before. The food there is very good. Alright, let's go there." The others nodded as well. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't have any objections. Then everyone went out of the room. Everyone chatted and laughed as they walked out. Ma Liang also took this opportunity to introduce the people living in Pine Forest House to Zhao Hai. Besides Zhao Hai, there were also 15 people living in Pine Forest House. Among these 15 people, Ma Liang was the most respected. This was because he was very enthusiastic. No matter who had a problem, as long as they asked him for help, he would help them. He was the boss of Pine Forest House. Ho Qing was called Ho Qing. As for the fat monkey, he was called Ho Qing. His family wasn't a big family, they only had a few beast soul bearers in recent generations. Previously, his family was just an ordinary soul bearer family. However, his family's business was very good. Now, his family's caravan was one of the famous caravans in the Saber Spirit Nation. However, Ho Qing was a bastard son of the family. His father was afraid that he would compete with his brother, the eldest son of the family. Therefore, he sent him to the academy. Although he had a lot of expenses every year, his status wasn't high. Besides the two of them, the remaining 13 people weren't from big families. They were all from small or medium-sized families. Moreover, their status in their families wasn't very high. This was why they were sent to the academy. However, these people's talents weren't very good. Only Ma Liang was a bit better. The other people's talents were ordinary. They belonged to the periphery of the academy. Naturally, they weren't poor. Their daily expenses weren't small. However, compared to people like Xianxia, they were nothing. A group of people came out of the inner castle and went to get their mounts. Although their status wasn't very high, they still represented their families in the academy. Therefore, they still had mounts that they could use. However, their families had placed them here for two reasons. First, they wanted them to be far away from the family's power center. Second, they wanted them to accumulate some connections. If they could establish some connections in the academy in the future, then their families would give them some power. If they couldn't establish connections, then when they returned home, they would just be an elder or a steward and take orders from their families. Ma Liang and the others were very clear about their future. When they heard that Zhao Hai was a foster relative of the Hu clan, they thought that Zhao Hai was the same as them. Because of this, they wanted to make friends with him. After all, they were in the same boat. Before long, Ma Liang and the others came back with their mounts. They were all fine horses. Although their status in the academy wasn't very high, it was still very useful outside. Because of this, they still needed to pay attention to their status. At this time, Zhao Hai also came out riding mottled bamboo. When they saw Zhao Hai's mottled bamboo, they couldn't help but stare. Ma Liang looked at mottled bamboo, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, where did you get such a good horse? Quickly change it. If you ride it outside, then it would be too shameful. Go to the city and pick a good horse. Consider it as a gift from Big Brother." When Zhao Hai heard Ma Liang, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Brother Ma, I can't change this horse. This is a horse that I like very much. Don't look at its appearance, it's just right for me to use. You can see that with my body, if I were to ride an ordinary horse, it wouldn't be able to run, it wouldn't even be able to carry me. Moreover, if I were to fight someone, I would need to use a weapon. Weapons are also very heavy, so if I don't choose a special horse, it wouldn't be able to carry me. If I were to change it to another horse, then it wouldn't be able to carry me." When they heard Zhao Hai, Ma Liang and the others were speechless. They looked at Zhao Hai and secretly nodded. They also understood that with Zhao Hai's body, if he were to ride an ordinary horse, then the horse wouldn't be able to carry him. It wouldn't take long for the horse to become thin and weak. To be able to find such a strange horse, it wasn't bad at all. Ma Liang sighed and said, "Brother, your situation is too special. You're a plant master, how did you become so big? I must say, brother, how did you become like this?" "Brother Ma, as you know, I'm a plant master, and plant masters don't wander around in the wild. Deep in the mountains, I met a group of monkeys. The monkeys were all tall, but their courage was very small. When they saw me, they ran away. I walked around and found a tree with the fragrance of wine. Following the smell, I found that there was something like wine in the hollow of the tree. I was curious, so I drank it. Who would have thought that after drinking it, my body would feel like it was on fire? Later, I couldn't stand it anymore, so I fainted. When I woke up, I found that I was getting stronger, and my body was growing bigger and bigger. In just 3 years, I grew from Brother Ma's height to what I am now. My family almost doesn't recognize me. Don't you think that's infuriating? When they heard Zhao Hai, Ma Liang and the others were stunned. After some time, Ma Liang opened his mouth and said, "Brother, your luck is too good. Does this mean that you're very strong now? How strong are you?" Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "It's very big. Let me tell you this. Before I came here, I had a fight with one of the Yang family's foreign elders. That person is a bull spirit, famous for his strength. When I compared strength with him, he wasn't my opponent." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ma Liang said in a deep voice, "A person's talent has a lot to do with their soul. Take Fatty Marquis for example. Don't judge him by his fat body, but he is very agile. My strength is also very great, but the soul that is recognized in the soul world as having great strength is generally the elephant soul, the hammering soul, or the bull soul. They are all famous for their strength, and to be able to become a consecrator of a family, their strength must not be weak. You can actually compete with a consecrator of a family. It seems that your strength is really not small. Amazing, really amazing, you didn't grow this size for nothing." Zhao Hai chuckled but didn't say anything. The group rode their horses out of the castle and headed towards Hingdao City. Along the way, Ma Liang and the others understood why Zhao Hai chose Banju as his mount. Although this horse looked strange, it was very strong. Moreover, it had a lot of momentum. This kind of horse was indeed the most suitable for Zhao Hai. The group didn't rush along the way. Since the academy wasn't far from Hingdao City, it didn't take long for Zhao Hai and the others to arrive at the city's gates. The gates of Hingdao City were much more imposing than the academy's gates. The group didn't dismount and just rode their horses directly into the city. The guards of the city acted as if they didn't see anything. They knew that Zhao Hai and the others were students of the academy. And any student of the academy wasn't someone they could afford to offend. After Zhao Hai and the others entered the city, they slowed down their pace and walked along the street. This time, it was Ma Liang who took the lead. Under Ma Liang's lead, the group took a few turns before they arrived at a street. This street wasn't very wide. There were food stalls on both sides of the road. Besides these food stalls, there were also restaurants on both sides. However, these restaurants looked very imposing. Because of the food stalls on both sides of the street, the group couldn't ride their horses. They dismounted and walked along the street. Along the way, they attracted everyone's attention. Naturally, Ma Liang and the others knew what was going on. It was because of Zhao Hai's height. Zhao Hai's height could be considered as a giant among these people. It was hard not to notice him. Zhao Hai didn't feel anything. If they liked to look, then look. In any case, he wouldn't lose a piece of meat. As he walked along the street, he looked around. At this time, he suddenly saw a figure. This person was sitting on the second floor of a restaurant not too far away. He was looking at the street from the window. However, this person didn't see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he turned to Ma Liang and said, "Brother Ma, how far are we from the guest house?" Ma Liang smiled and said, "It's right in front. Do you see it? It's that building." After saying that, Ma Liang pointed at a small building not far away. This small building wasn't very tall. It only had 3 floors. Compared to the row of big shops, it wasn't very conspicuous. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he followed Ma Liang to the restaurant. After handing the horse over to the waiter, Zhao Hai turned to Ma Liang and said, "Brother Ma, you guys go ahead and order some food. I saw an acquaintance. Invite him over for a drink." Ma Liang was a very hospitable person, and since he wasn't the one treating, he didn't object. He just nodded and said, "All right, then we'll go in. We usually go to the second floor's private room. If that room is still empty, then we won't go anywhere else. You can ask the waiter, he knows me." Ma Liang nodded and said, "All right, then we'll go in. We usually go to the second floor's private room." Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fist to Ma Liang before he turned around and left. Ma Liang led Fat Monkey and the others into the restaurant. After asking the waiter and confirming that the private room was empty, they went straight up. At this time, Zhao Hai went straight to a tall restaurant not far from the restaurant. This restaurant had 8 floors. When Zhao Hai arrived at the entrance, he went straight inside. The waiter in the shop immediately came up to them and said, "Dear customers, please come in." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm here to look for a friend. He's on the 2nd floor. I saw him just now." Then he went up to the 2nd floor. The waiter didn't stay behind to greet the others. Instead, he followed Zhao Hai all the way to the 2nd floor. Zhao Hai didn't blame the waiter. After he went up to the 2nd floor, he found Dao Beiying's private room. Then he reached out his hand and gently knocked on the door. Indeed, Zhao Hai saw Dao Beiying looking down from the window on the 2nd floor. Because of this, he knew that Dao Beiying was here. He thought that Dao Beiying was a person worth befriending. Because of this, he wanted to invite Dao Beiying. If he could invite Dao Beiying, then that would be great. If not, then forget about it. The reason why Zhao Hai took the initiative was because he didn't know if Dao Beiying saw him or not. If Dao Beiying saw him and he didn't invite him, then Dao Beiying would think that Zhao Hai was looking down on him. This wouldn't do him any good. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to come here. When Zhao Hai knocked on the door, a voice was heard, "Who is it? Come in." Zhao Hai wasn't polite. Then he pushed the door and went in. When Zhao Hai went in, the people in the room were stunned. Dao Beiying, Lang Shiping, and the others were in the room. When they saw Zhao Hai come in, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't know how Zhao Hai found them. Zhao Hai looked at the people in the room, then he smiled faintly and said, "Brothers, I'm sorry to disturb you. Brother Dao, today I came out to drink with one of my brothers. I saw Brother Dao looking out the window and couldn't help but be impressed by your style. Therefore, I came to invite Brother Dao and the other brothers to have a drink with us. What do you think?" When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he was stunned. This wasn't because of how sudden Zhao Hai's request was. There were countless people who wanted to invite Dao Beiying for a drink every day, but Dao Beiying didn't necessarily give them face. The reason why he was surprised was because of Zhao Hai's tone. From Zhao Hai's tone, one couldn't hear any respect for his status. On the contrary, it was like two good friends were teasing each other. Dao Beiying had never felt this way before. In the past, he had only seen people talk to their good friends, but not to him. Even Lang Shiping, who had a good relationship with him, didn't talk to him like this. This made Dao Beiying feel a sense of novelty. Dao Beiying was nurtured by the imperial family. Although he hadn't heard Zhao Hai speak like this before, he quickly recovered. Then he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Brother, I really didn't realize that your mouth was quite sharp. But since you wanted to invite me to a meal, Brother Dao is very happy. How about this, Brother Dao, you don't need to invite me. How about you invite your roommates over and have a drink or two?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he looked at Dao Beiying and said, "Brother Dao, it's not that I don't want to give you face. Today, I've been assigned a room in the Pine Forest restaurant. Although my roommates have some status, they're still far inferior compared to you. To be honest, entering such a big restaurant puts a lot of pressure on us. Moreover, we've already booked a table in the nearby restaurant. If Brother Dao doesn't have time, then I'll invite Brother Dao for a drink another day. After all, my friends are still waiting for me." When Dao Beiying heard Zhao, his eyes lit up. Dao Beiying was very clear about the type of people who lived in Pine Forest Inn. He knew that the people who lived there were people from small families with no status. If he was in Zhao's position, then he would drink with his roommates and not care about his roommates. But Zhao didn't do that, he went back to drink with his roommates. This was absolutely beyond Dao Beiying's expectations. Such a choice might seem unreasonable to others, but in Dao Beiying's eyes, it was a sign of affection. However, Dao Beiying also knew that if he went, then the other people in the room would also follow. He wasn't worried about the others, but Yang Defeng and Zhao Hai had a conflict. If Yang Defeng also went, then everyone wouldn't be able to drink well. Although Dao Beiying was very disappointed with Yang Defeng and was even a bit annoyed, Yang Defeng had been with him for a long time. If he didn't give Yang Defeng any face because of Zhao Hai, then what would the others think of him? Because of this consideration, Dao Beiying didn't want to drink with Zhao Hai today. After thinking about this, Dao Beiying immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, if that's the case, then I'll have to disturb your roommate's party. But Cranegrass, since you're already here, why don't you have a drink before you go? Come, have a drink with us before you go. How about it? Zhao Hai laughed and said, even if Brother Dao didn't say it, I still wanted to drink. But since Brother Dao said it, then I won't be able to drink. How about this, I'll accompany you today. Everyone will drink 3 cups. I'll drink 3 cups and you can drink 1. Consider this as my apology for disturbing you today. Waiter, come, bring the wine. The waiter who followed Zhao Hai didn't leave. Now that he heard Zhao Hai say this, he immediately complied and brought a new cup. Then he poured a cup for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai picked up the cup and said, Brother Dao, this first cup is for you. I'll toast you first. Then he drank the wine in 1 gulp. When Dao Beiying saw Zhao Hai's heroic spirit, he couldn't help but laugh and said, all right, since Brother Cranegrass is so straightforward, then this elder brother can't not accompany you. I'll accompany you for 3 cups. Then he picked up his cup and drank the wine in 1 gulp. When Zhao Hai saw Dao Beiying's actions, he couldn't help but laugh and said, all right, Brother Dao is straightforward. Let's drink. Then he drank a 2nd cup, followed by Dao Beiying. Then Zhao Hai drank a 3rd cup, followed by Dao Beiying. After drinking 3 cups of wine, the two looked at each other and laughed. It seemed like they had become closer to each other. When the other people saw Zhao Hai's performance, they couldn't help but be surprised. They haven't seen Dao Beiying laugh like this before. Moreover, Zhao Hai came in for a while and Dao Beiying already broke the convention. This made them very surprised. At the same time, everyone had their own thoughts. Lang Shiping's cold face had already melted. Although Lang Shiping was arrogant, he liked Zhao Hai's character. He thought that Zhao Hai was a person worth befriending. On the other hand, Zhou Feng and Hai Long thought that Zhao Hai was also a person worth befriending. Not to mention his strength, just his ability to deal with people was worth befriending. Among the people present, the only one who wasn't happy was Yang Defeng. Today, his scheme against Zhao Hai didn't work. Instead, he was plotted against by Zhao Hai. This made his heart burn with anger. Now that he saw Dao Beiying and Zhao Hai drinking happily, and Dao Beiying appreciating Zhao Hai's appearance, Yang Defeng's lungs were about to explode. At the same time, he also felt a sense of crisis. He was very clear that if he allowed Zhao Hai to befriend Dao Beiying, then he would lose his biggest backer. Not only would he be in trouble, the Yang clan would also be in trouble. Therefore, he couldn't allow Zhao Hai to befriend Dao Beiying, absolutely not. As for what Yang Defeng was planning, Zhao Hai didn't know. However, he didn't put Yang Defeng in his heart. In fact, if he wasn't afraid that some people would harm the Hu clan, then Zhao Hai would have already killed Yang Defeng. In Zhao Hai's eyes, the Yang family was no different from dead people. As long as the limelight dies down, he would immediately make a move against the Yang family. Zhao Hai then gave Lang Shiping and the others 3 cups of wine. He even gave Yang Defeng a toast. Although Yang Defeng's face was cold, Zhao Hai still gave him 3 cups of wine. Naturally, he did this to make Dao Beiying's impression of him get better and better. At the same time, he also looked down on Yang Defeng. After giving them a toast, Zhao Hai gave Dao Beiying and the others a salute. Then he went downstairs and directly went to the restaurant. Ma Liang and the others were waiting for Zhao Hai inside the restaurant. When they saw that Zhao Hai didn't come back, they couldn't help but worry. Fat Monkey looked at Ma Liang and said, Brother Ma, is Brother Cranegrass not coming back? Ma Liang stared at Fat Monkey and said, don't talk nonsense. Brother Cranegrass isn't that kind of person. Let's order the dishes. The group wasn't polite as they ordered a table full of dishes. Just as they finished ordering, Zhao Hai came in. When Ma Liang and the others saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they felt relieved. Ma Liang immediately stood up and said, Brother, you're back. Didn't you say that you saw an acquaintance? Why didn't you invite him over and have a drink with us? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I just met him today. He also invited some friends. I'm not familiar with them, so I gave them a few cups of wine before coming back. Don't worry about them, let's eat. Brother Ma, are the dishes ready? Ma Liang smiled embarrassedly and said, I've already ordered. Brother, I'm sorry, but you're treating. These dishes should be ordered by you. Before Ma Liang could finish, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, it's fine. Brother Ma, you don't need to be so polite with me. We'll be brothers in the future, so there's no need to be so polite. When Ma Liang heard Zhao Hai, he relaxed. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, all right, brother. Since you said so, then we won't be polite with you. We just ordered the dishes, but we'll have to listen to you. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, that's simple. Following Zhao Hai's words, a waiter ran in and bowed to Zhao Hai. Sir, do you have any orders? Zhao Hai smiled. Do you have any clear stream wine here? The waiter immediately replied, we do. We have 5 years clear stream, 10 years clear stream, and 20 years clear stream. I don't know what kind sir wants. Zhao thought for a moment, then said, I want 20 years old green stream, 10 caddies per jar. Give me 5 jars first. Oh, right. Give me the names of the dishes you just ordered. The waiter nodded and immediately began to list out the names of the dishes. Before long, he had ordered 10 dishes. When Zhao Hai heard these dishes, he couldn't help but gently knit his brows and said, how can there only be 10 dishes? How about this? Give me 10 more dishes, pick your best ones. Go. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Then he threw a silver coin to the waiter. Naturally, this silver coin wasn't for the restaurant, it was for the waiter. The waiter received the silver coin and happily left. Although the guest house was a restaurant in the city, the people who gave gifts here weren't very generous. Therefore, when the waiter saw Zhao Hai give him a silver coin, he couldn't help but feel happy. Zhao Hai's actions made Ma Liang and the others surprised. Ma Liang thought that Zhao Hai was just a relative of the Hu clan. Even if he could get some allowance from the Hu clan, it wouldn't be a lot. But now, it seems like that wasn't the case. It seems like Zhao Hai's allowance wasn't small at all. It seems like he didn't lack money to spend at all. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He turned to Ma Liang and the others and smiled, Brother Ma, are you used to drinking clear stream wine? If you aren't used to it, then we can change it to something else. Ma Liang smiled bitterly and said, Brother must be joking. Clear stream wine is a first-class wine. How could we not be used to it? Moreover, it's a 20-year-old clear stream wine. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's good that you're used to it. Today is the first time that us brothers have met. Naturally, we need to have a good drink. Today, we must drink until we're drunk. When Ma Liang and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this generous. Ma Liang looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother, you said that you're a foster relative of the Hu clan. I can see that your status in the Hu clan isn't low, right? When you came to our pine forest residence, it was junior sister Xianxia who sent you here. Moreover, she also told me to take care of you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Sister Xianxia has always taken care of me. I entered the Hu clan when I was 7 years old. In the beginning, I was just learning martial arts. Later on, grandfather took a liking to me and accepted me as his foster grandson. This time, it was grandfather who told me to come to the academy. To be honest, I didn't want to come, but since grandfather told me to come, I had no choice but to come. Ma Liang nodded and said, Brother, you said that you had a conflict with the Yang clan? Is it the Yang clan from Yang'an City? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, it's the Yang clan from Yang'an City. The Yang clan has been provoking my Hu clan many times. This time, when I came to the academy, a kid from the Yang clan wanted to steal my horse. This little brother got angry and killed the young master of the Yang clan. Later on, I fought with the Yang clan's guards and injured a few of them. The Yang clan's patriarch was furious, so he sent a foreign elder to challenge me, but I defeated him. Ma Liang nodded and said, good, brother is really strong. Although the Yang clan isn't a big clan, it can still be considered a powerful middle-class clan. For brother to have a conflict with the Yang clan is amazing. However, you still need to be careful. The Yang clan has a lot of influence in the academy. The young master of the Yang clan is also a favorite of the 7th prince. You need to be careful. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, I've already seen the young master of the Yang clan. To be honest, he isn't very good. If we weren't in the academy, then this little brother would have given him a hard time. When Ma Liang and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. They really didn't know what to say about Zhao Hai. They didn't know whether they should praise him or scold him. Ma Liang sighed and said, "Brother, listen to big brother. It's best if you don't have a conflict with the Yang clan. You might not be afraid of the Yang clan, but behind them stands the seventh prince. The seventh prince is very favored by His Majesty. If you have a conflict with the seventh prince, then it wouldn't be good for you and the Hu clan." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, brother Ma can rest assured. I'll remember this. I won't have a conflict with the Yang clan in the future." While they were talking, the waiter had already delivered the dishes and wine. Everyone began to drink to their heart's content. While they were drinking happily, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Everyone stared. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Come in." When the door was pushed open, they saw Dao Beiying leading Lang Shiping, Zhou Feng, and Hai Long in front of the door. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately stood up and cupped his fist towards Dao Beiying and said, "Brother Dao, why are you here? Please come in." Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "Today, I drank too much, so I came here myself. Brother, I'm here to ask for a glass of wine. I don't know if brother would be willing to give this big brother a glass of wine." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Brother Dao, you must be joking. You're an honored guest that even I can't invite. Please take a seat. Waiter, bring the chopsticks and bowls. Bring the wine and the dishes." Then he invited Dao Beiying to sit down. At this time, Ma Liang and the others were stunned. They just told Zhao Hai to be careful of the seventh prince, and then the seventh prince appeared. Moreover, it seems like the seventh prince's relationship with Zhao Hai was very good. This made everyone startled. After Zhao Hai asked Dao Beiying to sit down, he said, "Brother Dao, let me introduce you. These are my roommates. This is Ma Liang, and this is Ho Qing." Dao Beiying nodded. Ma Liang and the others quickly stood up and saluted Dao Beiying. Dao Beiying also smiled and returned the salute. After greeting each other, everyone sat down. Zhao Hai didn't ask why Yang Defeng didn't come. It seems like Dao Beiying had sent Yang Defeng away, and then he brought the others here. Regarding Dao Beiying's actions, Zhao Hai wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he was very happy. It seems like Dao Beiying really wanted to befriend him. With Dao Beiying and the others joining in, Ma Liang and the others couldn't help but drink. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything and continued drinking with Dao Beiying and the others. Everyone drank until the sky turned dark. When they came out of the restaurant, Zhao Hai turned to Dao Beiying and said, "Brother Dao, where are you going next?" "I'll be heading back." Dao Beiying looked at the sky, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, why are you going back so early? Horizontal Blade City is a famous city that never sleeps. There's no curfew in Horizontal Blade City. There are many fun places to go at night. How about this big brother take you to a few fun places and have some fun?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Dao, it's not that I don't want to give you face. But you should know that my big sister is still in school. If she doesn't allow me to go back too late, then if she knows that I didn't go back at night, then I'll be in trouble. So I won't be going with Brother Dao. Brother Dao, please forgive me." When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "So it's like that. Ha ha ha, then I won't blame you. Good brother, we won't keep you here. You can go back." Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Dao Beiying and said, "All right, then Brother Dao, I'll be heading back first. Brother Dao, have fun." Dao Beiying nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "I'll look for you tomorrow. Let's go out and have some fun. Brother, you won't refuse me, right?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I won't. But Brother Dao, this little brother has just arrived at the school. I'll be going out every day, okay? The teachers in the school won't find trouble with me, right? If the teachers in the academy really find trouble with me, then I'll be even more unlucky. My elder sister won't let me off." Dao Beiying smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. The school doesn't care about where students go. There's also no examination. As long as you want to graduate, then you can pass the school's examination." Zhao Hai nodded, then he and Dao Beiying made an appointment. Then he cupped his fist towards Dao Beiying and turned to leave. Lang Shiping looked at the departing Zhao Hai, then he turned to Dao Beiying and said, "Your Highness, you seem to care a lot about this crane field. It seems like this person doesn't put you in his eyes. Look at him, ever since he saw you, he's been calling you Brother Dao. But Brother Dao doesn't seem to respect you. Why does your Highness favor him?" Dao Beiying smiled faintly and said, "Shiping, you and I have known each other since childhood. But do you dare to call me that? I know that you're loyal to me. You think of me as a friend, an elder brother. But you didn't say it out loud. The reason why Crane Field called me that is because he wants to tell me that in his eyes, I'm just Dao Beiying, not the seventh prince. He can treat me as a friend, but we're equals." When Lang Shiping heard Dao Beiying, he couldn't help but get angry and said, "How dare he think of being equal to your Highness? Your Highness, when we return, I'll teach him a lesson." Dao Beiying smiled and said, "Don't do that." Dao Beiying chuckled and said, "No, Shiping, don't do that. It's rare for someone to get along with me as an equal. I also want to feel what it feels like. If I really become friends with him, then I can use him in the future. My subordinates might betray me if I don't give them enough benefits, but my friends won't. Let's leave it at that. I want to see what kind of person this Crane Field is." When Lang Shiping heard Dao Beiying, he didn't say anything else. Then he said, "Your Highness, how should we deal with Yang Defeng's matter? He actually dared to scheme against your Highness, this is truly disgraceful." Dao Beiying sneered and said, "Yang Defeng, don't worry about him. Although he schemed against me this time, he has been with me for a long time, so I'll spare him this time. But later on, he won't be one of my people. When you come in contact with him, be careful. Don't be too far away, and don't be too close. If you are too far away, he will be able to sense it. Maybe he will want to change his master. Being too close to him isn't good. This person is a wolf that can't be tamed. I want to see what kind of tricks he can play. Let's go to the city and play." Lang Shiping didn't say anything else as he followed Dao Beiying towards the city. At this time, Zhao Hai was following Ma Liang and the others towards the academy. They didn't ride fast, they just let their horses go slowly. When they left the city, Ma Liang couldn't hide himself any longer. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Crane Field, can you tell me what's going on? Why did His Highness the Seventh Prince suddenly appear in our room and drink with us for a long time? It seems like he's very familiar with you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This matter is actually very simple. Before I entered the academy, Yang Defeng wanted to use His Highness the Seventh Prince to scheme against me. However, I managed to resolve it. At the same time, he also offended His Highness the Seventh Prince. When I dealt with this matter, His Highness the Seventh Prince thought that I did a good job and appreciated me. When we arrived at the academy, didn't I say that I saw an acquaintance? Actually, when I saw His Highness the Seventh Prince, I went to invite him. But at that time, His Highness was drinking with Yang Defeng, so he didn't come over. So I offered him a few cups of wine. To be honest, I didn't think that His Highness would come." When Ma Liang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but let out a long breath and said, "Brother, Big Brother is convinced. Yang Defeng has been with His Highness the Seventh Prince for a long time. He has always been a favorite of His Highness. In the academy, there aren't many people who would dare to provoke him. Someone like him who used His Highness the Seventh Prince to scheme against you was actually resolved by you. You even got acquainted with His Highness because of this." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This is nothing. In fact, people like the Seventh Highness are very smart people, and the smarter they are, the more they don't like being schemed against. At that time, I pointed out that Yang Defeng was using him to scheme against me, and I also pointed out that I have a grudge against the Yang family. If the Seventh Highness still doesn't understand, then he doesn't deserve His Majesty's favor. Moreover, Brother Ma, don't forget that I'm a member of the Hu family. In the academy, I represent the Hu family. The Seventh Highness also needs to consider the feelings of the Hu family. Therefore, the Seventh Highness didn't vent his anger on me. But looking at the Seventh Highness' actions today, I can see that he really is a person who appreciates talents, and has an open mind." Ma Liang looked deeply at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "All right, Crane Grass. Big Brother really made a mistake. I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. It seems like if Big Brother has any problems in the future, then I'll look for you. When the time comes, you should give Big Brother some advice. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, naturally, you and I are brothers under the same roof. If there's any problem, then I'll naturally give you some ideas. However, I can't guarantee that my ideas will be good or bad. If I give you a bad idea, then don't blame me. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. They didn't believe that Zhao Hai would give them any bad ideas. The group chatted and laughed as they returned to the academy. After arranging their mounts, they returned to the Pine Forest residence. When the group entered the residence, they didn't immediately go to rest. Instead, they sat in the living room. Ma Liang pointed at a tall and thin person with a refined face. This person was called by Yufei and said, Yufei, you've shown off your skills today. How about you make some tea for us? Bai Yufei smiled and said, since Big Brother Ma gave the order, then there's nothing I can't do. I'll also let Brother Cranegrass have a taste of my skills. Cranegrass, take a seat. Big Brother will go and make some tea. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Liang with a puzzled expression. Ma Liang smiled faintly and said, Yufei's family is in the tea business. Moreover, he's very good at making tea. Come, brother, take a seat. Yufei will be done in a while. We drank a lot today, so it's good for us to drink some tea. Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, then I'll have a taste of Brother Bai's skills. After Ma Liang and the others sat down, Ma Liang looked at Zhao Hai and said, brother, although we met today, I feel that you're very much to my liking. From now on, we'll be brothers under the same roof. Big Brother won't be polite with you. Today, I have something I want to ask you. See if you can give me some ideas. Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, Brother Ma, you're too polite. If there's anything I can help you with, then I'll certainly help. Ma Liang nodded, then he said, Brother, you might not know about our situation, but I'm not afraid of being laughed at by you. I'll explain it to you. Our status in our families isn't very high. Our families sent us to the academy in order to keep us away from our families. First, it's to help the family establish some connections. Second, it's to prevent us from competing with the family's successor. Because of this, our status is quite awkward. After saying this, Ma Liang couldn't help but sigh. The others also did the same. Zhao looked at Ma Liang with some confusion. He didn't know why Ma Liang would suddenly say this. And just as Ma Liang said, today was their first day meeting. Wasn't it a bit too much for them to be talking about small things? Zhao Hai didn't quite understand what Ma Liang meant, but he still said, Brother Ma, what do you mean? Ma Liang said, Brother, I just want to ask you, for people like us, what's our future? Can you give us an idea? When Zhao Hai heard Ma Liang, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Ma Liang would ask him this question. To be honest, this question was quite big. He looked at Ma Liang and said, Brother Ma, this question is quite big. Although you were sent to the academy, you're still a member of your family. Your roots are still in your family, this cannot be changed. Brother Ma, do you have any other choice in the future? When Ma Liang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but sigh and say, Brother, we know what you're talking about. But we're not willing. After we return to the family, we'll only be elders without any real power. I'm afraid that we won't have any status in the family. We're not willing to accept this. When Zhao Hai heard Ma Liang, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, so it's because of this. Brother Ma, you want to return to the family in the future so that you can have some say in the family, right? We don't want to betray our families, we just don't want to waste our time here. Even if we stay here for 10,000 years, I'm afraid that we won't have any status when we return to our families. At most, we'll just be a powerless elder in the family. We just don't want to be like this. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Just like brother said, we have our own families. Our roots are our families. We don't want to betray our families. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, this is very simple. First of all, Brother Ma, you've ignored the most important point. You're just thinking about how to get a higher status in your family. You're just thinking about this and not cultivating. To be honest, you're putting the cart before the horse. Brother Ma, who has the most weight in the soul realm? Those who are strong and have big fists have the most weight in their words. Instead of thinking about how to return to the clan to fight for power, why don't you work hard on your cultivation? As long as you are strong enough, no one will dare to look down on your words. At that time, no one will dare to say that you are powerless elders. I'm afraid that at that time, you will become the most powerful elders in your clan. When Ma Liang and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their eyes lit up, but then they smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, your idea is good. But although our talents are good, we aren't the best. Moreover, the support given to us by our families is limited. In this case, even if we work hard, I'm afraid that our achievements would be limited. Even if we're geniuses, their achievements wouldn't be too high, let alone us. But we'll still work hard in the future." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, cultivation is only one aspect of it. Another aspect is to establish connections. When you return to your family later on, with the support of these connections, your family wouldn't dare to look down on you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, cultivation is only one aspect of it." Ma Liang smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, there's no need to talk about this. Establishing a network isn't that easy. Our status is known by all the big shots. Moreover, our strength isn't very strong. Even if we rely on them, they wouldn't accept us. Just like the seventh prince, do you think we don't want to follow him? To be honest, even if it's the son of the first wife of our family, the next head of the clan, the seventh prince might not even take a fancy to him. In this case, it's too difficult for us to build a strong enough network." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Brother Ma, I think you're mistaken. You're also mistaken. Connections aren't necessarily limited to big shots. Don't other people count as connections as well? Even if all of you are the same, you may not be favored in your respective clans, but you are still members of your respective clans. Just like what Brother Ma said, for a clan like yours, even if the patriarch comes, the seventh highness may not necessarily take a fancy to him. In other words, the clans that your clan cooperates with are mostly clans similar to your clan. In this case, how can you feel more at ease cooperating with an unfamiliar clan compared to cooperating with the clans that are sitting here? Isn't the relationship between the two of you a network? When the time comes, Brother Ma's family and Brother Ho's family will work together. Do you think that your family wouldn't pay attention to this?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Ma Liang and the others stared for a moment before their eyes lit up. At this time, Bai Yufei came out of the living room with a cup of tea. Bai Yufei heard everything that was said in the living room, and he felt that Zhao Hai's words were very reasonable. Bai Yufei placed the teapot and teacups on the table. Then he turned to Ma Liang and said, "Brother Ma, I think that Brother Cranegrass is right. Isn't our relationship the best network? If we're stronger, then our relationship can also be considered a network. Moreover, it wouldn't be a weak network." Ma Liang nodded and said, "Brother Cranegrass is right. It's us who thought wrong from the beginning. We only looked up, but we didn't think about the brothers beside us. We're ashamed." Zhao Hai looked at Ma Liang and smiled faintly, "Brother Ma, don't just look at our room. The academy isn't small. I'm afraid that there are a lot of people with the same status as us. Even those who aren't as good as us aren't few. With Brother Ma's reputation, it shouldn't be difficult for you to connect these people, right? If you unite all of them, then do you think that your network would be weak?" Ma Liang and the others were stunned. In the past, they had only set their sights on the top. They had never looked down, nor did they look to the sides. They didn't think that these weak groups would be able to form a powerful network. This network might even be stronger than what they had imagined. After being reminded by Zhao Hai, Ma Liang and the others' minds were completely opened. Actually, Ma Liang and the others weren't fools, it was just that they were restricted by their previous thinking. Now that their minds were opened, they naturally knew what to do. The group chatted while drinking tea. After some time, Ma Liang turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Cranegrass, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for your reminder, then we wouldn't have understood." "Thank you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're too polite. However, I think that this is only one way to raise your status. Actually, there are other ways to raise your status in the family." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ma Liang's spirit couldn't help but shake as he said, "What is it?" "Brother, tell Big Brother about it." Zhao smiled faintly. This method is actually very simple. We just need to develop our own businesses. With our identities, I believe that doing business wouldn't be difficult. Most people wouldn't dare to embarrass us. If we have our own businesses, then when we talk to the family, we will naturally be more unyielding. Zhao smiled faintly and said, this method is actually very simple. We just need to develop our own businesses. We can join forces and do some business. With our own identities, I believe that doing business wouldn't be difficult. Ma Liang and the others stared, then they looked at each other. To be honest, they didn't think about doing business themselves. In the Saber Spirit country, as long as it was a business that could make a lot of money, then it would be taken over by the great clans. For people like them, doing business was very difficult. Of course, the most important thing was that they didn't have money in their hands. If they wanted to do big business, they must have capital. Not only did they need capital, but they also needed connections and a background. Only in this way could they do business. As for Ma Liang and the others, they had neither capital nor connections. In this case, it wouldn't be easy for them to do business. Ma Liang and the others sighed and said, brother, it's not that we don't want to do business, it's just that we don't have the capital. Even if we wanted to do business, we wouldn't be able to. Let's just forget about it. Zhao looked at Ma Liang and smiled faintly. Brother Ma, actually, we don't need capital to do business. The academy's environment is very relaxed, so students like us don't need to go to school. If we want to improve our strength, then we must go to the wilderness to train. If we go out to train, then we can change our name, form a mercenary group, and take on some missions. This way, we can have our own business. Moreover, this kind of business doesn't need capital. If we can really develop it, then we can recruit people. With such an armed force in our hands, whether it's the clans or anyone else, they wouldn't dare to look down on us. What do you think? What do you think? When Ma Liang and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. To be honest, they were a little tempted by Zhao Hai's proposal. But at the same time, they also had a lot of concerns. This was because of their status. They were the young masters of the great clans. Although they weren't the future successors of their clans, they were still people above the masses. As for the mercenaries, they were just ordinary people. Those were some simple martial artists. They made a living by being the escorts of some small merchants or those who didn't have high status. They were all lower-class people. Asking them to do the work of those lower-class people, they really couldn't bring themselves to do it for a while. When Zhao saw their expressions, he knew what they were thinking. Zhao smiled and said, this matter isn't urgent. In fact, this can't be considered a business. If we want to improve our strength, then we have to go through trials. If it's just a normal trial, then there won't be any benefits. Moreover, it's inevitable that there will be some limitations. But if we do missions, then we have to listen to others, and we can encounter anything. In this case, we can get better training. Zhao smiled and said, you don't need to worry about it too much. But if we do missions, then we have to listen to others. Ma Liang took a deep breath and said, brother, we understand what you're saying. But you need to give us some time to think about this matter. This matter isn't that simple. With our status, if our clans know that we're doing missions, then we'll definitely be punished. Therefore, we can't do this easily. Can you give us some time to think about it? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Brother Ma, what are you talking about? To be honest, I can only give you some ideas. I can't do business with you. I'm different from you. You're all from different clans while I'm a foster relative of the Hu clan. Although my name is in the Hu clan's genealogy, how can I be the same as you? He can go and train himself, but I can't do business with him. Therefore, I can only give you some ideas. As for whether you want to do it or not, that's up to you. When Ma Liang and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. They now understood that Zhao Hai was different from them. If they were to do business outside and their clans knew about it, then they would at most be reprimanded. Then their business would be taken back to the clan, and they might even be rewarded. However, Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai was a foster relative of the Hu clan. If the Hu clan knew that he was doing business, then it would be a big problem. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Liang and the others and smiled faintly. Actually, with his current status in the Hu clan, even if he wanted to do business outside, the Hu clan wouldn't oppose it. They might even support it. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do this. He was now a member of the Hu clan. With the support of the Hu clan, why would he risk his life? The most important thing for him right now was to strengthen his strength so that he could leave the Soul Realm as soon as possible and return to his identity. Therefore, he didn't want to develop too much influence in the Soul Realm. For him, it was meaningless. Naturally, he couldn't directly tell Ma Liang and the others about his thoughts. Therefore, he could only use this as an excuse. In any case, it was impossible for Ma Liang and the others to know about his status in the Hu clan. Ma Liang looked at Zhao Hai, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Brother, we will remember your kindness. Rest assured, even if we brothers do something in the future, you will still have a share in it." The others nodded as well. To be honest, Ma Liang's question to Zhao Hai today was actually an experiment for Zhao Hai. They wanted to see how Zhao Hai would answer them. If Zhao Hai just gave them a perfunctory answer, then they might still be friends with Zhao Hai in the future. However, they wouldn't treat Zhao Hai as a brother. If Zhao Hai really helped them think of a way, even if the method was unreliable, they would still be very happy. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would give them such a wonderful idea. They felt that Zhao Hai's idea was very good. If they can establish a huge network of connections in the academy, then they would have more confidence when they return home. When Zhao Hai heard Ma Liang, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Brother Ma, although I can't do business with you, you can still count me in. Although I'm a foster relative of the Hu clan, I still have some weight in the family. As long as it's not too difficult, I'll definitely help you." Ma Liang nodded and said, "Brother Ma, although I can't do business with you, I can still help you." Ma Liang patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Brother, you're really a good brother." "Good, since you said that, then you're our brother." "Brothers, what do you think? Cranegrass will be our brother in the future. But if we talk about age, then he's the youngest." "Right, he's our little brother." When Ma Liang said this, the others couldn't help but laugh. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's head was filled with black lines. Everyone chatted for a while before returning to their rooms to sleep. Zhao Hai also returned to his room. To be honest, there wasn't anything special about this day. Aside from the initial conflict with Yang Defeng, there was nothing special about it. For Zhao Hai, helping Ma Liang and the others was just a matter of convenience. He wanted to befriend Ma Liang and the others. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't have any benefits in befriending Ma Liang and the others. However, befriending Ma Liang and the others didn't have any benefits. Still, Zhao Hai could see that Ma Liang and the others were people of good character. If he befriended such people, then he could rest assured. At the very least, he didn't need to worry that they would sell him out. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early and went to the boiler room to get some hot water. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he drank a cup of hot tea. Then he looked at Ma Liang's room and saw that they hadn't woken up yet. Zhao Hai didn't mind as he took his student card and went out. Zhao Hai wanted to take a look at the academy's library. The library was open 24 hours a day. As long as one was a student, as long as they had a student card, they could go there to read and borrow books. All of this was free. However, one thing was that you couldn't take the books out of the inner castle. You couldn't even take them out of the outer castle. However, if you were to copy the books and take them out, then the academy wouldn't care as long as you don't take them out. Zhao Hai had wanted to go to the library for a long time. He had read almost all of the books in the Hu family's library. But when he went out for training, he didn't read much. Now that he finally entered the academy, he could read some books. Naturally, he would go and take a look. In the entire academy, the place where the students lived wasn't the biggest, and the place where the teachers worked wasn't the biggest. There were only two biggest places in the entire academy. One was the library, and the other was the training field. The library wasn't very tall, it was only a 5-story building. However, the area it occupied was very large. Even if the students and teachers of the academy were to enter this building, they wouldn't feel crowded at all. The first floor of the library was filled with rows of bookshelves. Next to each row of bookshelves was a small shelf. On the shelf were some book cards and book numbers. If you want to find a book, you can see the book's title and find the book's location. The management of the library was very loose. After you enter the library with your student card, you can directly choose a book and read it at the table prepared in the library. Of course, you can also borrow it. But when you borrow it, you need to register it at the bar in front of the library. There are people there who specifically record what books you borrow. Moreover, the library also has a rule. After you borrow a book, if you can't return it, then you can't borrow it a second time. Moreover, the number of books you can borrow each time can't exceed 10, and the borrowing period can't exceed 1 year. If you can't return the book after 1 year, then the academy will pursue the matter. Zhao Hai entered the library. There was no one in the library, only an old man sitting listlessly at the bar. The old man was dozing off, but he was awakened by Zhao Hai's footsteps. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhao Hai's huge figure walking into the library. The old man couldn't help but be surprised. Zhao Hai didn't care so much. After he entered the library, he went to a small shelf next to the bookshelf and looked at the book cards. These book cards had the title of the book, the author, and some other information. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the book cards. He couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't think that the library would have so many books that he hadn't read before. This was really an unexpected surprise. Zhao casually wrote down the names and locations of the 10 books that he hadn't seen before. Then he went straight to the bookshelf and took the 10 books out. He took the books to the bar in front of the door and put the books on the counter. "Old man, I want to borrow these 10 books. Can you register them for me?" Zhao asked the old man. The old man nodded and said, "Old man, I want to borrow these 10 books." The old man nodded. He took the titles of the books and was stunned for a while. This was because these books were about basic martial skills. They were basically just decorations. As long as one could enter the Saber Sage Pavilion to study, no one would read these low-level books. Zhao Hai didn't care so much. He read all kinds of books. Not to mention low-level books, even the most basic books, as long as they weren't written by one person, he would read them. The old man looked at Zhao Hai. In the end, he didn't say anything. He just picked up a pen and recorded the books. Then he gave them to Zhao Hai. He also told him the time to return the books and some other rules to Zhao Hai. Zhao just nodded, then took the book and left. He couldn't read in the library, because Dao Beiying might come looking for him today. If Dao Beiying really did come looking for him, then it wouldn't be good for him to hide in the library. When Zhao Hai took the books back to his room, he discovered that there were already students in the academy. Some of these students were jogging, some were even observing the plants in the academy. There were also some who were reading books in the morning. Zhao Hai looked at the appearance of these students and couldn't help but nod. The clothes that these students wore weren't very good. It can be seen that their family backgrounds weren't very good. This was a special group in the academy, the genius students. Although Zhao Hai had just entered the academy, he had some understanding of the students here. The students here were divided into several types. One type was the imperial family, like Dao Beiying. The other type was the great clan's disciples, like Xianxia. Although the imperial family's disciples were the most powerful in the academy, disciples like Xianxia weren't afraid of them. Therefore, they were considered to be on the same level. The second type of students were like the disciples of the middle-class families. Just like Lang Shiping and Yang Defeng, they were disciples of the middle-class families with very high status. They entered the academy in order to establish connections for their families and find a backer. Therefore, people like them would generally circle around the disciples of the imperial family or the disciples of the large families. The third type of students were the genius students. These genius students, like the ones Zhao Hai saw in the morning, didn't have a good family background. Many of them were just soul bearers, so they didn't have any status. However, they were geniuses, so they were specially recruited by the academy to study. As long as they graduated, they would immediately become guests of the great clans, and even the royal family would want to win them over. These people had a special status, so all of their expenses were generally provided by the academy. The money provided by the academy wasn't too much, but it wasn't too little either. It was enough for them to live a luxurious life, but it was impossible for them to live a luxurious life. Of course, they could also receive financial support from the great clans. After they graduate, they would enter the great clans and become guest elders. Of course, there were also some geniuses who slowly lost themselves in this luxurious life, and eventually faded into the crowd. The fourth type of student was someone like Ma Liang. These people might have some use in their own clans, but in the academy, their status was the most awkward. They weren't the next patriarch of their clans, so they couldn't make decisions. They weren't strong enough to receive the attention of the academy. Because of this, the best outcome for these people was to stay in the academy until the next patriarch was determined. Only then would they be called back to their clans and become elders without much power, spending the rest of their lives in the academy. It can be said that among all the students, people like Ma Liang had the least status. They weren't like the disciples of the great clans, they couldn't form groups in the academy. They also weren't like the disciples of the great clans, they couldn't represent their families and seek refuge with the great clans. They also weren't like the genius students, they didn't have much money in their hands. After deducting the tuition fees, they only had enough for their living expenses and their basic expenses. Although their clothes looked better than the genius students, although they ate better than the genius students, and although they were more ostentatious than the genius students, these people had the least future. They couldn't see their own future. On the other hand, the students that Zhao Hai saw in the morning were mostly the genius students. These genius students knew their own status and position. They knew that if they wanted to live a good life in the future, they couldn't waste their time like the other students. They needed to study hard and improve their strength. Only in this way would they be able to live a good life with their families. Zhao Hai looked at the students as he walked. The students also saw Zhao Hai. First, they saw Zhao Hai's figure, then the book in his hand, and finally the sole object on Zhao Hai's head. When the students saw Zhao Hai's figure and the book in his hand, they thought that Zhao Hai was the same as them. But when they saw the sole object on top of Zhao Hai's head, they were stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be a plant soul. Plant souls were the worst type of plant soul. Zhao Hai was actually a plant soul. This meant that he wasn't a genius student. This made the students stunned. When they saw Zhao Hai's figure, they thought that he was either a soldier soul or a beast soul. At worst, he was a crafting soul. But when they saw that Zhao Hai was a plant soul, they were dumbfounded. Zhao Hai didn't care about the opinions of these people. He took the book and returned to the pine forest house. The house was still very quiet, Ma Liang and the others still hadn't gotten up. Zhao Hai could only bitterly smile and shake his head. To be honest, if they didn't live in the same building, then it would be very difficult for Zhao Hai to become friends with Ma Liang and the others. This was because Zhao Hai didn't like lazy people. Although Ma Liang and the others' talents weren't the best, they weren't bad compared to the average person. As long as they were willing to work hard, their achievements would be much higher. Unfortunately, after they were sent to the academy by their families, they became very disheartened and became very lazy. They didn't even put their heart into cultivation. They only thought about how to improve their status in their families. They didn't think that as long as they had strength, their status in their families would be higher. If they didn't work hard, then they wouldn't have any status in their families. It was that simple. Although Zhao Hai told Ma Liang and the others a lot yesterday, Zhao Hai's best idea was for them to work hard in their cultivation. Unfortunately, Ma Liang and the others thought wrong. They thought that Zhao Hai's second idea was the best one, which was to develop their connections. Yes, developing connections can improve their status in their families. However, this was only temporary. They needed to rely on the strength of others. Strength was their own. As long as they have strength, they would be able to speak in their families. Zhao Hai didn't have any way to control Ma Liang and the others. How they develop in the future would depend on themselves. Zhao Hai took the books back to his room and began to flip through them. The reason why Zhao wanted to look at these simple martial skills was because he was very clear that all the high-level martial skills in the world were evolved from the lowest-level martial skills. If he learned these martial skills well, he would be able to learn higher-level martial skills with half the effort. However, for Zhao Hai, reading these low-level skills was actually a process of mental cultivation. Zhao Hai knew that his soul was now in the soul realm. Moreover, he always wanted to return to his body. This made him unconsciously impatient. Once a person becomes impatient, whether it was cultivation or development, it wouldn't do any good. If Zhao Hai's soul was in his body, then he wouldn't look at these skills at all. Even if he wanted to learn, he could just communicate with his mind and learn it immediately. There was no need to read word by word. But now, he didn't use his mind to learn these skills. Instead, he read and learned word by word. This way, he could calm himself down and make himself less impatient. This was Zhao Hai's goal. Moreover, in the soul realm, martial skills like these were generally written by hand. By looking at these martial skills, one could feel the person's understanding of the martial Tao. The martial Tao was also a type of Tao. This was very beneficial for Zhao Hai in sensing the heavenly Tao. It wasn't until 9 o'clock that Zhao Hai heard some movements downstairs. It was as if everyone had come back to life. Zhao Hai slowly closed the book and let out a long breath, calming his mood. Zhao Hai woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning, but it wasn't even 7 o'clock when he came back. Now, he had been reading for more than 2 hours. To be honest, reading books to temper one's mind was very good. Zhao Hai's impatience had faded a lot, but he still missed Laura and the others. Laura and the others had been with him for a long time. They had gone through many ups and downs with him. Zhao Hai didn't know how his body was right now, he also didn't know how Laura and the others were doing. This was one of the reasons why he was impatient. Zhao Hai slowly opened the door and walked out. He saw Ma Liang and the others rushing to boil water to wash their faces. Looking at their appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. This reminded him of his previous agreement. When Zhao Hai came downstairs, Ma Liang had just finished washing his face. He wiped his face while looking at Zhao Hai and said, "Cranegrass, you're up. What's wrong? Have you washed your face yet?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've been up for a while. I finished washing my face and was waiting for you. Then we can go eat together." Ma Liang smiled and said, "All right, but we usually eat our meals in the cafeteria. Today, we won't go out to eat. How about it? Do you want to go?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course I want to go. If we eat outside every day, I can afford it. Let's wait for a while, then we'll go together." When Ma Liang heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and went inside his room. It didn't take long for him to tidy himself up and come out. The two sat in the living room and chatted for a while. Before long, the others also finished washing their faces and rinsing their faces. Then they left Pine Forest Restaurant and went straight to the cafeteria. The academy's cafeteria provided students with 3 meals, but the quality of the food could only be considered average. Therefore, students with a bit of status wouldn't eat inside the academy. They would usually eat outside the academy. The 3 meals provided by the academy were free, but the dishes were very fixed. If you really want to eat something good, you can go to the outer court and spend your money to eat. The academy's cafeteria only had this kind of thing, you can eat it or not. After Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the cafeteria, they discovered that there were a lot of people inside. Ma Liang led Zhao Hai to a table in the cafeteria. There were some iron plates on the table, as well as some clean bowls and chopsticks. Ma Liang and the others each took an iron plate as well as a pair of bowls and chopsticks. These iron plates were divided into sections, just like the food plates in the cafeteria back on Earth. Zhao Hai didn't think that he would be able to see these things here. He didn't care about it as he took a plate, a bowl, and a pair of chopsticks. Then he went to the window to get some food. When he arrived at the window, Zhao Hai looked at the dishes provided by the school. Strictly speaking, they were quite good. However, they were all home-cooked dishes. The quality of the dishes was comparable to that of an average family. However, there were a few dishes, meat and vegetables, which were quite good. Naturally, the most important thing was that although the dishes were fixed, the rice wasn't. You can eat as much as you want. The people who came to get food for Zhao Hai and the others were the staff of the school. They were all men, but they were all soul bearers. It can be seen that they have been in this line of work for quite some time. The soul bearers didn't dare offend the students. This was because the status of the students in the school wasn't simple. It wouldn't be good for them to offend anyone. However, when Zhao Hai went to get food, the staff were startled. They unconsciously gave Zhao Hai more food. After thanking them, Zhao Hai ordered a big bowl of soup. Then he sat down with Ma Liang and the others and ate. Zhao Hai and the others were eating. At this time, there weren't many people eating in the cafeteria. However, Zhao Hai was eating very happily. This made Ma Liang and the others surprised. Ma Liang and the others used to eat in the cafeteria. However, they would go out to eat every 7 days or so. Therefore, they didn't really like the food in the cafeteria. Now that they saw Zhao Hai eating so happily, they couldn't help but stare. When Zhao Hai finished eating, Ma Liang couldn't help but ask Zhao Hai, "Crane grass, what do you think about the food in the cafeteria? Is it delicious?" Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Ma Liang and the others. Then he looked at the food that they didn't eat. Then he smiled faintly and said, "It's very good. There's also a lot of food. You guys are different from me. I'm a plant master, so I have to go to the wilderness to observe plants. A plant master who doesn't observe plant masters isn't a good plant master. Sometimes, I'll stay in the wilderness for several days, or even several months. During that time, not to mention this kind of food, just being able to eat is already very good." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ma Liang and the others nodded. They had also heard about plant masters. Plant masters in the academy would also spend a lot of time outside. Therefore, they could understand what Zhao Hai said. Ma Liang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, are you going out recently? I mean, are you going out to train?" Zhao shook his head. "Then there's no need to worry. I might stay in the academy for a while. After all, I just came back from a trial. I can go back to the academy for a while, so there's no need to worry about it." "What's wrong? Brother Ma, do you have something to say?" Ma Liang shook his head and said, "It's nothing. It's just that I've been bored in the academy lately. I want to go out for a walk. If you're going out, then I'll go with you. Since you're not going out, then I'll wait for a while. When you want to go out, make sure to call me." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, he focused on the food in front of him. He ate a total of 5 servings before he was full. Then he drank the soup in one gulp before he put the food back on the table. During the entire process, Ma Liang and the others sat on the side and watched. When they saw that Zhao Hai was finally full, they looked at each other in dismay. They now understood why Zhao Hai was able to grow so tall. After leaving the dining hall, Ma Liang turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, do you have any plans for today?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't. I borrowed a few books from the library this morning. I want to go back and take a look. Moreover, the 7th prince said that he would come looking for me. I don't know if he'll come or not, so I'll wait for him in my room. If he really comes and doesn't find me, then I'll lose face. Since I don't have anything to do, I'll go back to my room." Ma Liang nodded and said, "All right, then we'll also go out and have fun. We won't hold you back, let's go." After he said that, he waved his hand towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also waved his hand and returned to his room. After Zhao Hai left, Fat Monkey immediately turned to Ma Liang and said, "Brother Ma, why don't we go back? If the 7th prince comes, then we might be able to form a relationship with him. Wouldn't that be good?" Ma Liang shook his head, then he sighed and said, "It's useless. The 7th prince doesn't like us. This can be seen when he ate with us yesterday. During the meal, how many words did he say to us? All of his attention was on crane grass. Although I don't know why the 7th prince likes crane grass, I think that it has something to do with crane grass's strength, as well as his background. No matter what, crane grass is still a member of the Hu family. Naturally, the 7th prince wants to win over the Hu family. If we go back, then we'll just be an eyesore. If we don't go back, then it would be better if we don't go back." When Fat Monkey and the others heard Ma Liang, they couldn't help but sigh. They felt that Ma Liang was right. The 7th prince didn't put them in his eyes. If they went back, then it would only cause the 7th prince's disgust. Zhao Hai returned to his room, but he didn't stay inside. Instead, he took a book and walked out of his room. He went to a pine tree next to the pine forest residence and sat down. Then he quietly looked at the book in his hand. Zhao Hai liked to stay with plants. Staying with plants would make him feel more relaxed. Time passed by little by little. While Zhao Hai was immersed in his book, the pine tree suddenly reminded him that someone was coming. Zhao Hai quickly looked up and saw Dao Beiying standing not too far away from him. Beside him was Lang Shiping, who was inseparable from him. When Dao Beiying saw that Zhao Hai had noticed him, he didn't care. He just smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Cranegrass, you're very comfortable under the pine tree. You're very serious. Let me see what book you have." Then he went to Zhao Hai's side. When he saw the book in Zhao Hai's hand, Dao Beiying couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Cranegrass, how can you read these books? Didn't you read these books when you were in the Hu clan?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've read them, but they weren't written by one person. I was bored, so I took a few books from the library to see if they were written by one person. I wanted to see if there were any differences. Hee, but it's not important. Brother Dao, you said that you would come looking for me today, so you really did come. What do you want from me?" Dao Beiying smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just wanted to go out and play with you. Today, we want to go hunting. How about it? Are you interested? If you are, then we can go out and play for a few days. This time, I'm going to go deep into the mountains." When Zhao Hai heard Dao Beiying, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "Going out for a few days? That's not good, I just came to the academy. If I leave for a few days, then it wouldn't be good. Also, I'm afraid that my sister won't approve of it." Dao Beiying smiled and said, "It's fine, the academy doesn't care about you. As for Miss Xianxia, let's go and find her. I'll talk to her personally. Let's go." Then he pulled Zhao Hai and left. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Brother Dao, wait a moment, I'll put the book back first." When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he let go of his hand. Zhao Hai ran back to his room and put the book back. Then he came out of his room and followed Dao Beiying to Hu Xian'er's room. Hu Xian'er's room was for the girls. Even Dao Beiying couldn't enter. Zhao Hai could only follow the rules and register in front of the door. He said that he was looking for Hu Xian'er and then asked the gatekeeper to call Hu Xian'er out. Not long after Zhao Hai finished speaking, Hu Xian'er brought Ling Er out of the courtyard. When she saw Zhao Hai and Dao Beiying standing beside him, she couldn't help but frown. Then she turned to Dao Beiying and gave her a salute. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Cranegrass, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? It's fine, if there's anything, just tell big sister." When Zhao Hai heard Hu Xian'er, he knew that Hu Xian'er had misunderstood. Hu Xian'er heard his conversation with Yang Defeng yesterday. Hu Xian'er also knew about the relationship between Yang Defeng and Dao Beiying. Now that she saw Dao Beiying come with Zhao Hai, she thought that Dao Beiying was looking for trouble with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Big sister Xian'er, it's nothing. Today, brother Dao came looking for me and said that he wanted to go hunting with me. Moreover, it would take a few days. I just wanted to ask you if I can go hunting with brother Dao." Hearing Zhao Hai, Hu Xian'er couldn't help but stare, then she turned to Dao Beiying. Dao Beiying cupped his fist towards Hu Xian'er and said, "Miss Xian'er, yesterday I met brother Cranegrass and felt like old friends. Today I wanted to go out with him, but he said that since he just arrived at the academy, it wouldn't be good for him to go out. If he wants to go out, he would need your permission. So I came here with a thick face, hoping that Miss Xian'er would agree. You can rest assured, although I only met Cranegrass for a short time, we felt like old friends at first sight. I will not let anyone harm Cranegrass." Although Dao Beiying's words were sincere, Hu Xian'er still had some doubts. However, since Dao Beiying said so, she couldn't refute. Hu Xian'er gave Dao Beiying a salute and said, "Since it's like this, Xian'er naturally has no reason to disagree. I ask Seventh Highness to take care of Cranegrass. If he did anything wrong, I ask Seventh Highness to forgive him. After all, he's still a child." Dao Beiying smiled and said, "Miss Xian'er can rest assured. I'll certainly take good care of Cranegrass." Hu Xian'er nodded, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Cranegrass, after you go out with Seventh Highness, be obedient. Don't run around and don't mess around. Be careful. Go." Zhao Hai understood Hu Xian'er's meaning. Hu Xian'er wanted him to be careful of Dao Beiying. If Zhao Hai couldn't understand this, then he really should die. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Dao Beiying and said, yes. Elder sister Xianxia can rest assured. I'll be careful. Then I'll be going. Hu Xian'er nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned around and left with Dao Beiying. Hu Xian'er looked at Zhao Hai's back, her brows wrinkled even more. Then she turned to Ling Er and said, you go out and tell Uncle Zhong about this matter. Tell him to pass the news back to the family so that they can be prepared at any time. Ling Er looked at Hu Xian'er and said, young miss, can there be any changes? Hu Xian'er shook her head and said, it's hard to say right now. I don't know what Seventh Highness means. You go and inform them. It's better to be prepared than not. Ling Er nodded, then she turned around and left. Zhao Hai, Dao Beiying, and Lang Shiping went straight to the outer castle. When they arrived, Zhao Hai first went to Hu Zhong to get his unmodeled bamboo's wooden box. This wooden box was the one that he made when he went out for training. He didn't need it in the academy, so he left it with Hu Zhong. However, the wooden box contained everything that a plant master could use. Zhao Hai also put a multi-purpose plant master's shovel into the wooden box along with some other supplies. His wooden box was always in a state where it could survive in the wild at any time. Hu Zhong and the others appreciated Zhao Hai's preparations. When they saw Zhao Hai come to get the wooden box, Hu Zhong and the others couldn't help but ask a few questions. Zhao Hai told Hu Zhong that he was going out with Dao Beiying. At the same time, he also told Hu Zhong that he didn't know what would happen this time. He told Hu Zhong to tell his family about this matter so that they could prepare early. Then he led Mottled Bamboo to the main street of the outer castle. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared on the main street, Dao Beiying saw Zhao Hai. It couldn't be helped. With Zhao Hai's height and a strange horse like Mottled Bamboo, it was hard for Zhao Hai not to attract attention. Dao Beiying didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Zhao Hai leading Mottled Bamboo. He saw Zhao Hai riding this strange horse yesterday. At that time, he thought that it was funny. But now that Zhao Hai was leading this strange horse, Dao Beiying couldn't see it at all. Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, where did you get this strange horse? It's too ugly. I have a few good horses in my residence. How about I give you one? When Zhao Hai heard Dao Beiying, he couldn't help but gently shake his head. Then he turned his head and patted Striped Bamboo's neck as he smiled and said, Brother Dao, you're wrong. Don't look at Striped Bamboo's strange appearance, his strength isn't small. Moreover, his speed isn't slow either. He's definitely a good horse. You can see that with my body, how can an ordinary horse carry me? Even if it's a BMW, I'm afraid it won't be able to run fast with me on its back. So even though Banju looks strange, it's the most suitable horse for me. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Dao Beiying couldn't help but stare. Then he thoughtfully looked at Banju and said, the most suitable horse for you? Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying's expression and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, right, the most suitable horse for me. Some people say that if a shoe fits, only the foot knows. If a horse fits, only the rider knows. Although a BMW is good, it doesn't suit me. A famous BMW is just an inferior horse. Although Striped Bamboo is strange, it suits me. For me, it's a good horse. Dao Beiying's eyes shined as he looked at Zhao Hai. Then he loudly said, good, good. Only the most suitable horse is the best. Brother Crane Grass, your words are very good. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying and smiled bitterly, Brother Dao, don't get too excited. Let's talk about hunting. Where are we going to hunt? Is it convenient to bring a horse? If it's not convenient, then what about the horse? It wasn't easy for me to find a horse that suits me. I can't lose Striped Bamboo. Dao Beiying smiled and said, don't worry, we're going to the mountains. But before that, we'll go to my manor and arrange for the horse to be taken care of. There won't be any problems. Right, brother, I see that your chest has been there for a long time. Dao Beiying pointed at the wooden chest that Zhao Hai was carrying. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, yes, it's been there for a long time. I made this chest myself. Although it doesn't look good, it's very sturdy. When I went out for training, my god-grandfather gave me a wooden chest. Unfortunately, when I was fighting with a beast, it was broken. So I made this chest myself. Dao Beiying nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai's wooden chest and said, "Looking at this chest, I can see that you've been running around a lot. Brother, aren't you only 10 years old? Are you running outside to train whenever there's a breeze?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, 13 years old, I'm 16 today. When I was 13, I started to train outside. Hee hee, this chest has been with me for 3 years. Not bad, right? When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "Brother, you've been to a lot of places? Where have you been? Tell big brother." Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying, then he smiled faintly and said, "Brother Dao, I can see that you don't know much about plant masters. Plant masters don't go everywhere, we generally only go to places where there are a lot of plants, or places where there are some special plants. Some plant masters even choose a plant for their research and then suddenly set off. After arriving at the place, they wouldn't casually walk around. This is because we need to observe a plant for a long time. If the time is too short, then we wouldn't be able to observe all of the plant's characteristics. Therefore, it's not like what you said, where we go everywhere." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Dao Beiying couldn't help but stare. Then he embarrassedly said, "So that's how it is. I thought that you plant masters go everywhere. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "A lot of people think the same. However, when I went out last time, it wasn't just to observe plants. It was more to train myself. Therefore, when I left the Hu family's fort, I went all the way to the Jade Mountain. In the end, I entered the mountain and stayed there for 3 years before coming out." When Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Then the two looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. Dao Beiying exclaimed, 3 years? Then how did you pass those 3 years? Wasn't Zhao Hai like a savage? Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're right, I really was like a savage. 3 years. At that time, I didn't have anything on me other than some salt. As for food, I had to rely on myself to find it in the wild. Later on, when I ran out of salt, I could only follow some animals and find some mineral salt to eat. The mineral salt was bitter and astringent, it didn't taste good at all. In the end, I had no choice but to melt the salt and then eat it. Then I went on for 3 years." Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping looked at Zhao Hai in amazement. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have the ability to survive in the wild for 3 years. This was a very extraordinary thing. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping, then he smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be so surprised. This is what a plant master is like. When I went out this time, I mainly studied the cold resistance of plants. Because of this, I needed to find a place where the conditions weren't that good. Moreover, I also needed to keep an eye on things. Because of this, I spent a lot of time in the wild. Ordinary plant masters don't need to stay in the wild for that long." Dao Beiying nodded, then he sighed and said, "I didn't expect brother to have such an experience. Amazing, really amazing. Compared to you, this elder brother is really too far behind. Since I was born, I haven't left the city and the academy. Sigh, I can't compare." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Isn't that better? Do you really think that surviving in the wild is an easy thing? The wild is very dangerous, it's also very hard. To be honest, not many people like to stay in the wild for a long time. Even those who are strong can't do it. This is because you won't be able to see people for a long time. That kind of loneliness will definitely drive you crazy. The reason why we plant masters can live in the wild for a long time is because we can communicate with plants. We can talk to plants, this kind of loneliness is much smaller." Dao Beiying nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, I've learned a lot. You really don't have it easy." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Aren't all professions like this? Which profession is easy? Moreover, my talent isn't the best. How can I not work hard?" Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai's grass soul object and secretly sighed. It must be said that Zhao Hai's grass soul object wasn't very useful. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. The three went forward. After 2 hours, they arrived at a large mountain. There were a lot of manors at the foot of the mountain. The owners of these manors were great clans of the city, as well as imperial family members. Dao Beiying and the others arrived at a small manor and stopped their horses. Just as Dao Beiying and the others dismounted, the manor's door opened. A middle-aged man who looked to be around 30 years old came out of the manor. When the middle-aged man saw Dao Beiying, he immediately bowed and said, "Your Highness, you've come." Dao Beiying nodded to the middle-aged man and said, "Humph, bring the horses inside. Also, prepare 2 sets of hunting equipment for me. We're going up the mountain." The middle-aged man looked at Dao Beiying and said, "Your Highness, the mountain hasn't been peaceful recently. I heard that there were several groups of people who came down with injuries. I think your Highness shouldn't go." When Dao Beiying heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "What's going on? Isn't Mount Saber very safe? How come it's suddenly unsafe? Could it be that there's some kind of beast?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I don't know. I've also inquired about it. Some people said that there's a beast on the mountain that often attacks people on the mountain. Others said that there are people on the mountain who are attacking people. However, as to who is attacking them, nobody can say for sure. Therefore, nobody knows what's going on at Mount Saber." Dao Beiying frowned and said, "Has this matter been reported? Mount Saber is very close to Cross Saber City. Any change might affect the city. Now that such a big thing has happened, why isn't there any news from Cross Saber City?" The middle-aged man replied, "Your Highness, this matter has already been reported, but there's no news from Broadsword City. I think that the main reason is that the people who were injured don't have high status, so no one cares. Your Highness, the mountain isn't safe right now. I think it's best if we don't go up." Dao Beiying thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "No, I want to go up the mountain and take a look. I want to see what's on the mountain." Upon hearing Dao Beiying, Zhao Hai and Lang Shiping frowned. Lang Shiping cupped his fist and said, "Your Highness, you mustn't. As the saying goes, the son of a noble family shouldn't sit under the awning. Your Highness has a noble status. How can you go to a dangerous place?" Zhao Hai also looked at Dao Beiying and said, "Brother Dao, I think you shouldn't go. With your status, if something happens to you, then it would be an earth-shattering event. Moreover, I'll say something that Brother Dao doesn't want to hear, but if you go, then Brother Lang and I would have to follow. If something happens to you, then Brother Lang and I would be in big trouble. Not only the 2 of us, even the families behind us would be in big trouble. Therefore, Brother Dao, I think it's better if you don't go." When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled bitterly as he let out a long sigh and said, "Ha, I thought that I could kill the enemy with my own hands, but it seems like it's impossible." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Dao, you're joking. Killing the enemy with your own hands is something that a martial artist should do. How many people in high positions would kill their enemies with their own hands? If it's really their turn to act, then it can only mean that they're in a life-and-death situation." Dao Beiying smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. Then he looked at the sky and said, "All right, let's go to the manor. We can't go up the mountain, and we can't go back today. Let's rest here." "Old Tang, when did this news reach the border?" Naturally, the middle-aged man who was guarding the manor was surnamed Tang. When he heard Dao Beiying, he quickly replying to Your Highness, "It's been 2 days. Yesterday, it seems like a saber guard squad entered the mountain. However, this lowly one didn't see it, he only heard it from others." Dao Beiying nodded and said, "So it's like that. Then we'll have to wait here. Old Tang, go and make some arrangements. Confirm if there really was a saber guard squad that entered the mountain. If there really was a saber guard squad, then keep an eye on them and see when they come out. When they come out, then immediately inform me." Old Tang nodded, then he led Dao Beiying and the others to the manor. This manor wasn't very big. Dao Beiying only came here a few times a year. There was no need to build it so big. If he built his manor too big, people would say that he was extravagant. This wasn't a good thing for him. After the 3 entered the manor, they went to the manor's living room and sat down. Old Tang served them tea and waited outside the door as if he had never left them. However, Zhao Hai knew that Old Tang must have done what Dao Beiying told him to do. Now, they just had to wait for the news. The 3 of them sat down and took a sip of tea. Dao Beiying sighed and said, "I really didn't expect that we would encounter something like this on a hunt. Boring, too boring." Jiao Hai smiled and said, that's not bad. It's better than going into the mountains without knowing anything and coming out injured. It's not bad to stay here for 2 days. Dao Beiying smiled bitterly, then he looked at Jiao Hai and said, you really know how to talk. You really think that this place is good. I really can't do anything about you. Sigh, if I came alone, then I would have gone into the mountains to take a look. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He knew that Dao Beiying wanted to go into the mountains, but he didn't want to go with Dao Beiying. Just like what he said, if Dao Beiying had an accident, then he and the Hu clan would be in trouble. Moreover, Jiao Hai couldn't leave right now. He was very clear that if he left, then he would immediately be suspected. Therefore, he could only stay with Dao Beiying for now. After 2 days, when the matter is settled, then he can return to the academy. Then everything would be fine. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. The more Jiao Hai wanted to be calm, the more he couldn't. Just as they arrived at the manor and drank a cup of tea, a servant came to Old Tang's side and said something. When Old Tang heard this, his expression changed. Then he carefully entered the room and said to Dao Beiying, Your Highness, the saber guards have come out of the mountains. I heard that 2 of them were injured. Now, the leader of the saber guards is waiting outside the manor. Do you want to see him? When Dao Beiying heard Old Tang, his eyes couldn't help but turn sharp as he said, Injured the saber guards? What are they? How bold of them. Have the leader of the saber guards come in. I want to ask him. Old Tang nodded, then he went out and gave the order. Before long, 2 burly men wearing light armor came in. The leader of the 2 men looked to be around 30 years old. He wore leather armor and had a weathered expression on his face. Moreover, the sole item on his head was quite special, it was actually a pair of hooks. The person beside the burly man also looked to be around 30 years old. He had a calm expression and was also wearing light armor. However, the sole item on his head was a large saber. When Jiao Hai saw the 2, he couldn't help but stare. He wasn't surprised that they were saber guards. Instead, he didn't think that he would recognize one of them. Of course, the one that Jiao Hai recognized wasn't the one with the hooks. Instead, it was the other person. This person was Lu Yuangong, who had cooperated with Jiao Hai for a long time. However, at that time, Lu Yuangong wasn't a real saber guard. Now, it seems like he was a saber guard. The 2 quickly entered the living room and gave a salute to Dao Beiying. When Dao Beiying saw the 2, he let out a sigh of relief and said, So it's Captain Feng. Captain Feng, what happened this time? Captain Feng looked at Dao Beiying and said, Reporting to Your Highness, a group of strong people appeared on Saber Mountain. The strong people I'm talking about aren't bandits, but a group of unknown people. This group is very strong. This time, we came with a total of 20 people. However, we still suffered a small loss in the hands of the other party. The other party didn't have a lot of people, but their skills were very good. They were very proficient in mountain warfare. Therefore, in my opinion, I can roughly infer that the other party might be a hunting squad from the Tiger Soul country. Hunting squad? Upon hearing Captain Feng, Dao Beiying couldn't help but be surprised. Of course, he knew what kind of people the Tiger Soul country's hunting squad was. They were the country's most elite squad. He didn't expect that they would be able to sneak up on them. Dao Beiying took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he looked at Captain Feng and said, Captain Feng, why did the Tiger Soul country's hunting squad come to Saber Mountain? Moreover, we didn't notice them before. Captain Feng replied, Your Highness, the Tiger Soul country's hunting squad can't be discovered even if they enter the city. Especially those who have been carefully trained. I don't know why they came here, but it seems like they deliberately revealed their identity. However, we will do our best to keep them here. Today, I came to see Your Highness because I have 2 requests. Captain Feng nodded and said, Your Highness, the Tiger Soul country's hunting squad can't enter the city. When Dao Beiying heard Captain Feng, he stared, but he immediately said, What is it? Captain Feng, please speak. Captain Feng said, The first request is for Your Highness to immediately return to Saber City. The hunting squad is now on Saber Mountain. Your Highness is no longer safe here. I ask Your Highness to immediately return to the city. When Dao Beiying heard Captain Feng, he frowned. However, he didn't object. The Saber Legion's position in the heart of the imperial family was very special. They were absolutely loyal to the imperial family. Moreover, there were very few people who could order them. Even Dao Beiying didn't have the authority to order Captain Feng. Naturally, it was still possible to call Captain Feng over for questioning. Dao Beiying looked at Captain Feng and said, "Let's talk about the second request." Captain Feng said in a deep voice, "The second thing is to ask Your Highness to help me contact someone after you return to the Saber Sage Pavilion. Ask this person to come and help. With him, I can definitely keep the hunting team on Mount Saber." When Dao Beiying heard Captain Feng, he stared. Then he curiously asked, "Who is it? You actually want me to help you contact him?" Captain Feng said, "This person's identity is very special. He's now a student of the Saber Sage Pavilion. Therefore, I'm asking Your Highness to help me contact him. I'm not familiar with this person, but Yuan Gong has dealt with him before. This person is a plant master, a very powerful one. As long as you're on a mountain, as long as you're in a place with plants, then you're in his territory. Therefore, I'm asking Your Highness to help me contact this person." Dao Beiying stared for a moment, but before he could say anything, Zhao Hai laughed. Zhao Hai suddenly stood up and said to Lu Yuangong, "Uncle Lu, I didn't think that you would think of me. I'm really honored to have you here." When Zhao Hai said this, Dao Beiying and the others were stunned. Lu Yuangong also stared blankly at the giant man behind him. After looking at him for a while, Lu Yuangong confirmed that this giant man was indeed Zhao Hai. Lu Yuangong stared blankly at Zhao Hai. After a while, he said, "Crane grass? You're crane grass?" Seeing Lu Yuangong's expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Right, Uncle Lu, I'm indeed crane grass. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to see you here. You're still thinking of me." Lu Yuangong stared blankly at Zhao Hai. After a while, he said, "You're really crane grass? But you've changed a lot. How did you grow so tall? How did you become so strong?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "When I went out for training, I ate a lot of things." "Alright, let's not talk about this. Uncle Lu, do you want me to go with you this time and eliminate those fellows from the hunting squad?" Lu Yuangong recovered. He immediately turned to Captain Feng and said, "Captain Feng, this is the crane grass that I told you about. He's the one we're looking for." Captain Feng looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know much about Zhao Hai's level as a plant master. However, looking at Zhao Hai's body, Captain Feng felt that Zhao Hai was an incomparably strong warrior. Moreover, Captain Feng understood Lu Yuangong very well. He knew that Lu Yuangong wouldn't joke about this matter. Therefore, Captain Feng nodded and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "This time, we're going to deal with the Tiger Soul country's most elite hunting squad. I'll have to ask Mr. to help us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There's no need to say, I'll certainly help." Then Zhao Hai turned to Dao Beiying and said, "Brother Dao, I'll go and help. I think Captain Feng is right. You should return to Crossblade City. This place isn't safe. If you have an accident, then the matter would be even bigger. We can deal with these small characters." Dao Beiying nodded and said, "Brother Dao, I'll go and help. I think Captain Feng is right." Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "When did you guys cooperate? Do you really know each other? Are you guys working together to deceive me?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "When I went out last time, I met Uncle Lu and the others on a mission. They thought that I was a bad guy, but later on, they found out that it was a misunderstanding. Since we were going the same way, we decided to go together. However, we didn't expect that we would be attacked on the way. In the end, we had to fight side by side. Because of this, I also offended a captain of the Saber Guard army. I think he was called Iron Hammer." Lu Yuangong nodded and said, "Crane grass is right. Last time, it was all thanks to crane grass. If it weren't for him, then I'm afraid that none of us would have survived. Crane grass's battle in the forest was really wonderful. If they didn't run to a place without trees, then none of them would have been able to escape. It's a pity that one of them managed to escape last time." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Be content, only one escaped. What we lost was worth getting back." This is already very good. Brother Dao, you should return to Horizontal Blade City. The people who attacked us last time were very strong. The people who came this time are definitely stronger than the ones who came last time. To be honest, I don't think we can win against them this time. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Brother Dao, you should go back to Horizontal Blade City. When Dao Beiying heard the two, he knew that the two knew each other. He looked at Captain Feng and said, Captain Feng, are you really not confident? Captain Feng smiled bitterly and said, Your Highness, it's true. I really don't have much confidence. The other party is a hunting squad. Although our Saber Guard army was formed to imitate a hunting squad, but to be honest, our strength is still a bit lacking compared to a hunting squad. Your Highness, please go back. Dao Beiying looked at Captain Feng. He knew that Captain Feng wouldn't joke about this matter. Therefore, he nodded and said, All right, then I'll go back. Crane Grass, you stay and help them. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Of course. Since Uncle Lu gave the order, how could I not follow it? You can rest assured. Dao Beiying nodded, then he stood up and led Lang Shiping outside. Captain Feng also followed behind. When the group went out of the manor, they saw 5 people standing outside. These 5 people were all plant masters. However, they were also wearing light armor. At this time, they were standing there and looking ahead. Dao Beiying looked at the plant masters and their horses in confusion. Then he turned to Captain Feng and said, Captain Feng, what do you mean? Captain Feng replied, They are here to escort Your Highness back to the city. Your Highness, please. Dao Beiying's expression changed. He coldly said, Captain Feng. In your eyes, I'm a person who doesn't have the strength to truss a chicken. Captain Feng replied, No, Your Highness is very skilled. I already knew about this. However, Your Highness should also know that your identity is very important. I can't help but be careful. Moreover, with Crane Grass here, there's no use for them to stay. Let them escort Your Highness back. When Dao Beiying heard Captain Feng, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Hai. Then he turned to Lu Yuangong and said, Are you really that confident? Can Crane Grass by himself take care of them? Lu Yuangong replied, Yes, I'm confident. Crane Grass alone is enough. Dao Beiying looked at Crane Grass, then he suddenly laughed and said, Brother, it seems like you're really good. Alright, then I won't say anything else. This time, it's all up to you. Remember, don't let those guys go. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Brother Dao, you can rest assured. Right, Brother Dao, do you want any spoils? Do you want me to cut off their ears and bring them back? Dao Beiying's expression changed, then he laughed and scolded, Get lost. You can give me anything, but why did you give me a few ears? I can't fry them, so I'll be going. Then Dao Beiying turned around and mounted his horse. The others also mounted their horses. Then they turned around and rushed towards Horizontal Blade City. This time, their speed was very fast. After they left, Captain Feng turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, Yuan Gong recommended you this time. If you have any skills, you have to show them. Our Saber Guard has been fighting with the hunting squad for many years, and we've always been at a disadvantage. If we can make them all stay here, then it would be a huge boost to our morale. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Crane Grass. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Rest assured, I'll do my best to help. Let's go up the mountain. I want to see what kind of people they are and what qualifications they have to run wild here. Lu Yuangong said, Crane Grass, I didn't tell you that Wu Fei was injured. Moreover, his injuries aren't light. You better go and see him and treat him. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he won't be able to hold on for long. When Zhao Hai heard Lu Yuangong, his expression couldn't help but change. He turned around and carried his wooden box on his back, then he said, Let's go and see. This time, I must kill all of them. Lu Yuangong and Captain Feng didn't say anything. Soldiers were always straightforward when it came to doing things. The two led Zhao Hai up the mountain. In an open space halfway up the mountain, Zhao Hai saw more than 10 people. Of these people, only 10 were standing while the rest were lying on the ground. Zhao Hai quickly saw Wu Fei. Zhao Hai's figure moved to Wu Fei's side. Wu Fei's guards didn't react, their complexions couldn't help but change. Even Lu Yuangong's expression changed. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's strength had reached this degree. Wu Fei's eyes lit up, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. Zhao Hai didn't care about these people's reactions. He carefully looked at Wu Fei. Wu Fei's face was ashen, he was already unconscious. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that there weren't any wounds on Wu Fei's body. Zhao Hai carefully looked at Wu Fei, then he placed his hand on Wu Fei's body. A green light appeared in his hand and entered Wu Fei's body. Then Lu Yuangong and the others saw the green light moving around inside Wu Fei's body. After going through every part of Wu Fei's body, the green light returned to Zhao Hai's hand. Wu Fei's complexion had completely improved. Then he turned to Lu Yuangong and said, "Pour some cold water on Brother Wu. He should be able to wake up. I'll go check on the others." This is a very rare plant poison called iron leaf green. People who are poisoned by this poison will slowly become very stiff and unable to breathe until they finally die. Lu Yuangong nodded and said, "This is a very rare plant poison called iron leaf green. People who are poisoned by this poison will slowly become very stiff and unable to breathe." Lu Yuangong nodded, then he picked up a water bag and poured it over Wu Fei's head. Wu Fei woke up after being hit by the water. He opened his eyes and looked around, then he let out a long breath and said, "Fortunately, I managed to save my life." Lu Yuangong looked at Wu Fei's appearance and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "All right, enough nonsense. Get up and see who saved you this time." Then he looked at Zhao Hai's direction. At this time, Zhao Hai was giving the poison to the others. Wu Fei also saw Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai's height, Wu Fei was startled. Then he pointed at Zhao Hai and said, "Is this crane grass? Is this really crane grass? But how did he become like this? Wow, how did this kid grow so tall? Why is he so strong? What did he eat? Did he eat an elephant?" At this time, Zhao had already sucked out the poison from the other people. He turned to Wu Fei and smiled. "Brother Wu, I didn't eat an elephant, but Monkey treated me to a drink. I say, Brother Wu, aren't you too bad? How come every time you get injured, you're the one who gets hurt?" Wu Fei said. "You're hiding your injuries." When Wu Fei heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh as he scolded, "Scram. You're the one who's hiding your injuries. Damn, this time, we've been wronged. The other plant master is really strong." The other plant masters didn't even notice him or his poison. But those guys couldn't even detoxify the poison. They're really useless. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Fei's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "You should be content. If I wasn't nearby, I'm afraid you'd already be dead. Alright, take a rest. I'll see where those guys are." After he said that, Zhao Hai walked to the side and squatted down. Then he touched the grass with his hand. Actually, he didn't need to go through so much trouble to communicate with the plants. He could just stand beside Wu Fei, but he still needed to put on an act. Actually, Zhao Hai had already asked the grass. The other party wasn't far from them and was monitoring them. This time, Zhao Hai was just putting on an act while he thought of a way to deal with those guys. Zhao Hai had an idea. He suspected that the hunting squad was targeting him. This was because when he was in the 100,000 Mountains, the people of the Tiger Soul country wanted to use the hunting squad to deal with him. It was just that he didn't give them the chance. Not long after he returned to the Saber Spirit country, the hunting squad appeared around Saber City. This made him suspicious. Zhao Hai guessed that the other party wanted to assassinate him. But for some reason, they accidentally exposed their Xing sect in the Saber Mountain. In this case, they had no choice but to kill the other party. But perhaps the other party was very strong and managed to escape. Because of this, the news of them being in the Saber Mountain spread. They didn't want to give up on the mission, so they stayed behind. However, the other party didn't expect that they would lure Zhao Hai out. Zhao Hai communicated with the grass and discovered that the other party was actually two plant masters. Moreover, they were using the plant eyes to monitor Zhao Hai's group. The two trees that they used the plant eyes on were still some distance away from them. If it was a normal plant master, they wouldn't be able to see them. However, Zhao Hai was an exception. Zhao Hai stood up and pretended that he didn't see anything. He carried his wooden box and walked towards Captain Feng. Then he said in a normal voice, "Captain Feng, I didn't see them. We have to go inside and slowly look for them." Captain Feng nodded and didn't say anything. He didn't trust Zhao Hai that much. It was just that ever since Lu Yuangong and Wu Fei joined his team, they always talked about Zhao Hai. He had heard so much that his ears were about to grow calluses. In addition, this time, Lu Yuangong fully recommended Zhao Hai to him, so he agreed. He really wanted to see if Zhao Hai was as godly as Lu Yuangong said. If he was really that godly, he really wanted to get Zhao Hai into the Saber Guards. Just as Captain Feng nodded, Zhao Hai lowered his voice and said, "Captain Feng, I've found them. They're using their plant eyes to monitor us. They're still some distance away from us. There's a total of 2 of them, and both of them are plant masters. I want to know if there are any long-range attackers in the team, and what's their furthest attack range." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Captain Feng couldn't help but be surprised. However, he was also a person who had seen big scenes, so his face didn't show any expression. His lips moved slightly as he whispered, "There are 4 long-range attackers in the team. Their furthest attack range is about 1 kilometer. Don't worry, their attacks are very strong. If the other party doesn't have a way to monitor us, then as long as you point out the specific location, they wouldn't let the other party escape." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Let's move forward. They're at least 2 kilometers away from us. When the time comes, I'll take command while you attack. Once we enter the forest, they wouldn't dare to monitor us so blatantly. It'll be a good opportunity to deal with them." Captain Feng's face was expressionless. It seems like he didn't hear Zhao Hai's words. He just turned his head and told everyone to get up. Then he led the group and carefully followed Zhao Hai into the forest. Sure enough, when Zhao Hai and the others entered a place where the plant masters could see, the other party immediately withdrew their plant eyes. It seems like the other party was very careful. However, they clearly underestimated Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care that much. As he moved forward, he locked onto the 2 people. At the same time, he was also calculating the distance between the 2. At the same time, he was also observing the situation around him. He wanted to find the best place to attack. He knew that this attack could only be used once. If he missed, then it wouldn't be easy to find such an opportunity in the future. Just as Zhao Hai thought, once they entered the forest, the other party wouldn't dare to monitor them like before. Moreover, the vision in the forest wasn't very good. It wasn't convenient for the other party to use their plant eyes. Therefore, the other party was already thinking of other ways to monitor them. The method that the other party came up with was very simple. They turned a very tall tree into their eyes. The 2 people were also hiding in the leaves of the tree. The tree was very far away from Zhao Hai's group, but it was very tall. They could see their shadows. After Zhao Hai discovered the movements of the 2 people, he immediately thought of a way to deal with them. He led Captain Feng and the others into the forest, but they slowly leaned towards the denser areas. While moving forward, Zhao Hai said, "Everyone, be careful. The other party is on a big tree about 1 kilometer away from us. We'll stop in a moment and I'll tell you the specific location. I can even tell you the height of the tree they're on. You just need to be prepared to attack. How about it? Do you understand?" The people responsible for long-range attacks nodded and said, "We understand. As long as you tell us the specific location, we can guarantee that we can attack. Please rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. He just looked for a suitable position. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai found a suitable location. This location was under a large tree. This tree was very big, so it wasn't easy to see what the people below were doing. Moreover, this tree wasn't very far from where the 2 plant masters were hiding. It was only about 700 to 800 meters away. This distance was within the range of the 4 archers. It could be said that it was the best distance to attack. Zhao Hai stopped under the tree. Then he looked at the others and said, "It's here. Are you ready? Do you see that tree over there? Right, it's the tallest one. Counting from the top of the tree, it's the 5th branch. The leaves there are very dense, so you can estimate its height. Come. I'll draw it for you." Then Zhao Hai put down the wooden box. Then he took out a pen and drew the crown of the tree that he pointed at. Then he drew 2 points on the crown of the tree. Zhao Hai pointed at the 2 points and said, "It's here. You just need to shoot the arrow here. Whether it hits or not depends on fate. Remember, you only have one chance. Use your fastest speed and shoot the arrow." The 4 nodded. Then they turned their heads to look at the tree. To be honest, the tree was blocked by the branches above their heads, so they couldn't see it clearly. But in this situation, they couldn't do anything about it. After some time, Zhao Hai said, "How is it? Are you ready?" The 4 nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the tree, but his mind was already connected to the iron thread grass. He already had the iron thread grass sneak over. Now, the iron thread grass was about to reach the tree. If the 4 archers didn't hit the 2 plant masters, then it would be the iron thread grass' turn to move. When the iron thread grass was ready, Zhao Hai turned to the 4 archers and said, "Good, listen to my command. I'll count to 3. Then you all attack at the same time. Get ready. 1, 2, 3. As Zhao Hai said 3, the 4 archers simultaneously released their bowstrings. The bows they used were all soul weapons. They were heavy bows that had been nurtured in the Soul Empress space for a long time. They had a very long range. Additionally, they used the best eagle feather arrows. Because of this, their bows were able to shoot so far. As soon as the 4 arrows were released, they disappeared in front of everyone. Zhao Hai looked in that direction. He wanted to see the result. Soon, the 4 arrows reached the top of the tree. Then, a sound was heard from the top of the tree. It seemed like something fell from the tree. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Let's go." Then he ran towards the tree. In fact, with the skills of the 2 plant masters, it was impossible for the 4 archers to attack them. Unfortunately, the 2 plant masters met Zhao Hai. In the forest, Zhao Hai was almost invincible. This was his home ground. When Zhao Hai discovered the 2 plant masters, he had already made 2 preparations. First, he released the iron thread grass. Second, he had the plants help him transmit natural energy to the tree where the 2 plant masters were. Then, when the 4 archers attacked the 2 plant masters, Zhao Hai had the tree imprison the 2 plant masters. This way, the 2 plant masters wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. Zhao Hai took advantage of the fact that the 2 plant masters didn't expect them to attack here. He killed them in one fell swoop. Soon, everyone arrived at the tree. Under the tree, they saw 2 corpses. These 2 corpses were wearing green armor, and each of them had 2 arrows stuck in their bodies. Moreover, they had fallen from such a high place, so their bodies were full of injuries. They couldn't be more dead than they already were. Zhao Hai carefully observed the 2 plant masters. He searched their bodies and finally found some supplies as well as some mutant seeds. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to take the mutant seeds. Then Zhao Hai looked at Captain Feng and said, "Captain Feng, now it's our turn to track them. If they don't have any plant masters, then I can guarantee that it won't take long for us to find them." Captain Feng and the others were now very confident in Zhao Hai. When they heard Zhao Hai, they immediately nodded. Captain Feng said, "All right, from now on, we'll listen to you. You have the final say." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he touched the tree next to him. A green light entered the tree from his body. When Zhao Hai stopped, the tree shook twice, as if it was very happy. Zhao Hai let go of his hand and said, "Let's go, we found them." Then he led everyone into the forest. After walking for a few hundred meters, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Everyone stopped and looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at the place a few hundred meters in front of him and said, "In front of us is a poisonous fog. If you want to go there, you must be careful. Otherwise, you might get poisoned. You wait here for a while, I'll go and clean up the poison. Then we'll go." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai went forward by himself. After he walked 2 meters, green light came out of his body. Then the ground and the trees around him suddenly released green mist. Then the green mist was absorbed by Zhao Hai. After walking for a few hundred meters, Zhao Hai stopped. Then he waved to Captain Feng and the others. After everyone arrived at Zhao Hai's side, Lu Yuangong had a worried look on his face. "Crane grass, although I don't know how a plant master cultivates, It seems like you've absorbed the poisonous mist into your body. Will this affect you? Lu Yuangong looked at Zhao Hai and said, crane grass, although I don't know how a plant master cultivates, it seems like you've absorbed the poisonous mist into your body. When Zhao Hai heard Lu Yuangong, he looked at the worried faces of Captain Feng and the others. He couldn't help but smile faintly and said, Uncle Lu, don't worry. I'm fine. Let's go. Lu Yuangong didn't say anything else. Although Captain Feng and the others were still worried, they didn't say anything. Captain Feng was a pure soldier. In his eyes, those who were strong and helped him should receive their friendship and respect. Like general, like soldiers. Captain Feng had such a personality, and his subordinates were also like him. Because of this, Captain Feng and the others were very concerned about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai led Captain Feng and the others forward. He didn't walk very fast, and he also chose to walk in a dense forest. Wu Fei walked beside Zhao Hai, then he said to Zhao Hai, Crane grass, did you discover those guys? Why don't we hurry up? Why don't we just slaughter them? Zhao Hai looked at Wu Fei, then he shook his head and said, we can't. I don't know how many people they have. Moreover, they sent 2 plant masters. What if they have more plant masters? What if they have a beast soul? What if they have a beast soul who can tame eagles? What if they have a beast soul who can tame other beasts? They can use those beasts to monitor us. That way, if we walk too fast, we might overlook those beasts and they might discover us. Although we won't be ambushed by them, they can still run. In such a big mountain, if they really want to play hide and seek with us, it would be very difficult for us to kill them. Moreover, don't forget that there are many manors at the foot of the mountain. The owners of those manors aren't simple. If these lunatics really run out of the forest and destroy the manors below, then you might be in trouble. Therefore, it's better to be careful. Crane grass is right. Wu Fei, behave yourself and just follow crane grass. These words weren't said by Lu Yuangong, but by Captain Feng. When Wu Fei heard Captain Feng, he stuck out his tongue and didn't say anything. After walking for about 5 li, Zhao Hai stopped. He looked at the forest in front of him and frowned. At this time, Captain Feng arrived at Zhao Hai's side and said, Crane grass, what's wrong? What's the matter? Zhao Hai replied, the area in front of us is being monitored by the other side's battle beasts. There are almost no blind spots. Even if there are blind spots, we can't use them to enter. The other side is in this area. They don't have any plant masters, but they have a lot of beast soul and battle beasts. It would be very troublesome to enter. Captain Feng said, what about attacking? If we attack, will we be able to do it? How far are we from where they are now? If we attack them directly, will they have enough time to escape? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, we can attack, but if we do, we might suffer heavy casualties. This is because I feel that the other side has some experts. Captain Feng said in a deep voice, let's attack. Soldiers aren't afraid of death. As long as we can keep this hunting squad here, even if we have to sacrifice a little, it's still acceptable. After saying that, Captain Feng took out his double hooks. The others also took out their weapons. Zhao Hai looked at Captain Feng and sighed. Then he moved his hand as the iron thread grass appeared in his hand. In this kind of forest, it was impossible to use the bull's head drill. It would be easy to find a big tree on the side. That would only affect his fighting. Therefore, Zhao Hai used the iron thread grass. After taking out the iron thread grass, Zhao Hai pointed in a direction and said, about 2 miles ahead of us is their gathering point. If we go through here, they will immediately discover us. Therefore, we must rush to their location in the shortest time possible. We can't let them escape. Captain Feng nodded, then turned to look at the crowd and said in a deep voice, brothers, this is our chance. Everyone knows that our Saber Guards army is built according to the hunting team model, and we have always been suppressed by the hunting team. In the process of fighting with the hunting team, we have never had the upper hand. This is a chance to wash away our shame. Now, let's rush over and kill those guys. As long as we can kill this hunting team, when we go back, I will give everyone a reward. When the crowd heard what he said, they all responded with a roar. Captain Feng looked at the others, then he waved his hand. Everyone immediately rushed forward as fast as they could. Xianxia was the captain of a hunting team in the Tiger Soul country. His team had carried out 136 missions for the country and completed all of them. His team had a total of 12 members. However, the least of these 12 members had carried out 31 missions. It can be said that his team was made up of old foxes. Hunting squads usually carry out the most dangerous missions. When they carry out their missions, their casualties are also very high. Therefore, the casualty rate of hunting squads is very high. Xianxia's team was ranked among the top in the Tiger Soul country in terms of combat strength. This was because there were a lot of old people in their team. These old people had gone through many battles. Their combat experience was very rich. Naturally, their combat strength was also very high. This time, they came to the Saber Spirit country to deal with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai caused a lot of trouble in the Tiger Soul country and caused a lot of deaths. In the end, Xianxia's team came forward to kill Zhao Hai. However, they didn't expect that they wouldn't even be able to find a single strand of hair on Zhao Hai's body. This could be said to be Xianxia's team's most aggrieved mission. They didn't expect that they wouldn't even be able to find Zhao Hai. This could be considered as their only failure. However, they quickly found a way to deal with Zhao Hai. This was because the Spear Spirit from before had finally found out about Zhao Hai's identity. He knew that Zhao Hai was a member of the Hu clan. This time, he went out to train. Maybe it was because he ate some heavenly treasure that caused his body to change. After receiving this news, Xianxia had the Spear Spirit person pay attention to Zhao Hai's movements. Finally, when Zhao Hai returned to the Saber Spirit country, the Spear Spirit person already knew about it. At the same time, he also sent the news back to the Tiger Soul country. Xianxia's team then arrived. Soon, Xianxia's team found out that Zhao Hai had come to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion to study. They wanted to go to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion to deal with Zhao Hai, but they found it difficult. In fact, whether it was Xianxia's team or Zhao Hai, they had underestimated the strength of the Saber Spirit country. The strength of the Saber Spirit country was not weak. On the contrary, it was very strong. The Saber Sage Pavilion was an important base for the Saber Spirit country. Every student there was very precious. Naturally, they would not allow any danger to befall them. Therefore, the Saber Spirit country in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, in addition to the guards and teachers on the surface, there were also some experts in charge. The strength of these experts was really powerful. Xianxia's team was no match for them. Therefore, Xianxia's team could only stay in the Saber Mountain. However, they were accidentally discovered. When they wanted to kill the other party, they found out that the other party was very strong. They actually let the other party escape. In this case, Xianxia's team's whereabouts were exposed. Once their whereabouts were exposed, their mission was considered a failure. However, Xianxia thought that this was an opportunity. Once their whereabouts were exposed, the Saber Spirit country would certainly pay attention to the Saber Mountain. This way, they would have the opportunity to sneak into the Saber Sovereign Pavilion and kill Zhao Hai. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would actually come to the Saber Mountain. This made them happy. They wanted to lure Zhao Hai to the Saber Mountain and then deal with Zhao Hai in one fell swoop. It was precisely because of this consideration that Xianxia sent 2 plant masters to monitor Zhao Hai. Although Xianxia also received information that Zhao Hai was a very strong plant master, he didn't take it to heart. In his opinion, how strong could a plant master be? Sending 2 people to monitor him was enough. When the time was right, they would deal a fatal blow. However, Xianxia and the others didn't take it to heart this time. In addition to sending 2 plant masters to monitor Zhao Hai's team, they also established a combat beast surveillance area around their camp. As long as it wasn't their people who entered the area, they would immediately be discovered. This way, they could also respond. Xianxia and the others were currently resting. They didn't want to fight Zhao Hai's team during the day. In their opinion, daytime wasn't good for their actions. If they wanted to make a move, they would have to wait until nighttime. But while Xianxia was resting, 2 of the soul beasts in his team suddenly jumped up and said at the same time, "Captain, someone's coming. They're so fast. It's them. They're crane grasses and the saber guards." Jiang Jian suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, "Prepare for battle." Just as his voice fell, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Then a row of people appeared in front of him. Jiang Jian and the others couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "Everyone, you really made me look for you. I was worried that you would run away. I didn't expect that you didn't run away. Haha, this saves me a lot of trouble." Jiang Jian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grasses? Ha ha ha, there's a path to heaven but you didn't take it. Instead, you barged into hell. We were just about to look for you, but we didn't expect you to come here. This saves us a lot of trouble." Upon hearing Jiang Jian, Captain Feng and the others stared. They didn't think that Jiang Jian's target would be Zhao Hai. They couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Jiang Jian and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "From the very beginning, I suspected that you came for me. The timing of your appearance is too coincidental. I just arrived at the Saber Sage Pavilion and you appeared. Isn't this strange? Moreover, what I did in the Tiger Soul country, you must hate me to the bone. At that time, those guys said that they would send a hunting squad to deal with me. Unfortunately, I started the trial right after, and you guys couldn't find me. Now, you must want to kill me, right? Hee hee, you people of the Tiger Hun country are really ruthless. If you want to kill someone, you will definitely think of a way to kill them. In order to kill me, you actually burned down a village in your own country. To be honest, I really admire you people." Jiang Jian looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Whatever you say is useless. You offended our Tiger Soul country, so you must die. Since you're here today, then you can die." Then Jiang Jian waved his hand as a long sword appeared in his hand. Then he thrust the sword towards Zhao Hai. The sword looked ordinary, but Zhao Hai felt an incomparably sharp force coming towards him. He didn't think about it as he fell back. Then he turned around and ran to the side. At this time, a small hole suddenly appeared in the tree behind Zhao Hai. Jiang Jian's sword had sent out sword qi. Moreover, his sword qi was silent and formless. If Zhao Hai's reaction was a bit slower, then Zhao Hai's life would have been taken away. At this time, the people behind Jiang Jian also moved. They held their weapons as they rushed towards Captain Feng and the others. Captain Feng and the others were already prepared. They directly rushed forward, and the two sides clashed. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at Jiang Jian. Then he let out a long breath and said, "Good, you're really powerful. You can actually train your sword qi to this degree. Today, I'll have a good fight with you." Then he waved his hand and the iron thread grass attacked Jiang Jian. The iron thread grass was incomparably flexible. It was like a living snake as it attacked Jiang Jian. Jiang Jian obviously couldn't send out sword qi every time he attacked. Therefore, he also held his sword and fought with Zhao Hai. The two exchanged more than 50 moves, but there was no clear winner. At this time, Captain Feng and the others had already suffered casualties. One of Captain Feng's subordinates died in battle, while 3 of Jiang Jian's subordinates were killed. Jiang Jian's team was stronger than Captain Feng's team. The reason why they suffered more casualties than Captain Feng's team was because they had fewer people. Secondly, they didn't have any long-range attacks. To be precise, they had long-range attacks, but they couldn't use them. Their archers were entangled by Captain Feng's team. On the other hand, Captain Feng's 4 archers were able to provide support to Captain Feng's team. Even with the support of the archers, Captain Feng's team still lost 1 person. This showed how strong the other side was. At this time, Jiang Jian didn't seem to realize that his team was at a disadvantage. He was still fighting with Zhao Hai. It seemed like he wouldn't give up until one of them was dead. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of him. Although Jiang Jian's combat strength wasn't weak, but compared to Zhao Hai, he was about the same. If one were to compare their overall strength, Jiang Jian couldn't compare to Zhao Hai. However, Jiang Jian's sword qi was too annoying. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be on guard. In the process of fighting with Zhao Hai, Jiang Jian used his sword qi 5 times. All of them were dodged by Zhao Hai. Jiang Jian's sword qi attack was too strange. It was silent and formless. Zhao Hai could only rely on his superior intuition to avoid it. Zhao Hai was very clear that Jiang Jian's sword qi wasn't easy to block. All sword chi had a characteristic, that is, its sharpness. Its attack power was particularly strong. Although it couldn't be compared to the power of law, among all energy attacks, the attack of sword chi could definitely be ranked in the top. Although Zhao Hai's body was very strong, he still hadn't reached the level where he could directly block Jiang Jian's sword chi. Therefore, he didn't dare to directly block Jiang Jian's sword chi. Of course, if Zhao Hai used the manplant fusion technique, then he could still defeat Jiang Jian quickly. However, Zhao Hai couldn't do this. The manplant fusion technique was his trump card in the soul realm. If this trump card was known too early, then when people deal with him in the future, they would think of this point. At that time, there would be more means to deal with him. At that time, his troubles would only be greater. It was precisely because of this consideration that Zhao Hai didn't use the manplant fusion technique. He was using his own strength to deal with Jiang Jian. He wasn't just guarding against Jiang Jian, he was also guarding against Captain Feng and the others. Zhao Hai knew that Captain Feng was completely loyal to the imperial family, and the relationship between the Hu family and the imperial family was very good. It seemed that there wouldn't be any danger if he used the manplant fusion technique in front of him. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that the relationship between the imperial family and the Hu family was very good on the surface, but he didn't know what was going on in the dark. Therefore, he had to guard against Captain Feng and the others. If one day, the imperial family and the Hu family fell out, and the imperial family wanted to deal with him, then he would be the one to suffer. It was always Zhao Hai's principle to guard against people. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai was very careful. It was also because of this that he was able to reach where he is today. And this trip to the Soul Realm could be said to be the most dangerous one for Zhao Hai. There was no space for him to hide in at a critical moment. Although his body was good, if he received some fatal injuries, he would still die. Compared to his body, which was almost immortal, the difference was like heaven and earth. In this case, Zhao Hai would be even more careless. He would always keep his best card. Even if he wanted to use it, he would use it when he was alone. At the same time, if he used this card, it would mean that he didn't want his enemy to live. The battle between Zhao Hai and Jiang Jian was still going on. Jiang Jian slowly discovered that he wasn't Zhao Hai's opponent. This discovery made him very shocked. Before Jiang Jian wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, he also had some understanding of Zhao Hai's situation. He knew that Zhao Hai was a member of the Hu clan. He also knew that Zhao Hai was only 10 years old this year. A plant master in his teens was actually stronger than him. This sounded unbelievable, but it was a fact. This made Jiang Jian even more determined to kill Zhao Hai. Jiang Jian's hunting team was actually similar to the Saber Guards. They were absolutely loyal to the royal family of their country. Jiang Jian was also very loyal to the royal family of the Tiger Soul Kingdom. Anyone who could threaten the Tiger Soul Kingdom was his enemy. And Zhao Hai was obviously a person who could threaten the Tiger Soul Kingdom. The Tiger Soul Kingdom was located in the 100,000 mountain range. The 100,000 mountain range had high mountains and dense forests. It was the most suitable environment for a plant master to fight. A powerful plant master could bring great harm to the Tiger Soul Kingdom. And Zhao Hai was obviously a powerful plant master. If Zhao Hai was allowed to continue to grow, then he would certainly become a big problem for the Tiger Soul Kingdom. A person becoming a big problem for a country. This sounded a bit unbelievable, but the fact was like this. Other professions might not be able to do this, but plant masters could. The plant master profession was different from the other professions. The soldier spirit master was more focused on single combat and was more powerful than the other professions. Soul beasts were also very strong in single combat, but they couldn't be compared to soul soldiers. However, they could tame beasts. But taming beasts couldn't increase their combat strength. Although craftsmen were very powerful and could make new weapons, they could only increase the fighting strength of a country's army. If one wanted to rely on craftsmen to make a country stronger than other countries, then it would take decades or even centuries of training. This was impossible. But plant masters were different. On the surface, plant masters were a profession that saved people. They were a profession that rarely caused destruction. But once plant masters started to cause destruction, then they would be more dangerous than any other profession. If soul soldiers and soul beasts were to cause destruction, then they would at most assassinate people. But how many people could they assassinate? If craftsmen wanted to cause destruction, then they would need to make new, better, and more lethal weapons. However, such weapons couldn't be made overnight. Because of this, their destructive power wasn't very strong. On the other hand, plant masters were different. Plant masters mainly studied plants. If they wanted to cause destruction, then they could start from plant masters. They could make a country's important grain production area become barren. They could also make a country suffer a food shortage. And this kind of destruction was very fatal to a country. Every country had already considered this problem. Because of this, they reached an agreement with the Plant Master Association. The plant masters of the Plant Master Association were not allowed to destroy other countries' crops. If they did, then they would be punished by the Plant Master Association. They might even be executed. However, if a plant master wanted to retaliate against a country, then they would do anything. Destroying crops wasn't a big deal. Because of this, Xianxia wanted to kill Zhao Hai even more. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would retaliate against the Tiger Soul country in the future. If Zhao Hai really used plant masters to retaliate against the Tiger Soul country, then the Tiger Soul country would be finished. Zhao Hai was very sensitive to killing intent. He could clearly feel that Xianxia's killing intent towards him had increased. This made him even more careful. He knew that people like Xianxia might do something like perishing together with him. Because of this, Zhao Hai was even more careful when fighting against Xianxia. Xianxia did indeed have the thought of perishing together with Zhao Hai. However, he soon discovered that this was almost impossible. This was because Zhao Hai was too careful. Zhao Hai seemed to be fighting him in order to entangle him. If there was a little bit of danger, he would immediately move away. Even when Xianxia exposed a few flaws, Zhao Hai didn't seem to notice them. Zhao Hai was very patient. It can be said that no one in the entire Soul realm was more patient than him. He was indeed like what Xianxia thought. Zhao Hai was fighting him in order to entangle him. His main purpose was to not let him leave. He would slowly grind him down until he died. In this way, Zhao Hai's battle was relatively easier. He even had a lot of time to observe the situation on Captain Feng's side. At this moment, Zhao Hai and Xianxia had fought for nearly 100 times. As for Captain Feng's side, victory and defeat had already been decided. After paying the price of 4 deaths and 5 injuries, Captain Feng's side finally killed one of Xianxia's subordinates. This person was also supported by Zhang Chang, so he could be killed at any time. It could be said that this was a great victory. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai was even more relieved. At the same time, he became more focused on dealing with Xianxia. Xianxia also discovered Zhao Hai's plan. Zhao Hai was obviously waiting for the others to finish their battle before dealing with him together. At that time, he would have even less chance to kill Zhao Hai. Thinking of this, Xianxia clenched his teeth. At the same time, his sword swished a few times. After forcing Zhao Hai to retreat, he fiercely grasped his sword with his left hand. Then he pulled his sword and shouted, "Blood sword peerless." Along with his shout, the sword in his hand emitted a dazzling red light. Then with a flash of red light, a huge blood sword slashed towards Zhao Hai. This sword was very fast, it didn't give Zhao Hai any time to react. However, Zhao Hai's combat experience was too rich. When Xianxia stepped up his attack, he already guessed that Xianxia was going to use a big move. Therefore, he was forced to retreat. However, Xianxia didn't notice that Zhao Hai had already retreated to the side of a big tree. Just as Xianxia released the blood sword peerless, Zhao Hai's figure quickly shrank under the big tree and disappeared. Xianxia stared, his blood sword had already cut the big tree in half. However, Xianxia still didn't see Zhao Hai. While Xianxia was in a daze, he suddenly felt pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a few thick arrows piercing his chest. The white feathers of the arrows could be seen clearly. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he looked at the big tree that he split. At the same time, he felt his strength, his life, slowly leaving him. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. However, Xianxia was still unwilling to give up. He used the last of his strength to stab the sword in his hand into the ground to support his body. His eyes were still staring at the tree. However, everyone understood that Xianxia wasn't looking at the big tree. He wanted to see Zhao Hai. He wanted to know where Zhao Hai went, and why did he shrink and disappear. One must know that Zhao Hai was a 2.5-meter tall giant. How could such a person shrink and disappear? Just as everyone was curious, Zhao Hai suddenly jumped out. Everyone discovered that under the tree, there was a large and deep hole. However, the hole was covered by weeds, so most people wouldn't be able to see the existence of the hole. However, Zhao Hai discovered it. He also made good use of this hole. When Xianxia attacked, his body shrank and went into the hole. Because of this, Xianxia's sword didn't hit Zhao Hai. Seeing this situation, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a trace of unwillingness. In the end, his eyes slowly lost their luster. At this time, Captain Feng's battle had also ended. Xianxia's last subordinate had his head chopped off by Lu Yuangong. Zhao Hai jumped out of the hole and turned his head to look behind him. He discovered that it wasn't only the big tree that was split. There were 2 other trees behind him that were also split. This showed how powerful Xianxia's sword was. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. He looked at Xianxia, who refused to fall. He coldly snorted and waved the iron thread grass in his hand, directly cutting off Xianxia's head. Captain Feng and the others had just finished their battle. When they saw Zhao Hai's action, their expressions changed. Although they were enemies with Xianxia, they still admired Xianxia's unyielding character. They originally planned to bury Xianxia properly, but they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would come up and cut off Xianxia's head. Lu Yuangong's expression wasn't good. He walked to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Crane grass, why did you cut off his head? He's already dead. You should respect the dead." Zhao Hai replied, "Of course I respect the dead, even if they are my enemy. But before I'm sure that the enemy is dead, I won't approach them. As long as I cut off the enemy's head and make sure that they are completely dead, I won't approach them." This is because there are a lot of people who want to use all kinds of methods to make you think that they have lost their fighting strength. Then they will lure you to their side and give you a final, fatal blow. If I were to be killed because of this, then I would be wronged. Therefore, I would rather give my enemy a final stab and make sure that they are dead before giving them a proper burial. I wouldn't risk my own life for this. Zhao Hai nodded, then said, "That's because of this." Zhao Hai nodded. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Lu Yuangong and the others didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai's words weren't unreasonable, but they felt that Zhao Hai was being too careful. But now that Zhao Hai had done it, they couldn't say anything. They could only bury Xianxia and the others. Naturally, they didn't bury the weapons. They respected the dead, but burying them was already very good. After burying Xianxia and the others, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This battle was finally over. No matter what, they had won. Moreover, they had annihilated all of their enemies. This was definitely a great victory for them. However, they didn't celebrate. They also didn't stay there for too long. After burying Xianxia and the others, they took the spoils of war and carried the corpses of their companions. Then they left the place and headed out of the forest. They had already gone 10 li deep into the mountain. 10 li wasn't a small number. It can be said that they were now in the depths of the mountain. Because of this, their speed wasn't slow. However, it still took them a long time to get out of the mountain. From the time Zhao Hai went up the mountain to the time they came out, it took them about a day and a night. This was already a very fast speed. And this was because Xianxia and the others didn't hide in the depths of the mountain. After all, although hiding in the depths of the mountain was safer, it would also bring inconvenience to their movements. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others were able to quickly get out of the mountain. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the place where Wu Fei and the others rested, they saw a large group of people heading towards the mountain. Zhao Hai and the others immediately stopped and waited for the other party to arrive. They knew that the other party couldn't be an enemy, they could only be an army from the vicinity of Crossblade City. If they were to encounter such a large number of enemies near Crossblade City, then it could only mean that Crossblade City had already been captured and the Blade Spirit Nation had perished. Jiao Hai and the others immediately stopped and waited for the other party to arrive. Sure enough, not long after they stopped, the group of people arrived. It was a small group of 1,000 people. They were wearing beautiful iron armor, but they were polished to a shine. One of the flag bearers was holding a large flag with a sword dripping with blood on it. This was the Imperial Guard of the Saber Spirit Nation, the garrison of Saber City, the Blood Saber Army. Aside from the Saber Guard Army, this was the army with the best equipment and the strongest fighting power in the Saber Spirit Nation. The difference between the Blood Blade Army and the Blade Guard Army was that the Blood Blade Army was a large army while the Blade Guard Army wasn't a legion. The number of people in the Blade Guard Army was much lower compared to the Blood Blade Army. There was a saying in the Blade Spirit Nation, big battles depend on the Blood Blade Army, small battles depend on the Blade Guard Army. This meant that in small-scale battles, one would depend on the Blade Guard Army. However, in large-scale battles, one would still have to depend on the Blood Blade Army. From this point, one could see the strength of the Blood Blade Army. However, although the Blood Blade Army was strong, they didn't have any conflicts with the Saber Guard's army. This was because the majority of the Saber Guard's army came from the Blood Blade Army. It could be said that the Saber Guard's army's first batch of soldiers were all from the Blood Blade Army. When the Saber Guard's army was first established, they selected the best and had special abilities from the Blood Blade Army to form the Saber Guard's army. Therefore, the two armies didn't have any conflicts. The one walking in front of the Blood Blade Army was a man who looked to be in his 40s. He was wearing a full set of iron armor. Every step he took was accompanied by a clattering sound. He didn't have a weapon in his hand, but every step he took was very firm. He gave off the feeling that he was a war blade that could be thrown into battle at any time. When Captain Feng saw this person, he immediately gave him a salute and said, "Captain." When the person saw Captain Feng, he was very happy. But perhaps because he had been expressionless for a long time, he was already used to it. Therefore, he only moved the corner of his mouth, making it seem like he was smiling. Then he snorted and said, "Humph, it's you. What's the result?" Captain Feng stood up straight and said in a deep voice, "A hunting team with a total of 12 people was completely annihilated. 4 of our own died and 5 of our own were injured." When the Blood Blade Army captain heard Captain Feng, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he nodded and said, good job. Let's go back." Captain Feng nodded, then he immediately led Jiao Hai and the others back. The injured were also taken care of by the Blood Blade Army. The bodies of the dead were also carried down the mountain. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, Jiao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he saw a person, Dao Beiying. Dao Beiying was currently standing at the foot of the mountain. Behind him was a group of people from the Blood Blade Army. Moreover, Lang Shiping was still by his side. When Dao Beiying saw Jiao Hai and the others, his eyes couldn't help but shrink when he saw the corpses being carried. Then he quickly walked towards the corpses and carefully looked at them. Then he said, "Carry them down and bury them." Then Dao Beiying turned his head to Jiao Hai and the others. He looked at Captain Feng and the others and said, "What's the situation?" Captain Feng also replied, "Replying to your highness, the hunting squad of 12 people was completely annihilated. None of them survived." Dao Beiying nodded and said in a low voice, "All right, go back and rest." After he said that, he turned his head to look at Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai smiled at Dao Beiying and said, "Brother Dao, you're worried about us? You even brought people to help us." A smile appeared on Dao Beiying's face as he said, "To be honest, I was a little worried. But now, I'm relieved. Let's go, I'll treat you to a drink when we get back." Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm not surprised. What's there to worry about? Let's just drink a toast. Let's go." Dao Beiying laughed heartily. Then, Jiao Hai turned around and walked towards the back of the group. There were a few horses there, including Jiao Hai's mottled bamboo. After Dao Beiying, Jiao Hai, and Lang Shiping mounted their horses, they headed towards Horizontal Blade City. As for the Blood Blade Army, Dao Beiying didn't care about them. He didn't even say a word to the leader of the Blood Blade Army. Dao Beiying was very clear that although the Blood Blade Army was the Imperial Guard, they were loyal to the Imperial family. However, with his current status, it wasn't suitable for him to have contact with the Blood Blade Army. He was a prince. The emperor was still on the throne, but the imperial guard was the defensive force of Horizontal Blade City. If a prince were to have contact with the imperial guard, then the emperor would think that the prince wanted to control the imperial guard in order to force the emperor to abdicate. If this was the case, then Dao Beiying would be out of luck. Because of this, Dao Beiying didn't have any contact with the Bloodblade army. The imperial family's matters were often like this. In an ordinary family, things that seemed normal were taboo in the imperial family. Dao Beiying was very clear about this. Therefore, he was very clear about what he should and shouldn't do. The captain of the Bloodblade army looked at Zhao Hai leaving with Dao Beiying. Then he looked at Captain Feng and said, "Little Feng, what's going on? Who is that person? How can he just leave?" Captain Feng replied, "That person is a core disciple of the Hu clan, Crane Field. He's currently studying at the Sovereign Saber Pavilion. He isn't a member of the Saber Guard army. This time, in order to deal with the hunting squad, we invited him to help. Now that the battle is over, he naturally has to leave." When the captain heard Captain Feng, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, "Why did you invite an outsider to help? Are there no plant masters in the Saber Guard army?" Captain Feng smiled bitterly and said, "There are, but the plant masters in the Saber Guard army aren't as strong as him." This time, the plant masters of the Saber Guard army suffered a loss. Several of our people were poisoned, they couldn't even treat them. In the end, we had no choice but to ask Crane Field for help. He's really strong. The captain of the Saber Guard army understood Captain Feng very well. This was because Captain Feng was his subordinate in the past. If it weren't for his old age and the fact that he was already a captain of 1,000 men, then he would have already joined the Saber Guard army. He knew that Captain Feng wouldn't lie. So when he heard Captain Feng say that Zhao Hai was strong, he couldn't help but be curious. He looked at Captain Feng and said, "Oh, how strong is he? How is he compared to you?" Captain Feng said in a deep voice, "In a place without plants, I can run all the way. In the forest, I'm afraid I won't even know how I died. In the forest, he is the king. No one can beat him." Hiss. The captain of the 1,000-man team couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The captain of the 1,000-man team knew his subordinate very well. He knew how strong his subordinate was. For him to say such words, it showed how strong Crane Great Tian was. However, the captain of the 1,000-men squad was still uncertain as he said, "Are you telling the truth? Is he really that strong?" Captain Feng nodded, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Very strong, very strong. His ability to communicate with plants is really too strong. In the forest, you can be found at any time and can be monitored at any time. However, you don't know where he is. Even if you have a plant master by your side, those plant masters are blind and deaf in front of him. I even think that he can make those plant masters help him deceive other plant masters." The captain of the 1,000-men squad nodded, then he turned to Captain Feng and said, "What do you plan to do? Are you tempted? But you have to be careful with his identity. If you offend the Hu clan, then you won't have any benefits." Captain Feng nodded and said, "Yes, Captain. Rest assured, I won't mess around. His identity isn't something that I can mess around with. You don't need to worry." The captain of the 1,000-men squad nodded, then the squad headed towards Horizontal Blade City. At this time, Zhao Hai had already arrived at Horizontal Blade City with Dao Beiying and the others. They didn't return to the academy. Dao Beiying came to pick up Zhao Hai this time to invite him for a drink. There was no point in going back to the academy. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that when they arrived at Horizontal Blade City, they didn't drink outside. Instead, Dao Beiying directly brought Zhao Hai back to his residence. Dao Beiying was already 24 years old this year. At his age, it wasn't suitable for him to sit in the imperial palace. Because of this, he had his own residence outside the imperial palace. Since Dao Beiying was already bestowed the title of Prince of Ying, his residence was named Prince of Ying's residence. When the three arrived in front of the Prince of Ying's residence, the guards immediately ran over. Dao Beiying nodded to the two guards before leading Zhao Hai and Lang Shiping inside. Upon entering the residence, Dao Beiying immediately shouted, Wang Ling, where did you go? Come out quickly." Upon hearing this, a voice was heard, "I'm coming, I'm coming. Your Highness, this old servant is coming." Along with this voice, a humanoid ball came rolling over from the distance. The reason why this person was called a humanoid ball was because he was very fat. His entire person looked like a ball. The fat man ran over to Dao Beiying's side and bowed, "Your Highness, do you have any orders?" Zhao looked at the fat man. He was really fat, but his hair was already a little white. His whole person looked kind, which made him look very funny. Dao Beiying said, "Wang Ling, go and have the kitchen prepare a table of old dishes. Also, take out the imperial wine that I've hidden." Wang Ling nodded, then he turned around and went to make the arrangements. Dao Beiying led Zhao Hai and Lang Shiping inside the residence. Dao Beiying's residence wasn't very big. The second courtyard was the main hall of the city. After the three sat down in the living room, a maid brought them tea. After the three drank a cup of tea, Dao Beiying said, "Crane Grass, you've worked hard this time. I didn't think that you would know someone from the Saber Guard army." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "When I met Uncle Liu, he wasn't a member of the Saber Guard army. At that time, he was a member of the Saber Guard army. I don't know when he was transferred to the Saber Guard army. Moreover, this matter was caused by me. Those people from the Tiger Soul country came for me." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Dao Beiying couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "They came for you? What happened?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "When I met Uncle Liu was carrying a carriage full of gold coins. They didn't know where they were going, so they thought that I was going to rob them. Later on, they found out that it was a misunderstanding. But since we were on the way, they let me go with them. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long before we were attacked. The people who attacked us were probably from the Tiger Soul country. They came to rob us of our gold coins. At that time, we only had 7 people while the other side had 100 people. Naturally, we weren't their opponents. In the end, we had to escape, and the gold coins were also taken away by them. However, we didn't give up and chased them from behind. Later on, we fought and killed 40 of them. However, they were heading towards Misty Mountain City. Because of this, Uncle Liu and the others had no choice but to ask the Saber Guard army for help. The Saber Guard army sent a captain called Iron Hammer to help them. In the end, they managed to kill those people, but one of them managed to escape. Originally, this wasn't a big deal, but Iron Hammer didn't like me and wanted to frame me. Later on, when he found out that I was from the Hu clan, he didn't dare to stop me. However, I also couldn't go with them. At that time, I was in a trial, so I left by myself. At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment before he continued, "I entered the Jadeite Mountain for my trial. From there, I directly entered the 100,000 Mountains. I didn't expect that when I arrived at the 100,000 Mountains, the people from the Tiger Soul country were already waiting for me. I fought with 2 groups of people from the Tiger Soul country. After killing them, I officially entered the country. When I arrived at the Tiger Spirit Nation, I settled down in a small village. But I don't know how, but I was still discovered by the people of the Tiger Spirit Nation. They actually sent a few thousand people to surround the village. Then, they didn't attack the village directly, but instead set fire to the village. Moreover, before setting fire to the village, they also released sleeping gas. In the end, of the entire village, only I escaped. Everyone else died." At this point, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but be sad. On the other hand, Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping's expressions changed. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping, then he said, "Of course, I didn't let them off easily. After that, I attacked them. At the same time, I also used the plant eye to hear them say that they wanted to send a hunting squad to deal with me. At that time, I didn't know what a hunting squad was, but because I still needed to go through the trial, and because I was in the Tiger Spirit country, I didn't get entangled with them. In the past 2 years, I'd been observing the plants in the 100,000 Mountains. I didn't have any contact with anyone, so they didn't find me. However, they might have already inquired about my background. They knew that I was from the Hu clan, so when I returned to the Saber Spirit country from the Jade Mountain, they were already prepared to deal with me." After saying this, Zhao Hai sighed. Then he turned to Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping and said, they probably knew that I was coming to the Saber Sage Pavilion, so they went to Saber Mountain to look for an opportunity to eliminate me. Unfortunately, their whereabouts were discovered in the end. Because of this, they attracted the attention of the Saber Guards. All of this has been confirmed by the mouths of those people. The leader of the hunting squad personally admitted that their target this time was me. Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping were so shocked that they forgot to speak. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's trial would turn out to be like this. He actually did such a big thing, it was too shocking. After some time, Dao Beiying recovered. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, you said that you ran from the Jade Mountain to the 100,000 Mountains? Is it possible for the people from the Tiger Soul Nation to come to our Blade Soul Nation through the 100,000 Great Mountains? Hearing Dao Beiying's question, Lang Shiping's body shook, then he turned to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's impossible. From the 100,000 Mountains to the Blade Spirit Country, one would need to pass through several dangerous places. One of them is the Snowy Mountains, where the snowmen live. The snowmen are very strong, and they also have amazing defensive capabilities. Even ordinary experts wouldn't be able to fight against them. Besides the snowmen, there's also the Poison Valley. The Poison Valley's poison is very strong, I almost died there. Not only are there poisonous creatures in the valley, but there are also poisonous plants and animals. I was lucky that I managed to escape, otherwise I would have died there as well. These two places are dangerous places, death zones. Most importantly, these two places are the only way to get to the Blade Spirit Country. Strength alone isn't enough to pass through these two places. When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but darken. However, he also relaxed. If they can really go from the Jade Mountain to the 100,000 Great Mountains, then the Blade Soul Nation would have more disadvantages than advantages. The advantage was that they can attack the 100,000 Great Mountains from the Jade Mountain. The disadvantage was that the people from the 100,000 Great Mountains could also attack them from there. Moreover, the people from the Tiger Soul Nation were better at fighting in mountainous terrain. It can be said that this wasn't a good thing for the Blade Soul Nation. Now that Zhao Hai said this, Dao Beiying and the others could finally relax. However, Dao Beiying still turned to Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, I need to report this matter to my imperial father. No matter what, going from Jadeite Mountain to the 100,000 Mountains is very important for us. If the Tiger Soul Country sends an elite team to attack from Jadeite Mountain, then it would be very disadvantageous for us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Crane Grass, I need to report this matter to my imperial father. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, there's nothing to hide about this matter. Just report it. Dao Beiying nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, I didn't think that they would actually come for you. This time, the hunting team was completely wiped out. I'm afraid that they won't be willing to accept this. They might send people to deal with you in the future. Crane Grass, you must be more careful in the future. You can't give them any chances. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, it won't be easy for them to take my life. Moreover, I still haven't had my revenge against the Tiger Soul Nation. It's good that they came, I can collect some interest. When I was in the Tiger Soul Nation's small village, the people there were very good to me. They welcomed me very warmly. I didn't think that the Tiger Soul Nation's people would be so vicious to their own children. They set fire to the village and even drugged them. They simply didn't want to give them a chance to live. Dao Beiying sighed and said, there's nothing we can do about it. The people of the Tiger Soul Country seem to be innately beastly. When they fight, each and every one of them doesn't fear death. When the Tiger Soul Country fights, very few people would surrender. Most of them would rather die than surrender. Dao Beiying sighed and said, that's right. Zhao Hai snorted and didn't speak. At this time, Wang Ling came in and said, Your Highness, the food is ready. Let's eat. Dao Beiying nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, let's go and have a drink. Ha ha ha, I have a lot of good wine here. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I want to taste Brother Dao's wine. The three laughed as they stood up and walked towards the dining hall. On the other hand, Wang Ling looked at Zhao Hai with some surprise. In fact, Wang Ling knew about Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai had just arrived at the Saber Monarch Pavilion and came to Horizontal Blade City a few times, his identity was too shocking. At this time, a lot of people in Horizontal Blade City knew that a giant had arrived. Therefore, Wang Ling also knew about Zhao Hai's existence. However, Wang Ling didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so casual with Dao Beiying. This really surprised him. When the three arrived at the dining hall, a table full of delicious food was already prepared. After Dao Beiying invited the two to sit down, a maid immediately came forward and served them wine and food. This was the first time that Zhao Hai enjoyed such treatment. To be honest, he wasn't used to it. However, he didn't say anything. After the maids served the dishes, Dao Beiying waved his hand and the maids retreated to the side and stood there quietly. Dao Beiying raised his glass and then looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Cranegrass, it's fate that we met. To be honest, I also know about the conflict between you and the Yang family. The Yang family's actions are indeed wrong. Moreover, this matter is related to your two families, so I don't want to get involved. However, I still hope that brother can talk to the Hu family. In any case, the Yang family is also a family of the Saber Spirit country. If something happens to them, then it would be a loss to the country. I hope that the Hu family won't make this matter too big." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Brother Dao, you can rest assured. Don't you know what kind of clan the Hu clan is? After so many years, has the Hu clan ever made a big move against any other clan? This time, there's really no other way. The Yang clan is constantly provoking the Hu clan. Moreover, this matter has been publicized, causing all of the smaller clans to come and provoke the Hu clan. It's as if the Hu clan is very arrogant. In this case, how can we endure? This time, God Grandfather sent me out to teach these fellows a lesson. As long as they don't go overboard and don't provoke the Hu clan won't do anything to them. Brother Dao, you can rest assured about this." When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he relaxed. Then he raised his glass to Zhao Hai and said, "Good. Brother, this brother should give you a toast. Come, cheers." Then he extended his glass forward and touched Zhao Hai's glass. Then he drank the wine in his glass. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He also raised his glass and drank the wine. Lang Shiping accompanied him. After the three drank a cup, they ate a mouthful of food. At this time, the maids came up to give them more food. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he turned to Dao Beiying and said, "Brother Dao, let them leave. To be honest, I'm not used to being served like this." When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Brother, you need to get used to it. I also want to give you two maids." Although he said this, Dao Beiying still waved his hand and dismissed the maids. After the maids withdrew, Lang Shiping turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Cranegrass, I heard you say before that you would encounter snowmen in the 100,000 mountains. I've heard about the legends of snowmen. I heard that they have extraordinary strength and are very formidable. How did you get past them? Are they really as powerful as the legends say?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "They are even more terrifying than the legends. You might not know, but they are more than 10 meters tall and are very strong. It's really an accident that I was able to pass through the snowman's territory. One of the snowman's sacred trees was sick, so they wanted to find someone to treat it. Maybe it was because I was observing and treating the plants that the snowmen saw me. Because of this, when I arrived at the snowman's territory, they didn't make things difficult for me. Instead, they asked me to treat their sacred tree. Since I cured their sacred tree, the snowmen naturally didn't make things difficult for me. On the contrary, they were very friendly to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to pass through their territory." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Lang Shiping and Dao Beiying suddenly understood. Dao Beiying said, "I didn't think that it would be like this. If you weren't a plant master, then I'm afraid that you would have already died." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's for sure. The fighting strength of the snowmen isn't bad at all. Their stature is incomparably tall, and they have extraordinary strength. I saw a few young snowmen playing with rocks. I'm afraid that each rock weighed several thousand jin, or even 10,000 jin. In the hands of the snowmen, the rocks were just like toys. To be honest, when I saw that, I was shocked." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's for sure. The snowman's fighting strength isn't bad at all. Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping were also shocked. They were even more curious about Zhao Hai's trial. Zhao Hai rode on mottled bamboo's back and slowly walked towards the academy. While walking, he thought about Blade Beiying's mansion. Although Blade Beiying's mansion looked like an ordinary gathering of friends where everyone casually chatted, there were a lot of things that were worth paying attention to. First of all, Zhao Hai took the initiative to say that the hunting squad came for him. This was to avoid trouble in the future. Captain Feng also knew about this. If Dao Beiying knew about this matter from Captain Feng, then it would be completely different from Zhao Hai's mouth. Because of this, Zhao Hai took the initiative to say it. Besides this matter, when Dao Beiying and the others talked to Zhao Hai, they were also probing him. Dao Beiying and the others wanted to know about the whole process of the trial. Zhao Hai also told them about it. As for whether they believed it or not, it was hard to say. However, what Zhao Hai said wasn't a lie. Most of what he said was true. Even if Dao Beiying and the others investigated, the results would be the same as what Zhao Hai said. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about this. In addition to the trial, there was also the matter of the Yang clan. Dao Beiying's words today were actually intended to mediate the relationship between the Yang clan and the Hu clan. After all, the Yang clan seemed to be leaning towards Dao Beiying. Although the Yang clan wasn't a big clan, they were still a force to be reckoned with. Because of this, Dao Beiying came forward to talk about this matter. It seems like this time, Zhao Hai needed to inform the family to not let the family deal with the Yang clan too ruthlessly. If the Yang clan dared to provoke them, then it would be a different matter. Moreover, Zhao Hai also made it clear to Dao Beiying that the Yang family was the one who provoked them. If the Yang family were to provoke them in the future, then Zhao Hai would deal with the Yang family, and Dao Beiying wouldn't be able to say anything. Along the way back to the Saber Sage Pavilion, Zhao Hai went to Hu Zhong's place to deliver the horse. However, he discovered that Hu Zhong seemed to be waiting for him. When he saw that Zhao Hai had returned, Hu Zhong immediately greeted him and said in a low voice, "Young miss is here. She's in the room. Quickly go in." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to enter the pharmacy's backyard. Sure enough, Hu Xian'er was waiting for him in the backyard. As soon as she saw him return, Hu Xian'er immediately greeted him. She sized up Zhao Hai a few times before letting out a long sigh and said, "Fortunately, you're fine. What happened? Why did you follow them to Mount Saber Soldier?" Zhao Hai looked at Hu Xian'er and couldn't help but smile faintly. "Elder sister Xian'er, you already know? Don't worry, it's fine. Right, I have something to tell you. This time, the hunting team came for me." When Hu Xian'er heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but sigh and said, "You already know. But this time, the attack was aimed at you. Not only you, it was also aimed at our Hu clan. Before this, our Hu clan's fort was also attacked. However, they underestimated our strength and were taken down." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." When Zhao Hai heard Hu Xian'er, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he looked at Hu Xian'er and said, "Elder sister Xian'er, what happened? Is the family all right?" Hu Xian'er said in a deep voice, "2 days ago, the family was attacked by a large number of black-robed men. These black-robed men were very strong, and they were not afraid of death. However, they still underestimated our Hu clan. In the end, these black-robed men, except for a few who had great strength and managed to escape, were all killed in battle. There were also a few who were captured alive, but those who were captured all committed suicide in the end. Although these people did not have any markings on their bodies, but from the way they acted, they seemed to be members of a hunting squad. I also just received the news and heard that you ran to the Saber Mountain, so I was very worried, so I came here to wait for you." Zhao Hai's complexion was ashen as he coldly snorted and said, "Tiger Soul Country, I didn't deal with you last time because I was in the trial. But now you've come. It seems like I'll have to teach you a lesson." Hu Xian'er stared at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't mess around. The family will naturally take care of it. Although the influence of the Plant Master Guild in the Tiger Soul Country isn't very big, it doesn't mean that we don't have any influence. This time, the Tiger Soul Country dared to make a move against our Hu clan. Naturally, we must let them know how powerful our Hu clan is. They really think that our Hu clan is just a small family." Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he said, "Today, I went to Dao Beiying's residence. Dao Beiying said that he wanted to invite me for a drink. At the table, he mentioned the Yang family. It seems like the Yang family has already sided with Dao Beiying. Big sister Xianxia, you should inform the family to temporarily not deal with the Yang family. We still need to give Dao Beiying face. If the Yang family provokes us again, then tell me, I'll go to Dao Beiying's place and talk to him." When Hu Xian'er heard Zhao Hai, she nodded and said, "All right, I'll inform the family about this matter." "Right, did you tell Dao Beiying that the hunting squads came for you?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I told him. Even if I didn't, others would tell him. Rather than letting him know about this matter from others, I might as well tell him myself." Hu Xian'er nodded and said, "You did the right thing. Find some time in the next 2 days to draw a route from the Jadeite Mountain to the 100,000 Mountains. Also, mark out the dangers in the area. I think that in a few days, the imperial family will come to us for this. You should go and prepare." Zhao Hai nodded, then he frowned and said, "Big sister Xian'er, to be honest, there's no meaning in staying in the academy. After I've dealt with a few things, I'll go out and train. What do you think?" Hu Xian'er shook her head and said, "No, at least not now. Third grandfather said that you can only stay in the academy for a while. Once the family has dealt with the matters in the Tiger Soul country, you can go out." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he nodded and didn't say anything. Hu Xian'er turned to Zhao Hai and said, "As for the people in your house, if you have time, you should get in touch with them. However, don't get too close to them. In the academy, it's best for you to only get in touch with 2 kinds of people. One is the imperial family and the other great clans. These people's status is either equal to or higher than you, so there's no need for you to get in touch with them. The other kind is those who have a poor background but are very strong. You can win them over because no matter how you try to win them over, they're still just one person. So there's no harm in getting in touch with them. As for the people in your house, they have their own families behind them. Although their status isn't the most important in their families, once their families know about your identity, they might use them to get close to you. The reason why our Hu clan has the trust of the imperial family is because we don't form alliances with other great clans to threaten the imperial family. If you really get in touch with those people, then it wouldn't be good for us. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, elder sister Xian'er, I know what I'm doing. My contact with them isn't that deep, and I won't get in touch with their families. You can rest assured." Hu Xian'er nodded, then she said, "Now, there are only 2 of us from our Hu clan in the academy. I can only save people, I can't kill them. Therefore, I can't help you with anything. In the future, the academy will have to rely on you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder sister Xian'er, you can rest assured. Recently, I've been in contact with Dao Beiying. I want to know how many imperial princes there are like Dao Beiying, and what their status is in the imperial clan. Our Hu clan is different from other clans. In the Saber Spirit Nation, no matter who the emperor is, they wouldn't dare to do anything to our Hu clan. Moreover, our Hu clan has always maintained a neutral position in the competition for the throne. Although the 2 of us represent the Hu clan, we don't need to be too careful when dealing with the imperial family. This is because the patriarch of the clan is the one who has the final say in this matter. The imperial family also knows that it would be useless for them to try to rope us in. Therefore, you can make friends with them, you don't need to be afraid of them." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this. You can make friends with them, you don't need to be afraid of them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Elder sister Xian'er, you don't have to worry about the matters outside. Just leave it to me like before. I don't think they would dare to do anything to me." Hu Xian'er smiled and said, "Of course they wouldn't dare. Whether it's the imperial clan or the other clans, they wouldn't dare to do anything to our Hu clan. Although our Hu clan isn't like the other clans, raising an army and turning a city into an independent kingdom, our Hu clan is an important member of the Plant Master Association. Just based on this identity, they wouldn't dare to do anything to our Hu clan. Only those small clans who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth would think that our Hu clan is easy to bully. Hehe, actually, the clan sent you out this time to teach those small clans a lesson. At the same time, it's also to let you rest in the academy for a period of time. As long as you don't be too high profile and don't use the Hu clan's name to rope people in, you'll be fine. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, since you said that, then I know what to do. Humph. This time, the Yang family was lucky. Originally, I wanted to wait for the wind to blow over before going to the Yang family and slaughter them. But now, it seems like I can't make a move on them, I'll have to wait for a while. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright. Hu Xian'er stared at Zhao Hai, then she knocked his head with her hand. She didn't expect that her hand would hurt instead. Hu Xian'er rubbed her hand as she stared at Zhao Hai and said, you better be honest with me. Don't always think about fighting and killing. There are some things that can't be solved by fighting and killing. Although Zhao Hai's real age was much older than Hu Xian'er, he didn't feel disgusted when Hu Xian'er hit him. He just smiled and said, fighting and killing are sometimes the fastest way to solve problems. Moreover, it's also the simplest and most direct method. But this time needs to be chosen well. Now, let's see how the Yang clan performs. If they think that they have the support of Dao Beiying, then don't blame me for being impolite. Hu Xian'er sighed and didn't say anything. In fact, Hu Xian'er knew that what Zhao Hai said was right. The best way to deal with an enemy was to destroy them physically. Unfortunately, the Hu clan wasn't the hegemon of the continent. If they really did that, then it would cause a lot of chain reactions. The final situation wouldn't be good. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Xian'er, then he smiled faintly and said, elder sister Xian'er, rest assured, I won't act rashly. For now, we can put the matter of the Yang clan aside. The matter of the Tiger Soul country can also be dealt with by the clan. I won't say anything else. I'll be resting in the academy for a while. Hu Xian'er nodded, then she sighed and said, this time, third grandfather sent you here in hopes that you'll stay here and let the small clans know how powerful the Hu clan is. Therefore, you don't need to be afraid of offending people in the academy. But as for those large clans, it's best to avoid offending them. But if they take the initiative to provoke us, then we don't need to be afraid of them. Among those large clans, you should pay special attention to the Zhang clan. The Zhang clan and our Hu clan aren't on good terms, so they might provoke you. You don't need to be polite to the Zhang clan. As long as you don't kill or cripple them, you can still deal with them. Zhao Hai nodded, don't worry, elder sister Xian'er, I know what to do. Elder sister Xian'er, I think you should go back. In any case, the matters that need to be dealt with have already been dealt with. Hu Xian'er nodded and said, let's go, you should also go back with me. If there's nothing to do, then don't go out. Right, have you been to the academy's library? The books there are more than our Hu clan. You can go there and take a look. Zhao Hai nodded, then he carried the wooden box and followed Hu Xian'er to the inner fort. After arriving at the inner fort, Zhao Hai accompanied Hu Xian'er to the courtyard where the female students lived. Then he turned around and returned to the pine forest house. Upon arriving at the pine forest house, Zhao Hai stared blankly. This was because he heard bursts of laughter coming from the pine forest house. And among the laughter, there were a lot of people who didn't live in the pine forest house. This was something that Zhao Hai was certain of. He couldn't help but frown, then he pushed the door and went inside. Upon entering the pine forest house, Zhao Hai saw a lot of people sitting in the living room. Among these people, aside from a few people from the pine forest house, none of them were from the pine forest house. They didn't do anything, they just sat there drinking tea and chatting. It seems like they were having a good time chatting. When these people felt the door open, all of them looked towards the door and saw Zhao Hai carrying a wooden box. When these people saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare blankly. Then they remembered who Zhao Hai was, and their eyes flashed with surprise. There was no other way, Zhao Hai's size was there. It would be difficult for him to not remember Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai was famous in the academy and Horizontal Blade City, everyone knew that the Hu clan had sent a giant to the academy. However, among these people, there were a lot of people who had only heard of Zhao Hai, but had never seen him before. Regarding Zhao Hai's height, they didn't have a direct understanding. Now that they saw Zhao Hai, they finally understood what a giant meant. Fortunately, Ma Liang was in the room. When he saw Zhao Hai, he immediately stood up and smiled at Zhao Hai, brother, you're back. I heard that you helped the Saber Guard with a mission? How are you? Did you get hurt? When Zhao Hai heard Ma Liang, he wasn't surprised at all. In Saber City, there wasn't anything that could be kept secret. If you want to keep it a secret, then it must be something very important. Going with the Saber Guard to complete a mission wasn't a secret. Therefore, nobody cared about it. Zhao Hai smiled at Ma Liang and said, I didn't get hurt, it's just a small matter. Right, Ma Liang, you guys can chat. I still have something to do, so I'll leave the things here. You guys can chat, there's no need to worry about me. When Ma Liang heard Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai didn't want to have too much contact with these people. Therefore, he nodded and said, all right, brother. Then I'll leave you to it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he nodded to the other people in the room. Then he turned around and went upstairs. When he reached the second floor, he took out the books that he borrowed from the library and carried the wooden box out. When Zhao Hai went out of the pine forest house, a person immediately turned to Ma Liang and said, Brother Ma, is that crane grass? I heard that he's the adopted son of one of the Hu family's elders. He's very favored by the family. I also heard that he's treated like a normal core disciple. Is that true? Ma Liang shook his head and said, I don't know about this. Crane grass has only been here for a few days. Moreover, he hasn't been in the academy for 2 days. Therefore, we don't know about his specific situation. However, I heard that when he came to the academy, he had a conflict with Yang Defeng. At that time, the Seventh Highness was also present. Moreover, Miss Hu Xian'er was in the carriage behind Crane Grass. However, when Crane Grass and Yang Defeng clashed, Miss Hu Xian'er didn't say anything. I think this also proves Zhao Hai's identity. The person nodded, then the others nodded as well. They felt that what Ma Liang said was correct. If Zhao Hai's identity wasn't enough, then Hu Xian'er would certainly have appeared when he clashed with Yang Defeng. However, Hu Xian'er didn't appear at that time. This meant that Hu Xian'er had given this authority to Zhao Hai. From this point, one could see Zhao Hai's status in the Hu family. To be able to represent the family and handle such a big matter, his status in the family shouldn't be low. The person looked at Ma Liang and said, Brother Ma, what's your relationship with Crane Grass? Ma Liang smiled faintly and said, you don't need to worry about our relationship. Crane Grass is a very good person. On the first day, he invited us brothers to eat a big meal. You don't know, but at that time, the Seventh Highness personally came to drink our wine. Let me tell you, it was my first time drinking with the Seventh Highness. I was so nervous that I didn't even know what the wine tasted like. When everyone heard Ma Liang, they couldn't help but laugh. The person from before smiled and said, Brother Ma, you're a bit useless. But if there's an opportunity to sit down and have a drink with the Seventh Highness, then that would be very good. Everyone laughed again. Ma Liang looked at everyone and smiled, all right, let's not talk about this matter. Crane Grass is a good person, but he's also a very good plant master. In the future, I'll slowly introduce him to everyone. But when Crane Grass is doing something in the academy, you mustn't disturb him. Although I don't know much about Crane Grass, I still know that he's a very serious person. And this kind of person hates being disturbed the most. If you offend Crane Grass because of this, then it wouldn't be worth it. Everyone nodded. Then they began to talk about Zhao Hai. Naturally, all of these were just rumors that had yet to be confirmed. After Zhao Hai left the pine forest residence, he directly entered the pine forest next to the residence. This pine forest was very big, otherwise, it wouldn't be called the pine forest residence. To be honest, after seeing this pine forest, Zhao Hai finally understood why the Saber Sovereign Pavilion could become the biggest academy in the Saber Spirit Nation. At the same time, it was also a famous academy in the continent. This was because the Saber Sovereign Pavilion was very good to its students. Although the mountain where the Saber Sovereign Pavilion was located couldn't be compared to the other mountains, it wasn't too small either. The Saber Sovereign Pavilion's academy surrounded the entire mountain. There were many places here that maintained a natural appearance. If the people of the Saber Sovereign Pavilion wanted to, they could easily build a small city here that could accommodate 500,000 people. In fact, this place was still just an academy. A beautiful campus environment, a relaxed teaching style, and a huge library. These were all the requirements to become a famous academy. However, Zhao Hai didn't know how the Saber Sovereign Pavilion was doing. At this time, Zhao Hai was looking forward to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion's public lectures. He wanted to listen to the lectures of the Saber Sovereign Pavilion. Zhao Hai entered the pine forest. To be honest, this was his favorite place to stay. This was because he had the pine heart. Therefore, he was very close to the pine trees. Inside the pine forest, he felt as comfortable and safe as he was inside the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai liked to stay in the pine forest even more. However, this time, Zhao Hai entered the pine forest because he didn't want to stay in his room. He was afraid that if he stayed in his room, he would be dragged out by Ma Liang to chat with those people. Since he didn't know who those people were, Zhao Hai didn't want to have too much contact with them. He needed some time to understand the people in the academy and sort out the relationships in the academy. Only then would he choose to have contact with those people. Otherwise, if he were to sit and drink with the enemies of the Hu clan, wouldn't that be fun? Because of this, when Zhao Hai saw that there were so many people in the house, he immediately went out of the house and entered the forest. This time, he didn't enter the forest to avoid those people, he also wanted to treat all the pine trees in the forest. He wanted to treat each and every one of them as his own family. After Zhao Hai entered the pine forest, he immediately became busy. He began to chat with the pine trees in the forest. At the same time, he asked the pine trees if they were feeling unwell. At the same time, he also exchanged energy with the pine trees. Walking slowly in the pine forest, Zhao Hai would stop from time to time to remove some insects from the pine trees. He would also use natural energy to remove the diseases on the pine trees. While Zhao Hai was walking forward, a weak voice was suddenly heard, "Can you save me?" Zhao Hai stared, he looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that it was a pine tree that was almost completely withered. This pine tree didn't look very tall, its trunk was already withered, and its leaves were all yellow. Before, Zhao Hai didn't even feel a trace of vitality from this pine tree, he thought that it was just a dead tree. Although Zhao Hai can treat trees, he didn't have the ability to bring them back to life. Because of this, he didn't pay much attention to the tree. However, he didn't expect that the tree would suddenly speak. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the tree. He still didn't feel any vitality from the tree. In the end, Zhao Hai placed his hand on the tree and felt a little bit of vitality. At the same time, he also felt another vitality. This was a very strong vitality, moreover, it was very active. Compared to the small vitality that was about to disappear, the difference between the two was very big. However, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that the small vitality that was about to disappear was the pine tree's vitality. The other vitality wasn't the pine trees, it might even be the culprit that caused the pine tree's death. Zhao Hai immediately connected with the small vitality. At the same time, he also transferred his natural energy to it. Natural energy and vitality weren't the same kind of energy, they were the same thing. Natural energy might exist, but it didn't necessarily have vitality. For example, stones have natural energy, but stones don't have vitality. Things with vitality would certainly have natural energy. Natural energy can supplement vitality, but vitality can't supplement natural energy. After being nourished by natural energy, the vitality recovered a bit. Then the weak voice from before was heard, "Thank you. I didn't expect that I would meet you when I thought that I was about to die." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Brother, what happened to you? Are you sick? I can feel that there's still vitality in your body. What's going on?" The pine tree replied, "I'm really sick, but I don't know what kind of illness it is. I don't know when it started, but there was a new vitality in my body. Then this new vitality began to slowly devour my vitality. In the end, I became like this." Zhao Hai immediately said, "Then where did the vitality that devoured you first appear?" Xianxia replied, "It's at my roots. This force was at my roots from the very beginning. It hasn't moved yet, but it can still slowly absorb my life force." When Zhao Hai heard the pine tree, he immediately took out his shovel and began to dig beside the pine tree. Before long, he dug a big hole in the ground. Then Zhao Hai found something on the pine tree's roots. When he saw this thing, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't think that the thing that caused the pine tree's death would be this small thing. Zhao Hai calling it a small thing wasn't an exaggeration. This was because this was a small insect. This insect was only about 10 centimeters long. Its entire body was green, but this wasn't an ordinary green. Instead, it was a transparent jade-like green. This green was very beautiful and perfect. Moreover, this insect didn't have the terrifying appearance of an ordinary insect. This insect looked like a small sword carved out of jade. One end of the sword was pierced into the pine tree's roots while the other end was exposed. It even flashed a mysterious green light, looking very beautiful. This insect didn't look like an insect at all, it didn't look like an animal at all. It was very strange. Zhao Hai could even see the roots of the insect through its body. However, Zhao Hai could clearly feel its breathing and heartbeat. It was indeed an animal. A transparent creature, it didn't have any internal organs. You couldn't see its other organs, but it was indeed an animal. What about its heart? Where did its heartbeat come from? What did it use to breathe? Zhao Hai squatted down and carefully looked at the insect. He quickly discovered that the insect didn't have no internal organs. However, the insect's internal organs were a little different. The insect's internal organs were transparent. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the insect only had 3 internal organs. One was a beating dot, which might be the heart. The other one was constantly expanding and shrinking, which might be the lungs. And the other one was green, which Zhao Hai believed to be its digestive system. Moreover, Zhao Hai guessed that the insect didn't have any other organs. It could only be a special life form. It can breathe in the soil, but it can't be buried too deep. Moreover, it doesn't eat anything that accumulates. It only absorbs energy, pure energy, like life energy. Then this energy can be transformed into its own energy, allowing it to survive. Zhao Hai had never seen this creature before. You can say that it was an animal because it had a heart and lungs. But you can also say that it was a special life form because it was very different from animals. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he slowly sent his spiritual force towards the insect. He wanted to see if he could communicate with it. Just as his spiritual force reached the insect, Zhao Hai heard a small and immature voice, "Who are you? Can you hear me?" Zhao Hai immediately replied, "I can, of course I can. Little guy, what's your name? Can I know where your family is?" "What's family? What's their name?" "I don't know. I only know that I was born here." "Little guy, you know what? You hurt that tree, but it doesn't matter. Little guy, I'll give you some energy in a while. Try and see if you can absorb this energy. Is that okay?" "What is energy? Is it food?" "You can also think of it as food. It's something you absorbed from the tree, something that allows you to live and grow." After saying that, Zhao Hai sent a strand of natural energy into the tree. He didn't expect that when the nature energy entered the little guy's body, the little guy would immediately absorb it. Then he heard the little guy's voice, "Wow, so it's delicious. I really like to eat this thing. But it's a pity that it's gone." Zhao Hai understood. He smiled, stretched out his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Little guy, I'll take you to a place. There are a lot of these things for you to eat, okay? Who are you? Why are you being so good to me?" "I'm Zhao Hai. From now on, I'll be your family. Family is your family. They will always take care of you, and you will also take care of them. Little guy, we'll be family from now on, okay?" Okay. I want to be your family." Then with a thought, Zhao Hai absorbed the little guy into the soul object space. Just as the little guy entered the space suddenly fluctuated violently. Then it expanded a lot. After the little guy entered the space, it began to desperately absorb natural energy. In a blink of an eye, it had absorbed half of Zhao Hai's natural energy. Then it said with satisfaction, "Oh, I'm so full." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm so full." Zhao Hai stared blankly at the little guy. He didn't know what to say. This little guy was really good at eating. Moreover, the little guy's transformation was too big. When it entered the soul object space, it was only about 10 centimeters. But from the time it entered the soul object space to the time it absorbed half of Zhao Hai's natural energy, it took less than a minute. While it was absorbing Zhao Hai's natural energy, its body was also rapidly growing. At this point, the little guy had turned into a 100-meter-long giant sword without a hilt. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the incomparably huge little guy. Although the little guy's body grew bigger, its voice didn't change. Its color didn't change either. Everything else didn't change except for its shape. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Then he discovered that the little guy was no longer absorbing natural energy. Instead, it looked like it was sleeping. At this time, a strange energy came out of the little guy's body. This energy was different from natural energy, but it was very similar to it. However, its color was golden. Moreover, it didn't come in contact with Zhao Hai's natural energy. On the other side of the space, a golden mist slowly formed. This made Zhao Hai stare blankly. Zhao Hai didn't feel any heartache about losing his natural energy. This was because his natural energy could be replenished in a short time. He was just curious about what this golden energy was. Then the golden energy grew more and more. The little guy's body also became smaller and smaller. In the end, when the little guy's body became the size of a normal sword, it didn't change anymore. On the other side of the space, the golden energy became bigger. However, the little guy didn't seem to feel anything. He was still sleeping. Zhao Hai could even hear him snoring. Zhao Hai decided to ignore the little guy. Instead, he slowly sent his spiritual force into the golden energy. As soon as Zhao Hai's spiritual force entered the golden energy, the energy merged with Zhao Hai's spiritual force. Zhao Hai felt that his spiritual force had become stronger. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he was overjoyed. In the soul realm, spiritual force wasn't easy to cultivate. Moreover, he could be said to be a soul. In here, all the energy that he cultivated could be transformed into soul energy and returned to his body. But in the soul realm, spiritual force was very important. And in the soul realm, Zhao Hai's spiritual force was stronger than others because of his body. However, it was very difficult for him to cultivate his spiritual force here. The cultivation methods of the outside world weren't suitable for the soul realm. The soul realm had its own unique cultivation method. The energy here was different from the energy that Zhao Hai understood. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for him to cultivate his spiritual force. But now, this golden energy could be transformed into spiritual force. For him, this was definitely a good thing. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, he suddenly found that it wasn't the same. Although the golden energy improved his spiritual force, it didn't continue to improve it. His spiritual force was stronger than before, but the golden energy passed through his spiritual force and entered his body. Moreover, it slowly merged with his body. Zhao Hai stared blankly. He really didn't understand what this golden energy was. Why did it transform his body after improving his spiritual force? Just as Zhao Hai was puzzled, he suddenly heard a voice. Zhao Hai stared. He could hear a lot of voices in his soul space because there were a lot of plants in his soul space. But this time, the voice didn't seem to be coming from those plants. Zhao Hai stared blankly, then he immediately focused his spiritual force on those animals. Boss, life here is really too blissful. You made the right choice. Look at how good Master is to us. It's just a pity that we can't help Master with anything now. However, I believe that we will be able to help Master in the future. Of course. But I want to know what that thing that suddenly became big and small was. Also, that ball of golden energy. Why do I feel a very familiar feeling from that ball of energy? It's really strange. I didn't expect there to be no wind here. It's really comfortable to lie here. I really like it here. I'm singing, la la la. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare blankly. This was because he discovered that these words weren't spoken by animals, nor were they spoken by plants. Zhao Hai turned his gaze to the pile of rocks on the side. After some time, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He now understood what the golden energy was used for. That golden energy allowed him to easily communicate with other things. Zhao Hai believed that he could now easily communicate with animals, rocks, and other natural things. But at the same time, this made Zhao Hai very curious. Naturally, he wasn't curious about the golden energy. He was curious about that little thing. What was that little thing? Why did it release this golden energy after absorbing natural energy? What kind of creature was it? How did it form? Unfortunately, the little thing was currently sleeping. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to know, it was impossible. In the end, Zhao Hai had no choice but to return his spiritual force to his body. As soon as Zhao Hai's spiritual force returned to his body, he discovered the changes in his body. He felt that his bones were harder, his muscles were stronger, and his blood contained more energy. Most importantly, his skin seemed to have become tougher. If it was someone else, they might not have such keen senses like Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai could clearly feel it. Because he was Zhao Hai, his spiritual force was also different from ordinary people. His understanding of his own body was also more than other cultivators. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. He discovered that the entire world seemed to have changed. His skin was brighter, and the world seemed to have come alive. It was as if the world he saw before was covered by a veil. But now that the veil was removed, a more real, lively, and beautiful world appeared in front of him. End of chapter 32-36. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.